as fuck. Wait, what the fuck? Hello, hello? Hey. It's fine, retards. Dumb fucks. Oh, do, 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 do. If you can get more than 50% correct of the world's most spoken languages, I will buy a tier 1 subscription. Wait, what? Top world languages. You want me to guess more than 50%? Okay, Chinese. Whoa. Mandarin? Are we doing this shit? Okay. English, French, Spanish, Japanese. Cantonese is not. There's no way. Okay. Okay. Did we do Spanish already? We did. Portuguese. Did I do French already? We did French, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian. Bro, I don't fucking know. Is Afrikaans, is that a language? I don't even think it is. Dutch. Well, let's think. North America. Oh, God, I'm forgetting everything I know about anybody ever. Okay, where are all of our Asian people at? Okay. We've got Vietnamese, Chinese, Japanese, Korean. Is Laosian a language? Did I do Indian already? It's probably not called Indian. It's not it's not fuck! Indianese? The Buddhism language? Fuck! No. I don't know. Is Sanskrit? That's just like written shit, right? Oh my god. Fuck. What other languages are there? Okay. Okay. Let's go to Europe. Okay. Let's think Europe. Okay. Norwegian? That's not a language? They don't speak Norwegian? Norwegian. Norwegian. Okay, that's fine. Swedish. That's not a language? Or just not that many people speak it. That's okay. Native speakers. Okay. Finnish is also. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Go south. We got Spanish. We already have this, right? We've got French. We've already got this. Okay. German. Polish. What do they speak like in... All the former satellites just speak Russian, right? Like Ukrainian isn't a... Oh my god, okay. No, that is a language. I know that's a language. Because they fight over the languages. They don't speak a different language in like the Baltics, right? Like in Estonia, Latvia? Estonian? These aren't languages. These are small countries anyways. We did Polish already, right? Serbian is not like a language. Oh my god. Oh, Italian. We've got that down there. I did Portuguese already, right? Okay. Okay. Austrian is not a language. Hungarian? Is that a language? No? Okay. Is Slovakian a language? I don't know. They might be. They're just not big enough. Oh, Turkish. Okay. Middle East. Okay. Turkish. Arabic. Hebrew? No. Okay. Nobody does. Latin is a native language, right? No. I don't know the languages they speak in Africa. I truly don't. Dutch. I already got Dutch, right? I don't even, yeah, Dutch is there. Danish? No. I don't know if Danish is a language. French, German, Polish. Oh, there's not an Australian language. How am I missing the fourth biggest language? It's whatever the other name for the actual Indian language is. I need 9 more. Hold on. I'm getting this. We can figure out 9 more. We can figure out 9 more. Think. Okay, North America. It's Spanish and English. Those are our 2 big boys. Central America, it's got to be like all Spanish. And South America is like all Spanish. Right? Do they speak other languages down there? Okay, back to... I don't know anything about Africa and languages. It's all colonizer languages, okay? And then like Africans or whatever the fuck. I don't know, okay. Okay, back to the Middle East. Egyptian is not a language. They speak... It's just Arabic, right? I'm gonna kill myself when I see this list of languages. Oh, hold on. Greece is not meant to play. Okay, no. We have Italian, right? Yeah, we do. Indian. We're dunzos. We're done. I can't. That's it. These are all the languages on the planet, I think. There's no way I'm gonna think of 9 more. What are... Do they speak Arabic in Iran, even though they're not Arabs? Oh, Persian is a language. Of course I knew that one. Oh, there you go. Okay. All right. We're doing it. All right, hold up. There's about to be a bunch of... Is Nigerian a language? Kenyan a language? Are any of these languages? Chadish? I think this is it. I don't think I can think of it anymore. Is Bulgarian a language? I don't know. This is it. That's all I got. Hold on. Hold up. There's a reservoir of languages somewhere deep in my brain. Okay, we need the limitless drugs to dig them out. I have nothing. So, is this a language? I don't even know. Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, we got that. Korean. Alright, bro. That's it. Alright. That's all I got. What is number 4? Oh my god, I wrote Hindu. Fuck, it was Hindi. Bengali, Punjabi. This sounds like a slur for a vagina. Marathi, Telugu, Wu, Tamil. Oh, okay, hold on. I don't feel bad about missing any of these. Never mind. I didn't know any of these languages. What the fuck? Bhojpuri? Okay, who linked me this quiz? There was no shot I was getting any of these. Oh my god. Hakka, Jin, Hassa, Kannada, Yoruba. They're all Indian languages? Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. Did you get lost? Bro, I DoorDashed a cookie and a hot chocolate, and this person took the bridge back to Miami. Why? I don't know why they went that way. People say Casey Chan just sleeps and watches TV shows on stream. Is this true? Wow, Flo, thanks for the $20 dono, buddy. It's called content? Okay. Muted. Oh. Wow, K Hitton 88. 88? Thanks for the 3 months sub, buddy. You gonna watch the bench pro versus Alex O'Connor debate? Maybe. Okay. Huh. Get to 940 to let Jimmy Carter die with his wife. We're supposed to, I need to do like a fundraiser. We're doing a fundraiser today for our canvassing stuff. Okay, let's send Jimmy. Let's send him home, guys. 940, okay? 940. 940. Come on, hold on, Jimmy. Hold on, Jimmy. Hold on, Jimmy. I'm sorry. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying. I don't know if I can do it. Jesus Christ. Come on, guys. Sorry, if you're hearing, you don't understand what's going on. People asked me to do Got Rhythm to keep Jimmy Carter alive, okay? And we did one, I think, several months ago when he went to hospice. He was dead. House tried to diagnose him. House said, this guy's dying in 2 days. And we threw up like a fucking 965, okay? We infused Jimmy with so much life, all right? It was an unbelievable run. But now the problem is Jimmy can't be released from this world, okay? Until we undo this. We have to fix this, okay? I just need a 940. I need like a 940 for him, okay? I need a 940 for Jimmy. Come on. We never scored close to 965. I'm pretty sure we did. I think it was the highest we've ever scored. I think it was literally like, somebody go find it. It wasn't like it was like a 964. I think it was 960 plus. It was insanely high. It was like an ungodly high. It was an ungodly high score. That's why Jimmy's still alive, okay? What is happening? Okay. Come on. Bro, what's happening here? What? We're getting worse? Okay, we need a break. Hold on. Wait, what did we save his life with? Hold on. J. Carr. Damn, we had one bad hit here. Oof. That was like a February 19th. Right, we'll give it one more try. It was close. We'll give it one more try, okay? We'll give it one more try. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. One more. We got to do one more. Guys, it's right there. We're right there. We're right. Is he gonna... What is our final one on this? Oh my God. 942, okay? Come on. Oh, was it only 940? Why do I feel like, why do I remember getting, what did we get a 960 plus for? I got a 960 plus on something. It was a crazy run. This was the most legendary run ever. Okay, well at least we don't need that much to put Jimmy to rest. Okay, come on. What's happening? I don't understand how this is. Okay. One more. No, hold on. Let me take these off. No, let me keep these on. Come on, guys. Guys, I don't know what's going on here. I just need 1940 plus, guys, please. God, these 930s are killing me. Okay, this is it, guys. Good luck. This is the one. Otherwise, I'm sorry. I can't help you, Jimmy. What? Wait, hold on. I'm tapping into the matrix. Hold on, I'm tapping into the matrix. Hold on. Hold on, I'm tapping in. I'm not tapping in. I'm not tapped in. I'm not tapped in. What is happening? Bro, Jimmy, I'm sorry. ADH2 is my rhythm superpower. And now we don't have it anymore.
Does Israel, the state of Israel, deserve to not be heckled by Hamas? Honestly, the state of Israel has done a million times worse to the Palestinian people than Hamas has ever done to Israel in terms of like moral culpability.
Hold on. Wait, how the fuck do we have... Oh, sorry, hold on. I wasn't even listening. What is this?
Does Israel, the state of Israel, deserve to not be heckled by Hamas? Honestly, the state of Israel has done a million times worse to the Palestinian people than Hamas has ever done to Israel in terms of like moral culpability. Israel's job first is to apologize and to act, I think.
A few moments later.
So you don't think the reason Hamas exists is because these people have a certain Islamic view of violence and they agree with Hamas that they want to kill the Jews?
What do you mean?
You don't think that's a factor?
What do you mean Islamic view of violence? The only people doing mass killings, right?
Jihad, right?
The only group here doing mass killings are the Jews. They're the ones doing.
Oh, God. I feel like I already knew Vosh talked like so much shit and said dumb shit before, but now like even having like a little bit more context on the situation, he says stuff that is so unimaginably clueless. Where does he get the gall to debate this stuff? It's literally an Islamist government that calls for global jihad. I'm pretty sure it's said in the Hamas charter, it is the obligation of every Muslim to fight against the state of Israel. Hold on. Oh, God. Gosh, my cookie's here. Hold on. What? How are they gonna spill my shit? Bro. They even have a stopper. How do you fuck this up? This is gonna be warm or cold. Hold on. Barely acceptable. Barely acceptable. And my cookie. Ugh.
People doing mass killings, right?
Jihad, right?
The only group here doing mass killings are the Jews. They're the ones doing the mass killings. The mass killings are happening, not hypothetically, but in reality, and they're being done by an advanced military state, and it's the Jews doing it. Like, that's the group doing it.
Hamas is doing all the killing it can do. You agree with me on that, right?
What does that even mean?
Well, literally what it says, like, everyone they can kill, they will kill. They showed that when they had a couple of hours in Israel.
No.
If they had the opportunity,
they didn't
they're going to kill the most. Yeah?
They didn't attack. They didn't attack.
Sorry, hold on. Did I click this? What is he about to say?
Against Israeli civilians. Israel has been doing attacks against Palestinian civilians many times over. I don't like if your argument is that Hamas is somehow more violent than Israel, then this is like mathematically unprovable. Does Israel, the state of Israel, deserve to not be heckled by Hamas? Honestly, the state of Israel has done a million times worse to the Palestinian people.
I feel like cutting is bad for your brain? Bro. You want to know what the biggest fucking lie in the world is? Spoiler alert. People think they're so clever, okay? You're not clever, okay? People that say that they're casual smokers. No, you're not. Why? Why would you even lie about that? I don't know if I've ever met somebody in my entire life describe themselves as a casual smoker that didn't smoke at least like 4 or 5 cigarettes a day. Casual smoker? Bullshit. This is not a real thing. Anyone in chat saying they do, they're not a real thing. It is not a real thing. I smoke once every 3 months. Bullshit. Don't believe it. I have met so many. I don't know. Also, this is another thing too. I don't know if you guys have met this. I have met, not calling anybody out if you're listening to me, by the way. I'm definitely not talking about you. I have met so many people and I'm like, oh, do you smoke? And they're like, yeah, every now and then. I'm like, okay. Weed, right? And like, yeah, I smoke every now and then. Sometimes it helps me sleep. It's like, okay, cool. Every time somebody says this, okay, it's like they're high 24/7. They smoke wake and bake every time before they go to sleep, every day. This person is budgeting $800 a month on weed, okay? Every time. Every time. Is there anybody that does drugs randomly? What are we doing, guys? I'm finishing my cookie right now. That's what I'm doing, okay? That's because Destiny is hanging out with Zoomers and kids do drugs too much. There are tons of casual weed smokers and they're 30 plus. Is that true? I could be wrong. Actually, somebody prove me wrong. I know I'm wrong. This must be a selection bias. But from what I've interacted with, Zoomers actually don't smoke weed that much. That's a millennial thing. But somebody should link me stats on that because I must be wrong. I'm sure like younger people must smoke or whatever. But the feeling I have anecdotally is that weed and smoking a ton feels like a millennial thing. It feels like kids today like are more into like vaping or vaping weed. I don't know if you'd consider that smoking or not, or weed. Like, I feel like a Zoomer would say some shit like, yeah, bro, like, I bought a weed from a friend and I smoked it, last week and it was so good. And I feel like a millennial is like, yeah, so there are 3 vape shops that I visit, tri-weekly, and I've got like a $350 order coming in from here, blah, 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 blah. This is how I manage my weed. Like, it feels like the difference between like Zoomers and millennials there. But I could be wrong. That just might be my personal bias and experience, There we go. Read Huff Daddy's logs and give his relationship a rating. Okay. Is this supposed to be recent? Or wait, did you give me a date to read? My mouse is doing the scroll thing. Yes! Yes! Logitech! Hell yes! I got the feature! I got the patch! My mouse patched itself! So now when I scroll down... Hold on. Is it gonna do it for stream? It's only when you scroll down. It scrolls up a little bit. I love that. Opinions on this: should she have been charged with a felony considering she's 18 years old? Get the G Pro Super Light. Isn't that what I have? I'm pretty sure this is the Super Light. Somebody said you're big time wrong about weed. I don't know what children you're hanging with, but all of my Zoomer friends are high 24/7. But this person lives in fucking Oregon, so pretty sure that whole city is high 24/7. Okay. Christ, that's like somebody from Seattle saying, actually, every 90-year-old I know is high constantly and is also gay and wears a butt plug 24/7. Yeah, you live in Seattle. Yeah, we know. Okay. Not that there's anything wrong with either of those things. Gabriella Newfield, age 26 of Boone, North Carolina, a science teacher at South Mecklenburg High School, arrested and charged with 5 felony counts of sexual with an 18-year-old student. Was it illegal to fuck an 18-year-old student? Is it illegal to fuck a student? It's unethical, obviously. Is it illegal? Wait, somebody's saying yes? Wait, is that actually true? Is it true in college as well? Like in college, if a 27-year-old professor has sex with a 32-year-old student, is that illegal? Just fucking Google it. Bro, I don't want to Google some child porn shit. I'll do it incognito. The FBI can't track us there. Is it illegal for teachers to have sex with adult students? Over 75% of states have now passed legislation specifically outlawing educator sexual misconduct. Recognize that even if a student is over the age of consent, the educator is in a position of authority over the student, and the student can consent to such relation. Wait, is this true for college as well? There's no shot, right? This must just be for high school. Authority over children and teenagers. This must just be for like high school. It's true even for college? That it's actually illegal? Wait, hold on. Is it illegal for an employer to have sex with his employee? Hold on, I gotta cough. No shot. Sorry. Hold on. I'm so close to being finished with my college essay. Also, we need to start plugging this other thing. But that technically starts at 12. 1 second. Wait, what? This is going to be a controversial take, but I'm sorry. A behavior plan is put in place for this reason. You do not take away an autistic person's possessions without warning or reading how to do so. If you're working with autistic children, you have to follow the IEP so this doesn't happen. If this child was just violent, then he simply shouldn't have been in a public school setting, so that's failure on the system. Many steps were missed before this child acted violently. Oh, shit. Am I coming out with the parent take right now? Assuming this child did have like severe autism or whatever, this tweet is 1,000,000,000% correct. Assuming that the child, especially if the child was on an IEP and if the child has like crazy autism or whatever, yeah, then this would absolutely be the fault of the school for not having whatever they needed in place to deal appropriately with this child. Child is a big fucking child, Jesus. But the mother explains the situation of the video. Hold on.
Nobody. I am so sorry for what my son did, and no.
Oh, the optics. God damn it. Sorry. Okay. Christ. Sorry. Let's go.
Nobody should ever have to go through that. But at the same time, please consider that my son has had a hard life. And he's gone through so much trauma in his life. He has autism. Please show mercy to him. It's devastating.
This is hard because our brains have been poisoned about what autism means, okay? Now, careful, because on the internet, autism means that you probably don't shower that much, so girls stay away from you, so you blame some self-diagnosed neurodivergency on why nobody likes you, okay? That's like what autism means on the internet. But autism in real life, remember, it's ASD, is autism spectrum disorder. There's a whole spectrum of people that can be autistic. And on the lower end of that spectrum, you have people that need caretakers for their entire life, okay? You have people that will become violent, become unhinged, that need adult male strong people to like keep them under control, right? People that are on the spectrum, on the real spectrum, not the Twitter one, okay? They run the gamut in terms of like how violent they can be. So when she says my son is autistic, now I don't know 100% because I don't know her story, okay? I'm sorry, what did Hassan say? I'm being confidently, confident, whatever the fuck Hassan said to insult me. I'm being that, yeah. But assuming he has like an actual, like a severe, like low functioning autistic person, this is, yeah.
That my heart is breaking. I'm terrified for my child. I feel like if he gets sentenced to prison, it's a death sentence for him. He's scared. And to have your child call and cry and say, I don't want to die, it's awful. And I don't understand why. That in his IEP, it was stated that in the intensive behavior group home that he was living in,
Oof.
If
in schools, so if he had an IEP, that means that they were already going through the process. So IEP is individualized education plan. An IEP is when you have a child with special needs, or I think it's just special needs in general. Usually there are specific or unique ways that a school will deal with that child. There's like a plan to monitor the behavior and to track year through year, or they might go to a totally different, like a special school for it. So if he has an IEP, then it's probably already documented or registered that he has like a special way of associating with them, engaging with them and everything, yeah.
Had to remove it as a consequence. They called in the crisis team. And the original IEP called for a token economy, for so he could, to motivate him to do his work. He could earn tokens to then go to like a snack closet. This year, he had a new teacher who, it's not Joan. Joan was not his teacher. She's the para. He had a new teacher who, it was her first year teaching, and I don't know if she didn't understand the IEP, if she didn't read it, but she approached the group home and asked the group home to send it in.
Listen, for anybody who watches that video, it's hard for them to get past it, and I can understand. They'd be devastated for Joan Nadich, the victim in this attack, and I can imagine you feel devastated for her as well. You wouldn't have wanted this to happen. You're obviously torn between the suffering that she's going through, and then of course the son that you love. It's just odd that he was in, this kind of public schooling to begin with. Do you know why this was the situation? Why he was actually even...
Is it expected for an average teacher to deal with this behavior? If he's in a school that has IEPs, then it's the responsibility of the school to make sure that the teachers are capable of dealing with students like this. Like, yeah, this would be the equivalent of having like a 90-pound, 4'11" woman who's like a prisoner guard trying to corral 20 of the most violent. Yeah, you have, or you should. It's the responsibility, the obligation of the school to make sure that they can deal with the students that they have with the IEPs they're on. Yeah, of course. So whether this teacher didn't know, or the school fucked up, or the teacher fucked up, or whatever, but yeah, this is the obligation that the school has.
Even in?
Yeah, this is one of the really weird things. Like, I'd never heard an argument for charter schools that I had agreed with before I had somebody on my staff that actually had a child that needed an IEP, right? Mm-hmm. And this kid had all these problems. They were biting people at school. They were biting teachers. And so Massachusetts opened up a special charter school for these kinds of special needs kids, because ASD disorders, this is just something public schools have to deal with nowadays. So I don't know, it's the more you get into any of these policies, the more you understand it's a little more difficult than black and white.
I understand what you're saying there, and I'm sympathetic towards it as a rich American. I love anything I can pay more money to get people. The only thing I don't like about the idea of charter schools and private schools and all of this is okay, this is one of the biggest emotional triggers that I have as a parent, is I hate the idea of a kid's lot in life being decided by how much money their parents have, and that there are some essential services or needs that could be held from a child because their parents don't have money. For stuff like special education and stuff like being able to treat children in a way that is in accordance with whatever disabilities or developmental delays they might have, this has to be something that is available to every single child. And it's not just a matter of can you afford the charter school or not. That's the only. I understand there are ways to make it so that the you give them vouchers or whatever for the charter school, but fuck that. That's always my number one feeling against private schools and charter schools and stuff like that, is that this should be available to all children. We have to be able to fund this and provide for this. It can't just be for the people that have the money for it. Although I understand what you're saying for the unique challenges. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying I'm an advocate for charter schools. I guess when I was growing up in Mississippi, there was a semester that I literally went to school in a trailer with no air conditioner, because that's how underfunded everything was. Literally a trailer in a construction parking lot. That was school for an entire year. It was so hot in Mississippi, we would just go outside and have school in the parking lot, because that was cooler. So I've seen a really well-funded school district in Massachusetts where we spend a lot more on this stuff versus one of the poorest states in the nation. I'm 100% with you. I think this is why I think the federal government should take a stronger role in education and guaranteeing outcomes. But I'm just saying, for stuff like this where it's hard to get political buy-in, because every single one of those parents with kids in ASD disorder, they've got different, it's hard to get buy-in about what the direction you should go is. And this particular format of it made it easier to get funding and buy-in from the state. So, it's problematic. It led to better outcomes in this one case for someone I knew.
Yeah. 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 What
I mean, do you see this as somebody that hires a lot of people? Because I have been hiring people for teens for, my God, it's over 20 years now, and the number of people that just going through the rotation that have autism as something you have to deal with as a project manager, it just keeps going up and up and up and up. And when I first started managing projects, I didn't know anything about how to have someone on staff with this and to accommodate them and make it a good workplace. You've got to see this too with some people you end up working with
that have special needs that need to be accommodated for.
Well, it seems like there are a lot of people in the streaming space in general, and I don't know, people in your team, do you not have people you end up working with professionally that have autism?
I'm trying to think. Probably, but like at a far more limited degree, I think. Not like, we're not talking like medium, low functioning autistic people, I don't think. So no, I don't think I deal with that many mental disabilities in terms of that. But also I'm employing like contractors and stuff that are working from home and everything. I'm sure if I had like an office or an actual workspace, it would probably be a lot different.
I think for engineering, you're just absolutely going to run into it. And it blows my mind that we don't talk about this more in college. Like, I think it should be like one of these standardized things you have to learn before you get out. Because it just, I'm not talking like you can get better outcomes on a project by just understanding what people need and then changing a few things. Like, it's not that hard to go, like, if you've got somebody with autism on your staff, like, give them questions, like a list of what the questions will be before the meeting so they can kind of answer it better. It leads to better outcomes for the team in my experience.
Sure. Yeah, that's not surprising me. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, how do you feel about Cenk running for president? It's kind of a little crazy for me.
I don't know. I haven't spoken to him privately, obviously, because I've only seen him privately once in my life. I don't know what his goal is. I don't know if he's like trying to write a book or if he's trying to prove a point, or I truly don't understand. It seems silly, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, obviously, look, it puts me in a weird position because, like, I do work with Cenk, but I'm also trying to make sure the Democrats win. So it's been interesting for me. And I literally can't talk to him right now because, PACs can't coordinate with presidential campaigns. But I think the thing that people really get wrong with Cenk is, I think it's something similar that they do with you, where they assume there's like some pretext or whatever. And like what I've learned in working with you is like what you see is what you get. You're really upfront about what you think. There's not some secret agenda behind the scenes. And with Cenk, if he's saying like, look, my goal is I don't think Biden can win this time. I want to get to 20% in the polls and force someone like Gavin Newsom to get in. I can tell you for a fact that is his objective. Now, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that.
Wait, the objective is what? Restate that about Newsom getting in? Or?
He wants to, so Cenk believes if he can get to 10, 15, 20% in the polls, or someone can, that is going to force Gavin Newsom or someone like him to enter the race and force Biden to drop out. He actually had me doing a whole bunch of polling projects of trying a ton of people to see if they would be competitive against Biden. Everyone from Anna Kasparian, just up and down the race, just seeing who could actually like jump in this race and win. So it truly is what he's trying to do.
Okay. Do you want my honest feedback on that, or?
Yeah, no, of course.
I would be shocked if Cenk got more than 2% in any poll. 15 to 20% is an unbelievably high number they're shooting for. I would be shocked at over 2% on a 1-to-1 odds. And even if he did manage to climb to 15 to 20%, there is no shot that anybody in the Democratic Party is going to jump in and run against Biden, because you're committing political suicide. Do you think Newsom wants to be an enemy to the Democratic establishment? Like, do you think like that? I just don't see that ever being in a good political calculation for any Democrat. It would have to be like a huge outsider, I would think, not anybody that has like a future in the Democratic Party. But I could be totally wrong on that. Maybe I'm,
No, I don't disagree with you. I do think this is why he spent so much of the first of the year trying to get everyone else to jump in and run, right? And like something Cenk does that he doesn't get credit for is raising tons of money for people behind the scenes and talking to people and getting them to invest in candidates the Democratic establishment won't. So he really saw, like, he described it to me as like the nuclear option. And, especially with this, 14th Amendment stuff. It's a long shot, but it's just like, if you're asked, like, I can't say anything about what the efficacy of his plan is going to be, but I can say just the man himself, like what he says he's trying to do is what he's trying to do. That's just a fact.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if he says it publicly, I think Cenk is probably one of those people that I would say it's actually like a detriment. I think he's honest to a fault sometimes. I think sometimes he wears his heart a little bit too much on his sleeves, but I could be wrong. Maybe there's something I'm not aware of, but I've never heard of any stories, or I'm not aware of anything where like Cenk was doing something like sneaky, or was like trying to do something. He seems like he's pretty honest about it. I just think what he's doing is, obviously I disagree that I think it's going to work, but I think he's pretty,
That's why, when Benny, the person that left TYT, the kind of tanky trans person, was like making all these allegations about Cenk, like secret conversations behind the scenes that Cenk is making. Like, I wasn't in that conversation, so I can't say, like, Benny is lying, but I talked to Cenk a lot, and I cannot imagine him saying half the stuff that she accused him of.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's really awkward.
Also, when it comes to public stuff like this, you should know this by now. I know this by now, right? Stuff like that never, ever, ever stays hidden if those kinds of conversations are happening. This is some shit where, like, everybody knows. Or there's, like, there's a lot of things where, like, when they leak, everybody's like, oh yeah, absolutely. Whenever you're getting one person, we're like, oh yeah, this person is like a prolific N-word sayer, prolific transphobe, and it's like, really, one of the most popular people in this like alternative media set, and nobody else has heard it but you? Damn, there must be on some sociopathic shit to only reveal that side around you. Yeah, so yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think Cenk is like a bad person.
This is what made the Tara Reid stuff so non-credible. Like, you're telling me, like, she's coming forward trying to say Biden's like a sexual predator, feeling people
from like
up in the
40 years ago, and it's like,
and no one else has done it. It's like, okay, Tara, what's more likely? You're a Russian agent and are kind of unwell because of some of this other stuff that's been alleged, or Biden was just overcome by you and then got his stuff together immediately after that and never did it again. Like, I never want to like accuse like a woman bringing forward sexual allegations of being a liar, but I think I could say it doesn't feel credible to me in any remote way. So I don't know. How do you think, like, I think one of the things that is really hard for my job, though, is, like, everyone's looking at Biden's polls right now, and there's a lot of internal stuff that gets leaked around, to people like me and the party, just like, hey, we ran this poll, look at this, look at our numbers with Muslims, look at our numbers with this.
I don't understand. And, there's a lot of stuff right now that is very weird in terms of, like, the polling not being correlated with a lot of stuff going on right now. There's two huge things that this has popped in. One has to do with Biden's popularity, which I think might be at record lows. But my understanding is, my brain is like fully existing in the Middle East right now. Okay, so if I'm wrong on any of these facts, somebody can feel free to correct me. My understanding is absolutely none of Biden's unpopularity has translated into any special election race ever. That the Democrats are doing exceedingly well in every forum where like special elections and shit are popping up, and it doesn't seem like Biden's unapproval rating or whatever is affecting that whatsoever. So that's
dead on.
Yeah, that's one thing that's really
also
weird.
Like a generic Democrat is doing much better in the polls.
Yeah, so that's one thing that's
specific.
A little bit strange. And then a second thing that's like peripherally related to this topic that's also weird is economists are having a lot of problems right now trying to figure out why so many people are having such negative opinions on the economy when every economic indicator on broad groups of people is outrageously positive. And it's something that a lot of people, and now a lot of economists, I'm starting to see more articles where economists are like, why do Zoomers feel like they're doing horrible in this economy? Because like their wages have dramatically outpaced inflation. They're some of the highest wage growth people of all time. They're doing better than I think even boomers were doing. Their home ownership rates are on track to pass everybody and already are ahead of I think Gen Xers and millennials, because millennials enter the housing market post-crash and everything. Like when you look at like all of the indicators, all the wage growth, all of the like educational achievement, like all of these things for Gen Z, they're really good. And for a lot of the economy broadly, they're actually pretty good. But people's economic outlooks, their feelings when you poll them are horrible. People feel like everything is horrible, but you cannot find anything in any of the data to say like, why do people feel like shit is so fucked? You can't find it in home ownership rates. You can't find it in educational attainment. You can't find it in wage growth. You can't find it in inflation. You can't find it in productivity you can't find it anywhere. So yeah, so when you ask me this question about like Biden and the polls and everything, I don't know if like the social media is dictating our opinions to us like even more, but it's getting really difficult to track like what is actually happening and how do you figure what people are actually feeling and what they're actually gonna do. It's like, it's a very, very, very difficult thing to track right now, I think. Yeah.
No, I completely agree with that. You know, when like I'm just about to sign a contract to bring Pixie on full time to work with me at PV, right? And yeah, she's amazing. I love working with her. She is like, she makes a lot more money than I did at her age. Just frankly, when I was a young staffer in DC, even adjusted for inflation. And you know, it's like, if you're looking objectively, I think that, it can be true about that. What I think it's two things. I think one, social media really tends, it trains people to be doomer pilled on everything, because it's always the darkest take. If you're not cynical on everything, like that cynicism is a kind of armor, and this is a 2 generations of America that have just been beaten down at every turn.
Real quick, I'm sorry, because this is all of social media. So just real quick, Mike, you are out of touch if you think people should just change their minds on the economy. The price of everyday items are still as high as when we had low supply. Purposefully, Destiny, literally everything is more expensive. Somebody else said, Destiny has been wild the last 24 hours. Housing prices are going crazy though, no? So you guys are all saying this. Find me anything that supports that. Because I'm starting to believe that these are opinions that you're getting from social media, and they start and they stop there. Because when you look at purchasing power parity, the PPP index, when you look at any of these other indexes, you cannot find what you're talking about. You cannot find what you're talking about. The idea that like a hamburger costs $27 and I can't afford it because my wages aren't growing, that just doesn't exist. If you have it anywhere, then shoot somewhere, like shoot me a link or whatever, I can look for it. But like I just read another article yesterday, I think it was even posted on the economics subreddit, where economists are trying to figure out, and they're looking at like all these different indexes, like where is the economic anxiety that people are saying coming from? Because it doesn't track anywhere. There's no place to find this on paper anywhere. So is it something that, is there like a subset of Americans that are being missed? Is it just social media sentiment that's feeding negatively into things? Is like, what is actually causing shit to happen? Yeah, why do people feel this way? Yeah. And I know you can go onto social media and you go onto Twitter and you can say like, oh, you're out of touch. Oh, you're out of touch. No offense, my dude. And I love you and I value you as a viewer. But if you're sitting here in my YouTube chat watching a politics streamer, you're probably out of touch. You already represent like the top 5% of Americans. If you've got time to sit on a computer, you have a computer or a cell phone that's good enough to watch my stream, you've got internet, and you've got the free time to sit here and consume my content, motherfucker, you're out of touch, okay? If you think that you represent even close to the average American. Sorry, okay, go ahead.
No, it's completely dead on. I do think this is what I wonder if it's going on, and maybe I'm completely wrong on this, but I think about when I was in my 20s, and it was when the tech industry was really starting up, the dot-com like explosion, right? Clinton was president, and everything seemed super hopeful, right? Like I grew up, there was no question I was gonna be able to afford a house. Like, I knew one day I'd be able to get Porsches. Like I knew I could do anything I wanted. And nowadays, I do think that younger people are like looking at the future of the country, and it's like, is there gonna be a stable economy 20 years from now? I think that's a legitimate question, right? The climate change, that's a legitimate. You don't agree with that?
No, I think that the doomerism runs a little bit too high. It's like, I understand like people might be worried about some things or whatever, but like this idea that like everything's gonna fall apart, like, bro, we had World War I, we had World War II, we had a civil war, like we had like Vietnam, like we had the whole Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, like literally nuclear weapons coming to our fucking doorstep off the shores of fucking Florida, right? If we made it through all of this, the idea that some like 20-year-old is like, oh God, climate change, I can't deal, I'm hopeless, like, no, this is some shit that is like rotting people's brains from social media, I think. Yeah, we just made it through 2007, the housing bullshit, and we came out of that. Remember, 2007 was the end of the world, right? And the world economy somehow bounced back, mostly, not for everybody, mostly in like 6 to 7 years. Like unbelievable. We had COVID-19 and conservatives were saying everybody's gonna have vaccine passports and there's gonna be a new virus and mutation every moment. Now we're like basically, oh fuck it, COVID, it's endemic, who cares, right? I understand that people can feel bad sometimes, and those feelings aren't always unjustified, but I think there is a doomer narrative that is just very attractive that people love to circulate and feedback on themselves, and it's just not healthy, and it's not reflective of like how you should navigate the world, in my opinion.
I definitely agree with that. I think this like constant America bad, both political parties are broken, all politicians are bad. There's no like point to even trying to vote. I had a meeting with a bunch of people in Congress yesterday, and we were talking about this strain that we see in the party, which really, really concerning. Like there is a substantial portion of Gen Z, and this shows up in internal polling that we look at that consistently shows they don't believe in electoralism. And no offense to Hassan, but I think it's programs like his that are really driving this kind of feeling with people. Like democracy is not worth fighting for, and Yeah, I remember when I was running for Congress, one of the coolest things I did is I started going to a bunch of black churches to like get their votes entered in my districts and just get to meet people, right? And I remember one of the most popular preachers in lives around the corner from me, like got up and he was talking about like this amazing speech. And you got to understand, like Obama got his background, and the reason he's such a great speaker is because he grew up in these churches, you know, and so he's up there, he's talking about the history of civil rights, and he's like, you know, every single other damn generation in this country has had to fight for justice and pushing us forward. What makes you so special? You get to sit it out. And I was like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think that's so true. I think this generation, like, women's rights are going backwards.
Oof, and that.
What are you going to do about it?
Just
what
on,
the hell are you going to do?
I agree, yeah. And just on what you reminded me there. Oh my God. Okay. So I'm watching YouTube, and I've got, you know, the black socialist YouTube is just all dog shit creator. I'm sorry, I'm being very broad, but like FD signifying all these people are, ugh, I get like the worst opinion of like this kind of like online, the young, like progressive socialists, like all these, not just the black ones, but the white ones too. When I went door knocking in Georgia, I'm so glad I did this and I had the perspective of this. Those old black people, they were some of the most electorally fucking committed people that I have ever seen. It was door after door of like, hey, just so you know, remember, January 24th, I already signed my shit, baby. I already dropped this off. We already did this. You better believe I took my hope. Like I would say half the doors I knocked on, they knew every date for the election, and they had already done all their shit. And the idea of like voting and everything, it was just so strange seeing like in that, I think it was Columbus is where we did all of our work, to see that black community there, and then to go onto Twitter where everybody's saying like, oh, black people know that voting is a waste of time because the system is broken, and black people know that blah, 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 blah. And then, yeah, the juxtaposition between that and the people whose doors I knocked on and the older black people in Columbus, holy shit, I couldn't believe the level of politically higher than any white community that we door knocked in, that I door knocked in at least, and higher than almost any other community I went in. That was wild to me, the differentiation there, or the juxtaposition there, yeah.
You're dead on, and because, like, look, I grew up in the South, and in Mississippi, black communities, after the civil rights movement, like, this is why there's so many like black majority towns in the South, because like after the Civil War and, you know, after the Civil Rights Act, so many black people like got together in their own communities, and they're like, look, the KKK is going to come knock on our door. The only way we can keep each other safe is to really quadruple down on electoralism, like make sure we've got the right people like in office and keep ourselves safe. So that's why like the Jackson City Council, all black, 100% focused. Johnny Dupree in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, ultra focused, like that community keeping itself safe. And you know, this is where Stacey Abrams comes from. It's not a surprise to anyone that lives in the South that the only people, despite all these Harvard morons I run into constantly here in Massachusetts, that the only person to get her S together and actually organize Georgia was Stacey Abrams, because she comes from that tradition. She understands how it works. It's not ads, it's personal relationships down there. And it's tapping into that, to the exact same feeling. So if we are going to win the South, we've got to like empower people like that and triple down on those tactics. And this is why I have no patience for LGBT people when they start like talking to me like the system is broken, there's no point in like getting ahead. Go look at the black tradition in this country. Like this is, it is so important to participate in the system and push it forward. And we got to start talking about this shit like it's academic. Like, let's get real. Put good candidates up. Get on the ballot. Get out and vote. Like, the very best you're going to get in this country is what the hell you fight for.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and the voting thing is so important. Did MLK write an article, or was it Malcolm X, The Power of the Vote? I'm trying to remember who wrote this. It was a small... I don't remember. But yeah, like going out and voting is the most important thing you can do. Like, yeah. But
so I was watching your thing with Willie Mack right before this, and I gotta tell you, I'm not trying to start shit with Hassan or whatever, but yeah, I'm somebody I admire the work that Hassan does, especially with him being related to Cenk. Like I don't always agree with him, but I appreciate someone that is like built a platform, right? Like there's a base level of respect that comes with that. But I have to say, like lately, like you were saying in your stream with Willie Mack, like about how you think this has really damaged his impression with normal people. And I have to tell you, I know a lot of people that feel that exact same way. Like, it really feels like he's tripling down on some really like bad stuff lately. It goes beyond Israel Palestine. It's just
it was the Taiwan and Tibet stuff. It was the re-education camps, the capitalism for socialism. Yeah, I didn't know that Hassan was actually. It sounds. I don't know if I'm going from mean to meaner or mean to stupid, but like I just assumed Hassan was like maximizing like clout in politics, and that's kind of how he functioned. I didn't know that he actually had more extremist beliefs. Yeah. So yeah, he I guess he lucked out in that his extremist beliefs were kind of popular for a while, or they were. I don't know how that's going to fare now in a post, Russian invasion world, post Israel Palestine world, post whatever other fucking shit happens. But yeah, that surprised me. Like I said, he shouldn't be anywhere near that what is it called, the deprogramming show?
Yeah, the deprogramming podcast. Oh
it
my
just
God,
doesn't serve him anything. Yeah. There is no why would he ever do that? Even if he was radical, if he had any semblance of like self-preservation for his career, he would stay as far away from that fucking show as possible. It's literally the America First Nazi equivalent to like tanky shit on the left. Why would you be in their chat talking? Why would you be a guest on the show? Yeah. That was unbelievable to me. I didn't really know that his politics actually bent that hard in that direction. But yeah, geez.
Do you remember, like, so I think progressives are dealing with this right now, but one of the things for all of us that lived through Bush 2 that I really think a lot about is fear and anger and hatred only work so long as a political tactic. Like after 9/11, the Republican Party pivoted really hard into fear of terrorism, fear, anger, you're under attack, you're going to die, anthrax, like as Saddam Hussein's got WMD, is going to hit the country, like fear, 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 fear. And Bush did that, and fears, queers, and smears helped him win the 2004 election. But by the time the 2008 rolled around in Obama, people were so tired of that playbook that like someone coming forward with like a hopeful vision of where the country could go that had a lot of salience. And that's why that like kind of view has been the center of the Democratic Party for quite a while now. I think that progressives, and I really fell into this in the Gamergate era, anger at the patriarchy, things are bad, women are not treated well. Like there's just a limit for how long people can hear that message and double down on it. And I think this is what Hassan is hitting. Like America Bad is an emotionally exhausting message to hear day after day about how much the country sucks. At a certain point, the progressive movement has got to be about policies that you believe in, where you want to go, what we can build together, the things you can personally get. Like it's not a vision to like have this degrowth bullshit and like we're gonna get racial justice around the world and you're gonna have a like
global socialist revolution.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. The America Bad shit. I hate that. Like, here's like a big issue. And you know this because you lived and breathed all of this right alongside me. You remember like when the alt-right and the Gamergate and everything were blowing up in like 2015, 2016 and all that shit, right?
Yeah, I have some memories.
So like they would complain a lot saying everything is going in this direction. And I would say it's not, or your fears are unjustified right now. But then for a lot of it, it largely has. It just has happened. So one thing that I wonder, because if you make an incorrect prediction, it means you have to go back and you've got to adjust a formula, right? If you're an economist and you try to retrofit a formula to figure out like, am I making good predictions, blah, blah, blah. So you have to go back and look, right? I feel like, and maybe I'm doing a good job at seeing where we are, but I don't do a good job at seeing where people want to take things. There were times when I think Noah Opinion might have written an article, or might have been somebody else written an article about how cool it was to be like it was like the quintessential like 2010 like snobby liberal. This was actually like morally like a cool dude. They were big on gay marriage. They didn't want us to do unethical wars. They wanted us to like help poor people. They were huge on like even like LGBT issues in general. This was like the snobby liberal, right? And the conservatives had disdain for them, academics and blah, 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 blah. But it was like you could aspire to it. I wanted to be like the 2008, 2009, 2010 snobby liberal. But now, like that, the evolution to the progressive is way further. And what I wonder is like, was it ever possible to defend the SJW-isms of like 2010 to 2013 without having an automatic buy-in to where we are now? Because like, I don't want to say that like, oh yeah, Sargon, you were right the whole time. Like we should have just never had gay marriage because it inevitably leads here. But sometimes I don't know if people can like, are people capable of pumping the brakes on some things or being grounded and saying like, this is good to fight for, now stop and look at something else. You don't have to push everything to its fucking extreme, you know?
So I'm going to answer that, and I'm not trying to glaze you. This is said sincerely, and I really mean it. So I think about like my involvement in Gamergate back then, and I started with this core mission that I still think was a good mission, right? Women in the game industry are not treated well. If you look at that era, there were no women on stage at Apple events. The number of like game companies led by women was pretty much non-existent.
Or when they were in gaming companies, they were getting sexually harassed and all this shit, and like
100%.
Riot and Blizzard and all these things popping up. Yeah.
All of that. So I started with what I think was a good mission objective, that there were problems within the game industry and how women were treated. And as someone that was running a small game studio, like I had a front row view to everything that was wrong with that. What I have really clear memories about now is getting more and more radicalized to like in the trauma I was feeling from all the attacks on me and stuff like that, getting more like, well, it's not just that we have to hire more women. Now we've got to, look at how there's only 2% of black women hired in the game industry. Well, the fact that we have fat phobia in the game industry, that's really wrong. Hey, why do we have all these stereotypes in the game industry, right? And it's not that any one of these things are wrong or I disagree with them. It just keeps purity spiraling down and down and down into this place where you're going, well, hold on a second. I've got some questions about that. Or I think this is off topic, and there's no place where you can hit the brakes and go, hold on. My mission objective here is Intel just put out $100 million to help women in tech. Can we just focus fire and not try to reinvent the entire country and just make sure more women are being hired? This is the problem that we fell into, and it's why the game industry didn't substantively change. When you fast forward to when I, like after the CAFL stuff, and I really started watching your stuff to understand like what you do, I saw someone that had the balls to say some things publicly that I had been thinking for years that I didn't feel safe voicing against my own like group of people, right? And really thinking through that and saying, okay, can we actually look at the science here and have a policy discussion and try to find what the right answer is? So I think that's the answer, like what you call omniliberalism, being open enough to struggle with those questions and not be afraid to go, well, how do non-binary people fit into the trans movement? Let's think about that. How do socialists fit into the overall Democratic Party? How do we incorporate them in a way that's functional, not just capitalism bad? I think we're afraid of that conversation, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like I think there are like two big reasons why a lot of those pushes end up failing. They start off like so good, and then they end up going so bad. And the two things that I think hurt are, this was before I started saving articles. I read a really good article, or somebody emailed me a really good article about how one of the most important things that you can do to solidify a political win is to have grace and humility in victory. That when you've gotten a win, it's so important to be like, okay, we won. You guys might be disappointed, but we're just gonna chill, okay? Because we have our win and we're gonna rest on it. But that when you start gloating and when you start lording this over people, you foster so much resentment and hate that it will always come back to bite you in the ass. That's the first one. So one is the incredible level of like snark that people have when it comes to some of these issues. Because I think that there is a way, and this is what I hate. I think there are some topics that are so unbelievably pure and good that it would take a sociopath to fight back against it. Okay, a girl saying something like, "I just think it would be so cool if we just had like a few more women superheroes. I would love that. That would be so cool. I want somebody else like flying around and doing this, blah 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 blah." The only people who are gonna fight against that are people that have like paleo, conservative, like all natural meat diet, masculine, blah blah. Like nobody's really good. Yeah, fine, that's fine. Nobody like. Yeah, you can do that. You can have that. So one is that like it has this aura of superiority has to dissipate, and it has to come from like this would just be cool because a lot of people want this. Okay, that's the first thing. Also, historically, well, no, I'll do the second point and then historically. Okay, the second point is it has to come from within and be respectful to the medium itself. And I think this was a huge problem with a lot of Gamergate stuff, was for like Gamergate, the chief feminist for this appeared to be Anita Sarkeesian. And you can remember the big attacks against her. And I remember because I was one of the big attackers against her because I hated her back then. I probably still would hate her, but I definitely hated her back then. And I remember going through her whole fucking PhD dissertation, like, oh, she doesn't play fucking video games. I don't even think she does any of this shit. Oh, she stole video footage when she was doing her feminist critique. She didn't play any, I remember saying all these things. But my feeling at the time was, right, and I remember my feelings. My feeling is she doesn't even like video games. Why the fuck are you coming into my domain and telling me what to do and criticizing my shit? Fuck you. You're not even part of this. But if it does come more endemically, I think that there's a different feeling because the criticism feels more genuine and respectful to the medium. And then wrapping this all up, like historically, I think you have seen unbelievably positive representations of, I'll say, especially women in mediums where nobody is questioning the intent. You will not find a single person, and if you did, everybody around would rightly beat the shit out of him, saying like, oh, I didn't like Ripley and Alien and Aliens. Like, I don't think she was appropriate. That was people would beat the shit out of him. I didn't like Kill Bill because it was too many women fighting. No, they had swords, they were chopping each other. It was fucking awesome. Nobody's, or like, I didn't like Black Panther. Africa, really? Come on. No, it was a good movie. It grossed over $1 billion, right? When you're respectful to the medium and when you don't come at it with this huge level of snark, I think that you can like grow and push for a lot of these, a lot of these kinds of like, I hate saying diversification because it's a bad word, but like you can, and I think it's like a good way to do that. A final thing I'll say, sorry, all these things. I don't know if I ever talked about this stream. Blizzard had a tool. I don't know if you heard about this tool, but they had like a diversity tool where after you put, this was an example for when this came out, and I even admit, when I saw it come out and I saw the I was like, God, this is so fucking cringe. You have a diversity checker tool to make sure that you're hitting all your boxes. But then I saw like there was a post of an artist who they gave like it wasn't even a hugely thought out thing, but they're like, you know, I think it's really cool sometimes that like if you do a whole story, you storyboard out, you write all these things, and then you look and you're like, oh, I noticed I don't have a single, you know, woman, or I don't have a single black person, or there's not a single, not even LGBT, there's nobody here. It might be nice to just like flesh that out in like one character. Like, oh, I can very easily add this. It's not a detriment to the story, and like it makes my stuff a little bit more inclusive and expansive. There was nothing wrong with that tool. It was totally fine. But I'd already been so poisoned just reading headlines because like, oh God, a diversity tool that I already hate it. Even though I'm like, oh, you know, actually, in retrospect, yeah, that probably is a decent tool. Yeah, to check and make sure your shit is like fine. I think there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, no. That it's down on. There's nothing wrong with that, and I see this over and over in the game industry, which is, you know, if you go to GDC and you're hanging out with people, let's just be honest, it's a bunch of now dads that are like 30 to 50 that are generally Democrats, and they, in their heart of hearts, want to be decent to women that work in the video game industry. But when you get a bunch of dudes together, I mean, you've seen this in your community. I think DGG is amazing, but there's a, like when you were talking about pornography in chat and you wanted to ban that for a while, right? Like you get a bunch of dudes together and there's stuff that just is problematic that comes out or blind spots, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't think that's bad. The conclusion I've come to, and I think 2010 Brianna Wu would hate me for saying this, is I think the problem with the checklist, I think this is why the Marvels ended up bombing.
Wow, Danny, thanks for $50.
For this particular movie, what they needed to do is like quadruple down on Captain Marvel's character, really go into her backstory, find an angle to make her interesting. But what did they do? I have no doubt they're sitting around going like, you know, this is kind of problematic. A white woman leading this movie. Let's work this out, 2 women of color into this movie and have it be an ensemble. And then nobody shines, and then it's not a good narrative, and it's not an interesting story. So I think...
And you run into the problem with a lot of these like female-led things, especially newer things, and I see this, and I can't help but imagine it's part of the creative process. I could be wrong, but like hero stories are slingshots. You start in an area and you got to pull really far back. You've got to destroy the hero. They've got to be confronted with a challenge that they can't overcome, and that's when they go and they do their training, and that's what makes the success of the end feel so good. It's like the super standard hero's journey that obviously in a superhero movie you need, but there are so many new female movies. I say so many, but like the Star Wars ones were a really good example with Rey, or Captain Marvel, really good examples, where it really does feel like they're really afraid of showing women failing on screen.
Yeah.
It feels
Yeah.
like they're terrified of showing a woman getting the shit beat out of her or fucking up or making a big mistake or failing horribly. They can't show it. And I'm like, is this actually what's happening right now? Yeah.
How about just being unlikable? This is the whole reason Jessica Jones was like, I know so many women that love Jessica Jones because she is unlikable and she is bathing in trauma, but it feels real and dark in a way like most narrative won't do. They'll never do that for a woman like character in a Disney movie. They'll never do that, right? So I don't know. I think there's just a limit to how far this particular playbook can get us. And something, just to bring it kind of back to the politics, the thing that I have learned by now is like all this stuff is about addition. It's not about subtraction.
Sure.
And one of the reasons, like, you know, for like the VidCon event, like I can really, you know, I'm proud to work with you and I'm proud to work with Vosh, even though I understand y'all have differences with each other.
Yeah.
I don't need your vision to win and Vosh's to lose or vice versa, right? My job is about, look, if Vosh is out there fighting for the version of electoralism he believes in, and you're doing the one you are, and my God, if we could get Hassan to actually engage with electoral politics, that would be great, and he's out there doing that. I think overall that's a win, right? And I think there's this tendency on the left, because we've so underestimated the threat the Republicans pose this time around to democracy itself, that we're focused on each other. And I just don't think that's a good playbook for where we need to go.
Yeah, I agree. I think for Vosh, as much as I hate and disagree with everybody, blah, 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 at least like Vosh is still good-pilled on electoralism. Like he advocates for voting and all of that. I don't know about Hassan or where that's going to be, but yeah, I'll give Vosh credit for that. At least Vosh is like pushing his audience to vote, and he's like, yeah, espousing.
I think it's going to be hard to get Vosh and Hassan involved this time around.
I don't think Hassan will want to be involved in anything. I think he doesn't have any. Yeah, but
I hope you're wrong, but I suspect you're right. I want to. I don't have much longer.
Oh,
but I wanted to. Yeah,
I wanted to say one quick thing on vibing with what you said.
Yeah.
Oh, also real quick, fuck. Sejin should link me the fundraiser for this because I should be promoting
Yeah,
this
we
right now.
should be doing
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
I hope that one of the scariest things is that as we peel back, because it's so hard to get people to do this. There's that saying, "Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater." Obviously, that I hope that as we peel back on some of the crazier shit, we don't lose some of the good shit. Because like having more colors of people on screen, more genders on screen, more LGBT and all of this,
Yeah.
like when it's done in a good way, is like really cool. And it's really awesome to have like these different characters and these different heroes and these different roles that like different people can aspire to and all of this. I hope that as we peel this back, because it's gone a little bit too far, we don't throw all of it out like the Roe v. Wade shit. Like where we're like, okay, well, clearly this whole thing was a mistake, so fuck all of this. We're not going to do any of this. We're going to like march back 20 or 30 or 40 years in terms of social values. That would be incredibly sad to me. But yeah.
Well, obviously, I agree with that. The thing I have learned about political messaging is there's no future for getting women to march forward and to get our stuff back that doesn't also involve like acknowledging men's pain and trying to move all of us forward together, right? Because if it's just like men suck, women don't have it like treated fairly right now, it just turns into a screaming match. You can't get buy-in from anyone. If you're kind of talking about like, look, this is all really painful for all of us right now. Here's what we need to do for men. Here's what we need to do for women. This is what the Democratic Party stands for, addressing all of these problems. That gets buy-in from more people. And, you know, from my work with Rokana, like one of the things I really hope he will do more of is like, show that the Democratic Party gives a shit about young men, because I think we are completely failing at that right now. You have, like, I think you do a really good job of this, and I think to an extent, something I respect about Hassan is showing that leftist men can be cool. I think that has a lot of value, but I think overall, like, we are leaving young men that are horny and lonely to the arms of the Republican Party because no one's bothering to talk to them.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wonder sometimes if it's the job of the Democratic lawmaker body establishment to deal with the men's issues, or if that's kind of more on like the social activist side. Like, I don't know if guys in Congress are going to be communicating with young men as much, but maybe. Don't
you think it was powerful when Josh Hawley started talking about this? Because I did.
I haven't even seen what he said about it, so. I'm not sure. But I feel like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
You know?
What
No,
were you
it's very straightforward. He just started talking about it and made it more of what he talked about. You know, he's a good-looking dude. Obviously, don't agree with his politics, but I think there's a role for Democrats to talk about like a generation of young men that I do think they're increasingly like directionless. And like I remember when IGN was really blowing up, like around 2008. I remember watching this that like, holy crap, people are treating Greg Miller like he's their dad. Like they had this show called Knocking Boots, like writing into Greg Miller to ask how to ask girls out and stuff like that. And I was like, that's really weird. But I think there are a lot of young men out there that are looking for direction like that, in my view.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. I mean, I even if I don't think it needs to come from the Democratic establishment, it definitely needs to come from the left more, that we need to be able to have better conversations about like all the different types of people in society and not just like the particular pet groups that we've decided to adopt, like black people or trans people or whatever. It literally has to be inclusive and have everybody in it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Sejan is asking me to make sure we talk about the canvassing house. Like, can I just ask you point blank, what made you want to, like, it's so hard to be a YouTuber and do all the stuff you've got to do to be successful, that if you're talking about like running a canvassing house on top of that, like it's like I respect the hell out of it, but I also know how much work it is. So what made you kind of want to step up and commit your time to something like that?
Something that I've talked about before was as I've made more money and I have certain beliefs, like I feel like the level of social responsibility you have, like it starts to like match the level of, I guess, like capability you have. Like if I was on a plane and somebody was having a heart attack, I mean, what am I going to do? But if I was a doctor and somebody was having a heart attack, there's like a greater moral responsibility on me, I guess, to do it. So I feel like if I'm making a lot of money and I believe these things, then I should probably like push, I'm trying to find ways that I can like impact real world political change. And one of those is through canvassing, and my audience, I guess, is taken to that, is like the canvassing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I could go make a lot more money doing different things, but, it's like I've got a house, I've got a nice Porsche collection, like, like I feel real responsibility to do what I can to get this country in a better, place, if that makes sense. And not saying like I'm perfect at this or I have some special ability, but I think a lot about this. My dad was a naval officer, and I do genuinely think all the time about what I owe this country and how we're going to leave it. And it really scares me, the direction some of this stuff is going. And I feel real responsibility for that. And I just, what I see is the Democratic Party does not understand shit about the streaming space. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you which members of Congress or which senators, but I've tried to talk to them about Twitch, Paul, and YouTube and these spaces, and kind of say, this is something that has value and we need to be engaging over here, or at least offering a pipeline for people that are interested in electoralism, how to get them involved. And they're completely tuned out of this. And it's not malicious. It's just they look at it from the outside and it's like, oh, this scandal, this drama, and it's really scary for them to engage with that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard now to measure the impact that everybody has on everything. Like how big are streamers? Here's one of the things. It's like I know this intuitively now. No, not intuitive. I had to learn this because of my big brain. Okay, it's not intuitive, but like it's difficult to measure things in just numbers because like type of engagement is different as well. So like for instance, if you're looking at it from the outside, somebody having 10 million followers on TikTok seems really impressive. And you might value that more than somebody who has 1 million followers on YouTube. But that's way more impressive. 1 million followers on YouTube. And then you might look at that like, okay, I could have 10 million followers, I got 1 million followers on YouTube, or I could have 50,000 concurrent viewers in a live stream. That's obviously the worst, right? But that's not. It's like that's you're outperforming everybody. 50,000 concurrent live stream viewers. Yeah, because like the level of engagement and the types of activations you can do with different audiences is so much different. Like a 10 million TikToker, his conversion is going to be 1/10 that of the YouTuber, which is going to be 1/100th that of the streamer and everything. So it's hard to get people to intuitively understand the spaces or intellectually understand it or to provide data or whatever. It's I wish that people took I'm quoting Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They always say this, but they don't actually fucking do it. But like, if people were to run these things a little bit more business oriented, where it's like, okay, well, what are the actual numbers that we're looking for to make sure that we're getting the results that we want? People always say this thing like, run it like a business, but then they never do for some reason. But yeah, I think that would be good. Like, what is the actual impact of these political ads that we're doing? Like, can we measure this, and what's the most effective allocation of our funds, and blah, 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 yeah.
Oh my God. If you saw the way the Democratic Party measures this stuff behind the scenes, dude, it is the most flawed metrics you're ever going to see in the entire world. It's focus groups, it's safe. And, you know, of course the Democratic Party loves TikTok. Like, if you're talking about the Biden, you know, the Biden super PAC, you know, of course they're quadrupling down on TikTok. They love it because they can get the most brand safe people in the entire world that are not out there like you talking, you know, for 8 hours a day. They're out there like really getting brand safe and focused for 2 minutes at a time. And they will literally say anything you want them to say as long as you give them the script and pay them and the metrics look good. Of course, it's like, oh, that's great. TikTok looks amazing. Like, you know, even Lav, her TikTok stats like originally looked really impressive. But if you're talking actually getting people out to come canvass or vote, there is like an emotional buy-in that I think the YouTube, you know, Twitch space has that just blows all the rest of it out of the water. Like, I may like a Mehdi Hassan clip, but he's not out there like, you know, his 500,000 people that watch his show. It's like more on in the background. It's just less of a relationship. So I think the Democratic Party has got to get really, I think this shouldn't be the only thing we do. I think it should be part of it. The thing that keeps me up at night, though, is thinking about how this space dramatizes everyone and turns them into villains and heroes. Like, I think the first time a politician has a really big scandal Twitch style, I think it's going to scare the entire party away from participating here.
Yeah. One thing that I really want to see, it's like kind of related to what you're saying. I don't know if this will ever happen, but I'm just waiting for one company. I feel like we need one hero to step out and change this, okay? Obviously, I'm biased here.
Yeah.
For one company to represent somebody, have an employee, have a CEO, where he says something that's like not, I don't even think we say politically correct anymore. It's woke, right? Not woke, or he does something, blah, blah, blah. And everybody's like, cancel this guy, fire him, blah, 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 blah. And the company's just like, you know what? No, we're actually not going to. I don't think this is a big deal. Because in my personal opinion, I feel like all of this shit would blow over in like 3 days. But for some reason, corporations grant so much power to like the cancel culture and shit. Yeah, fuck the people, let them be mad for a little bit, and then it'll blow over in 3 days and then just move on. I feel like when one company does that, I feel like the culture around like massive cancellations on like celebrities or blah, 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 or like brand safe and all that, I feel like that would change dramatically. Save for instances where it's like severe, right? Like you don't want to hire a guy who's a Nazi, or you don't want to, you know, do whatever the fuck Elon Musk is doing. But yeah, I wish people would stop trying to like water down and generalize everything. So obviously, I'm as a spicier character, I might be a bit more biased there. But like, I'll see people fire people or do things. God, I wish I could remember. Like James Gunn was a great example. Do you remember when Cernovich got James Gunn kicked off Guardians of the Galaxy 2? And I'm thinking like, Disney, there is not a single fucking person in the entire world that's not going to see Guardians of the Galaxy 2 because Mike fucking Cernovich is digging up 11-year-old tweets from James Gunn. How are you feeling any pressure whatsoever from that? Yeah, bro, I don't know. And I know they brought it back for GOG 3 or whatever, but like still, yeah, I don't know. I feel like, I feel like people give in to that shit way too much, and they just need to focus on, being positive and constructive rather than like destructive or, you know, running it for all the time, yeah.
I agree, but I also disagree. Like, I agree in the sense that we've got to stop evaluating people at, like, individual chunks of their life and, you know, running with that. But, like, look at what happened between us. Like, I was not that familiar with your content. I kind of remembered you from Gamergate, and then, you know, a bunch of people in Keffel's orbit, like, when you started having conflict with her, like, I'm talking back channel, it's like, look at Destiny's Greatest Hits. Boom, 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 boom. And it's like, oh, of course this guy's a transphobe. Of course he's a racist. Of course he's horrible. You know, of course he's toxic. You know, blah, 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 blah. And that's the easy narrative for me to actually sit down and watch your stuff. There's something about my particular personality where, like you, I went from being a Republican in a religious household, and I had to think my way out of that. And there was a tendency to like eventually go through and make sure the things I believe are correct. Like that's part of my thinking, but I don't think most people do that. And I think the problem is it's like, when my group chats got leaked, like there's a narrative out there that hurts me professionally now. Right?
Oh, yeah.
And I see this with you too, right? If I'm talking to high level Democrats and I'm like, look, this is your Senate race, would you consider coming on Destiny's Stream? They Google your name, the greatest hits come up, and it's like, oh, this is not brand safe. I think it does do real damage that you can't just whistle past, right?
Sure. Yeah, I agree. It can happen, yeah. Is there anything you want to say specifically, just because I know that you're, I think, until 1 or 2, I think we've got like people scheduled that want to jump in and shit. Is there anything in particular that you want to say relating to the canvassing stuff or anything? Or I see Josiah jumped in here, or...
Yeah, well, I just wanted to talk about like the actual goals itself, and let me pull up the actual graphic itself that we've got going on here. Just talk about what the goals are going to be for people. So right now, I think we're at about 10K right now raised. At 20K, we're going to have a really big DGG canvassing event in February. And what that's going to look like is you're going to have Progressive Victory and DGG working together. I'm going to bring out hopefully some politicians. I'm going to bring out other big streamers. We'll fly them in. We're going to have a really, really big canvassing event where we all get together, go out, knock on doors. I'm going to get media there. We're going to make it a national story if we can. And so I really hope people will donate so we can make that happen.
Real quick, do you want to, because a lot of people are asking this question, because we've talked about PV bankrolling a lot of the future canvassing houses and everything. Do you want to talk about why we made the decision to fundraise for this?
Yeah, so it really comes back to like the reputational stuff that I talked about. And I'm just being honest with you, that when we first started talking about leading with your name for this house, of course I see your Georgia work, and it's like the Democratic Party is just like, I don't know, do we really want, X candidate? Do we really want to put the bets on the party on this one person, right? There's just like a fear that's there. And this is it's not unique to you. The Democratic Party overall is kind of scared to take chances. This is a pattern I see over and over again. So the thinking is, if we start this MVP house, what is happening concurrently is Progressive Victory is getting the voter file, which, this is a 6-figure asset that we're going to have. So you're not going to have to go to, go knock on the Democratic Party's door, beg them for canvassing data, have them, basically give you their own walk list. You will be able to have this $100,000 asset. Decide what demographics you want to target, go knock on their door, and there's some synergy there together. And then once we have this one house that's up, open, and running, Sejin can give me what are the stats? How many doors have we knocked on? How many new voters have we gotten signed up? I can take those stats, go take it to the powers that be in the party and be like, look, I've got a successful program here. The Biden's got all this money in the bank. The Senate Democrats have all this money in the bank. What I'm asking for is a pittance here. Can you please help us expand this program? So then it's us using our strengths together. You have the power of DGG. We've got this data infrastructure and this deeper relationship with people in the party, where we can kind of build this and really make it something where like the streaming space overall can have a really big impact for 2024.
Okay. Well, hitting you up with a gotcha. Anything else? Anything else you want to go over? Anything before you take off? I mean, I think you're gonna be in and out here throughout most of the day. You've got perms and everything. If you want to hop in and say anything, so yeah.
If I see something I can help with, I gotta say, don't ever say gotcha anything else to your spouse. I learned that the hard way. That did not work well in a fight. But anyway.
Wait, what does he watch my stream or?
No, I said it to Frank one time. We were having a fight, and oh my god, that hurt.
Well, I feel like it's a meme on my stream, but I feel like a normal conversation with an ordinary person, they're not gonna hear okay, well, cool, gotcha. Anything else you want to shout about? And then you're like done. But if you're like, gotcha. Anything else, Chief?
Gotcha.
Then obviously,
Anything else? Oh, that did not go well. Anyway, so 30K, I don't know how this is going to work. So this is more of a Sedging question, but 30K, we're going to have DGG Canvassing House merch. So that's going to be really exciting. I don't know if that's going to be like, you're going to have a special lanyard to come out. So when you help us canvas, you'll have like a permanent souvenir. I don't know if it's going to be t-shirts. So that's a Sedging question. And if 50K, if we can get to 50K today, you, I believe, are going to do a live debate at the Canvas House event in February. So I'm really, really excited about that. As far as individual rewards, so if you individually donate this amount, this is what you will get. For $100, if we end up having that live debate, you will have a front row seat. You'll be sitting at the front. That's really exciting. If you donate $500, Lycan will actually jump on Zoom with you or Discord and give you a cooking lesson. I consider myself a pretty good chef. He is better, so that is definitely worth that. If you donate $750, we will have a VIP dinner at the DGG canvassing event, and you will be invited to that dinner, so you'll get to hang out with a bunch of people and hopefully some federally elected officials. So we are going to invite. For $1,000, I am going to drive one of my Porsches out there. I don't know which one, if it's going to be my Cayman, my 86 911, my 2005 911, or my 2000 Boxster. But I will let you drive one of my Porsches, and we can go canvassing together, which will be a lot of fun. So, and at $5,000, you can tweet from Destiny's account, which I think has some scary implications. So I will, do you have the graphic in front of you to show on stream?
Me?
Yeah.
Let me check. If you just sent me a message on Discord, can you please resend it? Fuck me. I was closing at a message.
I sent it too.
Oh, was it? Oh, thank God. Hold on, wait. No, this wasn't you. Why would you lie to me?
No, wait, it's right here.
Fuck. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't talking to you. I was closing at a DM and somebody just sent me one right as I closed it, and I didn't see the fucking name. And they had a green bubble, and I sent it, and now I don't know what that message was. It was probably the most important message of my entire life, and now I just fucking missed it. Fuck. But sorry, let me click your link. What is this? Wait, this thing?
The graphic.
The graphic.
Yeah, scroll up just a little bit, tiny bit.
Oh, well, but it doesn't grow. They need a dynamic graphic. But I can show the graphic.
I can pass you the AI file if you want to do that, or an EPS.
There you go. I'll just throw this up here.
Sweet. But I'm trusting DGG will not dump the clutch in one of my Porsches if we go on out. So I'm trusting all DGG people already know how to drive a stick. Y'all are very talented at it, and I can trust you. So.
Yeah, okay. All right, well. Wait, just did you want to say anything to Brianna, or because I saw you jump in here?
Oh, I was just told to be here at 2, so I've been just patiently waiting to do as instructed. Hi, Brianna.
Simp.
Hi,
Hey,
Pixie.
good to talk to you.
Hi, Christian.
All right,
Good to talk to you.
Let me
We're
respond
doing-
to...
Josiah and I are doing a bunch of cool work together now, so I'm really excited.
We are.
about
We're
that.
besties.
Nice.
I'm throwing up with my little half of the heart, and then she throws up her little half of the heart. It's like one of those bestie heart things.
Actually, before I jump off, can I hit something head on, a low level controversy?
Yeah,
that's
wait,
happened
before you do
with-
that, can I respond to a
Yeah.
couple, because people donated money and I
Yeah,
haven't
go for
responded
it,
at
go
all.
for it.
Yeah. Little behind, but I think the real problem is bad spending habits and overspending in those generations that create the idea that they cannot afford things when it's their fault in the first place. I don't know if the spending habits of Gen Z are necessarily worse than any of the earlier generation spending habits. I'm not sure if that's true or not, although there are a couple of unique things that you can spend on today that I'm curious how much Gen Z spends. I sincerely believe people used to make fun of lottery tickets as like a tax on stupid people. I firmly believe that has been completely replaced with DoorDash and Uber Eats. I think that it is insane, those apps, and I'm curious how much young people spend money on those apps. But I don't know. I'm curious for stuff like that. But also, I also know there's also like more stuff that you're expected to have today that you weren't expected to have 20, 30, 40 years ago. Like nowadays, you have to have a computer. I think like the whole world has recognized you need a computer, you need internet and internet access. You got to pay for. You got to have a cell phone. And it's got to be a smartphone, right? I don't even know if do people even say smartphone anymore, because every cell phone is a smartphone, right?
Yeah,
phone
at this point.
Yeah, and then you got to be paying for a phone line. These are all things like I understand depending on who you are, it doesn't sound like a big deal, but like another $30 or $40 or $50 a month payment, that takes a bite out of your ass. If you're living, if you're like working class. I'll say working class, fuck middle class. I hate you middle class fuckers. But if you're a working class person, another $40, $50, $60 a month payment, that's a big bite of your paycheck, every month, every time payday rolls around. So yeah, I wonder if like the new financial expectations of people have changed a little bit. That might be the case. And then somebody said, Destin, to your point, I think considering limiting principles has become a lost art. Capital C conservatives take them too far, and capital B progressives ignore them entirely. This probably adds to online tribalism. Okay, gotcha. Okay, what did you want to say?
Now, too, I wanted to hit this. It's totally bad faith people. They've been, critiquing the Stream Ops team over at Progressive Victory, where, we basically have a bunch of people we work with, Josiah being one of them that we just onboarded here, and it's like, oh, Brianna's Woo's running a propaganda group over there at Progressive Victory, this telling people what to say, and I'm like, that it's so bad faith, and it's so frustrating. What I see here in the space is when I worked for the Republican Party back in 2000, every single day I'd get into work and there'd be a sheet of paper. What are the talking points that we are all talking about today as a party? And be some stupid scandal that they were trying to gin up and do with the Democratic Party, and they would hammer and hammer and hammer it until like it hit. The lie that Al Gore said he invented the internet actually came from my office, like when we were working on that way back when. So
wait, what was that lesson you said?
Yeah,
the lie that came from, I got confused with the lesson.
Al Gore, do you remember when he was running for president against Bush in 2000? It was like Al Gore claimed he invented the internet,
Yeah.
where he didn't say that. He said, I took the initiative in helping fund the internet, which is 100% true. It was through ARPANET.
Gotcha. It was making sure. Okay, because I remember hearing that a long time ago, and I hate, because I was a lifelong Republican when I was 15 for my whole 50 years of life. Yeah, and I remember looking that up at a later date, and Gore actually did do a lot early on to push internet stuff. Yeah, but yeah, okay, go ahead.
But so the point is, like, what Progressive Victory is doing is, I don't think there's any. I think every streamer out there is trying to do their own thing. And I don't think there's an organization here showing like support and leadership and giving people a place to get plugged into to make a good difference. So I'll give you a really concrete example. Let's say if I'm Really Important wants to go out to the RNC and ask their candidates some questions and go around out there, we can just write him a check to go do that content because we believe in it and it's on mission. And people like Josiah, we work with him to just bring him into our Stream Ops team, and he gets to talk to other creators, and we figure out what stories we think matter, and we all hit that. It's not like we're not paying anyone to produce any particular content. We're just a group to let people collaborate together. It's really frustrating.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like all my, like, you look at my channel at all, I've been pretty consistent for months now. But basically, my entire thesis is just being anti-GOP, unapologetically so, and that hasn't changed, and it just so happens to align with what PV is looking to do, so it's just a perfect fit.
Yeah, it's obvious. But anyway, I'll jump off, let other people talk. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Anytime. Obviously, you can come on whenever throughout the day. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Hold on. I'm scrolling through my whole 1,000 person friends list to see which DM I fucking closed. I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh god, it's going to drive me crazy for the rest of the fucking day. Okay, I'm through LM.
So was this like fundraising thing announced a while ago, or was it like kind of a last second thing out of curiosity?
We agreed to it a while ago. I don't know if I made an announcement. My personal life over the past few days, couple of weeks, has been a fucking nightmare. So my brain has been non-existent. I've destroyed, because we were supposed to do this last weekend. I also had a Black Friday like donation, or a Black Friday sub discount on my site that I don't think I streamed a single fucking day for. So I ruined that as well. But yeah, it's just been a lot of shit related to my relationship and everything. It's been a lot of dumb stuff going on.
Sorry to
So
hear
that's
that, buddy.
been, yeah, you know, it's all good. Everything is working itself out.
Has the I also heard, did I hear recently that you're starting you took Vyvanse or whatever, and it's like made a material impact on your focus and everything?
Yeah, it's been a life changer. I'll probably, at some point in the future, I'm probably going to break down and start crying because I should have taken this 10 years ago. Or at the very least, I had all the information that I needed when I put Nathan on stimulants when he was like 6 or 7, yeah. And I can't believe I didn't start these sooner. There was no excuse.
I heard about it after the fact, and I was like, man, maybe I need to go take a look at it, because sometimes I feel like my ability to pay attention to shit is like, it's different. Like I can't tell you the last time I finished like an episode of a TV show without having like my phone in my hand and scrolling at the same time. And, you know, like even reading articles and stuff, it's challenging, like to literally go from start to finish. Sometimes I skip ahead to see what the trajectory is, and then I go back and then I pull up a different article. Like completing tasks from start to finish. Well, I can't even play video games anymore. Like, it's so challenging to go from one thing to the next and doing it in a thorough fashion. So maybe I have like ADHD or something.
It's hard to tell for ADHD because like there are so many symptoms that can overlap with like kind of ordinary behavior too. So it's hard to tell like, is this actually a thing, or am I like mind fucking myself or something? Yeah. It's definitely worth it to go talk to somebody or take tests or figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely do that. Well, how's everybody else? What's going on? What's popping, as the kids say?
How are you? Wait, are you sick? Were you sick?
I'm yeah. So like I've been like wrestling with, every time I'm fucking on the stream, and definitely every time I'm on the stream with Sejin, I'm like deathly ill. So I'm blaming him. He's like some sort of like, I don't know, voodoo curse on me.
True.
Or
I'm
I'm
not
going
even
through
sick this
puberty
time.
again. One of the two. Wait, what?
I'm not even sick. Yeah. I don't know, man. My voodoo doll can't even get you contagious.
Oh,
so-
actually, wait a second. I'm sorry. Wait, did we ever talk about your health stuff publicly, or was this only privately, Sejin? I'm sorry, that was super
We talked
inappropriate.
about it publicly.
We did talk about.
I
Okay,
think.
yeah. Sorry, I
Oh
shouldn't have said
shit.
that.
Well,
Without
my sphincter just clenched there too, because I'm like, wait, is something going on I just stumbled into?
Yeah, wait, Sejin, you had a big health thing come up a while ago. Are you like all clear on that, or are you dying, or what's?
Basically, like it gave me. I don't know. I had asthma when I was a kid, and it gave me asthma again. So.
Huh. But
Now
everything
I
is like
just live with
okay-ish
asthma
now,
now.
or?
Yeah, I'm alive, so we're okay.
Wait, wasn't this all triggered by the canvassing thing in Georgia?
Yep.
Holy shit. Damn. And yet you came back for seconds. You decided that you're still going to help Steven out with this. Like, good for you. You're glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
Look, you're gonna be right there next to me, so you and me together, buddy.
I'm going to be like masked up in like one of those fucking like, you know, hermetically sealed bubbles, stuff like that, just rolling around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pixie, would you stop talking? You're like dominating the conversation. Nobody can get a word in edgewise.
I know, I can't help myself. I just love talking all the time and inserting myself when I don't need to be inserted. I'm so sorry, Josiah. I think you should actually talk some more.
I will. I will definitely carry this Wait, did you fight Michael Knowles recently too?
No, I didn't.
Wait, did somebody
I'm
make that up?
supposed
I thought I read that somewhere. I thought that happened.
I was supposed to talk to Michael Knowles, and he apparently had a last-second movie premiere for fucking the Daily Wire trans, anti-trans propaganda, whatever. So I ended up talking to Andrew Wilson instead. That's what ended up happening.
To who?
Fuck my life.
Andrew Wilson, Big Papa Fash.
Yep.
Okay, I
that
don't know who it
dude.
is. Okay. Well, that's disappointing. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. They're gonna reschedule, and he was like, "Oh, I'll try to get you on when we reschedule." So I just really want to talk to I mean, Andrew was surprisingly better than I thought it was gonna be, because I feel like in panels usually he just like kind of like yells people down. But he was actually kind of listening this time. I think at least that's how I felt. So it was better than I thought.
That's interesting if he's pivoting. Andrew has the potential to do, like, he's verbally adept, right? He's very good at navigating live conversations and making people feel dumb and all that. If he can tone it back a little bit, I think he actually could do decently, but he has to be able to turn it down a bit. But so if he is starting to do that, that's good for, I mean, I hate him. I hope he doesn't and his career crashes and burns. But if he does do that, that's good for him. That's good for his career, yeah.
Well, it's just a red pill, what is it? It's like a formula we see like super often or over and over again, that even though these people are, because I'm pretty sure he's like a Christo nationalist or whatever, but then they go on these like red pill podcasts and they kind of like soothe their audience. I don't know what other word to say. Even though it's like, no, like your ideals are fundamentally different. I guess it's just like part of the grift or part of trying to expand your audience. But it's like, you should hate each other, theoretically speaking. Like, these are not the ideals that you are trying to repeat to your audience. What the fuck?
You mean in terms of like conservative people going on these red pill shows or whatever?
Yeah, basically the TradCons like buddying up with the red pillars, even though like one is saying like, you should fuck around, never settle, basically give in to whatever inhibition you want. And the other one's like, no, you should follow Jesus.
Yeah, but one of the things that I'm generalizing here, maybe it's not true, I think, one of the things that people on the right do is they seem to get along better with people that they disagree with. So they can reach like wider audiences and they can do all of this shit. Whereas people on the left are far more into kind of the purity testing stuff, to where like if we disagree even slightly, I'll never even share a fucking Discord with you without trying to get all your shit banned. I think that's probably a strength of some of the right-leaning people. Yeah.
Yeah, but it seems like they even avoid disagreeing. Like, I feel like there was more than one time where it's like, okay, well, this is obviously not like a TradCon value, or the other way around where like this is not red pill value, but they'll just never even like touch it there or go there. But maybe I'm just biased. Maybe what is it? They're just putting like solidarity because they're closer to each other than they are to me, so they're just trying to keep that front. I don't know.
Do you try just asking that on the show? Like, hey, isn't this not a conservative value?
Yeah, no, I should do that. I haven't done that in like any recent shows or anything like that. But to be fair, I've started going like less and less on them because I feel like every time I go, I want to kill myself a little bit more every time.
Jesus.
So I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's interesting to see that in like the political sphere, though, because historically, like elected Republicans in particular, until the Trump era, were always like the expression was always Democrats fall in love and Republicans fall in line. And then in the Trump era, you kind of have a reversal of that in some ways. Now, like Mike Johnson, who is, devoutly religious, and apparently in 2015, he publicly said that Trump would be an awful candidate because, of course, he was a serial philanderer and a narcissist and all the things. Now he's enthusiastically supporting Trump because he realizes it's politically efficacious. And yet, in terms of like Congress, like the House of Representatives, now you're starting to see elected, you see elected Republicans start to like squabble over like these petty disagreements. Like right now, they can't get anything done, even though they nominally have the majority. Because they're tripping over themselves over like relatively petty things. So it's interesting to see simultaneously they're doing some of the things that you're describing in the red pill community, where they're ignoring disagreements that you would think are mutually exclusive in some areas, and then in other areas they just can't help but fight each other over shit that they should be able to set aside. So
Do you feel like Trump is basically going to get the nomination?
no question, no shot. I mean, like absolutely. Like the only thing that would keep him off the ballot in the first place is if any of these 14th Amendment challenges were successful. The Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which like disqualifies insurrectionists from holding office, and so far they've all failed. Like all the other shit will seems to be like galvanizing support, but it'll probably cripple him in the general election. Like there have been polls that have been getting everybody's attention that Trump kicking Biden's ass in the polls, but some of them have like critical caveats, like one saying that they prefer Trump in the general, but if Trump is convicted of any of the crimes for which he's been indicted, like a statistically significant like majority or section will switch their votes to Biden. So I think he'll win the primary, and I think if he's convicted in any of the crimes, unless something changes, I think it'll pull enough away from Trump to get Biden the win. But I don't know. I mean, I never thought he'd win the 2016 election, so who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I want to say like an ideal fantasy land or whatever for the Republican Party. Let's say Trump decides to pull out his nomination. He doesn't want to keep going. Do you actually think any other Republican stands a chance against Biden, or do you think it's pretty set in stone because of like the Republicans party's like inefficiency basically, or inability to get its shit together right now? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I mean, and maybe Sejin wants to weigh in on that, but like I've seen, to whatever extent you value polls, there's polls that indicate that basically any of the other Republican nominees at the current state would beat Biden if they had the nominee. So it's like almost like a rock, paper, scissors thing. Like Trump beats them, but Trump stands the best chance of losing to Biden, but Biden stands the best chance of losing to Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or Chris Christie or Vivek Ram. Like so it's kind of strange. If he were not the nominee, I think Biden would be in even more hot water because none of these nominees have Trump's baggage.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. But one thing I think that we don't consider is like the Republican voting base, if Trump isn't the nominee, might just shrink like 20%. I have no idea how the Republican Party would look without Trump.
Do you know he's like out there? He said at a rally in like Iowa 2 weeks ago. It's fucking hilarious. He's like, we have plenty of voters. You all don't need to worry about voting at all. Just keep an eye on those Democrat voters. He was like actively telling people not to vote, which is basically what he did in 2020 when he told his base not to avail themselves of like mail-in and absentee ballots. So like Donald Trump he's in the best position to maximize Republican voter turnout, like what you say, Christian. But at the same time, he's like actively discouraging people from voting for whatever reason. It's so strange. But yeah, I think like there'd be a lot less excitement if he's not on the ballot.
I think I truly do think that Trump has kind of destroyed the Republican Party. I don't know what it's going to look like after Trump, and I don't know how some of these normal Trump voters wander their way back to the Republican establishment. Like it's like Tea Party on crack. And the Tea Party was already, am I making this up? Did the Freedom Caucus come from the Tea Party?
Yeah, they're kind of like the second iteration of it.
Yeah, like the Tea Party was already somewhat obstructionist to the Republicans. I don't know where the Trump movement goes after, but yeah, all we can do is wait and see. Real quick, yeah. Do you guys have important stuff you want to say, or because I got a couple people that want to come in and have some foreign international law stuff?
Well, what I was just going to say real quick, because we haven't had a chance to talk about it, the 14th Amendment stuff, you know, you and I and Pisco were in that debate. I can't even remember with who, but I think it was just basically us three versus that one Trump, Lauren something. Anyway, the bottom line is, so I don't know if you know this, but in Colorado, they recently had a court case about whether or not Trump is an insurrectionist and whether or not he's disqualified. So get this, Stephen. The judge found, as a matter of legal fact, and I'll send you the link, that Donald Trump is an insurrectionist. That's no longer a matter of opinion. That is in the eyes of the court.
In a state court, to be fair, right? Was it a state Supreme Court or was it a state court? Did this make it up? No,
it was a Colorado district court, and I think it's currently being appealed to the Colorado Supreme Court. But still, I mean, it's a matter of court law, period. But it's being appealed right now, but here's the funny thing. So she simultaneously found that Trump is an insurrectionist. He engaged in insurrection. But he's not not disqualified
from running for president. Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, I saw this.
Is that not insane? Because the presidency may not be covered. You like to steel man people's, like the opposition's argument. Do you think you could steel man the argument that the framers wanted to basically keep everybody out of elected office because they couldn't be trusted with that power if they were an insurrectionist, except the highest office with the most power?
This is how I feel philosophically about this, okay? This is how I feel philosophically, and I could very easily be argued. I'm sitting on a 50-50 fence pole here. I could be easily pushed to one side or the other, okay? I am uncomfortable with almost any rail that you put on who you can elect as a leader, because for a democracy to work, the people have to be informed enough to make good choices about their leadership. So it feels weird to say, like, to be the president of the United States, you have to be 35 years old. Why do we have that restriction? Do we think that the American public would vote a 15-year-old as president? No. Is it possible there could be a 33 or 34-year-old that would be qualified to be president, but now we can't because of the restriction? Like, do we not trust the people because we trust our public to make a lot of decisions at a lot of different levels? Arguably more than most other countries on the planet, I think. We've got our democracy and the way that we've spread things out and localized things is insane. So when you talk about, like, you know, the House of Representatives kicking out, was it Santos? Or when you talk about, like, the president shouldn't be able to run because of these charges, like, well, what if people want him to run? What if, I'm generally in a democratic society where we're entrusting people with the awesome power to vote for leaders. I generally want there to be as few restrictions on who they can vote for as possible, because it truly is what the people want. That's what I would say, broadly speaking.
That's all I had.
Okay.
quick note on that. Something I've been really thinking about and frustrated with lately is that I think our ability to select leaders has been like compromised on the left side of the aisle. You mentioned this earlier, Josiah, but you said like fall in love is Democrat and then fall in line is Republican. And it kind of makes no sense to me that on the left, our leaders have to like pander to literally everybody to get their votes, whereas on the right, it's kind of like default. If you're the nominee, you get the vote. I understand that like there's an aspect to having to earn the vote, and I know, Dustin, your position is that a politician's job is to get reelected and win elections. But philosophically, when selecting a leader is someone that does things. Like, it's not the person that convinces you to follow them. It's the person that is already doing the thing, and then you follow them doing that thing. But yeah, I'm been thinking about that a lot recently. So,
well, I mean, Pixie or Steven's thoughts are on this, but I mean, like right now, one of the criticisms is that actually, when it comes to the Democrats, right now, the argument is from people is that it's more of a coronation, that it's just Biden is, I think the phrase they use is a coronation, where Biden is just the presumptive nominee, and the
well, he is the presumptive nominee. He's the
no, he is. But I mean that the criticism is that the DNC structure should bend over backwards to accommodate him rather than, you know, allow like a really competitive primary. I mean, whatever the criticism is there, to me, the bigger problem, Sejin, isn't, you know, when you start to say like that Democrats have to appeal to get the vote. For me, the frustrating thing is the double standard. And there was a great article written by, I'll send you the link, but this idea that if you look at every publication about politics, it's always, even on the mainstream media, it's like what the Democrats don't understand about Republicans. And there's always like a documentary about like, you know, the liberal elite, they just don't understand the Trump supporter. And yet, what's funny is there's never that sort of introspection on the right. Fox News never does a documentary, like a good faith documentary, like why is Donald Trump just not accessing Biden voters? What are Republicans missing? What are they going to do to appeal to Democrats? And to me, that's the really interesting like asymmetry there. Like, you know, it's kind of like rural places versus city places. Like rural America is considered real America, you know, salt of the earth and all these things. And like people in the cities, they're just like detached and disaffected, even though like they constitute the majority of the population. That asymmetry, I think, is also working against us in the electorate. It's because it just grades the GOP on a curve. They're the normal ones. People have to move to them. They don't need to meet anybody in the middle. They don't need to understand the opposition. It's Democrats who have to appeal to a wider audience, not just the left, but also
I think Democrats do have to, though. I was trying, as you said that, I want to fight back against some points. So I start running through a bunch of examples in my mind. But I think you're largely right, and it's without justification. So I'm trying to think like, well, the people on the left are very like better than you and like snooty and everything. But like the people on the right do that too with religion, right? Oh, you are going to hell. You're degenerate. You're blah blah blah. So like, they absolutely. And then like, well, the people on the left like try to censor shit and everything. And it's like, bro, I know that like maybe Gen Z doesn't know about Republican censorship, but like, bro, I remember Republicans throwing themselves off the Empire State Building en masse, thousands committing suicide because Starbucks put Happy Holidays on their fucking cups instead of Merry Christmas, right?
Christmas. Yeah. The war on Christmas.
Yeah, the war on Christmas. Like, bro, and you could tell a conservative. They'd be like, somebody be like, Happy Holidays, and be like, Merry Christmas. And like, okay, we get it, Chief. You're mad, okay? And then like, yeah, well, you know, maybe people just act like they're better than you. It's like, okay, but I also listened to Rush Limbaugh. He acted like he was better than. Like, he would say all these sorts of, or Michael Savage,
or even Ben Shapiro, who you'll be arguing against. You know, here.
Yeah,
I mean, I know he's like toned it down, but yeah.
So I actually think, and I'm becoming more and more structure pilled on this. I think 50-50 opinion. I think that the reason why Democrats have to spend so much time appealing to the center and trying to win over moderates and blah, 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 is just because Democrats have to work against so much structural disadvantage due to the way that we divide the voting shit up in the country, right? Like, no, I don't want to say gerrymandering, because gerrymandering's not bad, but just like the fact that like the Senate exists. This gives a disproportionate amount of power to smaller states that tend to be more conservative or rural, right? Or the House of Representatives. Even the House of Representatives gives more power to smaller states because of the way we divide up
Well, it is. It's
representatives,
also,
right?
And it's also
Yeah,
it's
the
also
president of the
gerrymandering
United
too,
States also. Well, I don't want to say just gerrymander because there's no right way to gerrymander, and anybody that pretends
No.
otherwise is wrong. There's no right.
No,
way to
and
do it, right?
and Democrats also gerrymander too. To a
Yeah,
lesser extent,
everybody, like you
but,
have to. It's just it's very difficult to draw. If you draw quote unquote the most fair districts you can, it would fuck over Democrats hardcore. So gerrymandering is always going to happen. It's a difficult decision, but yeah, but structurally, Democrats are at a huge disadvantage against Republicans, and I think that might be the reason why there's always so much pressure on Democrats to try to reach out more and appeal to moderates, because Republicans have so much structural advantage working in their favor in our electoral system.
Well, and then
I
and
think
also
not just structurally, but I also think just like inherently within like each ideology, I think conservators, like being conservative is a much easier sell in a way. It's basically saying like, oh, we should keep things how they are, or we should go back to a time where things were better, right? Like imagine nostalgia, past that doesn't really exist. And I think that's a lot easier for people to like swallow and accept and even like than like, oh, like let's try this like scary new program that hasn't been tried before or has been tried but not here, guys. I promise this is gonna turn out well.
Nah,
So
I reject that. I don't think it's true. I think both ideologies have their pitfalls that are easy. For Republicans, it's always like things used to be so much better, blah 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 blah. And for like the new wave, at least of like progressives and everything, it's like, oh, America bad, blah blah blah. I guess maybe that doesn't speak to the wider like mid-left, but then they're probably separated on a bunch of like social issues and everything, where they're just like, I support abortion, or I support LGBT rights, or I support this type of thing. Like I feel like I don't necessarily buy this argument anymore that like it's so hard to be a liberal because they're all so intelligent and know all of their policies in and out and blah blah blah.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that like, when it comes to like sending a message out, I think that there is something like intrinsically more comforting of like, hey, like, things are good right now for you, or they were better in the past, like let's get to that, versus like, oh no, like we have to like change these structures. There's just something more like comforting in the idea, but maybe that's just my personal
no,
bias.
I agree. I think like that's where it's so frustrating, because it's like the right, or if we're gonna call, because and Steven's made this point too, I don't know if we can even call the current iteration of the Republican Party quote unquote conservative. Like,
of course not.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna say the right and like that whole block in general. They are advantaged structurally, not just from base philosophy, Pixie, like you're saying. Like it's easier to sell, keep things the way they are as opposed to risky change. But then it like trickles down to all the structural stuff that Steven was talking about. You have the Electoral College, you have the Senate, you have the House, you have the media landscape, and that's the thing.
Hey, we can hear you. Hold on. Oh, sorry, keep going. Say. Yeah, wait, hold on. Just finish this point.
Yeah, and so like all of these things like generally favor the right, and then. The other thing, when I popped in, Stephen had an article up about the economy, and I don't know what the hell you guys were talking about because I didn't get the context. But the one thing I was curious on for all of you, if you had an opinion on this, is obviously like right now the polling is not good for Biden on the economy, even though like macroeconomic indicators like GDP growth and unemployment and all these things are pretty positive. And so right now there's a split. Like the Pod Save America guys have one position, other people have a different position, which is part of it is a perception issue that the quote unquote mainstream media and the quote unquote progressive media don't do a good job. And there's actually some evidence to support this, that they don't do a good enough job of conveying the facts. They think like facts speak for themselves. As long as Biden just ducks his head down and chugs along.
Oh yeah, you made this point in the past, because Trump would go around constantly being like, African American unemployment is lowest than it ever has been. African American unemployment, like yeah, they would preach their wins over and over again. But it feels like yeah, I think I read this article that you're referring to. It was a while ago, that the Democratic establishment has a really hard time like celebrating their victories, so they just don't talk much about it. Whereas like Trump will literally be out here saying shit like, "We built the wall." And it's like, no, you didn't. What? Yeah.
Well, let me give you. I guess my thing is like I've also heard the alternative. So like the Pod Save. Are you familiar with Pod Save America, right?
Yep.
Okay, those guys are pretty sharp too. And what was interesting is most of them have maintained the position that you can't argue with people's feelings. That sure, there's a misalignment right now between feelings and facts on the economy. The macroeconomic and economic indicators say one thing, feelings say another thing.
Yep.
But it's a waste of time to try to change their feelings on it. And I don't know if I buy that, because I also
I feel like their feelings are what are dictating their feeling about the economy, but they're getting their feelings from somebody else, whatever pundits you make, whatever pundits they listen to. Yeah. Sorry, apparently Gisticle made that point, not Josiah. Yeah.
So you would agree then that it is actually worth, I mean, doing it, I'm sure, very carefully and rhetorically effectively, but it is worth, defending Biden's accomplishments on this, even if it's in the face of perception that runs to the contrary.
Yeah, I wish I could go back and find. I read it was a study or a paper or something a long time ago that showed that like people's opinions on how the economy was doing like very closely tracked the media that they consumed. And it was like the biggest predictor, more than any other economic indicator, of how they felt about the economy. And I wish I could find that. Okay, just maybe I'm making that up. I don't know. Somebody can.
No, I think I read something by Paul Krugman, who's like an economist.
No, this was like something I read like 5 or 6 years ago, I think. Also, a quick thing to Pixie's point, for what you were saying about people feel nostalgia about the past or blah, blah, blah. On that point, I actually do agree with that. I think you're correct on that. Because I remember seeing a lot of that where if you go to any of the old like Soviet states or whatever, and you ask them like, oh, how was life back in the Soviet Union? People almost always rate life as being better 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago, especially old people. But there's a whole bunch of writing on like why people think that is. Obviously, when you're old, life kind of sucks. You've got chronic pain. You're not like young. You're not going out and, partying and blah, blah, blah. There might be a whole bunch of reasons for that. And then people tend to selectively remember things based on whatever. So that could be the case that like, people just, don't you want things to be how they used to be? And everybody will think like, yeah, I kind of do. And it's like, do you though? Really? You don't want any more Netflix? You don't want any more cell phones? You don't want any more, or whatever the 50 million modern amenities that you've like grown accustomed to? But maybe, who knows?
All right, that's all I had.
Okay. I love you, babe.
Good chatting with you all.
Yeah, hop in later if you want. Be careful.
Right, see you, buddy. Bye.
Acre.
All right. Well, my name is Adria. You can call me Adrian. It's my version of the name Adrian in English.
Christ. What country are you from?
Spain.
Yikes. But okay. No, I'm just fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up?
I guess we're that makes us late Latin brothers. You're from Cuban descent. Am I correct?
Only the whitest of the blue-eyed slave owner ones, but yes.
Oh yeah. Well, our ancestors might be the same people.
Yeah.
So
they at least lived in the same building. Not all of them slept on the bed though. Okay. But go ahead.
Yeah. Well, should I introduce myself? Or...
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm finishing my PhD in international law. I've been lecturing now for 3.5 years in international law as well in a university here in Spain. I wouldn't like to give more identifying information than that, but that's about,
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So I heard you a while back ago, like 2 weeks ago, on a stream, struggling a bit with I don't know, maybe it was the International Court of Justice or international treaties and stuff, and I was like, let me shoot him an email,
Yeah.
Because I've been watching you since like 2018 from the sidelines. I'm not a very online person, but you're one of the few persons I consistently watch, and yep, that's where we are.
I mean, obviously, studying for a PhD. I mean, who are you going to watch? Hassan or Vosh? I mean, let's be real. But yeah, okay, go ahead.
True. Yeah. So you asked me to prepare a couple of topics, but I prepared a bunch more. So whatever you're interested. One was the naval blockade in Gaza. The other one was the crime of apartheid. The other one was the genocide. Then I prepared a little bit on, general whether Palestine can be considered a state according to international law. And then there are a couple of one ICJ judgment and one ICC judgment that I feel like are very important, and no one is talking about them right now. And so whatever you want to begin with, I'm happy with.
Well, I mean, whatever. How about let's start with the I guess like the embargoes for. Let's start with the embargo on the Gaza Strip. Can I ask questions and then you can kind of.
For sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say I have a bunch of references and materials. I don't know how much detail you wanna. I can send you links and articles and treaties and stuff. But yeah, I'll try and keep the answer short if I can.
Okay. Wait, what the fuck? I just realized. Okay, my first question for you is basically going to be. There is an embargo between Israel and the Gaza Strip, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean, well? Were you going to contradict something there or what?
Well, kind of, yes, because embargo is generally used in non-conflict, non-war situations. Although you can talk about embargoes in the context of World War II.
Okay.
We generally talk about blockade.
Okay, blockade. There's a blockade might be better to say, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a blockade. First question is, if I want to find out if this blockade is legal, where do I even start? Who do I ask? Do I ask the ICJ? Do I ask the United Nations? Where would I even go if I would be like, oh, is this blockade legal? Can a blockade be legal or illegal? What does that even... Actually, let's start there. What does it mean for the blockade to be legal or illegal?
Right. So I think I would have to begin by what is international law, which I think is a way broader topic than we can cover today. But
Okay.
We're talking about international law here. It's not about the domestic law of Israel or the domestic law of the Palestine National Authority, whatever that is. It's about international law. So the law of nations, that's the old-fashioned way of putting it, right? And inside of international law, there are different regimes or areas of specialty, you can say, right? So one would be the law of war or international humanitarian law, the law applicable to armed conflict, right?
Okay.
And then there's the law of human rights, which you can argue the law, international humanitarian law is a subset of human rights, which is applicable to cases of armed conflict. And then there's, for instance, the law of the sea. So
Wait. I'm so sorry. I just changed my mind. Hold on. Okay. You're a lecturer. All right.
Yeah.
You're giving me information. I'm going to be a good student, and I should be taking notes. That's what I should be doing. Okay. I'm just going to call this thing international.
You're doing way better than most of my students already.
Fuck you. Okay. All right. I should just be, so I can track my thoughts on this. Okay. So general notes. Okay. So the first question is addressing the legality of a blockade. Okay. More specifically, a blockade is like during wartime or armed conflict. Okay. So the first question is, so I'm asking, who even has, I guess, broadly speaking, what we're really talking about is like jurisdiction on this, right? And then your response is, yeah, what do we look at for this sort of stuff? Or you wanted to make it more broad about like what is international law or whatever. Yeah, okay. So go ahead.
For that, one would be the applicable law. Second would be who has jurisdiction. And third would be how to enforce that set of laws.
Okay,
right?
first is applicable law. The second was, what did you say?
Jurisdiction.
Okay. When you say applicable law, I'm guessing you're talking about like the laws of the nations involved of this?
No.
No, okay,
I'm talking about what pieces of international law are applicable to this situation.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Which, of course, I mean, internal laws in Israel would also be applicable here. But I'm not an expert on constitutional law of Israel or human rights in Israel, blah, blah, blah. So that would be applicable in its own right as well. But that's not what the entire world is concerned about. The entire world is concerned about international law and human rights.
Gotcha. So we've got applicable law for how do we figure this out? And then for the jurisdiction thing, how do we figure this out?
Right. So generally we talk about jurisdiction when we refer to what courts can decide whether a law has been broken or not. Right?
Okay.
So, for instance, I don't know about, in the U.S., for instance, you've got the federal circuit, right? So that's a set of courts that only sometimes have jurisdiction over some events and not others, and sometimes the state level has jurisdiction, etc. That's what I mean when I talk about jurisdiction.
Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Okay.
So here we have two big courts, the ICJ, International Court of Justice, and then there's the ICC, International Criminal Court. Those are not the only conceivable courts that could have jurisdiction here, but those are the main ones that you're going to hear about in past cases about Palestine or in future cases, most likely in the case of the ICC.
And my understanding is the ICC litigates against individuals and the ICJ litigates against countries or between countries?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
The ICC deals with international criminal law, which means that only individuals have a mind and intent, and all of the rest.
Israel as a country can't kill somebody. It's an individual soldier that's charged with a crime or something like that, right? Yeah.
Well, both can be responsible, but they are responsible in different senses. That's, sure. I mean, it's here's where it will begin to be even more confusing, because international law is very confusing, very messy.
Okay.
So, for the same event, let's say a killing or torture, Israel can be held responsible as a state. We call that international responsibility.
Okay.
Right. So, as a state that had the duty to either oversee or prevent or punish this person and didn't. Right. And then there's the individual crime of this person. Right. The thing is, under international law, very, very, very few crimes are actually subject to international law. International law generally does not deal with crimes. This is a very, very slight exception. There are 4 or 5, perhaps. Yeah, not nothing else than that.
Can you expand on that when you say international? When you say international law, there aren't very many crimes. You're talking about the ICC then, right? What do you mean when you say that? There's like...
Yeah. So the Rome Statute of the ICC, that's a very recent thing. It was created in '98. It was a compilation of previously existing international crimes. So those are genocide, crimes against humanity, the crime of aggression, and war crimes. Those are the big four. And then other people are arguing for the creation or consolidation of new ones, but those are the big four, right?
Okay, so hold on. This is important. Okay, so the ICC recognizes essentially what? So 4 major categories of crimes, or 4? We've got 4 crimes, and those 4 crimes are genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes of aggression. When we say genocide, we're talking about like the intentional destruction of a group of people. I mean, kind of vague or broad here. If you want to correct this. When you say crimes against humanity, would this include what, like poisoning somebody's water supply or?
No. Crimes against humanity is defined in very, very concrete terms, and it includes a broad range of conducts. The thing is, one or more than one of these conducts. You can go to the Rome Statute because it's like a list of 12 or 13. They have to be committed as a part of a systematic or widespread attack against the civilian population. So it's one of them, but there's this additional requirement that in the context that this happens, a lot of other stuff has to be going on. It has to be either systematic, which would suggest some kind of central planning, or widespread. So as in Rwanda situation where people are just killing everyone on the street, even if there's no central command. This is the thing we're talking about when we talk about crimes against humanity.
As a real quick thing for this crimes against humanity, I see that it says committed on behalf of a de facto authority. Does this mean that if Israel were to deprive all of its citizens of rights, that wouldn't be a war crime? But if Israel were to deprive, say, people in the West Bank of rights, you could argue that that's like a crime against humanity because that's a de facto authority? Does this not apply to de jure authority?
No.
Or explain that.
So what this means is, so if we took restricted definition of to whom this is applicable to, and we said only people in the service of states, well then, for instance, in the Republika Srpska, in the former Yugoslavia, in the context of the Yugoslav wars, then people working for or obeying the commands of the Republika Srpska, which was a de facto authority but was not a state, then you could not pass judgment onto them, right? But this is not to be something different than states. This is to take states plus other things that act like states but are not states, like for instance a rebel group or an unrecognized state, or the Palestine Authority as well. This would apply to the Gazan government. So whoever acts as an authority de facto, even if it's not a state.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would be crimes against humanity. War crimes, broadly speaking, what is this?
Well, the Rome Statute essentially makes a reference to the Geneva Convention. So whatever is in the Geneva Conventions, which is a very long list of things that you can do to prisoners of war, wounded soldiers, sailors who are, adrift at sea, and then civilian population in the context of armed conflict, right? So all of those people, there are 4 Geneva Conventions, right? One for each of the collectives I've mentioned.
Of course,
right?
yes.
So
I know that.
one for prisoners, one, etc. So in all of those 4 Geneva Conventions and 2 additional protocols, well, there are 3 of them, but whatever.
Okay.
In all of that, war crimes are mentioned. Like if you torture a prisoner, that would be a war crime. So essentially, the Rome Statute defines war crimes with reference to the Geneva Conventions.
Okay, gotcha. And then for the final one, crimes of aggression, what's that?
Yeah, it's it should be singular. It's a crime of aggression means this is the stranger one. Essentially, it means when you are in a position of commanding the state, right? So even if you're the chief of staff of the army or president, whoever is in charge, and you decide to invade the neighboring country, right? But this is special because it is only applicable to people who are in a position of ultimate command, right? Whereas all of the other crimes that I've mentioned, it must happen in a certain context, right? Systematic, widespread, concerted, organized, blah, blah, blah. But you can be a mere soldier. Whereas the crime of aggression is designed to, put ministers of foreign affairs, presidents, prime ministers in jail. That's
Gotcha.
so
Okay.
the kind of person that can be convicted of that is very specific.
Okay. Okay. I understand this. So this is what the ICC litigates. What is the ICC? Who are they? Who composes it? What if I'm not a signatory to it? Like, yeah, can you explain this?
Right. So the ICC was created because it was the system that we had before was very unsatisfactory. The notion of international crimes was created, well, actually in World War I, but more, widespread in the Nuremberg trials, etc. You know all about that. But then there was no consensus to create a permanent tribunal to pass judgment for these kinds of crimes. So when the 90s came along, there was this big, small moment in which there was big optimism. The Soviet Union fell, and it wasn't a constant veto war in the Security Council, etc. And then both big events happened, which was the Rwandan genocide and the Yugoslav wars. So there was no court before that, so they had to create special courts, the International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia and the other one for Rwanda. This was very unsatisfactory, so in 98 they said, okay, let's create a permanent one that is not created ad hoc for a conflict, but it's created for in general, right?
Okay.
So who creates that? It was created in the auspices of UN, but as all international treaties ever, parties are states. How many states? I don't have the list now, but I think it's like around 100. So a little more than a half of states in the world.
Okay. Notably, I believe the United States is not part of this now. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
One of the big problems is that the countries that would be, let's say, susceptible of
held accountable, right? Because I see like Russia has withdrawn their signature, the United States has, and Israel has. So yeah. And then you've got countries like China have never signed, Saudi Arabia has never signed, India has never signed. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
That's a big problem for the credibility of the court, but also it is sometimes called the Africa Court, because except one, I believe, of all of the cases that have ever been tried in the ICC, all of them have been African military officers or African politicians.
Gotcha.
Why?
Yeah. What is the ICC goes after individuals. What's the process by which? Well, actually, firstly, who or where is the ICC? I want to go to the building and file a complaint. Where do I go?
Yeah, it's the I don't remember the name of the building, but it's in The Hague, in the Netherlands. So
not a real place. Okay, I got you.
It's confusing because people say, well, we're gonna litigate this in The Hague, but The Hague is home for both the ICC and the ICJ, so that does not help anyone.
Okay. Okay, so we've got. Oh my god, I fucked up the formatting on this. No, I didn't. Okay. Okay, what is the process by? Wait, firstly, who runs the ICC?
Well, it's made out of, I don't know how many judges, 12? I don't know. They're appointed by, essentially the parties. I don't know. I'm not that, well, a disclaimer that I should have made at first. My sub-area of specialty is not international criminal law, so I'm not adept at that. You can look that up in Wikipedia, but essentially they choose a panel of judges for a set number of years, and then there's a prosecutor who is a very important person there. There are, I believe, 2 routes for which a process can be begun. Well, first there's an investigation, and then out of this investigation, names emerge out of possible suspects.
Sure. Can you tell me what is the process by which you bring charges in the ICC? Somebody says like there's a war criminal in, Kony is a war criminal or Netanyahu is a war criminal. What is the process by which you bring charges, to the International Criminal Court?
Yeah, essentially it's oftentimes, most likely it's the prosecutor, but also member states can refer a case and a name to the ICC. The court itself, so the judges themselves are the ones who let's say, approve of the processing of this person. So
Gotcha.
okay, the prosecutor and states may propose something, but the court has to say there's enough here to start a procedure against someone.
Okay. And can a member state bring charges that they want the ICC to consider? The answer to this must be yes. Up against members or people in non-member states? I feel like the answer is yes, because I remember reading the ICC make a ruling on the flotilla incident and whether or not Israeli IDF soldiers had committed war crimes. And I don't believe Israel was a signatory to the ICC at the time. So, but I could be wrong on that.
No, it's not. But there are. So first we have to talk about jurisdiction, which means what are the cases in which the ICC has jurisdiction? Well, first it's the 4 crimes that we've mentioned. Second is territorial. So the ICC has jurisdiction on the territory of all of the signatory parties. That would include Palestine. That is a very controversial thing that happened in 2014, I believe. That's the judgment, one of the 2 judgments that I was referring to. It was very polemic because Palestine is not even considered to be a state by many. So the fact that they were considered enough of a state to be signatories to the Rome Statute and therefore a party to the ICC and therefore for the ICC to have jurisdiction, that's a very contentious process that that one I looked up. And second is nationals of signatory parties. So
so I could be in a country like Libya or something, and somebody could do something to me, and I could bring a case there if I'm from like Canada, and I could say something because I'm a national of a country that's a signatory to the ICC. Even if somebody did it to me in a country that is not a signatory, I could theoretically go to the ICC.
No, but it's not you as a victim, but you as a perpetrator. So if you are a Canadian in Libya, it could be applicable to you because of your nationality.
Gotcha.
But if you're a Libyan in Libya, no. Right.
If I'm a Canadian national in Libya, somebody else could theoretically present war charges or war crime charges to the ICC about me, even though Libya is not a signatory or whatever, right?
Exactly, because you're a Canadian national and Canada is a signatory. Again, I'm looking at the same Wikipedia color-coded map that you're looking at, so that's the extent of my knowledge of the. I know Europe, Africa, and Latin America are the big areas in which most states are signatories.
Okay. Okay. ICC. Okay, I understand this. So, it's really dog shit. You understand this, right? International law is very unsatisfying and very dog shit. It's very nice that in the United States I can appeal to a final court. I know who has jurisdiction over everything. So on the ICC, let's say the ICC makes a bunch of rulings about Israeli soldiers and say they've committed 5 billion war crimes. Okay, we ran through everything. They've committed 5 billion war crimes, and Israel's not a signatory to the ICC. What does it mean to say that? The International Criminal Courts have ruled this is illegal. Therefore, there's some moral authority. Is there any conviction or any, like, what can they do? Anything? Like, what is the enforcement mechanism or arm?
So all of the states that are first caveat is I agree, it's a very frustrating process. The reason it is because we don't have a world government, we don't have a world police, we don't have the institutions that states have in order to make the law and the institutions that are supposed to enforce the law to be as neat and ordered. Like, so if I commit a crime here in Spain, I know what is the applicable law, I know what is the judge that has jurisdiction. When we have a sentence, we know what prison I'm going to. Everything is very neat. International law is not like that because we don't. It's kind of a horizontal system made by. Think as if it was the jungle, and there are 200 individuals, and they do not agree to form a state with centralized authority, but they agree to make agreements. Which, again, what is the force of those agreements? It's depends on the context, depends on the level of institutions that states agree to create in order for those agreements to be supervised and enforced, blah, 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 blah. That was a caveat. So responding to your question, all of the signatories of the Rome Statute have committed themselves to, if there is an arrest warrant for someone before the ICC, to arrest that person. So if an Israeli soldier had an international arrest warrant issued by the ICC against them, if they traveled outside of Israel into one of the nations that are parties to the ICC, one of those nations would arrest this person. The instances in which they wouldn't are very slim, have to do with diplomatic immunity and stuff, which is a very big can of worms in itself.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's one powerful thing. If the ICC has declared somebody's committed crimes, and there's been like, can they? I don't know what the.
Well, not committed, but there is an arrest warrant for them while the process is ongoing. So there was. You don't need any definite determination, any final judgment for an arrest warrant.
So it can be like in the U.S. we've got things called bench warrants or summons where you have got to show up to court to do your thing, but you're not necessarily guilty of anything.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Or for instance, there was a guy who was a colonel in Croatia who spent, I believe, 5 or 7 years in preventive custody in jail while the process was ongoing. So it's not even an arrest warrant for you to appear in court. It's an arrest warrant for you to spend years in jail while you wait for the judgment to happen, if the court deems that you're a flight risk or whatever.
Gotcha. So Putin here, because I'm looking up, because I remember this, but I didn't know anything about international law, and I still don't. So Putin has an arrest warrant from the ICC relating to, I think, Ukraine stuff. Does this mean that Putin theoretically can't travel to any country that is a signatory to the ICC because they would have an obligation to arrest him? Or
it's kind of a legal problem. It's an open question that has not been tested ever. There was a previous case in which the president of Sudan, Omar al-Bashir, there was an arrest warrant against him, and he was to travel to South Africa, I believe. I think he eventually canceled the trip, so this conflict didn't happen. But South Africa said, I have two conflicting obligations. One is a very ancient, one of the pillars of international law, which is the diplomatic immunities, the immunity of foreign heads of state to be arrested, etc., because of very good reasons and ancient reasons. And then second, I have the ICC here telling me diplomatic immunity is not applicable to this guy, and you have to arrest him. So South Africa said, if you make me, I will leave the ICC. I will leave the Rome Statute because I believe my obligations toward that are more important than the ICC. So we never got to that point because I think Omar al-Bashir...
Wait. My obligations to what are more important than the ICC?
Toward the norms in international law.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I thought you said to the Rome Statute versus the ICC, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, okay, yeah. That makes sense. Okay. Oof.
So
okay, I understand. Gotcha.
In the case of Putin, it would essentially depend on this state. There would be either an arrest or not an arrest, and then there would be a big legal battle. Well, aside from all of the military and economic and political implications, legally there would be a battle as to whether the arrest was legal, because Putin has an ex cathedra, we call that, right to diplomatic immunity. Ex cathedra means because of the of his office, the office that he's carrying, which is head of state.
President.
All head of states. Okay. All heads of government, all ministers of foreign affairs, and all ambassadors have that.
Can I ask you a question? I'm so sorry. I'm pulling back for a slightly more macro question. Why would any country on the planet submit themselves to the authority of the International Criminal Court if the United States doesn't do so? And a lot of people would consider, just due to the sheer size and involvement in so many of the countries, the U.S. to be arguably one of the largest violators potentially of international law, depending on the time period we're talking about, depending on what we're talking about. Like, why, if U.S. citizens don't have to face international criminal courts for Abu Ghraib, why the fuck should people in Russia have to stand for stuff related to Mariupol, right? Why would any country around the world submit themselves to that authority?
Yeah.
I haven't guessed, but you can tell me. Yeah, go ahead.
I would say to groups of reasons. The first one is more kind of idealistic or ideological, which is so certain states have a political commitment to that for their history, for the ideology of their governments, because just there are some countries that are their legal tradition, their political tradition is way more, let's say, optimistic about international law and almost performative power of international law, that if we believe enough in this, it will end up being a worldwide consensus that will end up having effect, even if right now it's kind of half-baked and stuff, right? You can apply that to, so for instance, the many conventions relating to climate change, right? So for instance, the Montreal Convention against the chlorofluorocarbonates, it began as kind of in my country we say a toast to the sun, so something that was very far-fetched, and it ended up being universal, and we effectively closed the ozone layer, the hole in the ozone layer, right? So in some instances, these there are countries that always begin this process and are more optimistic and hope that others will follow, etc. So that's one group of answers. The second one, in the more kind of egotistical side, would be, well, there's the territorial jurisdiction thing, right? So if, let's say, U.S. Soldiers did something in whatever, Kenya, whatever. Let me look at the map.
Yeah,
Kenya,
whatever,
yes,
whatever
Kenya
African
is-
country. Yeah, Kenya, Uganda. Yeah, you know, one of those. Yeah, I understand. It's all right. You're a European. I'm an American. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so the Kenyan authorities caught that person. Well, they could refer him to the ICC because the events happened in Kenyan soil. Again, there would be way more important concerns for the Kenyan government than the legal ones in that case, which is, you know, the US with all of their economic, diplomatic, military might knocking on their door and saying, hey, knock it off, don't take this guy, let's make a backroom arrangement or whatever. But legally, they could do that. That would be the more self-interested reason, probably.
Gotcha,
But
okay.
I would say the first group of reasons would be more important than the second, ironically. Even if you're, I believe you have a bit of a cynical or more cynical approach, at least than me, to international relations or international law. But states don't act that way in many instances. Like you can see that in the
More
the
cynical.
birth of
Oh,
the-
I don't think I'm cynical, or maybe you consider this cynical. My approach, generally when I read about states, and I don't think I've seen anything that contradicts this, at least for democracies and stuff, but even for like authoritarian rules and whatnot, like international communities and international opinion is pretty important. And it kind of, unless you're like some itty bitty, like fucking genocidal crazy person, like even Putin to some extent wants to maintain decent standing with other countries or wants to maintain some decent standing with international communities and everything.
For sure.
So I think that, I do think that
Yeah.
states will mold their foreign policy around these opinions, depending on how reliant they are for other states. Yeah.
Right, great. We're on the same page here. There's a big, it's called in academic circles the name and shame process, right? So if there's a state that is an international pariah, they refuse to enter into many international treaties that are almost universal, etc. The U.S. is one of those in many instances.
Yeah.
Well, they lose first a bunch of their soft power. When the U.S. goes before the international community, at least pretending to, or either pretending to, or sincerely advocating for a set of human rights, or for an intolerable situation that is going on in a foreign country, a big part of their soft power or legitimacy, credibility, whatever you want to call it, it's gone. In part because of, I don't know. I can give you a bunch of instances. In the 80s, there was a very important, very transcendental judgment between Nicaragua and the U.S., and the court essentially blamed the U.S. for what they did, supporting the Contras and everything else, illegally using force, illegally interfering in domestic affairs of Nicaragua, etc. And the U.S., I don't remember who was the president back then. It was 1985, 1984. Essentially, they stormed out of the court and stopped recognizing the jurisdiction of the court, and essentially said, well, I lost the game of chess. I'm going to throw the table because I lost, and now I'm not recognizing the world court, which the U.S. created.
Yeah.
Eleanor Roosevelt, it was part of an invention of the U.S. after World War II. And then, since they lost a big case, they stormed out. So,
Which case was this, real quick?
Armed activities in Nicaragua, I think.
Oh.
No, sorry. Military and paramilitary activities against Nicaragua. That was the name of the case in the ICJ in the 1984, I believe.
Gotcha. Was this relating to our? I might be totally off. I'm sorry. I don't know fuck all about Central Southern. Was this related to like the Contras and everything?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And then another example would be the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which is almost universal, and it's the biggest piece of one of the biggest pieces of legislation governing one of the biggest issues in international law, which is the law of the sea, right? So navigation, commercial exploitation, fishing, everything you can think about regarding the sea. The U.S. is not in there, despite intervening in the negotiations. I mean, it's not all a blame of the federal government, because you've got this rule that the Senate has to approve by 2/3 any international treaty, and it's super hard. They don't even agree on the time of day, right?
You're talking
So
for
it's
the
not-
U.S. courts, right?
No, for the U.S. to ratify an international treaty,
Or, I'm sorry,
two-thirds
not
of
U.S.
the-
courts. I mean, you're talking about the U.S. Our legislative body, right?
Yes,
you were talking
exactly.
about the Senate. Yeah, okay, just making sure you weren't talking about another person. Yeah, I understand.
Yes,
All
no.
right.
The U.S. Senate has to ratify every single international treaty with a 2/3 majority, I believe.
Yeah.
That's a big part of why the U.S., despite being arguably the leader of the free world and the biggest financier of the WTO and the UN and all of these big institutions, and leader of let's go and intervene in Afghanistan for world peace and in Iraq, etc., they're not parties to most of the treaties that the world has mostly agreed on.
Yeah.
Which
Okay,
is
so
kind of
this might
ironic.
be a slightly cynical view, but when I said earlier, I asked you, why do all of these other countries sign up for it if the U.S. doesn't? My more cynical view there actually is related to, like unions, right? It feels, it feels a little bit like a union. If you're like a multi-million-dollar talent, and you're at the top of your industry, you actually don't want a union. The union will fuck you. You want to make as much money as you can and fuck everybody else because you're at the fucking top. The unions are there for the little guys that need the collective bargaining power. I feel like, I wonder if you're like a, not to be mean or U.S. exceptionalist, but like we're the fucking United States of America. I don't need international courts to protect anything related to my country. We have the first, second, third, and I think fourth largest air forces in the world just in the United States alone. So we can enforce and handle all of our stuff. If you're a smaller country though, or if you're a country around the world that doesn't have like massive military, all this present, then you joining with other countries to be able to kind of submit a little bit of your autonomy to an international court gives you protection from other bad actors because you might need those larger bodies where other countries are coming together to decide things, to litigate things or whatever. And that protection that you're afforded is worth giving up a little bit about autonomy because you can't enforce everything on your own because you don't have the same privileges, I guess, that the United States or U.S. allies or Russia or China might have. Yeah.
I actually disagree on you a bit, and
Okay,
here we're delving into U.S. history rather than international law. But I believe in different, let's say, vision of American exceptionalism.
Okay.
I think the U.S. In the very crucial moment, the second half of the 19th century and first half of the 20th, that all of the other major powers in the world were, by right of conquest and exerting imperialism into the fuller extent of what they could achieve with their military, etc. The U.S. from their beginning, I believe, because of the very unique way in which your framers designed the Constitution and then the political culture around all of the U.S. parties, etc., were very, very careful to not do to others what they perceived the UK did to them, right? So, for instance, there are exceptions, of course, like for instance, Puerto Rico or Hawaii. There are examples in which the U.S. behaved like other major powers, but for the rest, in that crucial period of history and afterwards, there was a very big emphasis on why are we doing this abroad? Why is this a concern of ours? And if there's a concern of ours for our safety or whatever, let's be very careful to not mix our own self-interested concerns with actually invading or colonizing others.
Okay.
Again,
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah. Get me on this American exceptional strategy. I super disagree,
Yeah.
but not without much knowledge. So I want you to argue against this. I'm curious. Okay.
Yeah, because let me give you an example.
Yeah,
In the early 20th century, so from 1900 to 1920, the biggest debate in the U.S. was whether to invade and annex Cuba. And there was a huge debate that wouldn't have happened in any other major power at the time.
Wait, in what year was this?
I think it was during right before and right after Theodore Roosevelt's presidency.
Okay, go ahead.
So there was a part of the U.S. establishment that was very dead set against annexing Cuba. And then I think Roosevelt was one of the more pro-imperialist, quote unquote, in the U.S. And eventually the ones that prevailed were the ones that were against annexing Cuba. And again, there are different explanations for this. I'm not going to say it's all ideological about the role of the U.S. in international relations and belief in international law or anti-imperialism, but there were also economic concerns about southern planters, blah 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 blah. But there was a big ideological component here. Like, we were a country created using higher ideals. We were oppressed by a foreign nation. We didn't like that. Why should we do that to others? What happens when the Cubans rebel against us, etc., etc., etc. So here, I don't think that would have happened in France or the UK at all.
You don't think other countries in Europe, there must be some examples of them considering the annexation or conquering of some territory and they decide not to for a variety of reasons, no?
At the time, the only reasons that I believe would have been considered by the French government or the UK government would be practical reasons, economic reasons. Otherwise, like, why not? We have a big empire, let's make it bigger,
Interesting. Okay.
I don't believe,
Okay, here, this is my take on this, okay? And again, damn, you're giving me such good America vibes, okay? So, my question...
Listen, I grew up in a staunchly anti-NATO, anti-American family, and I believe I'm...
I thought you said you were in Spain, not France.
I'm from a region in Spain where the anti-American sentiment is especially vibrant, let's say.
Gross. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, my take on it, or my feeling, okay, this is loosely historically based because I don't know fuck all about U.S. history, okay? But I feel like one of the reasons why, because I actually asked this question, I think a month ago, I was like, why doesn't the U.S. have colonies, right? It seems like every fucking loser, no offense, European nation, they all had fucking colonies everywhere, sometimes bigger than their own countries. Why did they all get colonies and the United States didn't go and colonize everybody? That's bullshit. And the feeling that I kind of had on this was that the United States is just so unique in terms of our access to huge swaths of geography that we didn't need to. That while in Europe, you guys have been fighting for over 2,000 years, I don't even know, 3,000, 4,000, I don't know how many thousands of years. You guys in Europe have all been fighting over the same hunk of land. When the United States came to the New World, we were like, holy shit, we've got all this shit that we can just move west and take. And we've got resources and we can kill all these Indians with our diseases and we don't even know about it. It's just like boom, 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 boom. That when you look at like the United States' ability to manifest destiny, to expand from sea to shining sea and take all that land, and then you combine that with, if you look at like, for instance, what we did in terms of slavery, okay, I think the United States was, my feeling is, we're pretty uniquely horrible when it came to chattel slavery compared to other countries in the world. So we had the propensity to do kind of fucked up bad shit. It feels like when you ask the question, like, why didn't the US take colonies? I think it's because the United States had like gifted to it. Like it was literally like spawning a new map when the rest of the world had been fighting forever and we just got to take so much shit that we didn't have to. Like if it would have just been that sliver of 13 colonies and that was it, and that was all that existed of North America, I feel like, would we not have tried to colonize stuff? Yeah, maybe you disagree, yeah.
No, I believe that's part of it, but there's another part of it, which is at the time of the foundation of the U.S., the thinking of, I believe from what I've read, in some Federalist papers and some legal theory in that period, the big fight, ideological fight they had was they didn't have a principled position against empire. They had a principled opposition towards the commercial policies of empire. When I say empire, I mean the British Empire, the Spanish Empire, etc. What that means is, especially the Spanish Empire had a policy of the Spanish colonies are only allowed to trade with the metropolis. They're not allowed to trade with the US. They're not allowed to trade with the UK, etc. Right? So for the US at the beginning, their big ideological fight was to open or free, let's say, all of those economies for international trade in Latin America and Central America specifically. And that's where the Monroe Doctrine came. Once those states became independent, mostly out of the Spanish Empire, they were then vulnerable to another European power coming there and reestablishing the same system where they could only trade with the metropolis. International trade was essentially barred.
Okay.
So the Monroe Doctrine means if you come to our quote unquote backyard, we are appointing ourselves protectors of all of the Americas, and all of the Americas are going to have a special economic relationship with us, etc. And we don't want them to be your own backyard in which only you can trade. So I think the US in the earlier part of its history was content with free trade. That was a big one. And then there were a couple of exceptions. Like, for instance, Liberia, you can argue it was quote unquote a US colony, but it was established for the purpose of partial slave emancipation. Then you have the case of Hawaii. You've got the case of Puerto Rico. So there are exceptions to this. But
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
if you compare the military might of the U.S., like what they could have achieved if they set their mind to, like it's not even close. They could
Base,
have-
true. I like you. Thank you. Another reason I love my country. Okay, that's awesome. I have a hard time sometimes with the early stuff for the United States because like I truly do believe that like all of the Federalist Papers and then the early writings of the founding fathers and like the unique moment in history they were at and the intelligentsia of like that group of people and everything, that it was a cool project to create a nation with our constitution, ensuring and enshrining the rights it did, blah, 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 blah. But sometimes it's hard when I look at that and I'm like, God, all of that was so cool and it was written so well and it ensures with so many rights, except for like black people and women. So sometimes it's a little bit hard, but I guess like maybe at that point in time, nobody in history did and they weren't people yet. But yeah. Okay.
I mean, the only other two emancipatory movements that were happening at the time were the French Revolution and the Haitian Revolution.
Okay.
The French Revolution, only the most crazy ass Jacobins thought of going further than the Americans in the sense of including women partially and emancipating the slaves. And those people were fucking crazy in everything else, right? So they were way ahead of the 98% of the ideological position of their own countrymen. So it was destined to fail because it was so unpopular even at the time. And the Haitian Revolution ended with a genocide. They genocided the whites.
Okay.
So I think the US, stopped right where I'm not justifying all the things that you've mentioned, of course, but in historical terms, at the time, it was the most progressive and stable, as has been shown, system that could have probably have been designed, etc.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry.
Again, I said my region and my parents are anti-American. I'm not. I'm big believer.
Okay. All right. So coming off of all of this, I'm sorry, going back. Okay. So we talked about the ICC. Okay. ICC is the International Criminal Court in.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't. In Hague. How the fuck do you pronounce this place?
The Hague. The Hague.
Can you tell me how an American would pronounce this? Hague.
The Hague.
No,
Yes.
I don't know what I don't have that sound in my American tongue.
Hagua.
Okay. Hague. Okay. Is in the Netherlands.
I think the Dutch call it Den Haag.
Okay. No,
That's-
literally nobody cares
yeah.
about the Dutch. Okay. All right.
Well, it's in the Netherlands, so.
Yeah, that doesn't change what I said. Okay. So, we've got, the ICC exists. The ICC is a totally separate body that exists, right? It's not part of the UN or anything like that, right?
No.
And then the ICC, the crimes that it recognizes are basically four categories of crimes: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, crimes of aggression. People or nationals who are signatories to the Rome Statute of the ICC are capable of bringing cases here. And then, sorry, what were you going to say? Go ahead.
A thing that you might be interested in is that one of the elements or possible crimes inside of crimes against humanity is apartheid. Because you asked me about apartheid, so it's in there. It's inside of crimes against humanity.
Apartheid is in there?
Yeah.
Against crimes against humanity. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, that would make sense, yes, because it's a widespread or criminal activity that is like executed by a de facto authority, usually on behalf of a state that violate human rights. Apartheid would be under that. Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
exactly,
Okay. Okay, that's the ICC. Okay. Talk to me about the ICJ. Is this a part of the UN, I think?
Yes. It's an organ of the UN. It's the UN Charter calls it the principal judicial organ of the United Nations.
The principal judicial organ of the United Nations. Okay.
Yes. So if you go to the UN Charter, there's an annex, and the annex is the statute of the court. And when you subscribe to the UN, you automatically also, when I say subscribe, I mean ratify, become a member of the UN. You also automatically become a member of the statute of the court.
Okay.
Again, this is separate from whether the court has jurisdiction, because it's easy to confuse the two. Every single state in the world that is a member of the United Nations is also a member of the court, but this doesn't mean the court automatically has jurisdiction to be able to decide a case.
Okay. All right. Let's do. Okay. So if you're part of the UN, you are a member also of the ICJ.
Yes.
Right? Okay. The ICJ litigates issues between nations, not individuals, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, okay. Jurisdiction. Talk to me about this.
Wow. Okay. This is where it's gonna get crazy. Okay. I'm gonna try and make it as simple as I can, but it's a very technical subject. There are three what are called heads of jurisdiction, which means ways in which the court can establish I do have jurisdiction for this case and among these parties, right?
Okay.
So far, so good? Okay. So the first head of jurisdiction, so the first way in which the court can have jurisdiction is a special agreement. So essentially two states or more than two states go before the court and sign a special agreement. That's why it's called special agreement, saying we give jurisdiction to the court for this case, and they have to delimit what is this case. So what are the legal issues? What is the timeline? What is the territory? So they have to delimit very carefully the boundaries of the issue that the court has to decide. And then the court has
can
jurisdiction.
Yep. I'm going to ask you I understand you might have answers to these. Is it possible that you could make an agreement that the court could later say was unjustifiable or something? Do you understand what I'm saying?
An agreement? You mean like an international treaty?
Like in the United States, I could theoretically go to a party. We could have a lawyer, and we could have everybody sign off where I say, I'm going to sign away my life into sexual servitude for the rest of my life to this other person.
Yeah.
And even though you sign that, later on, a court might look at that. And even though you guys agreed to it and you had a lawyer present, you could go to a court later and the court would say, sorry, but no, this agreement, this is not okay. You were never allowed to sign it. Yeah. Can you make it an agreement or something in front of the ICJ, and then later on the ICJ comes back and says, sorry, actually, that agreement was not okay.
Oh. Yeah. Wait, first a distinction. When I was referring to for a special agreement here, it's only for the purpose of the court saying I have jurisdiction to adjudicate. What you're saying is in general.
Never mind. Okay, I'm sorry. This is only to agree to allow the court to have jurisdiction. We're on that part. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I skipped ahead way far. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I understand. Okay.
But let's finish this parenthesis. I'm going to answer your question about.
Sure.
There are three, I believe, situations in which the agreement could be null and void. First one is, if the agreement is concluded via coercion of whoever signs, or you either sign this or I'm going to declare war, or via corruption of this person. I'm bribing the Minister of Foreign Affairs to sign this, whatever. This would be a cause for nullity.
Okay.
Second would be there's something called imperative law or perentory law, which means there are few norms in international law that anything else that contradicts those is automatically null and void, including any agreement among nations, including any other norm, anything. That's called imperative law. Again, very hard concept to define, etc., but you get the gist. And then, the third, it's not a cause for nullity of an agreement, but let's say you and me sign an agreement stipulating a series of conditions, but then simultaneously you have agreements with whoever, your wife, Lycan, etc., saying something that is incompatible. Well, our agreement does not get you off the hook for your agreement with others.
Okay.
Right. So our agreement would probably still be formally valid.
Okay.
But you also have other engagements towards others. So those are the limits.
Can I ask a general question? If any two member states of the United Nations, signs a treaty with each other, do they always bring this treaty before the ICJ, or do they just sign bilateral treaties generally and say, fuck the ICJ? What is the general modus operandi there for like the United States or for other countries, we'd say?
The answer is, remember that I said there are three heads of jurisdiction? I would say the ICJ can hear any issue of international law, of any area of the law, be it in the context of the UN or bilateral, multilateral, any. The only restriction is the ICJ has to have jurisdiction.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. And we were establishing that. So one is with a special agreement, and then you're going to give me two others, I think. Okay.
Yes. Second one is a compromissory clause, which means there is a multilateral treaty. So, for instance, the ICCPR, the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights. There's a clause there, or the Genocide Convention, right? There's a clause there, Article 9, that says any controversy regarding the interpretation or application of this convention, the parties can bring to the ICJ, right? So there's a separate treaty in which the parties agree that if in the future there is a disagreement or there's a violation of this treaty, the parties can go to the ICJ.
Okay, and this is if the parties can bring something to the ICJ if there is a violation of of things related to
of a treaty that contains this compromissory clause. The compromissory clause.
Okay, so it's basically an arbitration agreement, a mediation agreement. Like, hey, listen, here's a treaty. If this shit fucks up, though, we both agree that we're going to go to the ICJ to figure out what's going on, essentially.
Yes, but don't call it arbitration, because arbitration is very different. Because in an arbitration, you can choose who the arbiter is, what's the procedure going to look like, etc.
Whereas you're choosing the arbitrator. Yeah, the arbitrator is the ICJ. But okay, I understand what you're saying. Like, okay.
In an informal sense, yes. In a formal sense, an arbiter gives the parties way more freedom to choose what the process is going to look like, etc. Whereas the ICJ has their rules, and once the court has jurisdiction, you don't have a say in how the procedure is going to be.
Yeah, what you're saying actually makes sense. Now that I'm remembering contracts, it's not actually arbitration clauses, or the arbitration clause is usually waiving your right to arbitration and then submitting yourself to a predetermined mediator or something like that, I think. So that makes sense, even for the contracts that I've seen. So
yeah.
Okay.
This is a clause giving jurisdiction to a court that functions as a regular court in the US. It's not at all as an arbiter. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the second.
Okay, yep. And then third way.
And then the third is what it's called the optional clause declaration. So in the ICJ statute, if you remember, it's an annex to the UN Charter. There's an article there, Article 38, that says states can, if they want, make a unilateral declaration saying, hey, from now on into the future, I will be allowing anyone to submit a case against me before the ICJ for any reason, right? So states kind of unilaterally say, I'm in. Again, there are caveats to this. First caveat is this is subject to reciprocity. So for instance, the US has not made one of those declarations.
Gotcha.
Spain has. So the US could not sue Spain before the ICJ because the US
won't submit itself to that court's jurisdiction, basically, right? Yeah.
Well, the US can submit itself to the court's jurisdiction via the first two methods, but not via this third method.
Okay, gotcha.
Optional clause declaration. And then there's a second caveat, which means the states that make this unilateral declaration can make reservations, so exceptions to this. So, for instance, Spain could say, I will give the ICJ jurisdiction from now on, except in cases that concern the law of the sea. Well, there you have an exception in which the court would not have jurisdiction.
Okay.
So for instance, the UK, this is a real example, in 2017, modified their own declaration in order to exclude issues relating to nuclear weapons or nuclear weapons testing.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Right, so that's the jurisdiction of the ICJ. If one of those three paths you can establish, then the court begins its work. It does it's a pretty slow court to rule, and I don't know. I was gonna ramble on a bunch of details that maybe you're not interested to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's like a random question, I guess. In the United States and in every country, right? I guess it feels good to be able to say something is illegal. And when you say something is illegal, it carries with it, it generally carries a pretty strong moral condemnation with it, right? Because you're doing something that socially we've agreed is against the law, number one. But number two, in my opinion, even more importantly, maybe not to the average person, but I think to somebody that's more legally astute, the more important thing is a body that has jurisdiction and processes by which they evaluate the legality of everything you've done have determined that you are actually factually in the wrong in this particular thing. That you've been accused of committing a crime that we all agree is a crime, et cetera, right? This is, It feels like when it comes to the ICC and the ICJ, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, so somebody like me who is basically full-throated fucking Zionist dick suck at this point, it feels like that's where I'm at. If somebody were to come at me and be like, hey, well, this is illegal or this is wrong or blah, 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 theoretically, I could always just counter and say like, oh, well, guess what? Israel's not a signatory to that. The ICJ doesn't have jurisdiction. Show me which of the three ways is jurisdiction established. Oh, the ICC? Who cares? Israel's not a signatory to this. They're not nationals to any of the people that are party to this. What is if you're a big proponent, and I imagine this is your PhD and you study this, you want international law to mean something. How do you respond to that? Or what do you do when it feels like if you've got countries that just aren't part of these larger bodies, they haven't signed on to the Rome Statute or they don't submit any of the things to the ICJ. Yeah, how do you feel about that? Yeah, sorry, speak broadly of that. Yeah, go.
Yeah, there are many points to this. One is whether there is a norm or not that is applicable to you. You mentioned, well, Israel is not a party to this or not a party to that. You're missing a key mechanism here, which is that there are three sources of international law. One is treaties, which is purely, it is a contract essentially. Gotcha. It's not we don't call it a contract because it's not private law, it's public law among states. But it's essentially...
Wait. Okay, you should have told me this in the beginning, motherfucker. Okay, wait, hold on. I should write this down really quick at the beginning. Okay, three sources of international law.
I didn't want to begin a full introduction lecture because it's better if we do it this dialogically.
Okay, so we have three major sources of international law. Okay, the first is going to be treaties. And these are just agreements ratified between two or more countries, right?
Yes.
Using those countries' particular legislative bodies, correct?
Not necessarily, no. So ratification is for each country to decide, each state to decide whom is the competent authority to give that consent to be bound. That's ratification. Okay. And what internal processes. So, for instance, in Saudi Arabia, it's an absolute monarchy, so probably there's no legislative process for that. Whereas in most democratic nations, usually the head of state or head of government signs that pending the approval of some legislative body, and then when there's the approval of that legislative body, then they can ratify, and then the final consent is given. So it depends on each state.
Okay, sorry. So it could be an agreement where like two countries, Iran and Israel, are like, we're going to make an agreement to stop fucking with each other, and they decide the U.S. mediates it, and the U.S. is doing this, but like that treaty is still valid. Okay, so a treaty is an agreement ratified between two or more countries. That's one source of international law. Okay, give me number two.
Yeah. Second is customary law, one of the hardest and most weird and abstract concepts for students to grasp.
Okay.
Customary law is essentially, so actually the common law systems comprise this source of law as well. That means a group of people across time engage in a practice that is not codified into law. There's no statute that says this is the case. But they engage in the same practice, and the practice of all of them is similar enough, and it's constant enough and homogeneous enough. And then there's a second element, which is they do this because they have the subjective belief that they're doing it because it's compulsory. So even though there's no formal statute that prescribes behavior, they do it, and there's the belief that this is compulsory, right? So it would be kind of a quote-unquote social norm that ends up being a legal norm.
How do you run into this? Because like, let's say I've got 10 Arab states that are all ran by like fucking jihadists or something. I don't believe that's the case anywhere right now, where you've got 10 states together to do it. But let's say that was the case. Their customary law is probably going to look a lot different than somebody else's, right? Yeah. Or for instance, let's say you've got the customary law of, in the past, Muslim states would have like dhimmi treatment for Jews or Christians, where they would pay like a separate jizya, a separate tax and everything. Wouldn't somebody could theoretically argue in the ICC that sort of customary law is actually like a crime against humanity or something, if they feel like their rights are being violated because of being treated like apartheid, second-class citizens or whatever. Yeah. Or actually, I'm sorry, fuck all that. I can say customary law. Yeah, in South Africa, right? Customary law, apartheid existed for how many decades?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So how do you reconcile this? Go ahead.
I only mentioned custom being a source of law inside in the domestic law of a specific country, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, to make an analogy. But customary international law, that's what we're concerned with here, is a norm that emerges out of the behavior and practice and beliefs of all of the states in the world, or a vast majority of states in the world.
Okay.
So you would need way more than just Arab states or Muslim states. There are actually several requirements, like what should this practice look like.
Okay.
There's not a specific set number of states that have to engage in this practice or a specific amount of time, but we have examples. We have, again, case law that shows us, okay,
Sure.
this was done by X number of states across time, and then a court eventually reached the conclusion that, yes, this is a norm, even though it's not codified into a treaty.
Okay. And then third source of international law.
General principles. But those are...
This
the
sucks.
easier,
Okay.
yeah, the easier way to explain general principles is, in the beginning of the 20th century, we
Okay.
established the first ever international court, which was called the Permanent Court of International Justice in the
Okay.
League of Nations. And this court, at that time, there were very few treaties, and the notion of customary law was, emerging, and everything was very messy. But those people who were pioneers of international law needed a lot of stuff that was not written down in order to decide cases. So what they did was essentially saying, well, there are certain common sense legal principles that they didn't say this part out loud, but essentially they emerged out of Roman law, and they are codified or even not codified, but used by judges all around the West.
Okay.
That are kind of common sense principles. Like, for instance, double jeopardy. Again, we've now codified this into statute, but used to be the case.
Gotcha.
It was kind of a common sense thing. Or how should I interpret this word? Should I interpret this sentence that is ambiguous in its verbiage in this way or in this other way? Or the non-intervention principle is kind of a logical conclusion of the fact that states are sovereign, right? You shouldn't interfere with the domestic affairs of states, blah, blah, blah. So all of those are kind of necessary things that judges have said, well, we need this for the system to work.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood the start of this section, but now I understand. When I was asking, when you were saying sources of international law, I thought you were going to tell me about like the different bodies, like the ICJ, the ICC, but you're telling me this is generally where these, like the Rome statute is drawing from these types of sources of like, how do they figure out what's right? I understand. Okay. So these are your three broad, okay. This makes way more sense. I understand. Okay.
It's a confusing notion because in a modern nation state, the source of law is whatever the legislature passes into a statute. And then in common law systems, there's a common law, which is more akin to the customs of the judicial systems and the legal traditions of the country.
Well, I understand what you're saying though, because in like the U.S. Supreme Court, when Supreme Court justices write their briefs or their opinions about cases, they're engaged in actually from the few Supreme Court majority opinions and dissenting opinions I read, they're engaged in actually exactly this type of conversation, where they're looking historically and they're saying like, what are the agreements that have been made between states? How do people customarily act? What was the common law like in the past when these laws were written? These types of things. So I'm guessing that that's the type of back and forth conversation. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. Well, actually, before we move on, there's a fourth that is not a formal source. So every single piece of handbook or the statute of the ICJ, you'll never find this fourth as a source, but everyone understands that it's almost informally as important as a source, which is case law by international courts and the writings of the most well-publicized publicists, or whatever. That's the exact sentence that's in the ICJ statute. So what this means is the court cannot create new law. The court is only supposed to interpret the law, instantiate abstract words into concrete cases, etc. But in practice, since international law is so messy and we don't know, is this a custom, this is not a custom, what is the word in this treaty, is this treaty applicable, etc., courts have a way bigger role than regular courts in nation states when it comes to interpreting what the law is. What the law is in Spain or in the US, it's way clearer. Whereas in international law, it's way less clear, so the role of courts is super important. So for instance, if you see now we're arguing about Gaza and whether the proportionality of the attacks or the blockade, etc., you'll see perhaps there's a couple of treaties, and then people will move on straight to this judgment by the ICJ, etc. That's that's because it's not a formal source, but they have a super big role in interpreting what the law is.
Okay.
I think that's out of John Locke's mouth.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, we've got these things. Okay, and then I know I'm skipping around a lot, and if this was a formal lecture, I'm sure you have like a whole process by which you do this more organizedly. But
No,
yeah.
this works.
Do you, okay. When I'm thinking of like, this is illegal internationally, what are the bodies that I'm referring to internationally? Who are these things? We've got the ICC, the ICJ. Are there any other big, like, is there, this might be a really retarded question, I'm sorry. When we talk about like the Geneva Convention, for instance, there's not like a court of the Geneva Convention, right? It's just the ICC and the incorporation of the Rome Statute and everything, right?
And the ICJ. The ICJ could also apply.
Okay.
But no.
Yeah, so who are our big bodies of like, these guys determine internationally if things are legal or illegal? Like, what are the ones we refer to here besides the ICJ and the ICC? Are there any others?
There are others. The problem is we have few and they're fragmentary. So for instance, in the context of Europe, the European Court of Human Rights is super important. Even outside of Europe, other courts cite the European Court of Human Rights because it's kind of the most, let's say, advanced. I'm not just saying this because I'm European, but the European Court of Human Rights can hear complaints by individuals against states. That's the only instance in which this happens internationally. There's the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and then there's the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. There's the quasi-judicial organ for the settlement of international investment disputes in the context of the WTO.
Somebody's bringing up the International Court of Justice, the ICUP for the Pacific Community or whatever. Is this a big one? Somebody in chat wants to know why you didn't bring this up or something. I don't know if that's...
It exists, but some of those courts... So I think the African Union also has a relevant court, but they're not like the others, as in they can either hear very few cases.
Okay.
So for instance, states sometimes will have there will be a skeptic to set up a court in which they can be found guilty of something. So what they will do is to set up a very complex mechanism for which complaints would reach the court and the court would have jurisdiction. Either that, or they will only give the court a, let's say, declaratory or advisory role. So it may be called a court, but it's not really a court. It's a body that, yeah.
Okay,
so for
fuck
instance,
all this. Okay,
the human rights
time, yeah. Okay. No, I'm just fucking with you. But okay, so it seems at the end of the day, these international courts exist. There are different ways that you could maybe... It seems like basically at the end of the day, these courts exist, and if you want to submit your autonomy to them or have them rule on things, you can, as long as kind of all the parties involved agreed. But these courts exist as like... Have you ever done role play before?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean sexual? No.
No, not sexual. But like I used to, because you had like text-based games and shit. You like RP.
D&D.
Sometimes you would like role play with people like DBZ shit.
I've done D&D, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And it's not fun when the other guy's like, okay, well, my character's invincible. My character, his neck has steel arm plates. He's like, okay. Basically, the international courts kind of role play as real courts as long as everybody agrees to kind of like role play with it. But as soon as somebody's basically like, okay, well, I'm not signing on to this, or I don't agree with this, or I don't subject myself to this arbitration, or I'm not going to have them oversee a treaty, or any of these other clauses are going to be put in, fuck you. They're kind of a little bit toothless, I'm guessing, yeah? Explain that, or defend them, yeah.
Yes and no. Like, okay. The first point would be the fact that there's not a judicial organ to adjudicate whether a norm has in fact been breached does not mean that international law is toothless. We have a very big, let's say, legal mechanism to make international law enforceable.
Okay.
Even though we don't have a world government, we don't have a world police, and there's kind of a horizontal legal system. So all of the flaws that come with that. Mm-hmm. We have what is called countermeasures.
Okay.
So essentially, since we don't have a centralized enforcement mechanism, some of them, like some courts, and we have the UN, blah blah, but it's not quite there. Countermeasures is a legal mechanism in which a state that has had their rights before international law breached by a third party can, with some requirements, stop complying with their obligations toward the offending party. So, for instance, let me put an example.
Okay.
Again, there are a lot of caveats to this, but let's say Spain and Italy have a treaty saying that Italian fishing vessels will be allowed to fish in Spanish territorial waters, whatever. I'm making it up. And then Spain says, well, fuck the Italian fishermen, get out of here. And Italy says, well, you're breaching the treaty. There's no jurisdiction for any court to adjudicate this, or even if there is, you're not complying with the judgment. What do? Well, you and me, Spain and Italy, have a parallel treaty, which says that Spain will give us tanks or corvettes or whatever, and I will pay. Well, I will not pay. That's the whole mechanism of a countermeasure.
Gotcha. But then again, that just seems like it reinforces the idea I said, where it's like, this really comes down to the internal politics of an individual country and then where they want to be on like the world stage, basically. So, for instance, if a country wants to be in good standing with the world courts because they need political opinion, right? Like if Ukraine had, like for instance, have you followed the Nord Stream 2 pipeline stuff?
Yeah.
Like so I'm hesitantly saying this because I don't know if this is 100% verified, but it seems to be the case right now that that was almost for sure done by, not ordered by Zelensky, but done by people very high up in Ukraine's military. That seems to be where like the consensus is like focused on. If that was the case, Ukraine's image is damaged such that support for them, financially, diplomatically, militarily, is going to fall off in the rest of the world. But that type of like process is not like we need an international court, we need to convene judges to figure this out. It's more just like people aren't going to like you and they're not going to support you kind of thing. And it feels like the international criminal courts, because one of the nice things about court in the United States or in a country is, I don't give a fuck if you like me or not. We're going to go to court and we're going to figure out we're going to figure out who is right or wrong, not de facto, de jure. We're going to figure out who's right or wrong in the eyes of the law. But for the international criminal courts, it feels more like we're kind of like another measure for you guys to kind of track who's being nice and who's being bad. And sometimes if somebody really wants to say you're being bad, then we'll show them in the international court, but they're kind of toothless, and it's really at the end of the day just about like your agreements. Kind of like how you brought up earlier, like, listen, if you're a signatory to the Rome Statute, if a war criminal shows up, you've got to arrest him. That's part of the agreement. But when Putin is flying around the world, people are like, I'm not going to arrest the fucking head of Russia when he comes to my country. You're fucking insane. I don't give a fuck what the Rome Statute says. That's never happening. So yeah, it feels like I'm giving these opinions, by the way, really strong. If you think I'm incorrect or something, I'm just like forming my broad opinion.
No.
So if you think, push back if you feel like I'm wrong on something. But that's what it feels like, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, there's a big part of what you're saying that is I'm not gonna pretend otherwise, but think of it this way. Imagine you have as I was saying, 100 people in the jungle. You don't agree to establish a political community with centralized coercive power, centralized institutions, etc. But you do agree to some agreements that you will engage to comply in good faith, and that you agree in theory that there will be some legitimacy in others levying some consequences onto you if you breach those agreements. Imagine that's all you have. Sure. I would say we've done pretty good considering that's where we're departing from.
Okay,
considering no one agrees to a world police, no one agrees to give more teeth to the UN, no one agrees to an international court that has universal jurisdiction no matter what, and that can enforce their judgments using force. That doesn't exist. The only kind of teeth we have, quote unquote, teeth as in the use of coercive force by the international community against the state for some breach of international law, is Article 42 of the UN Charter, which says, so the UN Charter, one of its premises is Article 2.4 is we are from now on banning the use of force in international relations with only two exceptions. One is self-defense, of course. Second one is Article 42 of the UN Charter, which says if there is the Security Council deems a situation to be a threat to international peace and security, and there is one state that is openly, endangering international peace and security, the UN Security Council can authorize other states to essentially invade that country. It doesn't say that, but use military force in whatever capacity is needed in order for that breach of international law to end.
Gotcha.
The problem with that is, you know how the Security Council works, 50 members, 5 of them have veto and they don't agree on anything. So
which is by
again,
design, kind of, right? Like the goal was like,
exactly.
Yeah, I've heard people say, wow, permanent members, single vote veto, like this is bullshit. But the reality is, well, if China or Russia or the United States or who are the other two, what is like France and the UK? I don't even know.
Yeah.
I should know this.
Yeah, the victors of World War II.
Oh, God, I got it. Yes.
Yeah.
If one of these people are disagreeing, you probably don't want to do it. That it is probably really important that any of these member states can say no, and
Like,
one vote downvotes it. Yeah, and kills it.
Imagine if veto power did not exist. The Cold War essentially would not have been a Cold War. It would have been the Third World War.
Sure.
Because if the UK, France, and the US used their majority to authorize force against the Soviet Union, well, that's the definition of World War.
Sure.
So the veto power was established in order for nuclear powers, or I mean, that was done in 1945. So I don't know if they were thinking about nuclear weapons, but they were thinking about the major powers in the world to not enter into war with them, even if the price to pay is to have a less powerful United Nations and to tolerate some injustices, because the greater purpose is to avoid World War II again. And yeah, again, if you have 100 people in the jungle, you don't have a state with police force. The first priority is for the 100 people not to begin massacring each other. So there's a big part of what you're saying that is true, but it's because of what I'm saying. The second part of my answer would be, well, it's not as bad as you say. There are other mechanisms. The you've been a bad boy thing might seem like it's not very important, but in a globalized world where international trade is so important, where your country having visas to travel, where your country having open diplomatic relations with others, being named and shamed and being isolated diplomatically is super, super, like, for instance, South Africa is the textbook example of this. One of the big reasons why they had to stop apartheid was they were absolutely isolated internationally, with a couple of exceptions, one being Israel, by the way. They had no access to buying weapons. They had no access to buying many raw resources. They were a pariah internationally. So, and that worked at that time. So.
Gotcha. Do you think, I'm sorry, this is just a super random question and it's very political and not fair to you and you don't have to answer it. I've heard somebody give the argument that the reason why South Africa comes out so strong and basically shits on Israel for being an apartheid state is somebody said it's because historically Israel has shit on South Africa hardcore for being an apartheid state, and it's kind of like just like a political revenge thing. Do you think there's any truth to that, or do you think that's just like a cope that Zionists say online or whatever?
I believe it's not correct, because at the time where the international community was the most mobilized against apartheid, so during the 70s essentially, Israel was one of the few international allies, be it outwardly or informally, that South Africa had. So for instance, the South African nuclear program was developed with help from Israel. Israel was one of the few nations that exported weapons to South Africa. So perhaps the current government of South Africa, which is the ANP, which were essentially the main opposition to apartheid, now have a more of an anti-Israeli bias, because Israel ostensibly supported the previous government, which was the apartheid government. That's my understanding. Again, I'm not an expert on this thing.
Okay. Oh God, fuck! It just slipped my mind. I had one other random. Fuck, maybe I'll remember this later. Okay. All right. We've covered some of this. We've covered some of this. UN resolutions. Oh, actually, wait. Here's a question I'll have. Okay. I can't tell who actually like studies in school anymore. Okay. Because I've met so many people that have bachelors and even do more research who are just retarded. Okay. I don't know. I don't think you are. I hope you're not. Okay. Sorry. You've read like full papers and stuff, not just like the abstract or not just whatever random 2 lines or Twitter headlines, right? Like you do real study and research and all of this, I'm assuming, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, of course, if I don't have time, I may go straight to the conclusion to see
that's
what
fine.
I'm about to read is relevant or not. But generally, I read the whole thing.
Yeah, okay. This is an issue or a feeling that I have. And you can tell me if I'm totally unjustified or I just don't understand because I've seen this. Or you can say like, okay, well, there's a reason for that, or just like talk me through this. Okay, here's an issue that I have, okay? If I'm going to read, okay, let's say somebody's going to say, I think that the blockade in Israel, the blockade against the Gaza Strip, I think that's illegal, okay? And here's something that's showing it to be illegal, all right? In my mind, what I'm going to imagine I'm going to read is I'm about to get like a 50 to 100 page thing analyzing like, these are what we say under international law, it justifies a blockade, this is what makes it illegal, this is what Israel's doing, here's the stated reasons, this is the effect that it's having, et cetera, going boom, 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 boom. And then at the end of this basically massive analysis, it's gonna say like, it is the ruling of these people or this court or the determination of this panel that given these collections of facts, this blockade is absolutely in contravention of any international norm, law, et cetera, right? When I see UN resolutions that I've been linked by people saying, oh, the blockade is illegal, it's like 2 paragraphs, which seems insane to me. Like, how can you say like in 1 paragraph, well, it seems like the Palestinians are suffering a lot, there's no good reason for this. And then the second paragraph is like, therefore we think it's illegal internationally. Can you help me sort through that? Like, should I be looking for more or is it, or am I having an unfair opinion and like things already? Yeah,
no.
talk me through that. Yeah, okay.
You should be looking for more. What people are probably citing you is either Security Council or UN General Assembly resolutions.
Always General Assembly, yeah. Go.
Yeah. The thing about the General Assembly, a little bit of context. After the 60s, when most African nations became independent, there was established a new majority of states that did not represent the majority of legal expert opinion on many matters, and did not represent the opinion of the major powers, the people the countries that ruled the world informally, economically, politically, etc.
Okay.
But they had a majority in the General Assembly. The non-aligned movement, for instance, was a big one.
Okay.
And they started using their majority to make resolutions that became kind of, I'm not going to say empty because they are relevant. I'm not going to explain their relevance now, but did not conform to the opinion of jurists and the opinion of major powers. So the General Assembly, as you know, does not have the power to make binding resolutions, right? So essentially they are political resolutions. Sometimes they scholars call them soft law, which means it's not directly binding, but it has a lot of authority because it's kind of if the UN was a state, Security Council would be the government, the General Assembly would be the Congress, right? So it has a lot of weight, political weight, and in many instances, what they say, if certain requirements are accomplished, can become law via the customary law thing that I've explained before.
Okay.
Right. So, for instance, if enough states go to the General Assembly and vote in favor of this, and then there's a bunch of practice aside from that, a court could conclude, well, there is enough here to say this is customary law.
Okay.
So it's important, but the form that it usually takes is half legal, half political. There's a lot of political statements, and they do not justify generally their assertions. Their assertions might be well grounded in law. So, for instance, if the General Assembly says this is illegal, it doesn't mean that it's asserted hackadaisically, like without taking care of the legal side of things. But they won't justify it outright. Okay. What you should be looking for is so special rapporteurs reports, for instance, or UN panel expert opinions, or just scholarly papers. So for the blockade thing, I recommend the 2011 Palmer report. This was a report made by a commission led by, I think it was a UK guy called Geoffrey Palmer, that was convened by the UN Secretary General in order to inquire as to the factual part of the blockade, like what happened, and for the legal side of things. This is what I've based my notes around the blockade on.
Oh shit! I think I might have read this. Didn't they basically say that the blockade was basically okay on this, or no?
Yes and no. So they only focused on the naval side of the blockade. They didn't talk about the rest of it. That's one. And second, they said there was non-proportional use of force.
Correct. Even the ICC found that there were likely war crimes committed by some of the IDF soldiers, although in their definition, very, very, very strictly, this was something I also didn't realize. The definition of like one of the war crimes, like very strictly, was like, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember the section, subsection, subsection, but it's like if a member of a military of a state kills somebody who is not a party to like an international conflict between their state and somebody else, that is always considered a war crime. Like even if it was like theoretically justified, like if somebody boarded a vessel and someone else came running up with a knife to stab them to death and the guy shot and killed them, even if it was like on that circumstance, like, oh, well, it was justified self-defense, blah, 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 it would still be considered a war crime because a military person is killing somebody who's not a party to an ongoing military conflict. Is my understanding that correct, or is that not correct?
I do believe it's correct.
Okay.
So for the MB Marmara, I think it was called.
Yes.
Again, the Palmer report is not. It is controversial, so it's not. Not everyone will agree on it, but
Yeah.
I think it's legally pretty sound. But essentially, they say it as well. One, a naval blockade is a military tactic that is employed in the context of military conflict, armed conflict. There is an armed conflict in Gaza, and Israel is blockading Gaza as a tactic in the context of that. So a vessel that is attempting to breach that blockade, well, then there's the issue of the legality of the blockade itself. But a vessel that is attempting that becomes quote unquote.
Yeah, we read through this and a whole bunch of international stuff on this, but basically, like, yeah, go on.
Yeah, a military object.
Yeah.
In the course of boarding that, of course, you have to comply with international humanitarian law. You must take due care for civilians. You must obey the principle of distinction, military necessity, proportionality, blah 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 blah. But if someone is attacking you, that person becomes a combatant. And the regular rules of war apply.
Sure. Well, although what I believe, because I read the ICC ruling, they did a preliminary, or they did like an investigation, and they had figured that war crimes were likely happened, but they were insignificant such that they didn't want to take it to the court for whatever that means. But in their mind, when I was looking at the ICC's determination if a crime had been committed, it seemed as though the only determining factors that were relevant for their analysis were fixated on whether or not even the militant people in the flotilla were a party to the conflict between Israel and the Gaza Strip, Israel and Hamas. And if it was determined that those people weren't assisting or trying to help or a party to Hamas, it was a war crime, period. It didn't matter if they became a combatant. It didn't matter if they attacked first. That was the only thing the ICC was trying to determine, and in terms of like whether or not that particular war crime committed. But for other international criminal things or whatever, I understand what you're saying, that, there's going to be determinations of how people act, and you could be considered a combatant if you fight, and blah, blah. It would be, under different conventions.
I haven't read this specific thing that you're saying, but I believe what you're referring to is not a war crime, but a potentially a crime against humanity. So a war crime can only be committed in the context of armed conflict, right? So it's either international or non-international military conflict as defined in the Geneva Conventions. If this vessel was held by the ICC to not be part of this conflict, right, which the Palmer report, by the way, disagrees. They say they were attempting to breach a blockade that is a tactic employed in a conflict, and they are doing so, blah, blah. So
sure. Yeah, I understand what you're saying here. I'll show you this. The only reason I'm looking at this, and the only reason because I read fuck all of this shit, but I read through quite a bit of this. I'm shooting you this link, and you can look at it later. But this did have to do with particular war crimes that they had said likely were committed because of an Israeli combatant or a soldier had killed somebody that wasn't a party to the conflict. So this was an investigation related specifically to war crimes. I don't believe it was crimes against humanities, and I believe I could be wrong, and I believe that the sections and everything that they're citing were related to war crimes. Relating to killing people that weren't parties to an armed conflict. I wish I remember like the section or the subsection. Or the
articles so you mean just civilians?
So yeah, of course, that's what they consider it. Yeah, civilians. Yeah.
So if you kill civilians in the framework of a military conflict and it doesn't comply with the requirements for killing civilians, this is a very grim way of putting it. The requirements for killing civilians, of course, that's a war crime.
Yeah. So like for some of this here, like reading a quote, in order to amount to direct participation in hostilities, an act must not only be objectively likely to inflict harm, that was obviously met, but it must also be specifically designed to do so in support of a party to an armed conflict and to the detriment of another. That was part of it. So okay.
I didn't understand your question because I thought you were referring to the fact of the vessel not being even around the area of the conflict. But what this is saying is being a part of the conflict, quote unquote, means you're a combatant. Combatant is the definition of what not a civilian is, and vice versa. So essentially, they're saying, are they civilians or not for the purpose of the convention? Which yeah, it's debatable because the frontier between combatant and non-combatant is one of the most contentious things in international humanitarian law because there are a lot of edge cases, etc.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Okay, so we were on General Assembly resolutions. They're basically ways to kind of wag your finger at things, but the composition of okay, so here's the thing that I'll say, and then you can talk about this or tell me about this, okay? Right now, I'm not a big fan of the composition of these General Assembly resolutions because it reminds me of the weakness of unicameral legislative bodies in that it's very hard to do a unicameral representation of a collection of states because there's so many different actors involved. And I feel like this is why, I could be totally wrong on this, but I think, don't most countries gravitate towards bicameral legislatures, or is that just like the United States and the United Nations? Or not, I'm sorry, not the United Nations, the European Union, where you have like you've got your lower house that's like purportedly done by population, and then you've got your upper body, your upper chamber is done like one vote per person. And the idea that like the UN is just like something that was pointed out by a Zionist guy, so take this thing right, whatever, but like the idea that there's 60 Muslim countries that are part of the UN General Assembly and one Jewish country, and the fact that these Muslim majority countries, when it comes to Israel, are always voting as a bloc is like, well, fuck. Like, what does a UN General Assembly resolution really mean, especially when they're non-binding? Yeah, so my approach to this is like, I'm starting to look at these with a lot of criticism, which probably isn't good because it undermines the general authority or whatever of the UN. Yeah, I guess talk around that, or how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's one of the classic issues that we have students debate in like first year international relations. Like, is the UN undemocratic? Because like Nauru has what, 40,000, 100,000 inhabitants, whereas China is like 1.4 billion. So, and they get the same vote in the General Assembly. There is no ponderation for population. Yeah. So that's one big issue. But again, the United Nations and international law as a whole is not designed to be a system that is legally, at least, balanced by economic power, political power, military power, or population. It's kind of a legal fiction. One of the consequences of these legal fictions, where each state has sovereignty and is equally sovereign, and no state is more than another, even though in practice, the US has a super big army and Andorra has, 100 policemen, right? Yeah. So it is a legal fiction. One of the consequences is that this gives rise to a lot of problems. These problems, I think, in the framing of the UN were the fact that the General Assembly cannot make immediately binding resolutions, I think was having this in mind, right? Okay. Where we don't know how many states are going to be independent in the future, members of the United Nations in the future. We don't know what are the reasons these nations might vote. We don't know the population that these nations will have, etc. So I think one safeguard is that they are not binding. However, again, very influential in the development of international law. There's
when international law is made or contravened or whatever, people are going to be citing or looking back at like, well, here's 50 General Assembly resolutions that have been adopted as part of like the customary or whatever feelings of everybody, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I can understand that for sure.
If in the future international court has to determine whether this is a norm of international law, a customary norm, etc., General Assembly resolutions is a big one. There's a kind of counterweight, quote unquote, to that, because the General Assembly in the UN Charter is tasked with the progressive development of international law. So they're kind of doing that when they're doing these semi-political, semi-legal resolutions that perhaps do not reflect the law as it is, but have a kind of a progressive look to that. The General Assembly created in the 50s the International the International Law Commission, which is essentially a UN body of experts, the highest experts in the world, probably, aside from the judges of the ICJ, and with the most authority. And what they do is they get all of what the states do, all of what they propose, General Assembly resolutions, what the courts say, etc., and they make draft treaties. They're like, hey, we gotta regulate this shit.
Okay.
Some of what we've written, we are arguing is already law. Some of it perhaps isn't, but we submit this to you for you to convene a treaty and for more legal certainty to happen. Like we're not gonna have this. Is this customary? Is this not? General Assembly has said this, but no one knows if it's binding or not, etc. So we're gonna have a treaty. We're gonna have it in writing, and everyone will know this is binding upon all. So that's kind of the tempering kind of counter to the General Assembly sometimes is the ILC, which are more very legally scrupulous, and they only propose stuff that is very balanced and almost everyone can agree on. And some of the most important treaties in the world now have emerged out of the ILC. So, for instance, the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. There's the draft articles on the international responsibility of states. So some of the bigger pillars of the international system have emerged out of this body that kind of answers to the General Assembly, but is way more juridically, legally sound than the General Assembly.
Okay.
So yeah, long answer to say political influence, yes, to some extent. Legal influence, yes, to some extent. But don't take it with a grain of salt. Because yeah, especially when it comes to issues that affect African states, majority Muslim states, etc., as the Palestine question, they will vote in bloc, but this will probably not reflect the opinion of the rest of the geographical areas of the world necessarily. So, for instance, the West will vote very differently, even though they often have the numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, the blocks of like votes seem pretty shitty or pretty weird. Like if North America, how many countries are in North America? Is it considered just 3? Or
Well,
like
it depends on
Belize or Guatemala. I don't know if like Central America is considered North or South America, but like if like North America is voting as a block for something against like Africa, right? It's like, well, fuck, Or if Oceania is voting as a block against, Europe or something, like fuck, yeah.
The other big moderating force is the Security Council. The fact that it only has 15 members, 5 of which are permanent and have veto power, was designed to avoid the whatever excesses of General Assembly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you've got the Secretary General, which is the third kind of big power inside of the UN.
Gotcha. Wait, explain that. When you say Secretary General, I know the Secretary General is asked to investigate and make rulings on things. What are the binding? Yeah, what is? Yeah.
Well, Secretary General has he's supposed to be this neutral force that is kind of the chief public official of the UN, right? So he's supposed to be, I think, less of a politician and more of a high representative of the bureaucracy of the UN. Right, because the substantive decisions are supposed to be taken by both the Security Council and the General Assembly. In practice, he's been delegated with a lot of very important functions. So, for instance, when the General Security Council or General Assembly decide to create a UN peacekeeping force, they delegate a lot of the day-to-day working of that to the Secretary General. Or, so, for instance, many agencies, UNESCO or UNICEF or FAO, the WHO, some of them are more autonomous than others, but ultimately all of them link to the Secretary General that acts according to the powers that he's been vested with. According to the
and then also,
charter,
wait, real quick, who is the Secretary General? What is the Secretary General? Like, who is that, and what is the process by which you elect him or appoint him?
I think he's chosen by proposal of either the Assembly or the Security Council, and it has to be approved by both.
Gotcha.
Right now is a Portuguese guy, Antonio Guterres. But
Okay. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah. He or she is usually, he so far is usually a former prime minister, former high diplomat, etc. Has, I think, a big voice, like a big loudspeaker. But different Secretary Generals have used this loudspeaker for more politicized and therefore more less legitimate, quote unquote. Because like the legitimacy of the Secretary General of the UN works if he's kind of a defender of human rights, defender of quote unquote common sense causes, and then decreases when he is seen to take part in some conflict. So, for
Yeah.
instance, one of the big things that the Secretary Generals have done historically is to broker peace deals.
Okay.
So it's essential for them to be seen as impartial.
That makes sense. In the United States, we've got something called the ACLU, the American Civil
Yeah.
Liberties Union, and they fight for
Which
civil liberties.
used to be very. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
I'm an avid listener of the Jesse Singal podcast.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. I don't know what Jesse said about it, but yeah, the ACLU's mission seems to have been pretty undermined by the adamant, like,
Yeah.
anti-Trump fervor than the political
Yeah.
driving. So now people look at, which damages their
For sure,
credibility.
they used to defend Nazi demonstrations, and now they struggle to defend free expression of people who question gender norms. It's like,
Yeah,
what the
yeah,
fuck?
yeah. It's like insane, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess so. Then here's, I guess, like, broader questions now. Now I feel like for my broader questions, they're
for
worthless questions now. Yeah, I guess, like, do you think that, like, the blockade, or has it been ruled that, like, the blockade on the Gaza Strip is illegal? Do you think it's fair to say that, or what are the arguments, like, for or against that? Yeah.
I would say I agree with broadly with the Palmer report, but other experts that kind of criticized the Palmer report said, well, his assessment only concerns the naval blockade, which is a very small part of where the Gaza Strip gets its its source of food and water and medicines, etc. So perhaps the naval blockade might be legal, but what is certainly not legal is a total blockade. And there's Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention essentially prohibits the collective punishment. You've perhaps heard about this. That's one source of the alleged illegality.
Okay.
Collective punishment, it's what the name says, right? So essentially, Israel would say, well, you've elected Hamas, so now I'm going to punish not individually people for their criminal offenses, but the whole of the Gaza Strip.
Can I ask a question related to this? When we talk about collective punishment, making things illegal or bad, wouldn't every single, like, tariff or every single sanction be considered like a form of collective punishment?
No, because a sanction is not like a something done in the context of warfare by one of the belligerents.
Okay.
Right. So.
Okay, so there's
of
only
course,
so, like, because some people would say, like, our sanctioning of, like, Iran has caused damage to the civilian population, but since we're not at war with Iran, you're saying that that's not really a
I mean, it could be illegal, but it wouldn't be illegal under the Geneva Conventions.
Okay,
right?
I understand. Gotcha. Okay.
Because they're not applicable to that. It could be illegal. So, for instance, after the first Gulf War and before the Iraq War, a very, very tight regime of sanctions was established against Iraq that banned the entry of even food and medicines. And a lot of people died as a result of that, even though the sanctions themselves had, sound legal reasons to exist because of what the Saddam regime did. Afterwards, in reflection, many legal experts said, well, a sanction would be unlawful if the effects would be, general famine, general violation of human rights of the inhabitants of that state, etc. So that would probably be legal if the effects were. It's always comes back to the consequences. It's not about how harsh the sanction is. Because if Iran is self-sufficient in everything and we sanction the fuck out of them, but no one dies of famine, then the sanctions can be perfectly legal.
Okay, that seems really weird. That seems to be the opposite, because usually for crimes you're looking at intent, not outcome.
Yeah, but because the sanctions could be formally, legally. Let's say what a sanction is. So, remember I told you about countermeasures before.
Yeah.
Countermeasure is when a state does it before another state.
Okay.
A sanction would be if
in response to something.
No. On behalf of the UN Security Council. So the UN Security Council said, I prohibit every single member of the UN to trade arms with Iran. So that's a sanction against Iran.
Gotcha.
Whereas if the US singularly, the US calls them sanctions, but technically they would be countermeasures if done only on behalf of the US and not on behalf of the UN.
Okay.
Right.
Can I ask, and then also for, like, for how does it work for military? Did the United States actually, the second Gulf War, when we deposed Saddam Hussein, is that considered a war?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, because I thought that I could be wrong. I have to go back. Or maybe we did. I just don't remember. Wasn't there an argument that we had? It was an AUMF, the authorized use of military force, so we didn't have to get, like, a second, like, approval of military conflict or whatever. Yeah. So Okay, but that's still considered, I guess, a
Wait.
war in the or I'm sorry, yeah. I might actually be misunderstanding the facts. Sorry, go ahead, yeah.
No. You understand them correctly, but there's a couple of distinctions. Like first, you don't see the word war being used in legal documents anymore because it's it's fallen out of fashion. We don't call them Ministry of War anymore. We call them Ministry of Defense, etc.
Gotcha.
So now, for instance, we talk about the law of armed conflict because whatever. That may be one reason you don't see the word war. Or formal declarations of war don't happen anymore.
Okay.
That's first, and then second, AUMF. I think that's internal U.S.
Correct.
Legal authorization. That's not relevant for international law. I think what you're referring to is that one of the arguments the U.S. used to defend their use of force against Iraq before the UN was that they were using the same authorization by the Security Council that they had used in '91 against Saddam in '03.
Okay.
That's a very bad argument on my in my opinion, but that was the argument that was used. But at any rate, of course, it's a war. Like a war is assessed
not domestically or internally, but by the UN. So like when Russia says special military operation, it's like still considered a war, right?
Empirically, it's assessed empirically. If a war is happening, you don't need a court or the UN to say war is happening.
Okay.
If there are different definitions, scholarly, some people put the threshold in, more than 1,000 casualties, or some people, but like the different academic definitions. But a war is assessed, looking at whether there's military action that is persistent, that has a certain degree of severity and casualties and destruction, etc. There's no, you don't need to wait for anyone to say this is a war for it to be a war.
Okay, I understand. Gotcha. All right.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to bring on somebody else. I was supposed to bring on 30 minutes ago to chat. IRI about stuff. Is there any like final points you want to hit or any other thing you wanted to comment on? And you're also free to come on tomorrow or the day after or to chat more because obviously there's a lot of people that want to argue about stuff or whatever. Yeah.
Great. Well, not tomorrow but I appreciate the offer. I'm just a couple of points on this that we didn't get to touch on apartheid and genocide that are very important. Apartheid. I would encourage you, if you have time, I'll send you some resources to look at what's the definition of apartheid and whether it applies to Palestine, because it's being thrown around a lot. And then second, for genocide. And you'll see that it's way more, of course, it's more complex than people are aware of. You need intent, you need a systematic situation of oppression that has to be assessed against, blah, blah. There has to be inhumane acts, etc. And then second point, when you're reading this, just be aware that there are two responsibilities in parallel: the individual criminal responsibility of the people doing it, and the responsibility of the state of Israel for not suppressing it, not preventing it, etc.
Gotcha.
So parallel responsibilities.
Okay.
And
well, hey, for when we
point,
get into this in the future, because I imagine you'll come back and we'll chat again.
Yeah.
So do you think that Israel is right now effectively committing a genocide against the Palestinians? And do you think that there is do you think there is an apartheid argument to be made?
I think there's a strong case to be made for an apartheid. It wouldn't apply for all of the points in time for all of the territories equally, and there's an argument to be made as to what of the inhumane acts that are listed as part of the definition of apartheid, which of them are being done by whom, what severity and in what territories, etc. But I think the threshold has been met. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, I think, agree with me. They have the press releases that are very political, but if you dig a little bit, both of them made legal reports that are very well argued. I would say it's kind of you can read the heading and get like a very political sense from both of them. But
I've read the press releases, but I haven't seen like the underlying, if they've got larger reports on it. Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. Okay.
They covered their asses legally before making those statements. So the reports are very good, I think.
Okay, cool. All right, we can talk more in detail about that when you want, whenever you're free next. So okay.
Great. Well, thank you for having me. It was a pleasure. Again, I've been watching since 2018, so it has been a weird experience, and hopefully I can come in a couple of days.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Sorry for delaying this so much too. We were going to talk like 5 days ago, and I've been taking so much frame shots out. But thanks, I really appreciate it.
No
Thank
worries,
you so much.
man. Yep.
All right,
Bye.
have fun. Okay, IRI is going to hop in here in a sec. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. Listen, we're trying to raise at least $25,000 for our first MVP canvassing house. When we raise money for this house, we're ideally, if we can raise money for this one, PV is funding the next 5 or 6. I don't remember how much we're doing, but that's what this dono goal is up for today. So we can bring on people in chat. I'll be right back. Hold on 1 second.
What's up, RRI?
Yo, what's up, buddy? How's it going?
Not too bad. How about you?
I'm doing great, man.
How are you feeling about the house right now? How do you like the new speaker?
Hold on one sec. Okay. What was that about the canvassing house? I'm sorry, I was hearing like an echo.
Oh no, I was just asking you how you like the new speaker.
Mike Johnson, I'm loving him. He took a fat L yesterday with a last-ditch effort to save George Santos and fell flat on his face and threw the whole ethics committee under the bus. It was beautiful.
When he's supporting George Santos, he knows he's gonna lose, right? Or does he not know?
Should I save this for chatting here with Destiny?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, didn't want to spoil it.
No, it's exciting. It's a lot of fun. Little Georgie, man, I'm gonna miss him. He's a character. And what was that about the canvassing house?
Oh, did I say something? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like my memory's gone shot.
Okay,
yeah.
hi, what's up?
Yo, what's up, big bro?
Hi, yeah. How you doing, buddy? Wait, what were you guys just talking about? I heard something.
We were talking about George Santos. Have you been following his saga?
Didn't the House just literally vote to like actually remove him from everything?
Yep, 6th person in our nation's history to get kicked out of the House.
Damn. What does that mean by kicked out of the House? He can't like vote anymore, or?
He's gone. He's not a member of Congress. It's a vacancy in New York's 3rd congressional district. They don't have a representative right now.
And that's just voted
He's
on
gone.
by the House of Representatives?
The Constitution gives the House and the Senate the ability to kick people out based on their own rules. So 2/3 majority is what the rule is, and they had it.
Damn, 2/3. So even yeah, jeez.
And
wow,
it was
Plutonian Choice,
brought
thanks for the
forward
50
by
bucks.
the Republicans. They're the ones who wanted to kick him out to cuck themselves, which is hilarious. It's a whole drama.
Well, damn.
Yeah, so this is the 3rd time they voted on kicking him out. He has survived the previous 2, and he thought he would survive this one. And honestly, it was looking like it was coming down to the wire. So the Ethics Committee just concluded their investigation. There's a committee in the House that looks into, internal matters. They put out a report that was pretty damning. That's where the OnlyFans details came out. Did you hear about that? That he subbed the OnlyFans?
I saw like tweets about it. I don't know how much of it was true, but yeah, jeez.
Well, it was in the Ethics Committee report from the House done by the Republicans, and they're treated with a lot of respect, and they decided to include that salacious detail, so it must be true, though he denies it, of course. But they concluded he stole money. Basically his scam that they were pissed off is he took people's credit card numbers that donated legitimately and just charged them more money than they agreed on and used it for his personal funds. I mean, it was just brazen. This is one of those guys who is a perennial candidate, never thinks he's going to win, and lives the high life off of being a losing candidate. There's tons of these guys, like that prick Shahid Buttar that runs against Pelosi every time.
You say tons of these guys, but Santos was pretty unique in his brazenness.
He took it to a whole other level.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, when I first heard about that guy like a year or 2 or whatever ago, I thought that I thought he got kicked out immediately. I didn't know he was still in Congress for like years after. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, when he got confronted about the Jew thing, and he's like, well, I'm Jewish or whatever. But yeah, just like there were so many crazy things from this guy. I was like, Jesus. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, classic. He'll be remembered forever for the Jew-ish thing. That is so funny. But so everybody, like, he survived 2 previous votes to expel him because the Ethics Committee was working on an investigation, and the DOJ obviously has 23 charges against him too. But the Ethics Committee finally finished or put out a report. It was damning as hell. And then the chairman of the Ethics Committee, a guy named Michael Guest, Republican, he put forward the resolution to kick him out. So that carried a lot of weight. And then Congress came back from their Thanksgiving break this week, and they moved it forward, and enough people were on board to kick him out. Now, there was a last-ditch effort. Literally an hour and a half before the vote, the speaker, Mike Johnson, this NPC that took over from McCarthy, he tried to save him and said, me, along with the other leadership, are going to vote no. And there was some drama. People started shifting and they started moving. And then, even on top of that, a Republican put out an email, a guy named Max Miller, I think he's from Ohio. He put out an email saying, George Santos ripped me and my mom off personally. He took our credit cards info and he charged us more. So he stole from his own colleagues. And that seemed to be the final straw for the Republicans. And so they booted him. Now they're down to a 3-seat majority.
Yeah. Jesus.
And they may be down to a 1-seat majority at some point. So there's rumors that Kevin McCarthy might resign. I don't blame him. I mean, how do you go from speaker to just being... Yeah, how do you go from speaker to just being a rank-and-file chump, you know?
Does McCarthy, would his seat be taken by a Democrat?
No, it's in Bakersfield, which is like murder capital of California, super red. So, but it'll be vacant for a while. I don't know what the rules are. Every state has their own rules. So like with George Santos's seat, the governor, there's no like, the governor has to proclaim in 10 days from the vacancy when an election will be, and the election has to be within 80 days. So we're looking at like 90 days from now for an election. And the interesting thing is the county chairs for the Democrats and the Republicans will pick a candidate. There's no primary. Think about how like corrupt that could be to pick somebody to run for your team.
Yeah.
So in California, there's a process. I haven't looked it up, but if Kevin McCarthy steps down, then there'll be a special election to replace him as well. But that means there'll be a vacancy for a while. Then there's a third guy who is a Republican who's stepping down early next year. So the Republicans might be down to 219 seats, like a 1-seat majority. And if they can barely govern with what they've got now, can you imagine if they're that thin of a majority?
Yeah, although I don't know if it matters that much now, right? Like, it's not like we're about to start like ramming legislation through the House or something, right?
That's true. They're not going to pass anything, but there are some must-pass things. Like the budget has only been extended until the middle of January, February. That's going to be a big fight.
Yeah.
There also are some big bills, like the Farm Bill. Every 5 years, we have this big bill that determines the future of agriculture in America. That has to pass by the end of the year. There is the renewing of the FISA program. So there's a few things they have to deal with.
Yeah.
But they're screwed, man.
Yeah. Let's see. What else besides the Santos stuff? Has anything gone on big politically, nationally?
Well, you should check out that debate versus Newsom and DeSantis. Any interest in watching that from Thursday?
DeSantis just makes me shut my brain off. I can't stand listening to that guy or anything to do with that guy. He is so uninspiring. I hate him. Do you think it's worth watching, or what are they even debating over? Is it just like a general debate? Like,
well, it was billed as blue versus red states. And Gavin Newsom is a brilliant debater. He watches Fox News all day. He knows how to rebut all their talking points. So if you want to see like a real energetic and like the debate we all want to see, not Trump versus Biden, then I would check it out because it was pretty fun. We watched it and it's about an hour and a half. It was moderated by Sean Hannity. Obviously, it's 2v1. So, but Gavin Newsom does a brilliant job responding to all these right-wing talking points.
Well, that's good. Cool.
I think it's worth watching.
What do you make of, me and Brianna talked about this earlier. I'm kind of curious what you think about this. What do you feel about the fact that Biden's approval is like so low for like no good reason, but that it also doesn't seem to be affecting like other Democrats in their elections? Like, what is your like feeling on that? Does this matter, or?
I don't think it matters. First of all, Bill Clinton and Barack Obama had similar approval ratings this time, a year before their elections, and they won re-election. Number two, we've done really well with Biden and his shitty approval ratings. Look at the midterms. He was in the same approval ratings. We did fantastically. Look at the elections 3 weeks ago in Ohio, Kentucky, and Virginia. We did very well, exceeded expectations, and that's with Biden's shitty approval ratings. Also with people calling him Genocide Joe and all the Israel stuff. He's going to lose because of Israel. I don't think so. So to me, it's just feelings. It's how people feel. I think people will vote for Democrat policies, and the polls just reflect how they feel about Biden. But in the end, they're going to vote for the Democrat. So I don't think it means anything. The other thing is, 4 national polls came out this week that had Biden up, and nobody talked about them at all. And they were legitimate polls.
Yeah.
Nobody talked about them. But every time Biden's down to Trump, they talk about it. I understand the drama. I get it. And finally, I'll say that the Republicans are highly engaged in their primary. They're voting in less than 50 days in Iowa. So they're really engaged. They're interested. They're following. They're seeing positive things about Trump. He's spending a lot of money. There's debates, all that. Whereas on our side, we're not spending any money. Biden's going to spend $15 billion over the next year. He's going to be on TikTok. He's going to have all sorts of things happen. He's going to reschedule marijuana.
Isn't that like dramatically more than... I thought that like... My scale, maybe. I thought between like Hillary and Trump, but collectively between the both, wasn't there less than 10 billion spent between both of them? Am I crazy?
I'm pretty sure it was 14 billion spent in 2020 by the Democrats.
How much money spent in 2020? Maybe I'm just thinking of like Hillary's PAC or something. Presidential elections or something like that.
In 2016, I want to say it was 3.9 versus 1.3.
Gotcha.
billion.
In 2020, it was 14.4 billion spent altogether. Okay, maybe I'm not like yeah, maybe the numbers I was doing was just for Hillary's PAC or something, I guess. But okay, gotcha. What do you want, Justigal?
Oh, I was just going to say, I think if you judge Biden's approval and how it's affecting votes by midterm elections or any election where Trump's not on the ballot, it's completely, like, it's not indicative of anything. A lot of pollsters realize and have pointed out that Trump needs to be on the ballot for the Republican voter base to be activated.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
well, but that's not even like, wait, hold on. That's not even a great argument, though.
Yeah,
no?
come
Because,
on.
wait.
Like,
Hold on,
yeah.
wait. Historically,
What do you mean it's not a great argument?
Hasn't Trump had problems picking candidates that end up losing in like midterms and shit? Wasn't that a big issue with Trump that he wasn't picking good candidates?
Yeah, he'll only endorse candidates who are retards and will like completely align themselves with him.
Yeah, so it seems like Trump just being on the ballot.
Yeah, when you control for the incumbency, like when Trump deviates from the incumbent candidates and just goes based on his vibes, he has a disproportionate loss record for endorsements.
Yeah, he's not good at endorsing people. I'm saying Trump needs to be on the ballot himself to get his base to go vote.
Huh.
So presidential elections.
Okay, but he still lost in 2020.
He did.
So what's the point?
He had really shitty approval ratings, and now Biden has really shitty approval ratings. That's the point.
Oh, okay. All right. Got it.
Well, but hold on. Wait. Let's tease that a little bit more, because you said it's to activate his base. And then you said Trump had really shitty approval ratings in that election. He didn't with Republicans, though, right? I thought his approval ratings like never dipped behind
and he got
like
the
93%.
second most votes of any candidate ever.
Yeah.
But he's also really unpopular with a lot of the country.
But do you think, is he going to get more or less popular between then and now with the rest of the country?
I'm saying that, so we can talk about the economic anxiety stuff, but yeah, as people, it's just who's the president. My life feels shittier. Who's the president?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree on that. But I mean, look at the midterm election results. History says that the party in the White House gets its ass kicked, and we dominated.
Yeah, and I'm saying that at least from what I've seen from Nate Silver and a couple other people, that is entirely based on Trump not being on the ballot and the populist wing of the Republican Party not giving a shit about any election where he's not on the ballot, which is really bad for them long term, probably.
Yeah, I've seen some commentary too to support what you're saying. Basically, the idea is that more Republicans will turn out to vote when Trump's name is on the ballot, which will help them. But what's interesting is what IRI was talking about earlier. The four reputable polls that came out that were like, one was YouGov, the other one was like the Morning Consult, got absolutely no airwave, no attention whatsoever. And it was, I think the guy's name is Matthew Iglesias, that kind of liberal data cruncher for politics. He pointed out that he firmly believes this because news outlets, even the liberal media, they have a vested like fiduciary incentive to hyperfixate on Biden's negativity because Trump is better for their bottom line. So like when Trump's bet.
Wait, who's making this argument?
Matthew Iglesias.
Okay, this sounds like a stretch, but okay.
Okay, I'll send you a link. Hang on. Will you guys keep talking? I'll send you a link that way.
I'm not saying I don't believe that he didn't say it, but like the idea that like the media companies want Trump to win because he's better for their electorally, so they're going to try to influence it. I think there's too many different people involved in these media companies for that to ever be the case. That like all these people are like, God, I hate Trump so much, but like we need him to win so that we can have better ratings. I could see that in like a 2-person company, but like in a company with hundreds or thousands of employees, no shot are those decisions ever being made.
Well, to be clear, no one here, Iglesias isn't. I'm certainly not like alleging any sort of like grand conspiracy where they're just deliberately not talking Biden's positivity in order to get Trump reelected, but that there's an alignment here. Basically, sensationalism sells in the mainstream media.
Yes.
They're not ideologically driven the way that Fox News and Newsmax and OAN are. Fox News, its business model is to jerk off the Republicans no matter what. They're ideologically driven, whereas the mainstream media is driven by sensationalism. They'll throw Biden under the bus in a heartbeat if it generates clicks.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. When you talk about it in that perspective, I agree 100%. And it could be the way that when Trump does good and doomerism shit happens, that they'll support. Okay.
Yes.
If it's because they're just chasing, they're chasing
Yeah.
like the sensational sign. I agree. But the whole idea of like we need Trump to win, so we're going to cover him more, blah blah blah. That would be insane.
No,
but I agree with what
I-
you're saying now.
no.
Yeah, I understand now. Okay. Yeah. 100%.
I if I could just say, I love both of y'all. I think this is a lot of cope, like just assuming that the polls don't matter and we're going to be fine. Yeah, I've got reasons for believing this, but just I want to go back to 2016 where everybody was like, look, it's fine. Hillary's going to do great. And what I was thinking the entire time is just from my experience, like spending so much time as a Republican, I'm like, y'all have no idea how popular these ideas that Trump is talking about, how explosive this is in the party. There are people that have wanted to hear this stuff their whole life. Y'all are really undercounting this. And this is specifically why I don't agree with you. So I think the reason we've done fine with the midterms and these special elections is if you look at the polling, a generic Democrat does test better than a generic Republican, and a generic Democrat does better against certain Republican candidates. But a generic Democrat is not going to be on the ballot. It's Biden himself. And I think you're also really underestimating the amount of propaganda that's out there to tell the American people that Biden is responsible for high gas prices, Biden is responsible for inflation. I recently drove all the way from Massachusetts to Florida, and I was stunned at every single gas station I went to. Someone had stuck like little Biden stickers right next to every single one of the price signs with him looking at it and going, I did that. Yeah. So yeah. I respect where y'all are coming from. I hope you're right. I think that this is cope, and I think we're really going to have to work hard to win this election, frankly.
Well, that's why I want to be clear. So if you look at my content at all, I'm actually with you. I don't disregard the polls, because if you look even for the midterms, IRI was right on the predictions on the midterms. I was pure pessimistic. But actually, they've done postmortems on the polling after the midterms, and they found that actually in aggregate, a lot of the polling for both the 2022 midterms and like these 2023 off-year elections were relatively accurate. Like, for example, I'm from Kentucky. I don't live there anymore, but Governor Beshear was favored to beat Daniel Cameron. Now, he exceeded expectations. I think he won by like a 5-point margin. But the polling, I think when you throw the polling out, it's not good, right? But the polling is also a snapshot in time. To IRI's point, it's a year out. So if you look at my content, when Biden gets a bad poll, I tell my audience, as small as it is, to take it seriously. You can't just pretend it doesn't exist. Yeah. But you also shouldn't be like walking towards the precipice because we have a year to change it. And IRI also brought up a good point, again, which is those 4 national polls, which have Biden now ahead, and nobody's talking about them. Right now, public perception's a bit fickle, which means it's persuadable. So I'm with you, and I don't know to what extent IRI is trying to, like, I don't think he's necessarily saying disregard the polls. I think he's just saying we're a year out, and there's time for things to change. But am I wrong, IRI?
I'm taking a firm position that I don't care about the polls. It's nonsense. Oh. It's junk science. It's a year out. People have no idea what's going on. They're not paying attention. All they see are negative videos of Biden falling down, or they hear from Fox News that Biden's responsible for this and that. We are a year away from the election. These polls mean nothing. And for anyone to get down about them, I think is ridiculous. No disrespect, Brianna. I know where you're coming from. Yeah. But I just think it's crazy. It's just as crazy as these morons who are out there, and not calling you a moron, these morons who are out there saying, I'm not voting for Joe Biden a year from now because of Gaza. Get the hell out of here. They have no idea what they're up for over the next year and all the things that are going to come out of Trump's mouth and all the good things from Biden and the matchup. It's just ridiculous. So these polls junk science.
That is
and
like
it's
100% correct on the Gaza point, IRI. That anybody who's not voting Democrat because of Israel policy is a fucking moron.
Well, not only that, but I
Also
don't
a
think
retard.
I doubt, and maybe I could be wrong, and maybe there are polls that show something different. But like there were so many people talking about how they're not going to support Biden over like Afghanistan. Does anybody even remember that anymore? Like, are we going to remember? Yeah, like
Right.
Unfortunately, Americans have, fortunately or unfortunately, I guess, depending on what you want. I think that like Americans have a very short-term memory when it comes to foreign policy. Like we just don't care that much.
And
well,
I hear
Brianna,
you about
I just
that.
want to
Hold on just one second, because I hear what you're saying, IRI, but I think the counter thing I would say to that is my message is not we're going to lose, we're effed, freak out right now. I think this is kind of a higher level view of how the Democratic
Wow, Lawson
Party
Harrison, thank you for the
operates behind
$400
the
donation.
scenes.
I'm glad I pulled you away from
What
Ryan
is
Dawson.
happening
I love you,
right
buddy.
now is the Biden super PAC and the Biden 2024 itself has raised a pretty good deal of money. The media has not done a good job like advertising or talking about Biden's war chest. And all these forces are lining up behind the scenes of the party deciding how it's going to be spent. Now, the party traditionally, this is really getting to how politics is dysfunctional, Destiny, but you've got this class of people in the Democratic Party, and they love pushing you towards television ads. I would bet you a lot of money out of that giant figure that you just quoted of billions of dollars that they spent in elections. The majority of that, I would bet, went towards television ads, and they're aiming to do that again this cycle. The problem is TV is having less and less and less and less salience as every single cycle goes on. So my message isn't we need to just sit back and let this coast. It's that we've got to be thinking about the infrastructure we need to build today to be able to execute and win up and down the ballot. Because the decisions we're making in January, by like May, there will be no oxygen, and the way we spend that money will already be decided, basically.
I don't disagree, Brianna. Just shortly, I'll say, I just have a difference of opinion. I think it's more motivating to tell people we are kicking ass. We're going to kick ass. Here's how we've kicked ass. And we're not going to sit here and feel bad and say, well, don't be complacent, guys. Get out there and work. I just have a difference of opinion on it. I think it motivates me more personally to be like, yo, here's how we're kicking some ass. And let's go, guys. Let's go.
Fair.
Yeah. I would say that, like, in response to the initial things that Brandon brought up, the idea that polls don't matter. I don't know why IRI keeps saying this. When he's saying this, he doesn't mean polls don't matter. He's saying that polls right now are a snapshot in time, and that the polls are going to change significantly as we get closer to the election. And especially when you've got Republicans that are doing all of their advertising and all their campaigning right now because they've got primaries coming up. They're obviously getting a lot more media press coverage and everything. It's going to look a lot different when the general rolls around. Much the same as like who was the billionaire guy? Not Steyer, but the other one.
Bloomberg?
Yeah, the Bloomberg was polling unbelievably high because of all his advertising and everything. But it wasn't until he started showing up in debates and then people started voting that they're like, we don't like this guy. And none of that polling mattered. He fell off a cliff. So yeah, I feel like so I think for the polling thing, what you look for, or at least I think what some people are looking for, is that like how are Democrats performing in special elections and stuff around the country, and that doesn't seem to be impacted by Biden's approval, which is good so far. Now maybe that'll be a problem down the line. But then, yeah, and also it's a strange comment. You say like a generic Democrat would do better than Biden. I feel like Biden is kind of like a generic Democrat in terms of like his appearance. Like he's not black. He's not Obama. He's not like
The
Hillary
generic
Clinton with all
Democrat
this.
isn't 90 years old, dude.
Are you sure about that? How old is like the
I'm
average
very
voter
sure,
in this?
yes.
How old is the average voter in this country? Like fucking 83 years old, right? Like I feel like Biden is about as like generic of a Yeah, he's old, but I mean Trump is also like what 84 or some shit. Like they're all fucking old. Yeah, I feel like Biden has done a pretty good job at not like, he doesn't incite a lot of hatred. He doesn't inspire a lot of confidence. He's just kind of like a dude that does this shit, but like, I think he does decently. And then in terms of like, people are blaming Biden on like gas price and shit, sure. But I mean, like people blame Trump for COVID, right? Which, I mean, obviously there's a share of blame to be had for lack of response and everything, but like, yeah, people always blame presidents for stuff going on in office. That's not new. That's never going to stop. Like, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The president, we hire a president not to make great speeches and inspire people. We hire a president to sit in a room, make tough decisions, surrounded by brilliant people, and somebody who has a lot of experience. And I think that's how Biden's going to sell himself to America. He hasn't even started. He's barely lifted a finger on campaigning, and he's already beating Trump in national polls this week. So I just think the sky's the limit. Again, he's going to reschedule things like marijuana. That's going to change so many people's minds. He's got so many tricks up his sleeve that he hasn't even begun to explore.
He's also got a shit ton more money at the moment too. I think he's like
Yeah.
out fundraising Trump like 3-1.
I agree. God, I don't want to be like, I sound pessimistic. Like, obviously, I wouldn't have my job if I didn't believe in this president, right? I wouldn't be doing what I do. But this is what I see. I think if you look at Obama, he was a really, really unique orator, and he had a special ability to communicate and connect emotionally with the American public. I think Trump is really unique at being able to connect with a certain percentage of Americans. He's also a vote losing machine, but he's out there, he's able to give a speech, he's inspirational to some people. I think every time I hear Biden speak, let's just be honest, he is faded, he has trouble like getting that energy around, and he, let's be honest, skated through those debates last cycle, and that election was a lot closer than any of us would have liked. There's incumbency, like there's an advantage based into the incumbency this time around. And I think that's going to like translate to an advantage. People just tend to vote for a president, period. But I think the big thing that's going to change is not Biden stepping up and kicking ass. I think it's the media shifting and covering Trump more. Something I will admit I was wrong on is I supported, and I said this, like the media covering Trump less and kicking him off of social media and things like that. And I'm not so sure that's right today. Right now, he's out there functionally talking to his fringe right audience, saying this stuff they like, and media is not covering it the same way, which I think is why his approval is high. So maybe once he's back in that like vote losing machine cycle again, we'll be okay. But I really urge people not to be complacent this time.
Okay, let me put it in a different way then. Democratic policies are very popular right now, as per the generic Democrat, as per the Ohio issue number 1, abortion, constitutional amendment, legalizing marijuana, all that, abortion in general. You're telling me then that people are going to vote, and I'm not putting this on you, but just in general, people are going to vote for Trump and then all Democrats down the ballot? I just think they're going to vote for Democratic policies, and Biden's going to come along for the ride.
I think that it's going to translate into lower turnout. I think things have switched in our party somewhat, where a few years ago, high turnout was always, always, always good for Democrats. I don't think that's as true as it used to be. I'm worried that some people are going to stay home. Yeah.
We've had huge turnout, like in what was it in August in Ohio in the raising the threshold
election?
for
yeah,
like we've had huge turnout on our side, not because of Biden, but because of abortion. So I think like abortion is what's going to get people out.
I was going to say,
Biden's
I think
not
like
going to excite people.
I think the Democrats have a secret weapon in the next election, and ironically, I believe everything Brianna said. Biden doesn't really inspire much strong feelings in terms of voter turnout, but I think Trump is very inspirational for both sides. And I think Trump being on the ballot on the opposition side and bringing back those feelings, especially of like Roe v. Wade and stuff, I feel like is probably the biggest strength that Democrats have. That would be my guess.
Can I just cut in
Why
really
are all of
quickly
your
and ask you a
guys' mics
hypothetical?
so obnoxiously fucking loud and clipping? God, I hate
this loud?
Discord. All of you,
Sorry,
yeah, you're,
sorry,
no,
sorry, I
I don't
leaned in.
care. You're
It's my
already,
bad.
no, that's fine. I'll turn you down. But like, fuck all of you. I hate you all. Sorry. Okay.
No, I should fix it. But
Nope, no, don't
sorry,
fix it, 'cause everyone will
wanna
just turn
ask
you
a
down all the
hypothetical.
time.
Okay, I got it. I want to ask you a hypothetical. Given that everybody's voting for Democratic policies and not Biden, why risk Trump being able to market, like say, go out and do the same campaign now with Biden's favorables low and say, hey, he's not healthy, he's not up for it, he can't even campaign and run, like be the president at the same time. How is he going to carry on for another 4 years? Why do you risk that when everybody's voting for Democratic policies and everybody hates Trump? Why wouldn't you just give up on Biden and move on to the generic Democrat? Newsom. Why wouldn't you just move on to Newsom?
You're tossing your incumbent advantage. And what they're doing to Biden, they'll do to Newsom. They'll find things to attack him on, right? I used to think, oh man, if Hunter Biden didn't exist, Biden would be great. If Biden was a couple years younger, they'll just find things to attack Newsom. It'll be all about French laundry, about Newsom's ex-wife. There'll be new things to attack Newsom on that have nothing to do with age or whatever. So it doesn't matter who the candidate is. So we cannot throw away that incumbent advantage. And I point to the midterms. Biden was a big part of the midterms, just like Trump was a big part of the midterms, and we did well. So I don't buy this idea that Biden is a drag on us. Biden is responsible for amazing legislation that we passed last year. I mean, this is what Gavin Newsom was saying in the debate versus Ron DeSantis. He's a huge surrogate of Biden. There's a reason why Gavin Newsom isn't running. He's not running in the background, not waiting. But Biden is a good president. And like I said, they haven't even begun to sell him to the nation. And they will show people why Biden is the right pick.
I'm really curious why you think Newsom isn't waiting in the background if he's doing this debate. I don't understand what that debate was about.
Go listen to him.
Waiting in the background.
He's publicly.
He said what he has to say.
Well, wait a minute. He went on the record in that debate and said explicitly. I mean, I guess suppose he lies, but he'd be getting his ass chewed out in perpetuity over it. He publicly committed that he's not seeking the nomination, that he won't run for president. So
he won't run in the primary. I don't think anybody will primary Biden. I think
I don't think
best,
unless
Biden
I'm wrong,
and they would put Newsom in.
That's not going to happen. That's ridiculous.
Okay. But
that's insane. That's not even worth entertaining.
As for why he did the
Newsom
debate,
has the same odds as Nikki Haley in betting markets right now of being president.
Yeah, and he's not even running. So what does that tell you about the GOP?
What?
He's not running for president. He can't even get on the ballot in some places. So it's just it doesn't make sense.
Wait, if
Unless
Biden
dies,
were incapacitated, let's say he were incapacitated, they have to replace him with Harris. They can't replace him with Newsom.
No, at the convention, then they could choose somebody else if they want to be their nominee.
Yeah. Now I'm curious what the hell you're talking about, because he didn't just say I'm not running in the primary. Hannity challenged him. Are you running for president? Are you seeking the nomination? And he categorically said no. So are you saying he's just he's hoping Biden either?
No, I don't think he's seeking the nomination. I think there's something going on in the background where they think if they have to back up and get rid of Biden, they just want the backup plan there. I don't think without Biden's blessing they would come for him. I think they pause.
What makes you think Biden is dropping out or would drop out?
I don't know if he's dropping out. I don't think he would unless there's a health event.
Why even entertain that at all?
If his
He's
polls
very
get
healthy.
Bad enough, they will.
He's very healthy. He
will think
works
about it
out
precisely
4 or 5
because of
times
what
a
you
week.
said. Because of how popular Democratic policies are, and because of how strong they think their platform is, that it doesn't matter who they have, as long as they don't have somebody dying, that person will beat Trump. That is the argument.
Biden has some huge wins under his belt.
His
foreign policy has been incredible.
I'm sorry. Biden has the most important win under his belt. He's already beaten Trump. Why would you run a candidate why would you run it again? The idea that the Republicans want to run a candidate that already lost against this candidate is fucking wild. Why would you do this?
Just so, can you repeat that again? I thought I heard something that was really tittillating. Could you repeat that?
Repeat what? So I don't know.
You said that Biden is what?
Destiny talk.
Biden is what? Biden's been a great president.
Great president. I say that all the time.
I
talk about
that.
that.
I didn't hear that. I love that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think he's been a great America First president. I think you have every argument in the world for why he should be president again.
Except are you a Democrat or a Republican?
No, I'm not. I'm neither. I'd be somewhere in the middle.
Oh boy.
Oh, you're an enlightened centrist. I got it. So you're an embarrassed Republican.
I'd be a conservative. I'm a conservative in my country. I would probably. I have no idea in your country.
I think it's really
your politics are wild.
What Newsom is doing. Biden, for better or worse, is seen as an extension of the Obama administration, right? So what happened is when Obama came in 2008, this was a certain era of the Democratic Party, right? They came up with some new ideas like micro-targeting, starting to use large data analytics, something I would add we're going to be using at the Destiny Canvassing House to, make sure we're targeting specific kind of voters we can, connect with. Like they had a certain set of tools that they started to use, and the people that were on the Obama train early enough, then went and worked in his administration, and they've been running the party functionally ever since. The Biden era of that, like this election, is the end of that. And there's a huge fight that's brewing, like behind the scenes, about who is going to be the next standard bearer of our party. You've got people like progressives, we're starting to think like who's going to be taking the reins over on our side. And Newsom, because he is a governor of a major state, he can afford to do things because he has the campaign resources to run ads in Florida talking about Democrats generically and get a lot of attention. He's trying to position himself as the heir apparent to Biden and the Democratic establishment for this next era because Kamala Harris comes across as so weak. That seems really obvious to me, and it's also why for that debate he's stressing over and over again he's not going to run, he's not going to be the nominee. He's not trying to be the nominee. He's trying to not piss off the party structure so in 4 years he can take those reins and then become president.
I think it's also too, because he was pretty transparent about this, I think he's got, which I actually appreciate this about him, he's been saying consistently, Newsom has, that the Democratic Party has a messaging problem when it comes to rhetorical aggression. And that, right-wing governors like Abbott and DeSantis are setting the stage for the messaging war. And he basically says, I want to out-bully the bully. So that's why he was spending so much money in Texas and in Florida running advertisements, shit-talking Abbott and DeSantis, and why he wanted to have that debate. And he spent most of the debate, because as IRI says, it was a 2v1. Literally every question was predicated on, hey, California's a shithole. Newsom defend it. And DeSantis, why do you think California is such a shithole? So he spent most of his time basically pivoting and saying, well, DeSantis sucks and here's why. He was trying to make the case that, I think, yes, he has presidential aspirations, but I think it was also a factor of he wants Democrats to not just deliver results, but to sell those results. And we have to have some people in the party be a bully. We have to out-bully the bully. And I think he does it really well.
Yeah, I agree.
By the way, I want to say you guys are close to 21K for the funds raised for the DGG Canvas House. So that's freaking awesome. Amazing.
It means we're going to be having an event in February for sure. So IRI, I would love to have you out there on the ground if we can get you. And Josiah, I hope you will also come on out to the house. We'd love to have you there as well. Help us canvas that weekend.
I'm going to do everything I can to be there. So if you guys want to meet me and come on out and knock doors with me, then yeah, it'll be fun. I'll debate any of you chumps in person. Nobody in this call. I mean the DGG-ers.
Yeah, I do think we need like a general die-off of old people in politics. I think that even Trump's age is insane. We need to get like some fresh, young, 65-year-old faces in here because, like, unironically, holy shit, it is like what isn't even Bernie was like fucking 80-something years old, right? It's just
Bernie
insane.
and Pelosi
82
are older than Biden.
Yeah, like that Feinstein shit was comical. I'm sorry, but like, what the fuck, guys? Are we serious right now? Jesus. We'll see what happens.
It's embarrassing. I mean, I really, for my generation, Gen X, and the last year you can be Gen X and not be a millennial, it is embarrassing how little we stepped up and ran for Congress. Like, who was McCain's running mate? Ryan? Like, he's the best Gen X.
No,
yeah. The guy after that,
Romney and Paul Ryan.
Yeah, Paul Ryan. He's the best Gen Xer like we can come up with in Congress. Like, it's embarrassing.
Wait, Paul Ryan?
Yeah.
I thought wasn't Paul Ryan's leadership like fairly effective? Didn't Trump fucking hate him though? I could be misremembering. Maybe he did a really bad job as a leader, or
well, it's not so much that he did a bad job. It's like, this is like, if you're thinking about the Gen X that probably got the most power, like, he's certainly on that list. He's a Republican. Sure. So I'm like, he's out there saying Rage Against the Machine is his favorite band. It's like, what the hell, guys? Yeah. Like, my generation really sat it out. And this is why the boomers have had such an unusually long tenure running the country and deciding our foreign policy. And I think it has huge outcomes. Like, they are completely tuned out of things like climate change. I think with tech regulation, I think they've completely failed. Like, it has material effects, the generational divide. And I think, for all the talk I've done through my career about diversity, I do think age diversity matters. And I think we need more of that in Congress.
Yeah, Brianna, I think the median voter being just the fact that the boomers are the largest generation and have been for their entire lives. Once they start voting en masse, they're just going to keep electing each other and themselves until they age out of being voters.
That's right.
Well, This is why when all the young people are yelling, "I'm not voting for Genocide Joe," they're just kicking themselves. It doesn't do them any good because he'll just focus on older people, which, by the way, his support has grown. And with older people over Israel, they're like, hell yeah, we like what Biden's doing. The 65 and over crowd is like 70% supporting Biden on Israel.
Yeah.
All right. I love the conversation, but I do want to introduce the two people that joined the call. We have Sam, who is from Progressive Victory, is one of the directors there, and also Eric, another director. And you guys have some like really cool history in politics. I just want you guys to like talk about very quickly, so we can maybe go off of that.
Yeah, sure. I'll go first. So my name is Sam. I'm the founder of Progressive Victory and its executive director. And we founded it because I think, you could see there's a lot of this conversation that I've been listening to about the personalities in the party, whether they're old or not, right? We have the Obama personalities, the Obama club, we have the Bernie club. But when those personalities, when you stop running for office, right? Like when Bernie decided to have his last campaign, when Obama had his last campaign, right? Like once they're gone, those people who were drawn to those personalities go away. But the content creators that, like Destiny, they perform that same role. They have that parasocial relationship already, and we can't just have this be one election at a time, right? It's you have to have people be enthusiastic to come and work on elections and turn out for elections in every election. And so having people, the parasocial relationship that creators control with their audiences that are able to bring people out election after election is really, really exciting. And also just how young people are so doomer today. That is the beautiful thing about working with creators who are talking to their audiences and actually trying to get them involved is that it's anti-doomer inherently. So that's the reason why we formed Progressive Victory. We formed it to work directly with creators to help them mobilize their audiences. And Destiny, you and your community have been doing this for longer than anyone. You have the background, and we're leaning a huge deal on your experience and your team's expertise in this. So that's why we're focusing on building this canvas house, and we're really excited to do it. So really glad to be here.
Yeah.
No pressure, Steven.
No pressure, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, no, I'm really excited to be here. My name's Eric Balsva, sort of a longtime political hack. Got started in 2004 working for John Kerry on the presidential campaign and just fell in love with like grassroots politics and campaigns and spent the next 20 years working in it. Worked on every presidential campaign, was a senior advisor on Elizabeth Warren's first run for Senate. And again in 2016, worked on the presidential campaign as well as doing a lot of consulting for companies and doing public affairs work. But I mean, I fell in love with online streaming and online work in 2020, where we built a ballot cure campaign for the state of Georgia, where we leveraged online people to cure ballots in person and in-person door knocking campaigns, and we're able to cure 15,000 ballots in a week, which was more than the margin for Biden in the election. So it helped give him the state, and I'm so excited about what Progressive Victory is doing because and Destiny's community. Because it is leveraging people all over the country in order to really affect local change, and it's a really effective way to do it, and I'm really excited about what's going on here.
I love that every single time. I don't do marijuana often, but when I do, it's all because of you and you making it legal here in Massachusetts. So when I go over to Patriot Care to blaze up, thank you, Eric. I think of you. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Yeah, I ran a lot of ballot initiative campaigns, and I worked with Peter Lewis on running a lot of the medical marijuana campaigns around the country. And a number of the legalization campaigns as well. So if you like marijuana, or cannabis, I probably helped make it legal there.
Very nice. Where is for this initial house? Do you want to speak a little bit about like what this MVP house is going to do, or what the goal is, or where it's going to be? I don't know if Brianna or Sejin or.
Yeah, it's going to be in Ohio. We're looking at District 1, which is like the Cincinnati-Dayton area. And the goal is really to just like get some real experience and make sure that like we're getting kind of like a gauge on the voter based on what they're looking like this year. We're gonna use it a lot for research, so that when we bring out all the volunteers, that we can have some like real solid information to go off of. We're gonna be piloting a couple different like data methods to try to find new voters, and then we think we're pretty excited about that. And then we're also just trying to grow like a local network. So we're trying to start with Ohio, see how many volunteers we can get regularly, in addition to our normal team. And then we're going to be probably moving around later in May to another area to do the same thing. The idea is to not be like a force multiplier of not just us, but trying to build the volunteer network as well.
So this is something I was talking about in your Reddit, Stephen, and I really want y'all to think about this. So typically, like what y'all did last time is you're really reliant on the Democratic Party for data and the voter files. So I don't want to speak for you, but I'm going to
Thanks,
guess
Channels,
how
for the
it worked.
$100. I love you, buddy.
Volunteered for
But also,
a campaign.
donate to this
wherever
link,
that
guys.
Campaign
There you go.
headquarters, and they gave you access to NGP Van, that crappy app on your cell phone, and then you went out and did walk lists, or they handed you pages of walk lists, like all printed out for you, and you walked back and reported, and somebody entered it manually into the database. One of the cool things that we are going to be doing is PV is going to have access to the voter file this time, and we've got a data scientist. We are going to be able to decide who we want to target, and we are going to have that data. So it's not like we're going to be doing all this work and throwing into this black box for the Democratic Party. We are going to know who's Sejin's team is going and talking to, and we can activate that, like not just in this election, but in special elections in Ohio. We can do this in 2025 and 2026. So yeah, I really want DGG to think about the long game here, because if you like believe in this project and come out and help us canvas and help us fund this, Destiny is going to have, and PV will have access to a really detailed list of people that we can activate for state races or local races. Of course, this has to be in compliance with law, but this is going to give you a really big voice in Democratic politics as far as helping decide like who's going to win in certain primaries or who's going to run here. I imagine if like Stephen called me up and said, hey, I've got a DGGer, they're running for the state house, can we get them this data? Like I would call our lawyer and I would see how to make sure you got that, which would make your job much easier. So don't just think about this as going out and getting Biden on board. Think about this as Stephen helping build a tool in swing states that has amazing value. The Democratic Party is going to invest in what they call triple primes, which is hitting people that vote in state, local, and federal elections. They're not going to be doing deep canvassing. They're not going to be working on getting people registered to vote. They're not going to be building these networks. We are going to be building that. So just think about the voice this is going to give you if we stick with it.
Yeah. I don't know if there's like a specific topic that you guys wanted to cover while you were in here, or is it just that, or?
I mean, I'd love to talk a little bit more about, how this came into being. It's something that happened actually over the summer. We had this panel that we were doing at a conference called Netroots Nation, which is a political conference, and Sejin came with us to be on this panel, and we started talking a lot and going to other people's panels at the convention. And there was one on deep canvassing that really started to give Sejin a lot of inspiration. Do you want to talk about that, Sejin, and sort of what made you think about doing this as a house?
Yeah, so deep canvassing is kind of like the ultimate experience of canvassing, right? Like Destiny, you talked about like how you went to Georgia and you talked with all these like really cool voters that have been voting for like years and years and years. But like those people don't just like naturally form. They were like cultivated by their churches and their communities to become those voters. And deep canvassing is kind of doing that in like a more modern way. It's talking to these people and having deeper conversations, building relationships, and basically trying to like convert people from politically apathetic to to actually like dedicated voters up and down the ballot. Deep canvassing is like usually referred to like single voting stuff, but if we have like a dedicated team to do this, and you have the opportunity, it's by far the best way to get volunteers, get people involved in the process, which I think is the biggest problem that like we've run into in my generation, which is like nobody knows how to get involved. Like nobody knows how to sign up or volunteer. Nobody knows how to do any of this stuff. And they're too lazy to find out too. So if you go to them, it's more likely to happen. Yeah.
And what's really cool about it too is that it's filling a huge gap in what a campaign calendar is. I mean, Democratic campaigns have become like really in the last 3 months of the effort. Like you just do a bunch of paid doors to drag people out to vote in the last 6 weeks before the election, and that's where everything is focused on paid advertising and everything. But all the research says that in order to make long-term voters, like you have to talk to them throughout the year. And there's no real infrastructure for doing that, and that exists. And so it's a really big gap, and especially in a place like Ohio, where you just had these really important statewide referendums, and so we got a bunch of young people out to vote. Like, how are we communicating with them throughout the year to make sure that they stay involved and invested? So I'm really excited about what Sajin is cooked up here, and it'll be a lot of fun.
And I'm going to go ahead and make an ask for it. I mean, those of you who are watching this stream, the amount of history that your community DGG has in getting engaged politically on the ground is frankly legendary, but you all haven't made the legend real enough yet for the general public, for people who aren't part of this community. And all of the expertise that has been built up to this point in your community about effectively engaging in elections to win this is the moment where it's going to burst out into the scene and everybody's going to understand exactly what you're doing. And so this is the moment when I think it's important to support these efforts, because it's going to build a reputation that, Brianna's been working really, really hard to build a media plan surrounding this that's going to get this community attention. So if we get people in the house, the crew, I've met these people that are going to be in this house. They are amazing people that are coming out of this community. So the efforts of what they're going to be doing that's so effective, and then the attention and the credit that's going to come to this community is going to be like a windfall you all have never seen. So you should look at the link in the description of the video, look at the link that's in the chat, and please donate $25 now, whatever you can afford, because we're going to be building this over the next few months, and it's really, really important that we have the resources to put it together in a way that it will make it the most effective.
Do you guys, for how many canvassing events do you think would happen at this first house? Like, is it just going to be like people staffing the house, or are people going to be able to go out and do like a big door knocking events and everything, or?
We're planning like one big event like we did in Georgia. We could maybe do 2 if we raise enough money. And then starting in May is when we really kick things off, and we're hoping to do one at every branch that we're able to open. So that might be anywhere from like 6 to 8 events. So lots of opportunity all across the country this time. So you West Coast guys don't get stuck not being able to do anything. We're doing stuff all over the country because this is like your first step into politics. This is how you get trained. This is how you get the confidence to go back home and like talk to your local campaigns and get involved there too.
I also, success breeds success. And one of the things, like once we have this first, we have this first story out there and this first event out there, it's where we're going to be able to get like the Biden 2024 team to look at this and go, hey, maybe we should send, somebody like Pete Buttigieg out there for this, right? So I actually think like once we have that first event and it's really, really successful, and we get like not just you, Stephen, but a bunch of other people's streamers out there to like talk about this and contribute their communities. Like, think about the story. Media is going to love this because it's like younger people putting aside their cynicism, and then their favorite edgy streamers are like out there asking them to get involved, right? So that's where we get Stephen on national cable television, talking about this. We get someone like the New York Times to cover it. And it kind of starts to rewrite the story about how people think about Twitch poll. So it's not just about these canvassing events. It's about rewriting how people see this entire space. It's about getting people to take it seriously. And it's about getting the Biden super PAC and the Democrats generally, including the operations to win the House and the Senate this year, to get them to kind of pause and go, wait, this is worth, look at all these people doing deep canvassing. Maybe we'll buy 1% fewer television ads this cycle and fund this like really, really aggressively. So all of this ties into the other thing.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think it would be cool to have more fixation, I guess, nationally on what like influencers or streamers can do for mobilizing audiences for elections, because obviously I feel like that hasn't really happened at all yet. And it seems like there's like a surprising amount of people that could be mobilized there for things. So do you know, I'm actually curious, there's like VidCon and shit. Besides Fuentes with AFPAC, has any other like political YouTuber streamer like the Young Turks or the Majority Report or Tim Pool done like big political meetups or whatever? Has this happened? Do you know?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head. What about y'all?
No, can't think of any. CPAC. But no, not influencers.
Huh.
You're talking about, Dustin, you're talking about political content creators coming to the political conferences, or you're talking about creating their own conference?
Them having some sort of their own kind of meetup or conference, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Like, well, I know Fuentes does it with AFPAC, but I'm trying to think of anybody, or he did, I think. I don't think he did it last year, right? Or this year, whatever.
He's doing it this year in Arizona.
Oh, he is doing it this year,
month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems like an opportunity. I mean, if there isn't a big in-person meetup for political content creators, there should be.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Well, yeah, that's like the one I went to in Georgia in 2021 was kind of like a mini Destiny Con. It was a lot of fun. Everybody had a blast hanging out, and knocking on doors was fun, but it's also just a community event. So I think that's the advantage of a community like this.
Yeah.
As opposed to some TikTok rando who's got 1 million followers. As was said earlier by Brianna, like these people, the engagement with their followers, they're not going to get them to do anything.
That's exactly right. Like, no offense to TikTokers, but yeah, I don't think the salience is there as much. I think, Destiny, one of the things, your community was really, really surprised when Taylor Lorenz wrote that article about you and Ro Khanna streaming for 4 hours in front of the White House. And you gotta understand, like, I pitched that to Taylor and she was like, oh, thank God. Like, thank God the Democrats are finally starting to think about this, because she's been covering this for years. And, like, I'm probably mangling these numbers, but directionally they're true. Some absurdly high percentage of people get all of their news from influencers of Gen Z. It's like 69% or something like that. It's crazy, crazy high.
Uh-huh.
So
that's not surprising, given that I think prior to this, I think for baby boomers, I think it was like over 50% of them got their news exclusively from Facebook. So that's not surprising at all.
Yeah, exactly. So this is why when people are, talking about, Hassan and maybe some of his takes being a little off a bit lately, like some people want to dismiss this as, oh, that's just drama. I don't agree with Emma Vigeland. I think the space matters. I think your opinions matter. I think you're educating people. And I think if the Democratic Party doesn't figure out a way to reach out to people like you and give your audience a pathway to make themselves heard, I just feel like we're forfeiting an entire generation.
And the one thing I would add is that, like, we know that the Biden campaign is thinking about this. It's been written about in the press. Like, they want to figure out, like, gamer media, and they just don't really have. I mean, this is a bunch of really old people who don't understand it there, but there are, like, the DNC is thinking about it. Ramsey, the state's director Ramsey is thinking about how to get engaged in this space. So people are thinking about it. Nobody knows it. So that's where the opportunity lies.
IRI, I know, like, we brought you on a little later than we planned to, but I did want to ask you a question if you still have time.
Yeah, sure.
With the Santos explosion and with all the people retiring, how close is the House looking in 2024? I remember looking at it a couple months ago, and it looked like a tough but winnable race. But how does this sort of, I guess, change the landscape?
Well, the fact that the Republicans are the ones that led the charge to expel Santos when they only had a 4-seat majority should tell you that they're shitting bricks right now. There are 18 Republicans that represent districts Biden won in 2020. It looks very good, especially with the Supreme Court ruling on districts having to be redrawn in states like Alabama. So I think our chances are very high of taking back the House. The Senate is the real concern. With Manchin dropping out, are not running for re-election, we're back down to 50-50, and we've got some tough races to win, including in Ohio, where Sherrod Brown, the Democrat, is running for re-election. So as much as I want to help Biden win, I think it's almost more valuable to push for Sherrod Brown, in the same breath when it comes to that. I'm sure many people will as they knock on doors.
It's worth noting, too, that we're also going to be helping the incumbent senator in Montana, which is going to be a tough
John
one.
Tester?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but I think that the House is looking pretty damn good with all the chaos. I mean, this is the first time in history a speaker has been kicked out, and it happened under the Republican watch. And this may not be the last speaker, Mike Johnson, and he may be seeing the exit door soon too. So I think the House is looking pretty good.
And for what it's worth, Matt Gaetz was complaining to Charlie Kirk the other day that, Santos's expulsion brings their majority down to 3 votes, and then you have Bill Johnson from I think Ohio. He's going to be resigning to become like the president of some university. So that'll take him down to 2. And I mean, there's no telling what may happen between now and then. He said explicitly, he's like, I'm worried we're going to lose the majority before the election, either due to resignations or deaths.
Well, McCarthy is rumored to be thinking about retiring as well. There's a filing deadline for re-election in the middle of this month. So we'll find out soon. So they may be down to a 1-seat majority.
That would be hilarious if as like a final fuck you to the Republicans, because he was their, not only do they need him for the majority, he's their best fundraiser by far.
He's a
And
giant.
don't forget, we pick up a seat in Alabama.
Yeah.
I have some good news, y'all. We just crossed 28K. Very exciting. So we are just $2,000 away from our next stretch goal, which I'm really psyched for.
What's the next stretch goal? Remind them.
It is DGG merch. So Sejin has the specifics, but for people that donate over a certain amount, we're going to have special merch for them. So that's Sejin's plan. I will not presume to tell y'all about it.
Yeah, we're gonna be launching like a specific line of merch that's like 2024 politically oriented. There's like a lot of ideas floating around of what it's gonna look like, and then we're also at the events. Anyone that attends is gonna get like a small little souvenir, and this could be pretty cool. I like those things. I hoard those things needlessly in my closet and whatever. I love those little trinkets.
I do have to admit, I was disappointed, Stephen, that you didn't want to dye your hair blue again. Because everybody I know, like my nieces, I was talking about this, and they're like, oh, that's the guy with the blue hair. And they're like, 15 and 16. Like, it's how people know you. I think this is a good stretch goal.
I mean, it's a good branding thing for the Red Pill arc. It definitely was. But as I'm moving into slightly more serious political discussions, everything, I don't know if that's something I want working against me. It's also a lot of personal maintenance that I don't know if I want. I don't know if I'm going to do my Ben Shapiro debate with blue hair. Not 100% sure on that yet.
That's fair.
So I don't know. We'll see. I might do it again in the future. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how I feel about it. Yeah.
That'd be awesome. And then you have your Dark Brandon mug while he has his liberal tears or leftist tears tumblers.
Yeah.
It would set the stage. Is that still happening, by the way? I don't even know if you can talk about it. But
yeah, it was pushed to January, apparently, because of all the Israel-Palestine stuff going on right now and the change in all the shit they're doing. I don't know how that would affect things, but that's what they said. So right now it's tentatively scheduled for January, I think 15th or 16th or sometime mid-January right now, yeah.
And did you concretize the topic? Is it going to be Biden v. Trump? I hope it is, please, dear God, be.
I don't know what Lex is, but it will only be about Trump Biden stuff. I'm not solid. Even if it's a different topic, I will just change it. We're not going to go and talk about transports for 4 hours. I would off myself.
God.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Just kill me.
It'll be something like it'll be something important or relevant, I would hope. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, any anything else? I got like a ton of stuff I can go through, links to stuff people want to talk about, unless there's something else you guys want to bring up that's related to either the houses or the funding or, yeah, anything else you guys want to talk about. And obviously you're free to come back for the next 4 hours too, but.
Yeah, I do have to get out and help with my daughter. We're going to put her to bed soon. But I just want to say before I go, first of all, thank you for having me on. Thank you for making this investment with your community, Destiny. This
Damn, wait,
really,
what
really
state do you live
inspiring to
in?
see.
Or are you like in Europe?
No, I live in Virginia, but my daughter is young. She's going to bed soon, so
Damn.
we got to give her a bath tonight.
That's a harsh bedtime. 5:30. To be fair, I remember when Nathan was like, I think 6 or 7. I think his bedtime was like, I think it was 8 o'clock too. So he slept pretty early as well. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah. Well, she's just she requires a lot of help, so we gotta have multiple parents there. But
gotcha.
But yeah, I just want to say thank you to you for deciding to invest in this. You know, this is something that, as I was coming into this space and just watching what creators were doing, it was just apparent that everybody wanted to do canvassing. That's what creators were interested in doing, and it's because of the example that you set, doing this so early, and the work that you did in Omaha and Georgia, and it's really exciting to help put this together with your team, and everybody who's donated already, thank you very much. This is going to be one of the coolest things that has ever happened in politics, and we have an amazing team that's working on this right now, and it's going to be really beautiful to watch, and I can't wait to see it. So thank you to everybody who's doing this, and we're really looking forward to making this real.
Thanks for coming on, Sam. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming and chatting. We appreciate it. Yeah, and for the opportunity to donate and set all this up and everything too. So
Yeah, our pleasure. One more note, just I don't know if this has been said, but all the funds, this is going into Progressive Victory, but all the funds raised here are going to be spent on this project.
Cool.
All right, thanks y'all. Have a good night.
All right, I'm heading out too. Thanks everybody. Good to talk to you.
Yeah, have fun. I love you, buddy.
Love you too, buddy. Bye.
Yeah, I would only want to stay to talk shit on Hassan, so it's up to you, bro.
Well, I mean, what do you want to shit talk on, I guess?
Did you see that latest Willie Mack video with his Coods Network retweet with the little kid crying at the Israeli police hands?
No, I didn't watch it. It was like an 18-minute video. Do you think it's worth watching? Do you think it's good?
I think it's worth watching, dude. It's fucked up, man. Hassan spreading some Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad propaganda bullshit.
Okay, I'll watch this. Fuck it, I'll put it on. Okay.
Hello, Tom.
Okay. Anything else? I got a lot of links I can work through right now. So unless you guys have something particular to talk about, then
you do your thing, bro. Always fun chatting with you. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Well, hey, I love you. Have fun.
Love you too. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I think I am also going to get going, but I also wanted to say thank you very much, and the community. It's been awesome working with Sejan on this project, and you got a bunch of really smart people that are working on this, and it's going to be really successful. And I'm really, really excited about what is going to come out of this. So, thank you everyone that has donated, and I'm excited to see when we launch and what we're able to do. So, thanks.
Cool. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. All right. What
Hutch is coming on at 6, but yeah.
He's got perms to join this room, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Cool. All right. Have fun. All right. What do we got here? Hold on. Got so many links open.
I need you. I need you. I can't play Fortnite by myself.
What? Why? What? Okay. Thank you, David. Sam Hyde streaming women auditions for...
Up in the sticks.
I live in his name.
You can
I don't remember if I said this on stream.
The environment
or if I was talking with a friend when I talked about this. I don't think that Sam Hyde's like house stuff here works well at all. And I think it has the same problem as my Kick or Keep show, in that like Sam Hyde's stuff is funny because of the things Sam Hyde does and his interactions with people. But like when you don't have that, like I thought, actually somebody can tell me if the viewership, maybe I'm wrong on this. The viewership and everything for the Sam Hyde house wasn't very good, right? It kind of sort of failed. But it just wasn't very funny. It was just like a bunch of random people that like, who cares? It's not Sam Hyde. Fish Tank, yeah. What, did it end up going okay? Like, was it funny? Oh, people are saying it didn't fail. Okay, maybe it was super successful and I just missed it. Okay. It made over $1 million in revenue. Oh, okay. Fuck. Never mind then. Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't know. I tried to tune into it a few times. I was super bored the entire time. But maybe there were like really exciting things that I missed or something. What is this?
Yeah, let me look it up. What did I do? Game account notification and violation inappropriate name. So Assmongler got reported, was permanently renamed or is going to be renamed. Okay, well, I'll see if this is like just a spam report or if Blizzard is actually going to make me not play. Yeah, I'll message somebody at Blizzard and see what's going to happen. And then go from there. What's wrong with the name? I don't
Wait, why is Asmongold doing this? Hold on. Wait, I'm so sorry. I haven't watched this shit in a long time. Hold on.
So Assmongler got reported, was permanently renamed or is going to be renamed. Okay, well, I'll see if this is like just a spam report or if Blizzard is actually going to make me not play. Yeah, I'll message somebody at Blizzard and see what's going to happen. And then go from there. What's wrong with the name? I don't think there's anything wrong with the name. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can't be serious? Yeah. I mean,
Maybe I think I might just be
if that is the case, I've got to rename a lot of my other characters too.
I think I'm just being really hypercritical right now. Never mind, I'm sorry. That line of like, because I thought isn't one of Asmon's problems is that people are saying like, oh, he's becoming like out of touch or rich streamer or blah 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 blah. When I say rich streamer, I just mean like gets donated money, blah blah blah. So like that line of like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and message my contacts at Blizzard and they're gonna figure this out to get me on ban. Like that line just comes off as like very plays into that narrative hardcore. Just the way that he said it was like, why would you say it like this? It just feels like very much like that. But I might be being like really hypercritical here or something, or maybe I'm just reading into things that don't exist. I don't know. It just seems like a weird way to, yeah.
Just sort of seeing them. It's like, I remember I was tweeting with Destiny and I was sort of confronting him about that. And I was like, you're doing these debates all the time. Does anything come out of this? And he was like, no, usually not. It's kind of pointless. Like, no one's mind has changed. Like, no useful information is communicated.
Why would anyone care about that? I thought that was a big issue that Asmon has been facing the past like year or two, is the whole like out of touch streamer thing. I thought that was like a huge thing that like chased him off from like him complaining about like I can't play their games without people getting mad. But then it's like, well, just you have 20,000 viewers, just keep like I thought that was like a huge narrative that publicly he was fighting against. But maybe not. Like I said, I don't follow. I only like catch LSF threads to try to like figure out. Yeah. Hold on, sorry. What was this?
Not sort of confronting him about that, and I was like, "You're doing these debates all the time. Does anything come out of this?" And he was like, "No, usually not. It's kind of pointless. Like, no one's mind has changed. Like, no useful information is communicated. It just becomes this kind of gladiator sport."
Yeah.
Which is not how debates used to be. Like, I'm old enough to remember like when debates on television.
In the 90s?
Yeah, I feel like in the 90s.
We got him, boys.
No, there was some skill at like being a kind of thoughtful public intellectual who could engage meaningfully with an opponent.
Wait,
just sort of seeing them. It's like, I remember I was tweeting with Destiny and I was sort of confronting him about that. And I was like, you're doing these debates all the time. Does anything come out of this? And he was like, no, usually not. It's kind of pointless. Like, no one's mind has changed. Like, no useful information is communicated. It just becomes this kind of gladiator sport, which is not.
Oh, okay. Let's see. What is this? Pretty sure said not with the debate opponent, but with the audience. Yeah, I think debates are really important. They mention you more. Oh, God, you're fucking me. Shut up. Hold on.
Just sort of seeing them. It's like, I remember I was tweeting with
Yes,
Destiny,
again.
and I was sort of confronting him about that. And I was like, "You're doing these debates all the time. Does anything come out of this?" And he's like, "No, usually not. It's kind of pointless. Like no one's mind has changed. Like no useful information is communicated. It just becomes this kind of gladiator sport, which is not how debates used to be. Like I'm old enough to remember like when debates on
In the
television.
90s?
Yeah, I feel like in the 90s.
We got him, boys.
No, there was some skill at like being a kind of thoughtful public intellectual who could engage meaningfully with an opponent who thought differently than you did. In part because you thought of yourselves as public intellectuals as being part of a similar class. But now it's the thinking is like I'm part of the right wing class, and the right wing class is fundamentally opposed to the left wing class. And the fact that we're both intellectuals or that we're both involved in political commentary, that commonality matters a lot.
Yeah,
more.
that's not changing anytime soon.
I agree because the market incentives are towards political combat. Greg, no, don't do it. Don't eat the whole bucket of that Korean gum.
Korean black gum.
Korean black gum.
I see a third way.
What is the third way?
Just a nice common sense in between. I totally see that for me. I think it just has to. Like, there's no solution being offered right now by anybody who's dogmatic. I think Destiny's a good example of that. Like he's kind of Destiny's a little sensationalist. Yeah. But Destiny is kind of that like nuanced, like regular person with regular opinions that just kind of benefit the greater good. Like,
I am a regular guy. Thank you. I am I am a regular guy. Well, I mean, but exceptionally intelligent. But like other than that, obviously, I am the regular. I am the everyman. True. Thank you, Yami Fuller, for the $10.
Someone who doesn't believe it's like a waste of mental energy to have strong opinions on like critical gender theory in universities. It's a waste of resources. You know, there's only more important things to worry about. So you got Destiny. Destiny's not a normal person.
But there's like a sincerity to him that I respect, like in the sense that like he
Nothing wrong
knows
with that, but not normal
I
person.
think
Destiny's 12 hours a day streaming your life. You're more streamed than that one.
He's right. I'm not normal. I'm exceptional. True, J-Reg. Thank you for defending me there.
He had a normal life though before he was a streamer. He only became the streamer in his late 20s, early 30s. He was like,
oh yeah, okay, that's all right. We're doing some that's some glaze and rewrite there. I got into streaming when I was 21. It would have been 21, I think, right? I did have a normal life prior to this. Dude, Melina threw something in the trash can, and I've got fucking fruit flies here. And it's driving me crazy. I think. I don't know where the fuck they're coming from. I was seeing one. I'm like, why is there one fruit fly? I don't think it's just one. I think it's like a few of them. They're somewhere. I emptied all the trash cans this morning. They must be residual. Okay. Getting triggered. Sorry.
manager at a Burger King and then was like an assistant manager at like a custodial company and had like got married really young. Like he just has a very.
What are these? Hold on. I'm not usually when I hear rumors about me, they're usually really negative things that have evolved. So it's funny to hear like neutral things about me that have evolved. This is interesting. So I started streaming in my late 20s, early 30s.
He was like a manager at a Burger King and then was like
manager at Burger King. I was a team lead at McDonald's. Close enough. Okay.
Manager like a custodial company and had like
manager of a custodial company. I was an employee who did a work study program for 4 years at my high school because you can work $5.15 an hour after school for a couple hours every day to pay off part of your tuition. So okay, I see where that's coming from.
Because he only became a streamer in his late 20s, early 30s. He was like a manager at a Burger King and then was like an assistant manager at like a custodial company and had like got married really young. Like he just has a very normal, like the most typical like lower
yeah, I did get married young and I did have a child pretty young, yeah.
Middle class life until he was like 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's true. Like I mean, and he comes to politics like he admits his ignorance, and so.
Oh, maybe he means carpet cleaning. I mean, I was just an employee there too. Yeah.
Informed by this kind of like rationalistic attitude, where it's like, if I can learn enough, if I can acquire the facts, then I will arrive at like a reasonable, sensible conclusion, right? And like that sort of whole approach, is it an epistemic approach, right? Like empirical database sort of approach, right? Like that is, I think, defensible. I mean, the problem with him though is that he still likes the game of political combat. Like he still plays the role that is expected of a person in his position in the year 2020.
You have to play that game.
You don't, but do you? I don't know. Like, see, like in my world, in my YouTube channel and stuff, I've tried to be resistant to playing that game. It sometimes frustrates me because I sometimes feel envious of people that are, part of sort of the political cool kids club on YouTube.
When did you start making over 100K? Probably my second year streaming, but my second full year streaming. But the issue is as a carpet cleaner, I was making around $2,000 to $2,500 a month, making $10,000, or I'm sorry, making $100,000 my second year. I'm like, I have infinite money. It'll never run out. This is the best thing ever. Here's something. $100,000 is not very much money, okay? Here are things, here you go. If you want out of touch rich person thing, here are a couple things I've learned. In my personal opinion, $1 million, that's actually a really difficult amount of money for at least me to spend in a year. That's really hard, okay? If I'm getting over 100,000 more than that in my bank account, I can spend a lot of money, like, okay, I have a lot of money left over, I'm not even worried about it, okay? That's $1 million of income in a year. 100,000 is some shit where it's like, you took too many trips, you didn't account for your taxes, and now you're fucked. 100,000 is not a lot of money if you start spending kind of dumbly. I think $1 million in income, or keep in mind though, hold on, let me qualify this a little bit though. Keep in mind though that for my life, I don't do anything. So that actually, I'm sorry, just eject everything I just said. Forget everything I said. The only thing that I spend a lot of money on is going out to eat. And sometimes I'll do first class flights now so I can sleep overnight and work and stream more. That's really all I waste money on. Or I would say waste. Those are my guilty spends. My car is still a $40,000 car. But if you're somebody who likes to buy clothes, for instance, I could totally see people blowing through $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000 in clothes easily. If you're buying like designer stuff, you go to Neiman's, you're buying $500, $1,000 shirts, pants, clothes, whatever the fuck. I could see you, or like watches and shit. Then I could definitely see you blowing through $1 million in a year very easily. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe forget everything I just said.
you know, the people whose names and reputations are a bit better known because they are sort of seen as more ideological and more combative. But at the same time, like, I'm trying to model an alternative that is maybe a little bit more knowledge-based and a little bit more moderate in its delivery.
Debate blood sports. Is there no alternative?
You should have tried doing debate blood sports.
He likes
debate
one
blood
debate
sports.
blood sport. You've gone on PF Young's podcast and debate blood sports. Who don't you like? You got a taste for blood.
I like
this, like, you know, Hassan, Destiny, Vosh. These toss names out there. Which one of those goes like, oh, that guy?
I don't know.
Or a girl? Is there a girl?
Yeah, like, I don't pay a lot of attention to sort of like the left-wing space, just because like a lot of that's just not for me. Like, I'm just not really interested in what a lot of them have to say because it does seem too tendentious. Like, I find a lot of like these left-wing, the bread tuber set and all that. It's very predictable. Like, it's just not interesting to me, and it also seems like
Jordan Peterson. What's he doing now?
Jordan Peterson, gross guy.
It's always like it's always. I mean, this is like every like bread tuber, left tuber, whatever you want to call it. It's always like Jordan Peterson bad, Ben Shapiro bad, PragerU bad, and it's just always some version of a take on one of those three things. And then of course capitalism bad, and you know capitalism is just this kind of like vague force in the world that we just bitch about regardless of what the topic at hand is.
Yeah.
And that kind of stuff is just it's boring. Like, it's not appealing to me. Some of the right wingers, like the right wingers, are troubling to me because I just view them as a more present threat in a lot of ways. Because I do think that like the right wing, as I said earlier, like I think that in middle class society, like America in particular, like extremist right wing politics is the bigger danger. And so I kind of feel more of a need to kind of bring those people down to earth and sort of dispute some of the things that they're saying. But at the same time, like I don't desire to like debate these people. Like in part because like that's the other thing too. Is like I don't think I'm a great debater. Like I don't have great debate skills. That doesn't mean that.
Also, I'll give you this tip too, okay? Huge thing as well. Also, if you're doing self-employment work, you need to be ready for that first year of taxes. You don't understand what it's like to have to save your own taxes until you've actually done it yourself. You will overspend and you will fuck up the first year. You should definitely put away like at least 40, I would say 30-40% to be safe of your money so that you're ready for your first tax bill. That was a really hard thing to get over too. Is starting the next year and realizing, wow, how did I spend $100,000 in a year? I don't even think I spend that much. And then like, wow, I have a $30,000 tax bill and I'm starting the new year. Holy shit. Yeah, be very careful about that. Okay, what is this? YouTube apparently shadow banning the CIA is a terrorist organization by second thought, and he gets a visit from the Department of Homeland Security. So just thought people would like to know about this because when I found out about it, it kind of gave me a good scare. This is 3 years ago. JT Chapman, or better known as Second Thought, uploaded a video about the CIA recently about how they are the biggest perpetrators of terrorism on the planet, essentially. And it seems after a time of everything looking good algorithm-wise regarding the video, it looks to have been pulled from discoverability. He has people asking why they can't see his new video in their feeds, not being notified he uploaded a new video, etc., etc. So he took to Twitter to vent his frustrations about what had happened. Where this is different, however, is where he mentions that he received a visit from the DHS, Department of Homeland Security. And they talked to him about anti-American sentiment in his video about America's police brutality from a few months back. So yeah, pretty scary stuff. Just thought people here should be made aware of this, since I am sure there are many fans of Second Thought and generally leftist media around these parts. Be sure to check out his video about the CIA being a terrorist organization and give some more love if you can. Also, here's his Twitter thread about his visits from the DHS, attempting to intimidate him for those who want to read it. I am so curious what this said. Hold on. This is going to be an important thread. We need to talk about YouTube and private media operations in general. This thread was prompted by YouTube's shadow ban on my new video, but that's really just a minor inconvenience. The whole story involves YouTube, the DHS, and the CIA. This is about 3 years old. Yesterday morning, I released a video titled, "The CIA is a terrorist organization." Unsurprisingly, it was instantly demonetized. Fine, I'm used to that, but what followed was both intensely disappointing and honestly fairly alarming. After the video went live, I got the usual comments, first, hi, clicked as soon as I saw the notification, etc. Views were slightly disappointing, but par for the course on a demonetized video. Later in the day, some of my patrons reported something odd. The video... What? Oh, that was a fuzzy. I'm having a meth hallucination. Sorry. Let's see. I started getting comments saying subscribers hadn't been notified and that they had come to my channel to see that I had a new video, but that wasn't even the most unusual. People also started reporting that they could no longer find my video in search results, even if they searched the exact title of the video. Very odd, especially considering a video reacting to my video showed up in the search results. I confirmed this personally. Last night, I tweeted at YouTube to request an explanation. I gave them the relevant details, and this was their response. It looks like your video was recently uploaded. Note that it'll usually take a few days for newly uploaded videos to appear on the results. If it doesn't show up after a week, these tips should help. This was an obvious lie, and an insulting one at that. I've been uploading videos to YouTube for 5 years. I produced over 200 videos for the platform. I know how it works. This has never happened. And the fact that the video did appear at first proves YouTube's response was a lie, so they shadow banned my video. So what is their platform? A few months ago, I uploaded a video about police brutality. It showed explicit acts of violence with the police, and it was understandably age-gated. That video earned me a visit from the DHS, who asked about my anti-American sentiment in my videos. This was the first time I realized, wow, I guess people really are monitoring what we say and are willing to try and intimidate us, even if what we say is objectively true. Remember, that video was only age-gated. Why would my video on the CIA, which did not show any explicit violence, receive a harsher treatment? And why would YouTube decline to provide justification for that decision? The easy answer is incompetence. YouTube is notorious for offering exactly zero transparency in their dealings with creators. But funnily enough, I mentioned in the new video that Google is one of many large tech companies that have a lucrative contract with the CIA. I'm sorry, what, source? What is the lucrative contract with the CIA? He's going to source this, of course. It's coming later in the thread, guys. Sorry. I'm being unfair by asking for a source now, when in reality, he's about to explain exactly what he means when he says that. The fact that the video went live, subscribers received notifications, it appeared in search results, and then only later did it disappear with explanation leads me to believe that someone made a complaint on behalf of a certain intelligence agency. Oh, we really are going full fucking, like, alt-right, like, conspiracy shit. Fine, it's just one video I won't make any money from. The lost revenue is my concern. My concern is one that was sparked with a DHS visit and solidified by the quiet banning of my CIA episode. Everything in the CIA video is public knowledge. I don't reveal anything new. It's simply reporting the facts. Many, as far back as the 1950s, is enough for the CIA to demand a video to be hidden. What does that say about the myth of free speech? This is the same shit that Trumples were claiming, or the Twitter files were trying to claim. Google apparently did make a deal with the CIA. Hold on. Deals with companies to have like an expedited process to process like complaints and shit, right? Because Twitter had contacts with I think it was the CIA, with intelligence agencies as well, is a lot different than a lucrative contract to censor free speech, okay? Remember this, okay? Remember this. Do not ever let these fucking degenerate, no offense, I love all of you, that are newly converted conservatives in my audience, okay? Do not let conservative, degenerate fucking losers ever forget that the Twitter files did not show a single instance of any U.S. government intelligence agency requesting political censorship of anybody online. That did not happen. Or when they brought up even like the bot accounts, that there were bot accounts, Twitter did not acquiesce and ban like what were suspected bot accounts. That did not happen. It was never proven. It was never part of any of the Twitter files ever, and that was explicitly what they set out to prove. Just be aware of that. That never, ever, ever happened. That never happened. Okay? Google Inc. beta eval. What is this? Bro, what is this text? Am I oh, it was a racist joke. We're not going to do that. I can't read this. What do we... This is the lucrative contract? Or is this going to be like the agreement that tech companies have with intelligence agencies where it's like, if you're making requests of us and we're doing work for you, we're going to bill you for the work, which is fair. That's not even like a lucrative contract. That's like fair, that if you're going to tell us to like scroll through shit or do shit, then I can't believe you linked me this shit without a summary. Click attachment, read attachment. This? Bro, I feel like my shit is about to get hacked. Oh, it's CIA.gov. Wait, why would I trust that? Oh, bro, this agreement was made in 2004. Google Inc. beta evaluation agreement, Google search appliance. Wait, what even is this? Hold on, I'm skimming this, so I could be totally wrong. This just looks like it looks like a creator contract or something. Can somebody tell me what this is? I have no idea what it is. I just Googled CIA agreement. Oh, ownership, title, property, yeah. This just looks like it looks like an early enrollment into like a beta, like AdSense or YouTube program. This is a year before YouTube or some kind of beta Google thing or whatever. That's what it reads like. Well, but this is between the CIA. Certain proprietary computer programs and binary executable form. That's the Google search and the proprietary computer hardware. Okay, listen. If you guys have something on this, tell me. This looks retarded. Okay. All they have to say is, our contract with the CIA requires us to suppress criticisms of their agency. Oh, that would be acceptable to me, but the fact that they're trying to cover it about it is a big fact. Wait, what, bro? Okay, this is unhinged shit. This guy's fucking retarded. Hutch is in general. Wait, does Hutch really not have perms to get in my room? Right click, roles, notable. I gave you roles to join my room. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second. And then Hutch is hopping on to chat. Here's our dono drive so far for our first house. I believe they just wanted to see. Wait, fuck. I'm talking to a lot of people. Did they? I don't remember what they said earlier. I don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to say. It's seeing if we have the capability or the different people that have enough interest in this project to fund something so that they can chip in funding for it later. That's how essentially, I think that was the idea essentially behind seeing if we could fund the first one to see if we have the support or the people that are willing to chip in for projects like this to show that like the support and the base is there essentially, yeah. But anyway, yeah, here's our fundraiser we're doing this today. Okay, yes it is today. Okay, cool. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second.
What's up, man?
I think he's AFK right now.
Ah.
People are telling me that they want you to talk to them in stream.
Oh, I don't even have the chat open. What's up, chat? Hold on. Let me pull up the chat. How's everybody doing? What are you guys doing today? Oh, you don't want me to sing, man. That's not a good idea. Dr. Zayas, what's up, man?
Where did he go? Chat, where did Dusty go?
That's okay. I'm taking over. This is my stream now. I'm keeping all the revenue. You thought all this money was going to canvassing? Nope. A heavy dose of Molly on a 3 p.m. on a Saturday.
I'm sorry,
Those are
did I just
wilding out.
hear Molly?
Yeah, your chat.
Is that what you're
Talking
on?
about it.
Oh, my chest.
No. I'm sober. I've been sober for like 9 months now.
Oh, wait, are we... Did you have like a problem with alcoholism or something, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Thanks, man. It's less stressful. Christian filled me in on what you guys are working on. So you're putting together a house in Ohio?
Canvassing house, yeah. Where basically it's like bringing... Sejin, why don't you talk through it?
Yeah, no, he filled me in.
Oh. Oh, so what, are you just fucking quizzing me? Yeah, we're going to have canvassers there working on canvassing operations, like a more permanent kind of like establishment. And then hopefully we'll bring in a bunch of other people to do like one of our big like door knocking events. And yeah.
That's really exciting.
Wow,
you guys
Thompson, thanks for the $49.99. I love you,
good
buddy.
stuff in Georgia in 2020. Did you do it in 2022 as well?
Yes, we did, right, Christian? Yeah, we did 2 in Georgia and then 1 in Omaha, yes.
Yeah, we did 2 special elections, both in Georgia. Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah. Well, how's life been with you? How have you been doing?
Life's good. COD just came out, so I've just been playing a bunch of that and covering a little bit of politics.
What is that? What COD are we up to now? Is it like Modern Warfare 3 or something? Am I making that up?
It's the second Modern Warfare 3. So they did like a soft reboot in 2019, and so yeah, it's Modern Warfare 3.
Call of Duty, I think, is probably the only gaming franchise, the only gaming-related thing that is a more confusing naming scheme than Nintendo, I think. Jesus.
Yeah, it's like the Rambo series.
Does Rambo have a weird naming scheme too?
Yeah, bro. It's the first movie's called First Blood.
Okay.
The second movie is called Rambo First Blood 2, and the third movie is called Rambo 3. But if you were doing it sequentially in the proper way, the third one would have to be First Blood 3 Rambo 2.
I'm gonna go ahead and disagree with you here on this one, Chief. But
okay. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay.
I got that from Angry Video Game Nerd. You remember him?
I feel like I've watched his videos a bit in the past, but I never fell into that style of content. Like I didn't watch much of that. I don't watch much of anything, I guess, online. So kind of boring there. Yeah.
He was like one of the OGs of content, like really truly one of the OGs. Like he was doing it before YouTube, so yeah. But yeah, definitely, like, I don't know about you, I don't know how consistent you've been over the years, but I would say like over the last few years of covering politics, I've definitely become much more like I just tweeted about it, but I used to think that like misinformation and bullshit was almost exclusively a problem on the right.
Ugh.
And I thought that for like probably like a decent chunk of the Trump years. And so now I feel like my positions haven't changed like at all, but I'm just way more wary of shit online from the left space. It doesn't seem very
I feel like
healthy.
This is kind of where I'm at right now, and it feels really shitty, but I'm pretty sure it's the closest position to true that I think I've been at before. I just don't think anybody politically has very many principles. It's more just kind of like whatever works for this particular argument. You've got like a toolbox in front of you, and you pick and choose the tools based on the argument. If you go back from like, I would say maybe 2005 to 2013, the reason why misinformation probably seemed so much bigger on the right than the left is because I think most of the things that the left were arguing for were pretty fact-based. It was hard to make shit up. Like we're talking about things like equal rights for like gay people and marriage. Some talk about like prison reform or immigration reform, something to do with legal immigrants, things like climate change, pushing for like higher education, like all things that are like pretty good and like easy to back up. And then on the right, they're just kind of like do their wacky like, oh, trickle down econ, like dumb shit like that. Now, in the past, I would have assumed that like, oh, cool. Like, I think the quote we used to say was, reality often has a liberal leaning or a liberal bias. That was like a thing that liberals say. Yeah. And I think that was probably true at that point in time. But now as time has gone on, and now the political narratives on the left have drifted further from reality, rather than what I would hope to see, which is a bunch of people like, whoa, hold on, guys, we're not being very fact-based anymore. Now they're just like, we don't trust science. We don't trust this. We don't trust that. This is probably more blah, blah, blah. And then you find like, oh, so I guess we all just kind of play fast and loose with the facts when they are convenient for us to, which is unfortunate, but yeah.
It's a totally different framework too. Like I've gotten in the habit. I've reviewed a few second thought videos in the last like few weeks. Bro,
he is one of the worst content creators on YouTube. I've never seen such a high misinformation per second. Like, sorry.
Oh,
I cut you off.
Yeah. No. It's wild. Like the thing with him though is that he's so confident in his delivery that if you're sort of like a normie or you don't bother to look into things further when people make claims, I could totally understand people sort of taking him at his word. because he does. He delivers things so authoritatively.
They're just
so,
like matter of fact. And then he's got a good narrative to wrap it all up. Many people don't
Yeah.
realize that in the 1950s, the CIA was actually torturing and murdering plenty of black people. And this is why today the black people don't support blah, 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 blah. Like, he'll just say shit like this. And it all sounds like, oh, he reads like a history book. Yeah, but almost every fact he gives is either wrong or wildly distorted. And then the narratives to wrap it all up are insane. Yeah.
You really have to evaluate him line by line. So
Yeah.
you got to like pause the video and address each individual sentence that he so flippantly said that the way that Rome dealt with pandemics was basically not too different from what the United States did with COVID.
Okay. I don't even know if that's true or not, but okay.
There's no way they had literally had leper colonies. Like there's just no like the framework was basically like the rich people just let the poor people die while they, accumulate more money. When I'm pretty sure the opposite is what happened in the United States. Like we had this really comparatively generous stimulus program in this country, and the bottom percentiles of income earners saw their wages rise and their like savings rise like during that time. So he could not have been further from the truth. But yeah, there's just a lot of people like him in the space now, and I feel like they just dominate on Twitter.
Horrible.
So,
yeah. Also on that thing, to be clear, we were either first or maybe second behind Japan in terms of like per capita aid given anywhere in the world. The United States, we gave an unfucking godly amount of money over COVID. The unemployment insurance, like sometimes you hear things and it's like, oh God, that's just a meme that they blah, blah, blah. I'm pretty sure it was true that there were a decent chunk of people that were making more money on unemployment insurance than they ever made working. Like it was an insane amount of stimulus given out.
No, that's absolutely true. It was $600 a week on top of what they were getting with the normal benefits.
It was insane. And then like $2,000 stimulus checks or $1,400, $600. Yeah. And then the PPP. There was a ton of stimulus being given out. Yeah.
So this, I don't know, for this cycle, I don't know about you, but I'm really just focused on kind of cutting through all that and ignoring it to the best of my ability, but then calling it out when I feel it's appropriate. Because I feel like the doomer crowd, the crowd that's like, they're piggybacking off of this conflict in Israel, for example, to proudly announce that they're not going to vote for Biden.
Yeah,
when really I think that they were just like, they were waiting for something like that to happen the whole time. So they could because they do this every fucking cycle.
Yeah.
And I figured something out, man. I figured out that this is the thing that makes them feel powerful, because their sort of brand of politics has only just gotten more irrelevant as time has gone on. And this is the way that they sort of psych themselves up and feel like they have some control or feel like they have some influence, not just like on social media, but in like the body politic. And if you just ignore that altogether, and like they want you to like beg them for their vote. And this time around, I'm not going to do that anymore. I did that for like in 2020. I was like literally begging people like, please just think about the outcomes. Yeah. And now I'm like, fuck it. Like, fuck you. Don't vote. I don't give a fuck. We'll do it without you. We've been doing it without you for the last like 3 years straight as Democrats have been overperforming the polls and just crushing in elections all over the country. So anyways, yeah, that's my strategy, my mindset right now.
Yeah. It sucks because like the misinformation high ground was like one of the nicest and most comfortable high grounds that I could occupy. But now it's like very, very, very hard. And I've actually made this complaint for quite a while. But like when I go into conversations with people, I have to differentiate myself from a lot of other people on the left immediately because of the propensity to spread misinformation from like all sides now. Like I have to immediately disown like 6 or 7 crazy leftist talking points in order for the person to know that I'm sane. But then it starts to feel like it feels like I'm gaslighting them almost, where it's like, okay, listen, I'm not like this leftist. Because like if a conservative, when they come up and they talk to me and they're like, okay, well, I don't support Trump. I just want you to know this. Like I almost never believe them. Like bullshit. You fucking deep throat Trump every day on your fucking Twitter feed. I know you do.
Yeah.
So yeah, it feels weird for me to say like, okay, like I promise I'm not in favor of like trans 4-year-olds. And I don't think that, America's the worst fucking person in every single international conflict that I blah, blah, blah. It's hard to... Yeah, I don't want to like rob billionaires of all their money because I think a 100% wealth tax over $1 billion is ethical. Blah, blah, like, yeah, it's annoying to have to disown so many left-leaning positions, but then say like, yeah, I support Democrats whole and whole, through and through. Yeah, it's annoying.
Isn't there a volume of data at this point that demonstrates that kids as early as 3 can start demonstrating like trans identity stuff?
A volume? Absolutely not. In terms of people at that age having questions about their gender identity or whatever, it's possible, but solid data on people that young? Absolutely not. No shot. From what I've read and seen, you probably will know especially when you start to hit puberty, because that's when the dysphoria it drops hardcore, and that's when you're gonna start feeling bad. But it also depends on what you mean when you say trans, because that definition has changed a lot on the far left too. So,
well, I don't mean like medical interventions or anything like that, but I feel like I'm gonna fact check you on this after the fact and then get back to you.
Sure.
Tell you if you're right or wrong. But I feel like I read something about like trans people like demonstrating like an incongruence with their like biological sex and their behavioral as early as 3. I don't know. I'm not saying that that's necessarily like the average starting point, but I feel like maybe what I read was that they can start demonstrating as early as 3.
So this is what I would probably say to this, okay? Or here's what I would say to this, okay? Follow me here, okay? It wouldn't surprise me if 95% of trans people that are trans felt it at age 3. However, 99% of people having trans symptoms at age 3 aren't trans. Does that make sense, what I'm saying there?
You mean that your premise is that they quote unquote like outgrow it or something?
Well, or they just have like random gender identity issues, or they're working on their conforming of their development or whatever, and sometimes you stray or whatever. Like the people that conservatives quote this number incorrectly all the time, but like the number of people that desist, so they have gender dysphoric feelings and then those go away, it's really high. It's like 97%. Now, conservatives will say that number is like, well, this is for people on puberty blockers and treatments and that's not true. That's not what a desister is. Somebody who started treatment and then stopped treatment like that, they'll misquote that number there. But a lot of people that have questions gender identity and shit, it'll subside in time. So that's why I would just say we have to be careful of like identifying like a 3 or 4 year old as trans and treating them that way, because like we don't. Yeah, that's a kind of wild that people are like. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Are you gonna watch that Daily Wire movie?
Maybe. You know what? I might throw it on. Wait, is it out yet?
I don't know. I think you have to subscribe to like Daily Wire Plus or whatever.
I'll subscribe to it. Listen, guys, if we hit $45,000 on this dono drive tonight for the houses, I'll do on Kick, because I don't think Kick will care, because it's not like a fucking Marvel movie or something. We will watch the entire Daily Wire movie, that new one, on Kick. I'll do it, guys. Okay.
What was that thing that happened between you and DSA in 2020? Because I thought I remember like the online narrative being that you guys like accomplished nothing, and I feel like they were trying to like laugh at you guys for what you were doing.
What was it? I don't even remember. I think it was just like a bunch of people were basically like making fun, like Mike from PA did this. Just a bunch of people, because they didn't like me, they were making fun of my community for getting involved in like canvassing and stuff. And then people like the DSA were trying to undermine our efforts. I say trying to undermine, but it was just a bunch of dipshits like tweeting online or whatever, saying that we
they
weren't
called
doing
you
that.
a Nazi, didn't they?
Everybody's calling me a Nazi at this point. Yeah, that's possible. They called
I'm
you a
pretty
Nazi.
sure they said something like, we don't deal with Nazis or whatever.
Yeah, that might have been the case.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it was the Rittenhouse comments around then. A lot of people consider me a Nazi for that. So
Probably,
maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know about you, but I feel like I have been unwaveringly optimistic about 2024. Like there's a lot of doom and gloom.
Yeah.
But I just feel like the Democrats right now, like I'm not going to bet my life that Biden's going to win. I wouldn't take it that far, but I'm just not overly concerned about the polls right now. I just don't think they're any kind of meaningful predictor for what's going to happen. And I think like polls this far out are just sort of like a general vibe check. And I feel like a lot of politics right now is sort of just kind of vibes. The disconnect between the economic data that we're seeing and what the narrative is and like what people actually think is like enormous right now.
I've had so many conversations about this on stream today. I don't know if Just Fuel's going to jump in on this one. Economists are like scouring the data to try to figure out like where the fuck is the economic anxiety coming from, because it just doesn't seem to show up in any of the PPP, any of these indexes, inflation, wage growth, home ownership rates.
One interesting metric is the amount of small businesses that are being started. It's skyrocketed. Like we are well above like the amount of new businesses being started, new small businesses being started now is leagues above where we were pre-pandemic. And that's just like, if the economy was really as shitty as people seem to think that it is, then there's just no way that would be happening. Yeah, and it seems to be a problem that's kind of like limited to America, because I was looking at some sort of chart that popped up on my feed the last couple of days, comparing other countries like France, maybe Germany or something, and it seemed like sort of like the consumer sentiment was right in line with the actual the actual like real like the expected consumer sentiment was right in line with what you would expect it to be given inflation or whatever in their countries or whatever other markers you're considering.
Yeah.
But in the United States, there's this huge disparity, or rather, I don't know if disparity is the word, but yeah, there's a huge like disconnect there, and yeah, you know. So, anyways, getting back to it, I just wonder,
I was going to say too on that. I'm curious for the people's thoughts. I would be curious. I wonder if there's plenty of this. People's thoughts about inflation in every country, because supposedly, I think what I read last was the United States, I think, is leading the OECD in terms of inflation, like right now. Like we're doing better than every other country, I think, in the OECD, or it might have just been the G7. But I wonder if people's feelings in each of those countries reflects that. Or like, is it possible that there are people that are experiencing worse inflations in other countries than the US have better feelings about inflation than the United States? I'd be curious about, that.
Or maybe if we're talking about countries, I mean, which is kind of broadly the case in Europe, that have stronger social safety nets. So even if there is a lot of inflation, there's not as much anxiety because people don't have to worry about like medical bills or, these kinds of things. Like I think it's like 3 out of 4 people in this country think that the rate of inflation has gone up in the last year, which is like really troubling. And if you're Biden, it's like, how do you pierce through that? But he has like the next year, and as long as the economy like keeps doing well, as long as wages keep outpacing inflation as it's been doing for several months now, people are gonna feel that. So like, yeah, gas prices are high, and McDonald's costs more than it did a couple years ago, but as long as we keep on this current trend, I feel like it should start to swing in Biden's favor. And then on top of that, I just really I don't understand the unbridled optimism if you're a Trump supporter that he's going to survive like 3 or 4 potentially rapid fire trials, one of them being televised, like right going into the convention. And I feel like it's 100% chance that he's going to be convicted on at least one of those charges. Anyways, yeah, are you feeling optimistic about 2024? Where are you at with that?
Am I feeling optimistic? I actually don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. My issue is that if we were to talk, let's say that every American voter's brain was zapped and it came down to like a critical evaluation of the candidates, then it's over. I cannot believe, and I think most honest people have admitted as much, Biden has exceeded every possible expectation in regards to basically every single part of his presidency. Except for, I guess, maybe immigration. We haven't touched it all. But foreign policy wise, I think the Ukraine-Russia stuff and I think the Israel-Palestine stuff, I think he handled about as well as he could have. I'm super happy with all of his handlings there. I mean, domestically, obviously, we've got all the major legislation. You've got him, he has, turned down the temperature dramatically on a lot of the, insult-based politics and shit. And despite Republicans trying to say, oh, well, look at this one speech 4 years ago where he had the red in the background and he said MAGA Republicans, blah, 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 blah. He's done a really, there's that one fucking speech they go back to a million fucking times, right? I think for the most part, Biden has done a really good job at almost every single aspect of his presidency. So, on the facts, because Trumples, even in my chat today, will come and be like, oh, well, Biden is fucking senile. What do you think about that? It's like, okay, well, a senile old man was literally 50 billion times more effective in office than your, quote unquote, billionaire business leader, right? Trump didn't get shit done on anything. Trump literally, he has to run on memes. That's all he can run on. The only thing that Trump can run on is negative American sentiment, that you don't like what's happening right now. Because he sure as fuck didn't do anything to help anybody except for tax cuts, which was just, by the way, they're called tax cuts when Republicans do it. It's called deficit spending when Democrats do it, which is bullshit, okay? And that's exactly what Trump did.
It sunsets in 2025, except for the corporate tax tax cut.
Fuck that. Yeah, Trump didn't do anything. Even if you like Trump, even if you like what Trump said he was going to do, Trump is not your guy because he did fucking nothing. So yeah, I don't know.
People don't vote for Trump because of policy. And his policy prescriptions are fucking insane too. When people ask him how he would deal with inflation, what does he always say? Drill, baby, drill. That's his only solution to inflation. It's we'll just drill more meanwhile, we're manufacturing more domestic crude
than
oil
we ever have, and I believe we're drilling domestically more than we ever have as well. I believe because Biden opened up permits on a ton of federal land too. Trump didn't do this. Trump also talked about passing infrastructure. He didn't do it. Trump also talked about doing things about the border. He didn't do it. Biden has opened up refugee offices in multiple Central American countries. He got $1 billion worth of funding secured from Mexico to help build the wall, which is what Trump did. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's no point. Don't even waste my time. Why are you even here, you fucking idiot, talking to me about policy related to Trump?
You didn't hit on China yet.
That's great. Trump has done nothing regarding policy. Don't ever come in here again and talk to me about Trump relating to policy. Hutch, you're wasting our fucking time. No Trump fan gives a fuck about any policy or things. We should just talk about his tweets. That's all they care about. Jesus fuck.
Wait, is this Jay person like a Trump person or?
No, he's like a radical centrist. He's to the right of me, but
gotcha.
he's an okay guy. He's a good faith interlocutor. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, in terms of the economic anxiety stuff, a lot of the economic indicators are really positive, but a couple that are not positive are the personal savings rate.
Who cares? I doubt that bullshit. That's not, nobody anywhere in all of social media, in all of going on the news is like, yeah, I'm really worried because I haven't saved as much money. Like, I understand that the personal savings is low and has been, by the way, for quite a while.
Not having money in your bank account is a pretty bad thing.
Hold on, wait. Not having money in your bank account is a pretty bad thing? No. Not being able to afford things is a bad thing, which is what low money in your bank account is a proxy for, but it doesn't seem like affordability is an issue right now when you look at things like home ownership rates, when you look at things like inflation, when you look at things like the PPP and the CPI.
So the next thing I was going to mention is that personal debt, household spending, and credit card debt are at record highs as well.
Is that adjusted for inflation, or... Because I'm curious, is like credit card debt something that has always been rising over time, or is this something that's like...
see all of these things adjusted for inflation, but I do think it's a fairly generalized narrative at this point that like Americans are doom spending is the term that they're using.
What is doom spending? What does that mean?
Generally like apathy about the economy, so people are like, well, fuck it, I'll just take on debt, and who really cares? People just taking on way more debt than they can reasonably pay back.
Huh.
I don't believe that.
Okay, I don't have the graphs on...
No, I mean, like, it might be that Americans are acquiring more credit card debt, but the idea that people are out here consciously spending, thinking like, oh, I don't have to pay this back in 5 years because everything's going to crash, I don't believe that. That sounds like a meme from 4chan.
I mean, I don't know about that everything's going to crash. I think it's just like, yeah, when you're apathetic enough, it's not that it's going to crash, it's just like, fuck it, I don't know, it's not going to matter. But, so those are some indicators, and especially now, I think somebody in my chat was saying this a couple nights ago, but it's the credit card debt is not credit card debt. The student loans are back, right? So a bunch of people are having their student loans snap back on. So that probably explains a lot of the anger here as well. So I think it's really interesting. So one of the things I was thinking about and that I've read about a little bit is that it seems like this is the narrative I think is going to start coming out, is that sellers, people who are like selling anything, widgets, luxury items, they've gotten like infinitely more sophisticated in how they sell products to you. They can sell products to you at a way higher price, or they're basically way better at manipulating. You think of something like Amazon, where they basically have all of the data on you that they could possibly need. They know exactly how to sell you any item that you need, right? So they can sell it to you at the highest price point possible. And buyers, like consumers in the market, haven't increased their sophistication in coordination with the sellers. So we're seeing that like people are just getting sold to at like it's basically the Uber Eats problem that you're talking about, Destiny, but people are like the metaphor I'm trying to use, or I'm trying to work on, is like, imagine if, you know, Amazon or Uber Eats like developed mind control and they could force people to buy shit. It's not quite that bad, obviously, but we're getting to a point where it's like, oh, are people like just actually not able to save themselves from this? Does the government need to step in to slow this down somehow?
This reminds me of the avocado toast argument.
Yeah, like I'm sure this is like a thing, but it's like, this sounds like a 1% of the problem or something. Like,
well, so this is just all in an attempt to find where this economic anxiety is coming from, right?
And you think the economic anxiety is coming from Amazon is too good at selling people products, so they feel bad about it, or?
I'm saying that Biden's camp right now is split on whether they want to come out and say like, hey, you guys need to look at these numbers, the economy isn't that bad, or whether they need to figure out like what exactly is causing this anxiety and like go slow. Because if it comes out and there is some narrative that can be backed up with data that says people are really fucked, then that's going to tank their election, right? So that's the split in his camp right now, is do we come out and tell the American people like, chin up, you need to figure it out, like here's all these numbers, you have a bunch of reasons to be optimistic, or do they keep trying to invest in time like figuring out where that anxiety actually is, if it has an underlying basis in reality?
What exactly are, I mean, I don't know if anybody here is qualified to actually speak to this, but like when we talk about like sort of normie Americans, people that aren't super engaged, and people maybe they're more focused on their community, their family, their church, or whatever, what exactly are the expectations that they have for the president to intervene economically. Like,
People always hold the
do
president
they expect
accountable.
them to?
That's just like a norm, I think. Like in all like echelons of like.
But if
political
you
whatever.
ask them like, what do you want Biden to do? What would the answer be?
You're talking policy again. Nobody thinks in
Yeah,
that
it
way.
doesn't matter.
Nobody thinks policy. They just think like lower the things or raise the things. Like Trump maybe that's like I had so many debates with Trumpers who are like, yeah, Trump gave us a great economy. I'm like, what did Trump do for the economy? And it's like, oh. Sometimes they'd say tax cuts, but that's it. Like, yeah.
No, they like to vaguely talk about deregulation, but
yeah, but then you ask like, what's the thing that he
none of-
deregulated that was like good
No,
or
exactly.
beneficial? Yeah, they have
Probably
no
none of them
idea.
will be able to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Metalloid Sword wants to come in here and say something.
Okay, so can you hear me fine?
Unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So just to bring up savings rate, that's actually, so it's really complicated. This is what really annoys you. Cannot like, and you're going to know this as well, but you can't like simplify the economy into a single thing. Like whenever you're talking about unemployment the other day, there's a ton of measures that you have to bring together because these single measures by themselves just aren't good enough. The savings rate is essentially what you get back after like expenses of the, you know, of payment and stuff, but it also, you have to remember this is cumulative and it's not a perfect measure. For example, I just linked Destiny something in chat. The excess savings rate isn't something you can perfectly measure, but the excess saving rate is still over 2019 for all income periods. And we can see this through checkable deposits, through like Bank of America does monthly basically consumer checkpoints, and they push out their data that they will give away to investors and stuff like that. To look up what the consumer is doing, and we know for certain that we're nearing like the basically like precipice of like the lowest income brackets being the flat from 2019 COVID to now, because there was a huge checkable deposits increase post the COVID boom. But it's not a problem with like what's his name, spending or savings in that sense. The problem with it is because we had a huge spike in inflation, services inflation, which is basically food, energy, and housing, is basically sticking around 4 to 5%, and that's really important because services is what the actual consumer feels. Like gas is really important because it has huge implications on inflation and people's like sentiment. There's a thing called, pretty sure it's San Francisco Fed, and they do the inflation sentiment survey, and it's basically been hovering on like 2.5 to 3, I think, which is really important because it gives you an idea of what the people think inflation is going to be.
Okay, hold on, wait. One point. Okay, a couple points at a time instead of rambling off your entire fucking master's thesis. Okay, Gisticle.
What? What, you want me to respond to that? I'm not even, like, I don't care.
Okay, Metalloid. Okay, without
the narrative is
Metalloid.
literally that people are at the end of the rope,
Gotcha.
and that's what they're feeling.
Okay,
yeah, sorry.
Metalloid.
Yeah,
Where do you think the economic anxiety comes from?
So I think the economic anxiety comes from, there's a few places, but the main one I think has come from is what I just mentioned, is these basically services that are flatline inflation at 5%. Like normally we're experiencing for the last 10 years, and even in the 09, it was like...
Hold on, wait. Okay, hold on. You have to bring a billion dates up. Okay.
Sorry, okay,
when you say services flatlined at 5%, you're saying there are certain services that people are accustomed to consuming that are increasing at inflation 5% year over year.
Yeah, around 4.5 to 5% is what we're at right now.
Yeah. What services are you referring to specifically? What do you mean?
So if you type in, it's basically, it's CPI minus food, all the volatile aspects, so commodities and housing, because housing is supply driven. So it's basically preordained essentially, and I know that sounds really like weird, but the way that the economists and stuff like that forecast CPI is they can basically see OER, which is owner's equivalent rent, which is what the CPI is 50% of housing. It is how the metric is like is calculated essentially. So a huge portion of CPI is housing. So you take away that, and then you take away food, you take away oil, and then you basically get the core services. It's called, you can call it super core, or you can call it core X services, or X housing. The way you can see it,
and those are doing poorly right now, is what you're saying?
No. So core X housing is basically it's flatlining at around 4 to 5%, whereas if you include housing, it's gone from it's like a huge mile down essentially. I can get a chart for you if you want. But I think it's called sticky inflation on Fred. So you can type in sticky inflation Fred, and it should show it. I believe that one's X energy and food. I think it's X housing as well. But that is what I think is important for the consumers, because the higher that stays at around 4 to 5%, you need wages to consistently go above that for like lower income consumers. Because you're right, you said before that we did have a huge increase in wages, like, and the lowest income brackets got the biggest part of it because of.
Okay, when I look at this like historically though, it seems like it's always been like pretty fucking high. In some cases, it's been really fucking high, and now it's getting kind of high now compared to where it's been. I would say from the 90s onwards, for sure, it's high now. Okay, hold on, never mind. It is definitely elevated now. It needs to come down to what, 2 to 3%, and right now it's sitting at around 5%. Okay.
You have to remember that's really important for like the lower than 50 percentile income earners.
Gotcha.
Because
And this is, hold on, which goods and services do these represent?
This will be everything but gas, oil related stuff, housing, and what's the one? Food. That's it. Yeah.
Wait, what else is in there? Sorry.
Oh god, I have to get up a thing. There's a lot of them because they do the measures for CPI.
Okay, because when you say really important, okay, and this is just my experience, and I totally acknowledge maybe in other places we're doing. When I was poor, there were 2 payments that mattered. One was my car, and one was my house, and that was like 70 to 80% of all my shit. And then from there, there's other things that I'm paying for, but these were by far like my 2 big. So if you remove both of those, I'm just curious, like what else like makes you feel the pain of anything else?
It's also the case that when they ended the child tax credit, that was a big deal for a lot of families, for millions of families.
Sure.
Okay,
so that was another.
You've got apparel, new vehicles, used cars and trucks, medical care commodities, there's a big one, alcoholic beverages, tobacco smoking, then you missed that one, and then you got medical services, physician services, hospital services, transportation services. Oh, that would be, yeah, no, I think that would come under, no, it wouldn't actually, no, that would be under it. So transportation services, motor vehicle insurance, and airfares.
Interesting. Okay. Huh.
And sorry, the sticky line, is that perception or reality?
What do you mean?
Are we talking about consumer sentiment, or are we talking about like?
Oh, these are well, not reality. They're not perfect measures, but this is the best measure that we can get from the government. It is known as the best measure. I'm not saying it's like fake or something, but that's the best. Like, it's called hard data. You've got hard data and soft data. Soft data is like surveys, and then hard data is you've gone to a place and you've actually mapped out like data and stuff like that.
Gotcha. And wages aren't outpacing even this line here?
No, wages are okay. So you can't look at it like. So if you go into Atlanta.
Hold on, let me try this and tell me if I explain this correctly. I don't know how it takes so long to explain things. I don't know if you can look at wages as an entire thing because different people make different amounts of money. One of the things that Metaloid said earlier was that the bottom 50% are affected by this the most, meaning wages as an aggregate might be outgrowing this inflation, but wages in the bottom 50% are not outgrowing this particular like sticky CPI. So those people are going to feel the pain of this more than other people, even if wages in the aggregate are outdoing the CPI inflation thing. Is that what you're saying, or?
Kinda, but it wouldn't. It's less so that, and it's more so that the amount that the lower percentile classes would have to earn wages increasing would have to be increasing like cumulatively for the whole of this year to outpace it, because right now they've been declining since the beginning of the year. Wage increases year over year. They've been declining since now, and it's almost, I think we're around 4 to 5% right now.
Okay, but if they're not keeping above the sticky CPI, but they are maintaining growth above the flexible CPI, because my understanding is, especially in this labor market, I thought lower people's wage growth has been quite a bit higher than like even other people, that they've been made some of the largest gains. So how are
they have? Yeah, you're right. No, you're right. Yeah, like for example, there's a lot of there's a huge amount of union wages that are increasing, like the AOW or UAW.
Yep, okay, we don't need to cover that. So then tell me, explain why is their wage not outgrowing, or why?
But if the important thing is, it's not just like we have to look at before 2020 and then the spike, what it did to it, right? Okay. So the before 2019, it was pretty. We were moving up. Inflation was moving up like steadily at a very slow pace, but we didn't have very high wage increase for like basically any class. It was kind of stagnant from 2010. It was increasing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Okay. you're using this word cumulative, or maybe I'm retarded. I just figured out. Okay. What you're saying is that this huge spike here, right? Let's say that I do an inflation of 100% for 1 year and wages grow 5% that year. Then let's say for the next 10 years, let's say that inflation grows at 5%, but wages grow at 6%. And then 20 years out, you know, I'm saying like, well, look, wages are outpacing inflation. What's the issue? You would say, well, hold on. We've got to take into account the cumulative effect of the massive 100% spike earlier on. That's what you're saying has to be accounted for. Okay, that makes more sense.
And because we haven't had a huge crash, like, you'll notice that most of the this is a very, very, very long cycle. I'm not going to say recession, but like a long cycle period.
Economic contraction, expansion, whatever.
Yeah. We've had 2.5 years of very high like inflation relatively, and you can go back through history. The last 30 years, we haven't had a period like this for a long time. 2008 was very, very quick increase in inflation. Oil
Okay, I know. Okay, so here's a question, okay? Because you're saying then that there is some real crunch felt in the lower end of the economy because of the cumulative effects of the inflation. Is there another place where we can see this economic data come out? Maybe it's in people not being able to afford the food they want, reduction in home ownership rates or car purchase rates, or not starting small business. Like, is there some other metric that we can look at that's like a proxy for this kind of spending, or?
The best way that I would look at it would be PCE, would be produce. No, what's it called? I say personal consumption expenditures. Is that you can basically see where money is going. It's essentially a CPI like comparative, but you actually see where the money's going to. So this only lets you see like where the money is going to each month on month, essentially, and you can track it, but it doesn't show you, because what you're asking for is really hard, because there's ways to gauge it, like the consumer, what they're spending on, but we don't get like specific data, but they're like of a person's spending, for say. The best way to do it, ironically, is to go through company filings, which I do a lot. I can tell you that there is in no sense of the word is spending down. What's happened is volume has contracted around 2.3 to 2 to 3%. Volume of
volume from what?
Volume of total items sold. So like you might sell 100 sneakers, then 99 sneakers.
Okay.
But the nominal amount of GDP is still the same, but it's the GDP nominally is extremely high this year, but that can be extremely counterweight to what the reality is of what
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So like I might be able to say, well, last year Americans spent $100 on shoes, and this year they spent $110 on shoes. So clearly everything is better for everybody. But what you're saying is, well, last year $100 bought 2 pairs of shoes. This year 1 pair of shoes costs $110. Okay, so looking at just the raw amount spent is not enough to be reflective of maybe.
Yeah, because nominal spending is all it will show you is how good the economy's doing on like a asset level. Like that doesn't matter for consumers.
Okay, I understand. Who are purchasing discrete objects or things like that.
Yeah, because they care what the price tag is. Yeah,
I understand. Okay, interesting. All right. Okay. Anything else, or can I expel you?
If you
really
want
quickly, Metalloid, do you think like credit card defaults sort of?
Oh, that was another thing. Yeah, credit card data. That is huge misnomer.
Okay. Somebody in chat asked, so I figured I'd ask you.
I'll be quick. The credit card data, essentially, what everyone brings up, the 20 billion mark, whatever the fuck, that's a snapshot, okay? It's not concurrent data or concurrent revolving like debt, okay? So what it means is it takes a snapshot of the current amount of credit card debt held by people, which could be in what's his name? When you go into default, whatever the fuck. It could be recurring interest, or it could not. Like they could. Most likely, what happens is as the economy goes up nominally in GDP, credit card debt is always going to go up, because that's just how it works. The economy is expanding, so credit is being issued, the same as debt in all places. Okay, so that's not a good way to measure. Credit card debt will always follow after anything else. It is not like a measure of anything like bad in the economy. The only times it ever matters is if you had a huge credit boom, like in 2008, where everything's driven on a huge amount of credit given out by the banks and stuff like that, and they don't have they're not in a good position to keep that reliable credit at bay, so the consumers can actually pay it back. But because we're not in a credit cycle, we're in a income cycle where incomes rise, and that makes inflation go up. that's different than a credit cycle. They're two different, very different economic situations.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
I can send some charts of credit
it.
card payments and stuff like that in chat, and I'll leave right now. So, yeah.
I love you. Be careful.
Bing, I don't disagree with him at all. He just came in and gave a bunch of stats to back up what I was saying, like politically. I gave 3 examples of charts that I think prove this point, but my general argument is that there is an underlying reality there, and that you can't just discount it and say it's all about social media or about apathy or something like that.
So would the balanced
I
view be
appreciate
that
it.
there's good news and bad news?
It feels like the balanced view would be that there's good news and there's bad news, but I don't know how possible it is to measure exactly what people should be feeling. I guess is hard. Yeah, I'm not sure. So for instance, like maybe things are a little bad in some regards, but like people think they're worse than they actually are, or maybe things are bad for certain sectors of people that are really bad and their opinions are appropriate. Yeah, but it's hard to say, I guess, because consumers are either dumb or when they say things, it's hard to figure out what is actually being said sometimes. Like, for instance, I know you've seen complaints a lot about, and maybe actually somebody has a reason why I might be misunderstanding here. People complain, for instance, one of the biggest complaints about home ownership rates, right? But like, there is no part in the data that shows that home ownership rates for any particular generation, like Gen Z, or I'm sorry, not Gen Z. Yeah, Gen Z are down or aren't where they're exactly supposed to be. So even though people complain about it, say we can't afford homes, blah, 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 that doesn't seem to be the case. You are buying homes. So yeah, but it might be that maybe some people in large cities find it more unaffordable, and other people in other areas are finding it more affordable. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's hard to, yeah.
Well, one big problem that I have definitely noticed is that I think it's broadly felt that that the solution to inflation is deflation.
Wait,
like
what?
I feel like
okay.
let me phrase it differently.
Go for it.
I feel like a lot of people, their definition of inflation coming down is deflation, is prices coming down.
Oh, sure.
And if it's not coming down, then they think that inflation's, like, I was on a podcast recently with the PKA guys. You've been on that podcast a few times, I think.
Yep.
But I was making the case that wages have been outpacing inflation. Inflation's been coming down for over a year now. And one of the hosts just flat out just refused to take me at my word. He was like, "That's absolutely not true. Inflation keeps going up." And I had to explain to him, like, do you understand what the rate of inflation is? And I finally got to the bottom of it. And his expectation in this kind of a situation was that prices would come down to counteract the inflation that we've experienced over the last few years. But deflation, I'm sure you're aware, would be catastrophic. Like if we saw prices fall across the board, that would have catastrophic implications for the rest of the economy. It would be disastrous.
Yeah, there's like I think there's a weird mental thing that happens there where even if deflation might actually be okay or whatever, just the way that consumers engage with the market and employees engage with wages and everything, it would be disastrous. That like people aren't fully rational when it comes to that or something. That like having a slightly inflationary economy is good. Also, what you said too is a lot of people don't intuitively, I guess unless you've taken a lot of math, or not a lot, I don't know how much is Calc 1, a lot of people don't intuitively grasp a rate of change, right? People assume that the first derivative or your derivative, that like if the rate of change is negative, then the derived function must also be decreasing. So if my rate of change goes down, then that means that my actual data is negative, but that's not true. You can decrease the rate of inflation while inflation still continues to rise. Just because the rate of the change is negative doesn't mean that the actual function is negative, and that's a good thing, but people don't intuitively understand that. They're like, hold on, inflation last year was 5%. This year it's 4%, and next year it's going to be 2%. Inflation hasn't gone down; it's still 2%. It's like, well,
yes,
yeah, exactly. That's really hard. That's a really hard thing to intuitively grasp, I think, without having like at least a basic understanding of calc or talking somebody through it a lot. I think it's not intuitive. Yeah.
And I think, unfortunately, this is something that's sort of generally felt. I feel like a lot of people in this country have that kind of expectation, and if prices don't come down, then that means our economy's doing poorly. Like that, never mind the impact on their day-to-day lives or their budgets or whatever. Like if the price itself doesn't come down, then they think that our economy is still like quote unquote in trouble or something. That's just what I've observed. I have no idea how to quantify how many people feel that way, but I think it's a lot.
Yeah.
Like a lot. Yeah.
So it feels like, to just simplify it like really massively, like super oversimplified, if you were just to have a talking point, it's like if you have large spikes in inflation, you can fix the economy, but that's like going to be a trickle effect, right? Like it's going to take times of people like getting raises and getting their wages back up. It's never going to recover immediately. There is no recovery immediately. After a big spike in inflation, it's just going to be some time period. So even if all the right decisions have been made, it's going to look bad and maybe feel bad for a little bit of time.
Yeah, this is another thing that I have a really hard time with that I really don't like is people, I think people emotionally and everything in every part of the sense, they love unhealthy, runaway, overheated, massively fucked economies. Like it's addicting. Like 25% growth year into year after Trump with massive deficit spending, huge tax cuts. That feels good. You can buy a lot of shit. You have like your spending power is up. Like you're making more money. Like that feels really good, even if it's super unhealthy. It feels really annoying because you can do the equivalent of like giving somebody heroin as econ policy and them saying it's good. And then when they have like the crash afterwards of the withdrawals, they're like, God, this sucks. And it's like they're thanking the guy giving them the heroin needle and they're blaming the guy that's like putting them on the withdrawal drugs. And it's like, bro, like Trump should not have been deficit spending in his economy, at least not up until COVID. There was no excuse for that. There was no reason for that. If you were ever going to cut or have interest rates, start to rise or any of this shit, it needed to happen under Trump. And it's kind of bullshit that that he let that economy run away so much. And now, obviously, the next, again, repeating this happened under Bush and Obama. Now we've got a Democratic president that has to come in and like clean up the mess of like the bullshit runaway economy that the last Republican got to preside over in an irresponsible manner, I think.
Who has more of an impact on economies, the Fed or the president?
The Fed, absolutely. Oh, shit. That's like a philosophical argument. I mean, I would say, like, obviously the Fed does with interest rates, but, like, if the president were to come out and say some shit like, we're going to fucking nuke China tomorrow, like, that would cause worldwide chaos. So, like, yeah. I mean, arguably, the president could have wider effects, but, like, the Federal Reserve, in terms of, like, policy and everything, for sure has a wider impact. Absolutely, yeah.
How much, how much do presidents actually get? I know that the public credits them or faults them for a good or a bad economy, but what is their reality? Like, how much of a role did Obama play, for example, in getting us out of the Great Recession and back to sort of like normal levels or to a thriving economy? And same question for Trump.
I mean, like the question is going to be like, it's kind of complicated because it's like, well, what role did Obama have in getting us out? Well, Obama on his own did nothing. He's just the president. But you can argue that the president of the United States can cheerlead or advocate for legislation that will help move us out of a recession. And then it's quite like, do you give them credit for that? So for instance, like, did Bush do anything to help us after 2007? I was like, well, I don't know. Does Bush get credit for TARP? Because TARP was legislation that was passed by Congress, but Bush also kind of pushed for that. So does Bush get credit for that, or does Congress get credit for that? The president didn't do it. It was legislation, but he pushed for it, right? So I don't know, like, where does the credit lie there? It depends, you know?
In the case of Trump, like, how do we credit him with anything? I feel like he did not have a hands-on.
No, Trump didn't cheerlead anything positive at all. He's a fucking loser.
He definitely cheerleaded legislation, but I'm saying, like, I feel like Biden and this White House, this administration has taken a very active role in negotiations with Congress when it came to specific pieces of legislation.
Yeah.
And it felt like Trump was just waiting for Congress to deliver a bill.
Yeah.
And like, it felt like he didn't really like move the needle one way or the other.
Yeah. This might be Trump derangement syndrome, and if somebody can point out where I'm incorrect, that's fine. I know that Trump pushed for the tax cuts. That was something that you could give him credit for if you wanted to. But like, other than that, I don't know. Was Trump proactive in running to Congress saying, we need this legislation passed, we need to get this done? I don't know if he was. Like, I know they tried to repeal and replace Obamacare. That they didn't get the replacement there. I know he wanted an infrastructure bill, but like, was Trump ever actually involved in any of the wheeling and dealing to get any of this passed? I don't think so. But
The administration was certainly involved with the repeal attempts, because I remember Vice President Pence being on the floor of the Senate, like trying to negotiate with McCain that night when they like, I remember staying up until like 2 a.m, like waiting for that vote. It was crazy, but he was like on the floor. So, but I mean, like, I'm saying, like, how much of a role did the Trump administration have in actually crafting the policy? Like this point and this point and this point and this point, like, you know, I didn't see any of that, especially with like the COVID stimulus stuff. It felt like all of that just came from Congress, and then he was just.
You can give Trump maybe credit for the warp speed thing.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, that was good, and then like another thing you can credit Trump for is
Abraham Accords.
I don't know much about that, but then getting NATO allies to spend more on defense was kind of like, you could argue, a good thing.
I guess, yeah.
But
his rhetoric was really dog shit around it. But if they started chiming in more money, I guess, or chipping more money, it's okay. But yeah.
Yeah, he bullied them for sure, but I mean, it did.
Well, it wasn't
did
just that he bullied them;
yield
it's that he's
results.
fucking retarded. He doesn't know what NATO does. That was the issue. But I mean, if they got more money, that was fine. It worked. But yeah.
How much of the sort of like hellfire and brimstone takes of a second Trump term do you like? A lot of the rhetoric has been like, you know, he's gonna do the Project 2025 and hollow out the administrative state, and then just, you know, replace all these federal workers with sycophants and yes men, and I've heard that he wants to just completely withdraw from NATO during a second term. I mean, like I feel like our institutions held up under a first Trump presidency, so I'd like to hope that they would hold up again, like, and it wouldn't literally mean the end of democracy. But like, what sort of concerns do you guys have about a second Trump presidency? Like, how much do you think is there in terms of the worrying?
I mean, I think, like I said, like I've been kind of off on both these. I think Biden's presidency was way better than I could have ever imagined. And I think most people agree with that. I think Trump's presidency was probably way worse than most people imagine. Like, I thought coming in, like, oh God, it's Trump, blah, 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 blah. But I was like, it's probably going to be business as usual, whatever. The shit that happened under Trump was unbelievable. All the wild statements publicly, pulling us out of the Iranian nuclear deal, moving the fucking embassy to Jerusalem. Why? Like, basically every single foreign policy decision was like questionable at best. Kicking the can down the road with the Doha agreements with the Taliban in Afghanistan. You know, the abandoning our Kurdish allies to go get fucking massacred by the Turks and Syria. Like, at every step of the way, the photo ops in North Korea. Yeah, that's foreign policy. Domestically, I mean, in terms of like attacks to our democracy, I think fundamentally we're really scary. I don't think we've ever had a president try to undermine our electoral process as much as Trump ever has. The phone calls to Georgia, the classified information mishandling, the constant shuffling of like his cabinet members and the attorney general, and like firing Comey, and like just everything. Like, it was so much crazy shit. Like, it got to the point where like, you couldn't even bring it up because people were like, oh, you're obsessed, Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah,
Dude,
I don't know.
Jeff Sessions is one of the most tragic political figures in. I feel
when he got his month or two
in American history.
And Trump was just shitting on him the whole time.
Bro, he was the first U.S. senator to endorse Trump. Like, he was ride or die day one. And because his legal counsel from the DOJ advised him, like, you need to recuse yourself and appoint, I don't know if they told him to appoint a special counsel. That came from Rod Rosenstein. Sure. But his own White House legal counsel told him, you need to recuse yourself from this. And so he did. And then from that day forward, he was...
Enemy number one. Trump was just tweeting constantly. Yeah, Jesus.
Just constantly shit on him. And he ran for that seat in, where was he from? Alabama, I think. He ran for that same seat again and just got crushed. Yeah. And now, like, nobody talks about him. But truly, it's like either him or Pence. They're two of the most tragic political figures in modern American history, I think.
Yeah. I also think, I don't think there's enough coverage about this. I don't think people talk about this enough, okay? However, I think that the, not the Dominican, what were the names? The Dominion voting machine story, I think that's actually a really big deal. You have what is essentially the largest, not essentially, I'm sorry, but what is the largest media company in the United States is more or less on record as having explicitly lied to the American public to mislead them about the integrity of the election to maintain like an allegiance with the sitting US president. That's fucking insane. That's like, there are so many parts. Here's the thing that drives me the craziest, okay? And maybe I'm wrong for thinking about this way, but there are so many individual parts about the Donald Trump story that if any of them had applied to a Democrat, I think Republicans would have taken up arms. Do you remember how obsessed Republicans were with like Hillary Clinton's daughters? Or do you remember, or do you know how obsessed today conservatives are about fucking Hunter Biden? Can you imagine if Joe Biden had a fucking son-in-law or stepson or whatever that was doing foreign policy on his behalf for the United States, and then after getting out of office was signing $2 billion deals with people in the Middle East? Like, bro, Republicans would actually march on the Capitol with guns this time, more of them than just 5%, right? It would be over. It would get, and we could go through like 50. Do you remember Uranium One with Hillary Clinton, where Republicans were claiming that Hillary unilaterally sold our entire uranium? It's like, yeah. There are so many individual things that Trump did that if any Democrat did it, Republicans would be marching with AR-15s. Yeah, I can't. I can't. Oh my God.
They're so good at keeping narratives alive. Like, so the big one that I've noticed that has endured for fucking 5 years now and I'm sure some people in your chat, if you're like Trump, if they're Trump fans, they'll probably think like that this is true. But when Biden went to Ukraine and pressured them to fire the Shokin prosecutor guy, that the IMF wanted fired, that the EU wanted fired, that the State Department wanted fired, that members of Congress wanted fired, that was hashed out in the first impeachment trial. It's just been so thoroughly debunked, this idea that he went there to personally lobby them to fire this prosecutor because they were supposedly investigating his son, which there's no evidence of that being the case whatsoever. That has been debunked 10,000 times from 10,000 different angles, and they're still hanging on to that.
But the funny thing is, their justification for that is literally that one fucking clip of, by the way, Biden speaking publicly in front of an office saying like, oh, well, I told them I was going to withhold the money and blah, 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 which was, by the way, part of the condition of like the treaty that had been signed or the agreement that had been signed, that money would be released to Ukraine to spend as long as they were doing the appropriate steps to blah, blah, and be like, look, that's Biden. But if you show them a billion different Trump quotes, like, well, Trump didn't mean that. Well, when he called Georgia on that private line and had all this, well, he wasn't really asking for that. Like, you're supposed to, it's not what he says, it's what he means. And like, well, when Trump said that like he knew it was secret and he should have declassified it, he was just like, he was just kind of like using a turn of phrase. And it's like, bro, are you serious? Like, you really want me to treat Trump like a low functioning autistic child in every single statement that he makes? Meanwhile, you are combing through with the like most precise magnifying glass on earth with every single statement. The other part is unbelievable.
I mean, just like in the case of the prosecutor, the most easy way to debunk it is just, all you got to do is just point to the fact that the IMF wanted him gone and the EU wanted him gone. So were they in on this conspiracy as well?
Or why wasn't the whole world? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying, like, were they in on the conspiracy as well, or did it just line up 1-to-1 at the same time?
Yeah.
Like it served Biden's interest and the EU's interest at the same time. You would have to believe one of those things. It's so nonsensical, but they have just gotten so good. I'm talking about the right-wing sort of like media apparatus, like social media and regular media.
I think it's a good question.
Hammering these things.
Yeah,
you know?
the same point they did to Hillary Clinton for fucking 20 years, or whatever. Yeah, I think that it's a really good question. People say like, what about that Biden quote about and like the question is, why didn't literally a single person on the entire planet give a fuck when Biden made these comments at the time? Do you ever stop and wonder that? Like, why did nobody care back then? He said it publicly on TV. We all heard it. Why did nobody give a fuck back then? Yeah, it's so dumb.
You would have to have a sort of cartoonishly evil caricature of Biden in your mind as like, that's who he is, to think that he would get in front of cameras and brag about like a nakedly corrupt act like that.
Yeah, like, but I mean, these people think they do it, right? Because how many times do they quote that stupid fucking op-ed that was written as part of like an IMF conference or whatever, where they're like, "Oh, you'll own nothing and be happy," and it's just like an op-ed of like, here's some potential futures and goods and bads, and people are like, this was the fucking plan. That's the fucking plan all along. Blah 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, remember how many of these great plans never happened? Do you remember how there was supposed to be the great what do they call it after COVID? It was going to be the whole
Great Reset.
Yeah, we remember the Great Reset. Where did that go? Remember all the people dying from the COVID vaccines? Where did that happen at? Remember people saying they were going to be permanent? Oh yeah, well they don't hold on as much anymore. Where are all the permanent vaccine passports? I thought that was going to be a thing. What was the statement about Canada permanently taking everybody's freedoms away? Like they've given you more freedom. Now you can kill yourself without a hospital. Right? Where are these things that were supposed to happen? None of them happened, and they don't get held accountable for any of it. Where are these people? It's like, bro, you've made all these crazy outlandish predictions, and none of them came true. What the fuck? Why aren't you held accountable for that? Sorry.
Even in California, I think you didn't leave California until well after this happened, but even in California, they weren't asking for anybody's fucking vaccine card after like 3 months. Like 90% of places that I went. And I think that you were technically even supposed to, like whenever you went to an event or a restaurant or a theater, they were checking people's vaccine cards like in the very beginning, and that lasted literally like 2-3 months. And then after that, everything was basically back to normal.
Yeah.
Like most people weren't wearing masks. They weren't asking for any kind of like proof that you got vaccinated.
But remember, how many times did you hear, bro, dude, the Patriot Act in Iraq like rotted people's minds? How many times did you hear like, remember the Patriot Act? Every time the government does it, they steal more freedoms. Do you think vaccine passports aren't here to stay? Well, you're an idiot. I'm here to tell you it's going to get even worse. They're going to have passports for all your vaccines. Oh, international travel? That's a thing of the past. You're going to need blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh, well, crazy that none of that happened to be true. But yeah.
Speaking of the Patriot Act, Second Thought made the case that United States is basically as authoritarian as China, if not more. And the thing that he pointed to counter the idea that, like, I mean, obviously in China, their surveillance systems are ubiquitous and incredibly sophisticated and just like everywhere. And his point, the way that he made his point was the Patriot Act. Like, because we passed the Patriot Act, that means that we're basically just as bad as China when it comes to surveilling.
Yep. it's the same. It's
and
the
even with the Patriot Act, don't you need to get a warrant still with the Patriot Act, or like what exactly did they do with that?
I think it's a different process. Is the Patriot Act where FISA courts came from?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's like a different.
So.
Oh no, I'm sorry. FISA was 78. Is a different thing. I'm trying to remember what the Patriot Act expanded. I know the Patriot Act, I think, gave more powers to intelligence agencies for domestic surveillance. I don't remember exactly what it expanded there, but yeah, but like this is the Iraq thing. It's the same thing where it's like everybody will always point to the Patriot Act as an example of like, oh, you don't think the United States isn't going to force castration on your child? What about the Patriot Act, right? Or like you can go to the Middle East and it's like, oh wow, there's a group of 100 people that have like murdered 7 billion citizens. What are you going to do? Well, we should intervene, like you did in Iraq. Like that's always like people's brains are stuck in like 2003 or whatever, and it's like we're never leaving.
They go back further. They go back further to like the 70s with like.
Oh no, that's lefties.
Pro.
That's tankies. Those are fucking yeah. I'm just saying for the broader people. Yeah, like people are like Iraq poisoned, mind poisoned. Like Iraq and the Patriot are like the defining foreign policy and domestic policy points in everybody's brain, and that is literally what the last bill that was passed in the U.S. was the Patriot Act, and then like the last foreign policy thing we did was the Iraq War, and that's everything. Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild because like if you talk about how like Hamas is bad or whatever, like and you point to something like some awful thing that some execution or something like that, oftentimes with like the lefty types on social media, they'll go back to like the fucking Tuskegee Airmen, and like the syphilis experiments from like the 50s, or they'll go back to the 70s with like murdering Fred Hampton. It's like, bro, you had to go back 50 years to try to get a dunk. Like this is incredible. Yeah. Anyways. I'm gonna get back to playing COD, but I'm a big supporter of what you're doing. I think that's awesome that you guys are putting a house together, and I hope you guys raise enough money that you need.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right, man, take it easy. Bye,
Good luck. Have fun on COD. Be careful. Wait.
Yeah.
Did you ever play any like the COD battle royales, or are you just like a strict like multiplayer person?
I played a bit of the BRs, yeah.
Did they stop the BR stuff? Or are they still doing them, or?
No, they're still doing it. The new one comes out on the 6th. And it's a new map, and they're making some big changes with like the gameplay. But yeah.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, hey, I love you. It's been fun. Be careful. Okay.
Yeah. Take it easy.
Wait. Oh my God.
Oh, yep. Oh Jesus. Yep.
We're gonna fight. We're gonna fight for a minute. Okay.
Okay. What's up? Oh, is this about Oppenheimer, bro?
Yeah. Have we talked about this yet?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay.
You're so wrong, dude. I bought it when it came out on digital demand. I watched it 3 nights in a row, and I almost like snidely tweeted at you. But you're so fucking wrong about that movie.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna rewatch it. I will rewatch it. I will rewatch it, and I'll give you an updated opinion. Maybe I just wasn't in the zone when I watched it before. I will rewatch it. Okay. I'll do it.
Something that stuck with me though is when you asked like what the climax of the film was, and I've been thinking about that since you asked the question. You don't need like. Not every film needs like in the last literal like 10-15 minutes or whatever something explosive.
Yeah, I've heard this one before. It's like when a woman is like, oh, I don't actually care if I orgasm during sex. Ha ha ha. Yeah, bullshit. Okay, listen. When I talk about
what about any Scorsese film besides like The Departed? Like Scorsese takes like fucking 45 minutes or an hour to like land his plane. Like, did you see the Irishman?
I did not. I don't watch
it's fucking
digitally.
3.5 hours.
Okay?
It's 3.5 hours, and the last 45 minutes is just like, it's not climactic whatsoever. I'm just saying, like, with a lot of movies, you can sort of like slowly wind your movie down. It doesn't need to be just fucking explosive at the end.
Okay, sure. I don't necessarily disagree. I'm sorry. When I bring up that, what is the climax point? My point isn't to say like, what was like the big exciting thing? My point was that I felt like the movie was trying to orient itself around 2 completely different topics that didn't overlap well, in my opinion, for a satisfying A-side, B-side story. That was my issue. That like, the whole thing about his, we're not going to do it, but like the whole thing about
Security
his like
clearance.
losing his security clearance, and then the whole thing about building the bomb. I feel like these two plots didn't play off of each other well, and that jerking back and forth between one or the other was just unsatisfying, and that like the whole conclusion of the way both these wrapped up just felt lame. That was my feeling.
I felt like, okay, so listen,
ahead.
I
Yeah.
felt like the point of the movie, it was sort of two-pronged, but I felt like the overarching point of the movie was the cost of actually developing this technology. The personal cost to Oppenheimer and the cost to the world, and sort of like the horror that it wrought at the time.
Yes, sir.
But then that gets into a totally different conversation. Like, do you think World War III would have happened if we didn't have nukes?
Oh shit! I've actually had a really interesting thought about this like a few weeks ago. I think, would World War III have happened if we didn't have nukes? Here's something that I think. Okay, I don't know if this is a hot take. Fuck, somebody else has probably had this take already, but I'm gonna claim it as my own if nobody has. Okay, I think that nuking Japan during World War II was probably one of the best things that could have happened for the future of the world, because if nukes hadn't been deployed at that point, they would have been deployed at some point. And the idea that they were deployed as soon as they were developed, so we were literally limited on our nuclear arsenal, was probably way better than like 20 years later, the US and the Soviet Union having a nuclear conflict, and we're launching like 30 or 40 or 50 or more nukes at each other.
Mhm.
I think that
Yeah.
like the stigma that was created with nuclear weapons in World War II was probably really important for the future health of the world, and everybody kind of being a little bit afraid of nukes, you know?
I went from being like a super college lefty that was just completely morally opposed to dropping the bomb for a really long time, and then like I've thought about it differently in recent years, even before the film came out. But it's like you don't want to be like, I don't want to celebrate something like hundreds of thousands of people dying.
Of course, yeah.
But I definitely have a way more nuanced view of dropping those bombs, and I tend to take the view that we probably would have seen much more large-scale conflict on this planet if the nukes had never been developed. And like in the argument for the United States to develop the bomb, that is just such a easy argument to make, and they made it in the movie in just one line, and it was just like, if we don't make this bomb, the Nazis will. And that's all you need to say. Like, that's 100% the perfect justification for developing that technology. But
Sure.
oh, what I wanted to say was fuck, I forgot.
You agreed with me about Oppenheimer. It's okay. That's what you were gonna say.
Dude, I think it's legit. I think it's my favorite movie this year. I thought Across the Spider-Verse was #1, but Oppenheimer's taking that spot. I thought it was so good. I thought it was Nolan's best film. I could not disagree with you more. Oh, okay. So you made the point, I think, when you were talking shit about that movie, I think one time you talked about how like losing security clearance, you didn't understand why that would be a bad thing. And I feel like you just weren't paying attention when you watched the movie, because they definitely explain that.
Okay, I can go back and rewatch it, but I feel like to be clear, when I say I don't know why that's a bad thing, I'm not saying that I don't know actually why it's a bad thing. What I'm saying is I feel like they didn't sell it in the movie enough to make me care about it in the movie. But maybe they did. There was a part and I missed it or whatever, but I just didn't feel that like.
Well, they definitely in the movie explain like this would ruin his reputation and basically blacklist him from academia, and everything that he had built his career off of would crumble by being denied security clearance.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand what you're saying there. Yeah, because there was a line I think about that. But we're getting deep into film critique. The issue that I would have, I'm trying to think if I can think of like a better example of this. Fuck. There's got to be an example in a film where I can think of this. When you talk about like would ruin his career or ruin his academia and blah, 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 I don't feel like I ever saw enough of him in academia or that to care. Like, let's say, for instance, like the first like 5 or 15 minutes of the movie was like him teaching, and then by the end they're like, if you lose this, you can never teach again. And like the final scene is him like walking by like a classroom and like missing teaching or some dumb shit like that, right? That would be an arc where it's like, oh shit, this is a thing he really likes, and then now he's lost it because of the security clearance, like, oh god, and it's like a sad resolution. In terms of him like losing his position in academia and all that, none of that is sold in the movie, that he's like, he loves academia and all of this. It's all like down to business. It's all super like, oh, like we gotta fucking develop the bomb, blah, 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 blah. In fact, the opening scenes were even how much he hated like part of the academia that he was involved in because he sucked in doing lab work or whatever, right? That's like
it's not just academia though. It would have ruined his ability. Like, he was giving public speeches. Like, that was, I think, how he made his money for a little bit, was these paid speeches. He would go around the country, and some of the speeches that he was giving, you needed to have security clearance for, because it was like for an audience that was, they were trying to determine like, what do we do about this technology moving forward. All of that would have stopped. Like, he would have been blacklisted from academia and sort of like the public sector in terms of like government stuff.
Yeah, I guess, but like
all that
again,
would
I
have been
don't.
gone.
I just. who cares? I mean, like,
what do you mean? Who cares? You're talking about destroying. It would have destroyed his life. I mean, maybe they could have illustrated that a little bit better.
yeah,
but
I just don't see where it just like he made a couple speeches. They like dramatized the fuck out of it. He was at some socialist shit, but like, I don't know. Like, I just don't see like where are all of these huge things that he can't participate in, or it's like I don't know. I just feel like it didn't sell it well in the movie. But hey, I'll rewatch it and maybe I'm wrong. Okay, maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe I'm completely fucking off. All right.
Well, you have your ADD meds now, so you can sit through a 3-hour movie, right?
I mean, yeah, but I feel like this movie, I hate this argument because Oppenheimer, okay, no offense, you brought up Scorsese. Oppenheimer is literally made for people with ADHD, okay? This is not a movie that requires patience or appreciation of like cinema to sit and watch. It is the most like aggressively fucking paced movie I have ever seen in my life. It's like scene, song, edgy statement, cut, scene, no, like that's like the whole movie is like, oh, he's got a kid, he's 4 years old, he abandons him, oh, next scene, he's 6 years old, like holy shit, like that movie is so aggressively paced. The idea that you have to have some level of patience to sit and watch it is absolutely not true. There are movies where you need some patience. Oppenheimer is absolutely not one of them. But
you definitely need patience for Scorsese. But I was gonna say Dunkirk is way more aggressively paced than Oppenheimer, and so is Mad Max Fury Road.
No, hold on. Mad Max Fury Road. Wait. Mad Max Fury Road. Yes. Dunkirk is more aggressively paced than Oppenheimer.
Dunkirk is fucking relentless, my friend. It opens like with this tense moment where he's running through the streets trying to get away from these people that are shooting him, and then it just jumps right the fuck in. I think it's his shortest movie ever, because if it would have been longer, I would have had a fucking heart attack. You should go back and watch that movie again, because it is. Some people in your chat are saying it's a snoozer. What the fuck is wrong? Dunkirk is a snoozer? How could you possibly hold that view?
I don't think it's a snoozer, but aggressively paced. I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm gonna review. I'm gonna review these things.
Even the music, even the fucking music. There's this constant like going on the whole fucking time. Anyways, yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go play COD. Enjoy your weekend.
Okay. I love you. Be careful. Okay. Stay safe.
Take it easy.
Bye. What a fucking cunt. He just mutes his shit in my Discord and he doesn't even fucking leave. Like he's just gonna stay here.
Wait. You
What?
hit the wrong button?
He just mutes. Yeah, that's right. Get the fuck out.
Yeah, Dylan Burns, I think Erudite are coming now.
Right now? Okay, fuck. I've got so many links I've opened that I haven't looked at. Hold on. Don't need this. We need to do this. Fuck. What is this? Sam and Nick After Dark.
What do you want to know? Like I said,
just continue with the bean thing.
Oh, this was
Keep
literally
going.
live.
wrap it around and lick it off.
Yeah, what Nick said. What's the weirdest place you've ever hooked up? Thank you.
Okay. Okay. No more links in chat. I'm not clicking any more links in chat, okay? Split the VOD. All right, hold on. Ugh, my shit's gonna lag, August. Fuck you, but I'll do it.
How close are we to watching the Daily Wire movie?
We needed 45K for that. We're at 38K for that. We've got 2 hours and 45 minutes. I'll wear the maid outfit for wear the maid outfit for a week for every 1,000 you get from now to 50,000. No, that's retarded. That if we raise 50,000, that'd be 12 weeks of you wearing a maid outfit. I don't want you in my apartment wearing a maid outfit that long. Okay, let's chill. How much do you care about America? Not just chill. You can wear a maid outfit at 45K along with the movie if you want. Okay. You said 40K? No, I said 45K. Sardine, go roll back the VOD, you fucking loser. Okay.
Dylan.
Hello, hello.
It's been such a long time. How have you been?
You know, I'm surviving. I'm pulling along.
Very nice.
Where are you right now?
Back in DC. Just got back to Maryland about a week and a half ago, just in time for Thanksgiving. It was very nice to be back in America for Thanksgiving. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for 4 months, then I head back.
Very cool, very cool. How's life in general going? How are you feeling?
You know, I'm very happy with my work. I'm very happy with what I'm doing. Like financially, it's definitely more stressful, but it's fine. I care a lot more about the fulfillment. And I got a big college thing resolved recently where they were charging me as an out-of-state student even though I was in the state at the University of Maryland, and they finally resolved it, so I feel a lot better. Anyway, how have you been?
I've been okay. Just, you know, chilling. I haven't been okay. I've had a lot of weird personal shit going, but I'm also, wait, hello?
Got you. Okay, so I wanted to talk to you about the Golan Heights, if you wanted to talk about that quick. I can't hear you. Give me a moment.
I think his mic is messed up till now. I don't think it's on your end.
Oh. Thought it was on my end. Remember to donate, everyone.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Jesus. I don't know if this mic is going out or the mixer is, or the XLR cable, or your mom. Okay. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. I've been just working, studying, reading. You want to talk about the Golan Heights. What's up?
Yeah, well, not just the Golan Heights. I wanted to ask you a few things. So the first thing I wanted to ask you is about the settlements, because as far as I know, you're like against the settlements, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, because we had this interaction about a UN resolution that was passed, and there was two parts of the UN resolution. The first part of it was the condemnation of the continued expansion of settlements, and it specifically had to do with that in the Golan Heights. And one second, the second part had to do, well, it was basically settlements, and then more specifically settlements in the Golan Heights. And you said that the resolution was stupid, and because the Arab states don't want the Palestinians anyway. Could you like expand to me exactly like why the UN resolution was stupid?
Wait, can you link it? I thought that this also was a reaffirmation of Resolution 242. That's generally what I was referring to. Is that wrong, or did I fuck this up? Or you can DM me the tweet and I can look at it again real quick.
Okay, I can DM you the tweet and I can DM you the resolution stuff, so you remember what resolution it is. One moment. This one right here. And here has here's all the information on the resolution.
I love you, like, and be careful.
And if you want to search specifically in that UN document about where it's a big document about a bunch of different resolutions. It is down like I think like 7 or 8 paragraphs. It starts by the terms of the occupied Syrian Golan.
Didn't this also have to do with the territories of like the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as well?
Well, there's different parts of it. There's part of it that has to do with specifically desisting from changes to the character of the Golan Heights, the currently occupied Golan Heights, like its demographics, its institutional structures, et cetera, et cetera. Basically, don't put settlements here, and don't make an attempt to change the demographics of the area, which would make it easier for Israel to annex it.
Sure. I mean, I broadly agree with like not doing settlements. I just think that any resolution talking about like, oh, like Israel needs to give back all this territory is just like retarded. Like nobody, it's not like a realistic solution.
So
yeah, go ahead.
This is why I was confused, and this is why I wanted to understand your objection to it, because as far as I know, you've always been against the settlements. And as far as I know, you want the Israelis eventually to come to a deal with the Arab states. So I didn't understand why a UN resolution, which the only two opponents of it was the United States and Israel. I think, at least when it comes to the Golan part, the second part, I think it included the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, like a bunch of smaller nations, and Hungary, and Canada, I think. I was confused because it seemed to be in line with what you've always supported, which is stopping the expansion of settlements, because it's just going to make it much harder to make a deal, and it just increases the territory that the Palestinians won't be able to live on, increasing the amount of stateless people.
Yeah, I'm opposed to the expansion of settlements. I just don't know why people are trying to make like large agreements on this, and then trying to say like also in this like, oh, and Israel should do all of these things, like give back all of the, I don't even know who you'd give it back to, all of the conquered territory or whatever. I just don't like these like really broad resolutions that are.
Well, there's different parts of the resolution, right? For example, the occupied Syrian Golan part, there was only 2 people voted against it, and it was the United States and Israel. Whereas the other part that specifically had to do with Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories, East Jerusalem, and the Syrian Golan, that had more votes against it. Canada, Hungary, Israel, the Marshall Islands, because it was more expansive and it covered more issues, including the West Bank and Jerusalem, which caused Canada and Hungary to jump off the ship, where they more agreed with, yeah, they shouldn't be settling in the Golan Heights. And so this did give America more selection on where it could agree with Israel, where it could disagree with Israel, but we just agreed with Israel on both counts.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm opposed to the settlements, but I think that like any change in Israeli policy, I think has to come with like agreements with other parties. Like it can't just be Israel unilaterally pulling back from here or doing this particular thing. Like, let's say Israel unilaterally pulls out of, or well, I'm saying unilateral, I don't know if it's really unilateral, but Israel is through UN condemnation pulls back from the Golan Heights, and then the Golan Heights just becomes another area by which Syria or Hezbollah decides to start bombing Israel again, right? Well, I was like, well, what the fuck? What do we just get for this? What's the point of this? Like, it's easy to do.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I don't think Israel should just tomorrow pull out of the Golan Heights. It probably would just become a hub for terror groups, considering the current state of Syria. What I do think, though, is that the more that they place settlers in there, the more settlers move in, or the more provocation settlers have with the UN area where the UN soldiers are, that separates where the Syrian soldiers are and the Israeli soldiers are, the more that occurs and the less Israel does to discourage that, the harder it's going to be to eventually make a deal that is beneficial, well, not beneficial, but acceptable, tolerable to all sides. Because the longer this goes on, the harder it's going to be for Israel to ever make the decision to pull out, which means they're going to have less to offer at the negotiating table. It's going to make it harder to come to a deal.
And I definitely understand that, and I'm sympathetic towards that. But on the side of the Israeli argument, their argument is going to be the only way we've ever been able to get peace with anybody is through conquest and might. And if we don't settle, if we don't have this territory, if we don't do things to make it hard for other people, then they have absolutely no reason to negotiate with us. Let's say that in the future, let's say Israel wants to come to some strong agreement.
Okay, but I think when it comes to the Golan Heights, it's a little different because Israel has offered the Golan Heights before, but the Syrians didn't accept the terms. They didn't think they were tolerable because they wanted no Syrian soldiers, no Syrian bases. I mean, no Israeli soldiers, no Israeli bases, no Israeli air control. And now that position has changed because the Likud is in power, and since then Israel has decided to annex the Golan Heights. So I agree
well, when you
that
say now the
Israel,
position has changed, now the position has changed to what?
The Israeli government position has changed to how they should treat the Golan Heights. Now they treat it as sovereign Israeli territory, even though no other state except the United States, which happened during the Trump administration, acknowledges that.
Sure. But I'm saying that, like, from Israel's point of view, there's no reason to give this up without, like, a strong negotiation on the table. Right? Do you agree with that or no?
I understand that there's no reason for them to give it up.
Okay.
But the more they settle, the harder it's going to be to ever give it up, period. And they won't be able to make the same offers they made before, making peace less attainable.
Sure, I understand that, but it only gets better for Israel as they continue to settle the territory, right? It only gives them a stronger bargaining position by doing that. And if they feel like they have enemies to the north and the only thing they recognize is threat of annexation or military might, then that's in Israel's prerogative to do this. And if nobody else wants to negotiate, if they didn't in the past, right? They didn't even want,
It's harder for me to think it's going to be a stronger negotiating position because at a certain point, once they've done enough settlement, there's not going to be a negotiation about returning the Golan Heights. They're just going to keep the Golan Heights. I don't think that the Likud's agenda is to move in a bunch of settlers and then leverage, much of the settlers being their far-right base, leverage those people who support them and keep them in power, leverage them against the Syrians to get a better deal and then eventually pull them out. I think their goal is to move in settlers and then never let go of the Golan Heights ever. I think that would make much more sense considering like Likud's agenda.
Possibly. I might agree with you there. I would argue historically this isn't relevant, but historically Israel was willing to demolish settlements when they made peace with Israel and give them back to Sinai, and Israel under, I think it was Sharon, not Netanyahu. I think it was under Sharon, unilaterally disengaged from Gaza and they pulled back settlements from there. So historically they've been able to do it. Now, in both of those cases, it wasn't, 25,000 settlers in the Golan Heights? It wasn't that many people. But I mean, Israel has the capability of doing it. I just don't see how, I don't like going to Israel and saying like, you need to do this, you need to do that. Meanwhile, there's terrorist groups that are attacking them constantly. And they're like, okay, well, we need something from them. We're not just going to disengage or stop moving here. We are going to move to annex the territory if somebody else doesn't do something about it. Yeah.
But continued expansion of settlements isn't going to decrease the amount of terrorism or decrease tensions or make Israelis safer. It's just going to make those settlers, they're going to put them in positions where they're more in danger. They're going to put more Israeli soldiers in the Golan Heights in danger. And it's going to end up making it harder for Israel to come to terms that makes it more peaceful for everyone. So I don't necessarily think that the settlement of the Golan Heights is benefiting Israel as much as controlling the Golan Heights territorially is benefiting Israel's security, which I can understand that. That's much easier to understand.
I actually think I 95% agree with you. I think that Israel right now is conducting themselves like the year is 1968, and they're worried about every country invading them again. Like, it feels like Israel acts a little bit more on edge than they need to. That being said, if anybody
Can I ask you a question? How much of that do you think is Netanyahu, and how much of that do you think would be the case no matter who was in power? Because I think if it was Benny Gantz in there, I don't think the position of like what they're doing right now would change that much tremendously.
Well, yeah, but it's because probably it's largely in provocation to Palestinian attacks. That's why the general sentiment in Israel is, fuck these people, we don't want to work with them. And broadly speaking, I think that's the feeling around basically the entire Arab world. Nobody cares about Palestinians anymore. The citizens kind of do. But for the most part, people have kind of moved on. That's why the only people supporting the Palestinians now are fucking Islamic jihadists. It's Iran, it's Hezbollah, it's the Houthis, and then it's whatever Hamas crazy shit is happening. And even the PA is pretty fucking crazy in Israel. So yeah, their support has become increasingly radicalized. A lot of the other Arab nations have taken a step back or are bilaterally negotiating peace with Israel. And increasingly, yeah, the Palestinians are finding themselves with only more and more radical allies. So when Israel looks at that, like, yeah, there needs to be like a real conversation about if Israel wants to give this back, what are they going to get in exchange for it? Who's going to, like, what are we doing about Iran? Because that's the big fucking deal. Or at the very least, like Syria and Lebanon. Yeah.
Let's be clear, we're talking about the Golan Heights here. This isn't a question of giving the Golan Heights back to the Palestinians. This is a question of giving the Golan Heights back to the Syrians.
Yeah, but I don't know if they're. You can tell me here, I don't know historically. Like, what would the chances be if the Syrian government got back the Golan Heights? What are the chances that somebody like Hezbollah like moves in there and uses it as a base of operations? And then what are the chances that Assad would even be able to control that situation?
That's the two things that I wanted to bring up. This is why I'm not in favor of Israel giving back the Golan Heights right now, but I am in favor of them stopping settlement. Because I don't think the current status of the Syrian civil war or just Assad's brutality, even though I think that's less of a concern for the Israeli government, considering the other actors in the region they're willing to work with, I don't think it would be beneficial for Israel. I don't think it would be necessarily that beneficial for the Syrians. I think it would probably just be filled with terror groups very quickly. As actually happened early in the Syrian civil war, which made the UN peacekeepers flee the area between the Israeli government and the Syrian government. But what I do think is that the more settlers they put there, the harder it's going to come to a deal. And in the long term, no matter how the Syrian civil war ends, whether it's an Assad's government, whether it's a free... Yeah?
Someone said, by one tier 5 sub if you can name one Israeli city besides Jerusalem or Tel Aviv. Does the West Bank count? What about like Bethlehem or Ramallah or I think Haifa, Jaffa? These are districts of Tel Aviv. Fuck you. Give me my shit. Oh, Lod, LOD is one. Fuck you. Give me my tier 5 sub, motherfucker. Okay, keep going. Sorry.
The most fun I've been having learning more and more about Israel is just learning fun Hebrew words.
Yeah.
Like shmekel. It's great.
I didn't know. I'm going to be totally honest. I didn't know that the Israeli currency was actually called shekels. I thought that was just like a Nazi fucking meme. I didn't know even today they're still called new shekels.
It is shekels.
Jesus. Okay, sorry. Keep going.
But in the long term, when Israel eventually comes to the table with whatever future Syrian government that is, hopefully not Assad's, if there are settlers in the Golan Heights that number 100,000, 200,000 instead of the 20 to 25,000 that currently are in the Golan Heights, it's going to be 10 times harder for them to come to a settlement, especially if those settlers or the parties that those settlers support have political influence in maybe not a Likud coalition, but any coalition.
Sure. But then that would be, then Israel would say, okay, well, negotiate with us now then before it happens. Because the pressure is mounting. We're going to keep moving settlers in. So negotiate. You still don't want to negotiate? Okay, we'll see if you get a 50,000.
But the problem is that the current government doesn't want to ever negotiate its release because it believes that the Golan Heights is sovereign Israeli clay.
Do
you disagree that Israel formally annexed the Golan Heights and then Donald Trump's presidency acknowledged it.
Sure, which was stupid, yeah. But I mean, Israel also...
And if any government was to really believe that, it would be Netanyahu's.
Sure, but Zionists also have historically recognized that Jerusalem is like the sole right to Jewish people, but there have been multiple deals on the table that have split East Jerusalem and West Jerusalem and made administrative districts, but internationally, blah, blah, blah. So
I'm not saying that it would be impossible for any Israeli government to make this deal. I am saying that this specific government probably would never make that deal because they don't want to make that deal. And if continued settlement expansion happens, it's going to make it harder for any government to make that deal.
Sure. Here's what I would say. Stopping or pulling out the settlements from the Golan Heights serves zero strategic or geopolitical interest whatsoever, I think, for Israel. Increasing them there creates mounting pressure for, I don't even know if Lebanon exists as a fucking government or if it's just Hezbollah, or Syria, which I don't know if that government exists right now or if it's just a collection of fractured terror groups as the country tries to rebuild itself, right? But until these two countries at the very least are willing to create some sort of agreement or some sort of security, whatever, with Israel, I don't think Israel has any motivation whatsoever to say like, okay, we're going to go ahead and stop the settlements and start to pull them out and blah, blah, blah. I just don't see, like maybe morally it's the right thing to do, but like strategically,
I don't think that having more people in the Golan Heights, if it depends on what your goal is. If your goal is just to grab as much territory as possible, then there's zero motivation to stop settlement expansion. If you just think that the territorial hold is security and they hold the Golan Heights, whether it's respected or not respected, that's security. If that's your primary goal, and it's considering Netanyahu is the security candidate, that wouldn't surprise me that much, then I would understand not wanting that.
Sure,
but
I think the aspirations are territorial. At this point, I'm sorry, I love my Zionists. Security is a pretty weak argument. It's 2023. We got nukes, we got planes, we got all sorts of shit going on. I don't think the security argument for the Golan, like, is it 1955? Are they going to park artillery there and start shooting? Like, I think the security argument is weak, and Israel makes it, yeah.
The Golan Heights was used as a base of operations to launch an invasion of Israel during the Yom Kippur. Well, no, it wasn't during the Yom Kippur War. It was the 1967 war, and then it was tried to be retaken by the Syrians.
Sure, I understand that, but I'm just saying that like we don't live in a world, because I think that Israel has a problem. This is why I say Israel is stuck in 1968, where they feel like they're surrounded by enemies on all sides, and they've got to be ready for war and attacks and blah, blah, blah. If Israel here's something I say with extreme confidence, okay? Maybe I'm wrong. If Israel gave the Golan Heights back and some group started to stage like attacks out of the Golan Heights, Israel would fucking demolish it. It wouldn't even be like it's not even a strategic threat. Like, people are acting like it's 1950 and there's going to be like artillery firing shells and oh my God, and what is Israel going to do? I don't think that's true anymore. I could be wrong, but I seriously don't think that's true. I think Israel could deal with it. Proactively,
I generally agree with you. I would say that a state still wants to protect itself from threats that won't annihilate it, but could still damage it, could still hurt its people. So there's still a motivation, right? Like if we knew that there was going to be some ISIS attack on the United States, we wouldn't do nothing because we was like, this isn't going to destroy us, right? And so Israel still has a desire to try to protect itself from that type of attack.
I understand what you're saying, but when I look at Israel's action since 2006, okay, we pulled out of there's disengagement from Gaza, okay, all of those were done. Only anybody that says it was for peace is lying. It was done to shore up the demographic majority of Israel. Number one, we look at the expansion of settlements in the West Bank, which is strengthening Israel's right to annex it, and it's strengthening the territorial claims they can make for any agreement. And then you look at them annexing the Golan Heights and doing settlements up there. It's territorial. I don't think that these are. I don't think there are security, because it weakens their security in some respects. Like, yeah.
This was the point I wanted to come around to. I do think it's territorial, and I think at the end of the day, Israel is going to kind of embed so many conflicts in a way that makes it impossible or near impossible to resolve through mass expansion of settlements, through continued occupation of the land with no consideration of trying to come to a deal. If that continues for a long enough period of time, then I think it's only inevitable until either the displaced people who are stateless, or different terror groups, or others who are feeling the repercussions of those types of occupations, or feeling the repercussions of that type of expansion of settlement, leads to another mass attack, leads to another October 7th, and then it leads to another wave of violence. And I think settlement is the key potential like lightning rods for starting another wave of violence.
Yeah, but so here's the huge problem right now that I think exists with Israel and Palestine, okay? Is one side lives in reality, which is Israel. The other side lives in delusion, which is Palestine. And they both have the shared belief that continued conflict will benefit their side. Palestinians think if they keep fighting, it will help. And Israelis think if they keep fighting, it'll help. It probably does help Israel. It almost certainly is not helping Palestinians. And I think that's one of the huge contributors to both sides not really, like, the push for peace is not going to come from Israel, especially after October 7th. They're not going to push. They don't give a fuck. Also because the status quo benefits Israel. They're expanding territorial settlements. Their economy is growing. All these other Arab nations are falling like dominoes to sign up for peace deals with them. Like, yeah, they're doing fine. The Palestinians, on the other hand, have been trained to fight against Israel and struggle against the Jews for 75 fucking years. They're not going to look for peace because that's all they know is fighting. So what do you get at that point? Yeah.
I would disagree with the classification of like the Israelis live in reality while the soy Palestinians live in reality.
Palestinians they're delusional. The Palestinian fight went from a territorial conquest from territorial kicking out European settlers, which was noble. From 48 onwards, fuck it, yeah, kill those fucking Jewish settlers and the European settlers. I support it, but it's jihadist Islamist shit now. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I think it's delusional, the approach of Netanyahu's government, for example, the current administration, towards the Palestinians, and how he thought that this could basically just be the state of affairs forever. That, he could perpetuate this conflict forever, and that he could kind of, we can move these troops away from the border with the Gaza Strip. We can manage our relationship with Hamas, and we can keep this conflict going in perpetuity, and not expecting something like this to happen eventually, especially as he let his defenses down in the Gaza Strip and failed as the security candidate, as the person with the most experience in the history of the country in the position of prime minister. I do think that position of keeping this conflict forever just going on, we can live with it. I do think that is a little, what was the word you used?
Delusional?
Delusional.
Wait,
yes.
why do you think it's delusional though? Do you think Israel's...
I don't think that keeping the conflict going on in perpetuity is going to keep Jews or Israelis safe. As October 7th showed.
Whoa. We're not talking about keeping Jews or Israelis safe. We're talking about strengthening the country of Israel as a whole. Since 2006, whose position has...
Wait.
Yeah.
Netanyahu's candidacy and his government was based upon security. He was a security candidate. If you go look at all of his ads, it's all about keeping people safe. There's this ad of him at the beach, watching people play volleyball, watching everything happening, making sure everybody's safe. If that's your position...
Hold on, real quick. When I analyze political leaders and what they're doing, I'm looking at actions, not advertisements. If Netanyahu wanted more security, he'd pull all the settlers out of the West Bank and there wouldn't be any more violence between settlers and Palestinians anymore. Clearly, keeping Israeli people safe is not his priority. I think a dual priority, a big part, is territorial expansion in this part.
Would you not say that...
Just a real quick claim on one thing to say. Real quick. From 2006 onwards, here, write this down. You're gonna ask me whatever. From 2006 and onwards, the status quo of Israel fighting with Palestinians has been maintained. Who's benefited from 2006 onwards? Whose position is strengthened? Israel's or the Palestinians?
One sec. Oh, sorry, I was writing the question down.
Sorry.
Say that again.
Or you can do your point first, and I'll ask you this. Go ahead.
The Israelis. Fuck. Okay, I just lost all of it. Just ask me your question again.
No, wait. Hold on. We were talking, and you were saying Netanyahu's government. He said in political ads.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question was whether Palestinians or Israelis are delusional. I think there's delusion on both sides, and if somebody is voting for Netanyahu as a security candidate under the idea and supporting his coalition under the idea that keeping the conflict in perpetuity, keeping the conflict managed with the security wall, with the security state, and not coming to a settlement, not creating some sort of state for the Palestinians, that is what would keep the most Jews and most Israelis safe. That is what's best for them from a security standpoint. I do think that's delusional.
Okay, so then here's my question. This has more or less been the status quo for the past 15, 16, 17 years, since 2006, about. Whose position has improved over the last about 20 years? Israel's or Palestine's?
You mean security-wise?
Everything-wise, just everything.
Well, then the Israelis, obviously.
Yeah, Israel in every size, shape, and form. Right? They've made more allies. They've strengthened their relationship with other actors in the Middle East. They've expanded their settlements everywhere. Their economies continue to grow. Their relationship with the rest of the world remains, even past, all of the individual conflicts, remains relatively good. Israel's position has only improved. The Palestinian position has drastically fallen. Gaza Strip is becoming overpopulated. They're still embargoed and nobody gives a fuck about it, or blockaded, and nobody really cares that much to do anything about it. They're losing allies except for terrorist groups. Hamas is literally the Palestinian position has gotten more and more dire over time. Who's delusional when both sides are saying, let's keep fighting and we'll do better? Only one side can be right when that's the statement and the policy of both sides, I think.
Well, okay, I think there's different ways of delusion, right? Different countries have different delusional views of their own history, for example. There's different delusional narratives that nations have about what they did or what they can achieve or what's special about their country. So I guess when I hear Palestinians are delusional, where Israelis live in reality, I think we're talking about two different subjects being diluted about two separate issues.
I'd say diluted in every sense of the word. I would say they tend to be violent. They support radical jihad Islamists. I would say that their choices on leadership has consistently been fucking horrible. Their outlook on the war and October 7th is insane. I would say in almost every sense, the average Palestinian, I know that people like to do this thing where oh no, it's just Hamas is bad. No, the average Palestinian is mind fucked right now. At the very least, almost all of them in the Gaza Strip are, if for no other reason, because Hamas literally educates them with programs of like Mickey Mouse the Jew goes to like murder Goofy, the poor Hamas fucking person. Like, it's insane, the level of like insanity that exists. Not to the Palestinians' fault, by the way. The rest of the Arab nation hyped them up for fucking 70 years to fight Israel, and basically all left. So I don't blame the Palestinians, but like, I think they are in a state of delusion, and that has to be addressed or brought back from the brink if any like peaceful process is ever going to be pursued, I think. Because the status quo right now, you agree, the status quo supports Israel.
Well, wait, the status quo supports, or it depends on what your goal for an Israeli state to be, but the status quo supports Israel winning in any conflict. If any long-term conflict, as long as they don't get tired, then they'll win in any general conflict. Yes. Yeah.
So the push has to come from the Palestinian side, and I don't know how that's going to happen right now, right?
So I think that there has to be an acceptance that Israel is going to exist in the region in some shape and form, and there has to be a deal made with Israel. Mm-hmm. I do think that is something that people have to accept, whether they like it or not. You have to live in the real world. I do think, though, that there is some sort of, I don't want to get too stuck on delusion, because I would just talk about these elected MPs are delusional. Look at the crazy stuff they're saying. Here's these fringe parties over here that have an immense amount of influence within Netanyahu's coalition, and here's the violent things they say. Here's the agriculture minister saying we can use a nuke in the Gaza Strip. I want to avoid, I feel like we're just going to go back and forth with like whataboutism, and I don't want to do that. Can we move on to...
Sure, yeah. Just to be clear also, yeah, when we argue about these things, I'm not looking at like, people like to make these arguments of like, here's what a minister said, or here is what the interior defense guy said, or here. I'm not looking at like statements. I'm looking at like, what are the actions of the country? Yeah.
This, I feel like we've kind of avoided the whole point of this conversation, by the way. My position wasn't whether or not, from a security perspective, not what's best for international law, what's best for, you know, actually having peace and no sort of like version of like waves of violence. My original question about this was whether it was a good idea for the United States, as an advocate of the international rules-based order, to vote against resolutions that are asking for Israel to uphold the international rules-based order, which basically every international law scholar acknowledges that they're violating.
I don't know if every single law scholar acknowledges they're violating it, but no, I don't think Israel is held.
Wait. If we're talking about settlement expansion in the illegally occupied Golan Heights, is there any international law scholar that's going to say that's legal under international law?
It's complicated. All these issues are really complicated.
Wait. That's not a complicated question, though. Is there any international law scholar who would say that it is legal under international law to put settlements in the occupied Golan Heights? If we said this about like occupied Ukraine, this wouldn't be a question, right? If we said this about any occupied territory, it wouldn't be a question.
I know for the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, it's different. I don't think I can't venture an opinion on the Golan Heights. I would have to read specifically about that, because technically the Golan Heights was taken in 1967, right?
Yeah, 1967 and fought over again in 1973.
Golan Heights was, hold on, I'm trying to remember. Was the Golan Heights part of Syria proper?
Yes, it was.
From 48 onwards?
It was like the Syrian Arab Republic, and then there's like I think it was like an Egyptian Syrian like union thing that Nasser wanted to try because he's just wacky and funky, but it was part of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Okay, let me just double check. Yeah, the Golan Heights might be different here then from the West Bank or the Gaza Strip then.
Well, yeah, it was part of a separate. Yes, it was part of a separate country. This is why I'm saying that no international law scholar would say it's legal. Now you can make an argument like I don't care if it's legal. I don't care about that international rules-based order. I think the security purposes, that argument can be made. My point is that the United States is making a lot of moral stands in the world right now. A good example would be in Ukraine, and I have to talk about this a lot. And I'm very concerned that when I'm talking to people, when I'm talking to my Lebanese friends, because I know some Lebanese Ukrainian people, or I'm talking to some other people from other parts of the world that are not traditionally considered the quote-unquote West, and I'll talk to them about Ukraine. They'll be like, yeah, it's good that the United States support Ukraine. I guess it's bad the Russians invaded, but like the United States is obviously hypocritical. Look at them violating international law here. Look at them violating international law here. If there's going to be a quote-unquote night watchman or somebody that stands up for this rules-based order, which the Biden administration espouses its standing for, it has to be able to stand with it consistently. It cannot just be like, of course I'm going to apply the rules when it comes to my enemies, but the people I give weapons directly to, no, we're not going to do reviews on their weapon usage. We're not going to do reviews on whether they're following the laws of war, which I know that State Department officials have resigned over the fact that they're not doing that, and Anthony Blinken and others have yet to indicate that they are doing that. And so that just makes me very concerned when I see the UN voting against these UN resolutions.
But it's also so weird.
I think it's going to hurt our credibility around the world.
It's possible that it might hurt our credibility. I'm not sure how much stuff related to Israel hurts our credibility around the world, as opposed to stuff related to like Ukraine, which is in a far more reasonable region of the world, as crazy as Putin is. The international law claims and the UN resolution claims relating to conflicts involving Israel, they seem to fall so hollow when it feels like nobody else around them is held to any of these standards. Like, if we pull back in a macro, here's what we're saying. Israel, you guys are violating international laws by building settlements on this occupied territory. You need to give it back to Bashar al-Assad that used chemical warfare against his own citizens over and over and over and over again. You're really bad. That's not
what the UN resolution said. The UN resolution simply said to stop settlement expansion in occupied territory, not to give it back.
Yeah, but again, like, even to stop, okay, not to give it back, but even to stop settlement expansion, stop expanding the settlements. Like, you need to adhere to international law when the people that are boarding you clearly have no fucking concern for it whatsoever.
But this is the problem. Israel espouses to be a Western-style democracy. It often claims to be the only democracy in the Middle East. When it tells its national story, the UN resolution creating Israel, creating a home for the Jews after the horrors of the Holocaust, that's largely part of their national story. That's part of the justification for the foundation of the Zionist project, for the foundation of the Israeli state. And to use these international institutions, to use international law when it's to your advantage, but then to disregard it because the other team also isn't playing by the rules, and for us to stand with them discarding it while their team doesn't play by the rules, while we stand for the system on the international stage, it just seems horribly hypocritical, and I think it's going to hurt our image, and I think this is one of the weakness of a lot of people, and I don't hate to use the word developing countries, but I don't know how else to say it to get it across to people. It worries me when developing countries sees these flaws or see these obvious hypocrisies in the idea of an international rules-based order, and then they'll listen to other world leaders like Vladimir Putin, who make a much more cynical observation of, like, they play by the rules when it suits them, they don't play by the rules when it doesn't. That's how we should all play by the rules, which is what I'm getting from his commentary around the war in Gaza.
Sure, and I mean, we can examine that, but like anybody seriously looking at Israel, surrounded by a host of countries that have never given a fuck about international rules, that have never truly endorsed Resolution 242, that have had explicit statements in the past to never like even recognize Israel exists as a country, because their conflict so far has been so bad or gone so poorly, to say that Israel now needs to strictly adhere to international law and needs to strictly adhere to the rules in this area. Like, again, in terms of like morally, I can see an argument for it, but like realistically, real politics or whatever the fuck, like looking at Israel's actions and the neighbors that surround it, like it's hard for me to condemn. Yeah, okay. And I don't believe. Hold on, wait, real quick. I don't believe that the United States loses credibility for that in the eyes of Putin when the U.S. is supporting Israel that has historically had an unbelievably unique history in the Middle East.
I'm just saying losing. That's not what I said. I didn't say losing
you made it sound
credibility in the eyes of Putin. I'm saying that the developing
world.
No.
Losing credibility in the eyes of the rest of the world.
Yes, I do think that we're losing credibility. If we're trying to say we're not like the Russians, we don't build empire, we stand for an international rules-based order, we believe that's what's best for nation states, but then disregard that order when it comes to some of our key allies like Israel, I do think that hurts the reputation of what we're supposedly trying to stand for. And I think that it is like you said, if you're just real politicking it, then you're real politicking it. But that's not what the Biden administration, that's not what Anthony Blinken, that's not what Jake Sullivan, that's not what the State Department is claiming to do. Henry Kissinger's dead. I don't think they're taking the realpolitik approach.
Sure. I mean, I'm not arguing that like realpolitik is like a good way to approach the world, or is like a morally justifiable way to approach the world. I'm just saying that surrounded by the people that they are, I find it uncompelling to say that Israel should be forced to adhere to some particular tenet of international. I'm not even sure 100% of they're violating. Also, I still don't know 100% if that's even true. And I don't believe that the United States is losing. I'm telling
you, man.
Shoot, you should shoot me.
You've acknowledged in the past that the settlements are illegal. I thought.
That was before I knew anything about international law and how much of a clusterfuck it is. If you want to shoot me articles on it, I'll read it. I've got a ton of stuff up right now that I want to like read and research more relating to international law, because I don't have my opinions on here aren't that strong. It might be, for instance, that Israel is 100% acting illegally in regards to the Golan Heights. But I just like On the macro, broadly speaking, I am wholly uninterested with the condemnations or encouragements of like action from Israel that is taken without other states surrounding them being involved. I'm so wholly uninterested in it. I don't think it's done in good faith. I don't think like African countries or developing world is going to look at the United States and go like, oh my God, they're so hypocritical in Israel. Let's go do Putin. Maybe we can do a third Chechen war. Like I don't think that would ever happen.
What I'm saying is that if you look at the world's rules that we're supposedly holding up, and we're holding up above everyone else, and we're saying these are the rules that they should follow, which is the system that, and I'm not saying specifically the system built currently, but I do believe there should be some sort of international rules-based order, which is what the Biden administration also believes. If you're going to do this, it cannot just be when the rules apply to me, I follow them. When the rules apply to them, when the rules apply to them, we enforce them. When the rules apply to me, never mind, we ignore them. And I'm not advocating. I'm just talking about the United States' position. It would not hurt the United States that tremendously to say, yes, I'm going to vote against settlement expansion. Yes, I'm going to vote against settlement expansion in the Golan Heights. I'm going to vote against continued settlement expansion here. It would not hurt us strategically. We would still probably have a very positive relationship with Israel overall, considering how much they need the United States right now. And it's not like it's impossible for the United States president to do this. Ronald Reagan did cancel F-16 shipments to Israel back in the day over its bombing campaign in Lebanon, which Reagan called a Holocaust in private conversations. So that's what I want to see more of. Because as of right now, it just looks like we refuse to pull back on Israel's actions whatsoever, even though
we've limited a lot of what's going on for the invasion of the Gaza Strip. We've condemned them for settlements in the past. I know Obama did. I think Biden might have. But I mean, like, our condemnations they ring a little hollow. It's not like we have.
For me, if there's not internal reviews about how our weapons are being spent and some sort of condition being placed upon our aid, how much leverage do you think just like dialogue with them generally is going to have on their actions?
Just dialogue? For the Gaza Strip stuff, the dialogue seems to have been incredibly successful. I don't think Israel wants to make enemies of the entire fucking world. Like, I think they want to generally remain on the good side of at least the United States. I think that's probably their goal. I just like the idea of like any real conversation happening with just Israel unilaterally just seems to be pretty hollow. I know we can look at one thing right now. Like, here's one thing we can look at right now, which is like, oh, Israel should stop the settlements here, or Israel should do this or that. But like, if they end up doing some particular action and then they get attacked even more, or something like the October 7th shit, that's just going to like further serve in their mind that like, okay, well, fuck the United States, we're not going to listen to them, or fuck everybody pressuring out of this shit. We need to do what we can to defend ourselves because clearly nobody else has our interests at heart, right? You look at like the UN General Assembly and you look at the voting body of that and you look at all the resolutions and everything against Israel. If we want to have like real conversations here, it can't be like, here's a UN condemning Israel settlement. Okay. It needs to be like it needs to be, wait, here, real quick. Let me finish the point, okay? Because we can go back and forth forever, and you can keep going back and forth if you want. I don't care about bullshit saying Israel needs to stop doing a thing unless we're involving all the parties. If we're not involving all the parties, I don't give a fuck. And I think that all of these are virtue signals. I think it's virtue signal in the actual truest sense of the word, and that it's just other countries saying, we condemn this because it feels good. But everybody knows we're not moving towards a realistic solution. Everybody knows that Israel's not going to act unilaterally against their own interest in an area where they feel like they have other terrorist groups that obviously don't give a fuck about international law. So I think that the conversations need to be real conversations between countries, between groups, with actual mediators and actual treaties being signed, not UN General Assembly resolutions condemning settlement expansion. That's how I feel. And then you can give your point on that if you want.
Okay, so hello, Lagan. First off, I just want to say when it comes to the settlement expansion in the Golan Heights, I don't think this is just a question about international law. And I think we kind of established this earlier, but I just wanted to make sure it's established. It's also a question of sabotaging future negotiations and making it less safe for everyone down the road, including the settlers, who are going to be putting themselves in harm's way by placing themselves in disputed territory. Disputed territory next to a civil war, disputed territory that terrorists have tried to infiltrate before, disputed territory which is a potential hot rod for conflict in the future. And so I don't think this is just a question of international law, which I do think, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment, should be upheld by the United States if we're going to claim the mantle of some sort of night watchman or encouraging a night watchman in the international system, even if it's just UN interventions. But my point is, though, I don't think it's just a question of international law when it comes to the settlement expansion. I think it's generally going to make everyone less safe in the long run. As for the international law, why would you... I mean, you kind of like said, oh, they're going to like do a third invasion of Chechnya or something. why is it so silly, the idea that somebody in the developing world, let's say president of Mozambique, president of wherever it is, looks towards the United States, looks towards the international system, hears them say, we should, respect sovereignty, respect everyone's international borders. We need to respect the international rules-based order, which is the terminology the United States government uses. And then will violate the rules of that order a year later once it suits them. Will they come away with the conclusion that this is an order that we should uphold, or this is all stupid? Politics
I don't know
is
if people
cynical,
look
real
at it as
politic.
like just like the international rules-based order. I don't think it's just like looked at in terms of like what are the actual international courts saying or whatever. Because like technically the USS doesn't even submit itself to the authority of the ICC, right? I think that people are generally looking.
This is something
for,
that I also think is hypocritical and we need to fix.
Sure. Maybe.
I mean,
let me respond to what you said. Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. You're doing the ramble. You're talking a lot. Okay, so I'm going to speak a lot. Okay, so I don't believe that Africa aligning itself or disaligning itself with the United States has to do with whether or not we're upholding a rules-based order. Okay, I don't think right now, and I could be wrong. Maybe there are conflicts that I'm not aware of. I know that we were involved in bombing. Is it Sudan or South Sudan? I know there was at least one African country that the United States was involved in decently heavy military intervention in kind of recently. Do you know what I'm thinking of?
You could be talking Chad, maybe Somalia, maybe.
Okay, I can't remember, but just so I don't make the statement completely ignorantly, but like relatively speaking,
Niger?
Oh, it might have been Somalia. Relatively speaking, okay, save for the greater Middle East region, right? Things like Libya or Egypt or whatever, right? The United States doesn't have such heavy involvement in African affairs that they're looking at us and they're like, oh my God, the U.S. isn't upholding rules-based orders, blah, 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 blah. I think they probably have their own motivations and their reasons for supporting who they decide to do. I don't think any of these like decisions are going to be made or broken based on our support or lack thereof for Israel. I don't think that that's ever going to be the case.
I remember you talking about Donald Trump and Kim Jong-un negotiating, and how us sitting down with them and giving Kim Jong-un this reputational boost on the world stage was a loss for the United States geostrategically, even if we didn't really technically give them anything outside of a photo op.
Yes.
Now, if something like that can have that type of a disastrous impact on the image of a dictator, do you not think that the number one advocates for the current rules-based system violating the rules of the rules-based system, or at least ignoring when their allies violate the rules of the rules-based system, could not also have a disastrous reputational impact?
No, absolutely not. Where is North Korea on the map? North Korea's issue wasn't
Above
just
South
that
Korea,
we were,
listening.
North Korea's issue wasn't just that we legitimized a dictator. It's that we legitimized a guy who was testing like intercontinental ballistic missiles with a potentially strengthening nuclear program right next to two of our strongest allies, right? South Korea and Japan. That was the big deal with Kim Jong-un, right? Un? That was the huge issue with us legitimizing him there at that particular point in time. It's the fact that we are doing this, and then as we fly our diplomats out, Kim is sending missiles, lobbing them right into the fucking sea, sometimes right over or right next to our allies, and Japan and South Korea is looking at us like, what the fuck are you guys doing? That's the issue with that there. It's their proximity to allies, and it's not just the fact that like, oh, it's Kim, now the United States has been weakened all over, blah, 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 blah. That is like an issue, and I agree with that, but like legitimizing Kim Jong-un, the rationale for that or the reasons for that list is a very short one. That has one thing and one thing only, and that's photo op for Donald Trump. That's far different than support for Israel, which has a far more complicated and tenuous and strange history in that particular region of the world than it would for Kim Jong-un. We can find a lot more support Israel than we can take pictures next to Kim.
It's not just, I'm not just saying support Israel as a vague, like, Biden put on like an Israeli flag over his shoulder and said, "Yay, Israel." I'm talking about specifically violations of international law that we refuse to condemn or sometimes enable.
When we say violations of international law, what are we talking about there?
We just talk about like illegal settlement expansion.
I don't even know if that is technically.
It's 100% illegal. We can like sit down and wait and sit down.
My understanding is I think there's one case right now finally that's working its way through the ICJ to determine the legality of this. But the idea of that clearly being illegal, I don't think that has ever been clearly stated to be illegal because everything relating to this region,
a nation state unilaterally taking another nation state's territory after a military conflict, and then after taking that nation state unilaterally with no international body coming down and saying that yes, this is your territory, or yes, we
wait, but that
agree it is.
territory, most
In
of that
fact,
territory has been renounced. Not the Golan Heights, but the West Bank and the Gaza Strip have been renounced.
We're talking about the Golan Heights right now. I'm talking about this is why I'm so angry about this one in particular. I'm not that angry, but I'm upset about this one in particular because it's such a clear-cut example of the violation of international law. This is why I was against when Donald Trump recognized the annexation, because the reason why previous presidents like Obama and Bush and other administrations didn't recognize the annexation is they knew it was illegal. They knew it would make the United States look bad. It knew it probably would just escalate tensions in the region, and also knew that it was giving Israel something for nothing, which is what Donald Trump did by recognizing the annexation.
I don't necessarily know if I disagree with any of those arguments, but those are all separate from the idea that it is like clearly like an illegal act. I don't know if that is
unilaterally
the case.
annexing territory and then placing people on that territory or allowing your citizens to settle on that territory is an illegal act.
I don't know if allowing your citizens to settle on territory that you've conquered in a war is illegal. I know forcibly moving your citizens there, I think that text might be there. But again, if this is like clearly and obviously illegal, then show me the body that's like declared it to be clear, that makes rulings like this, that just declared it to be clearly illegal. Like, I don't think the ICJ has made a ruling on this is clearly illegal, or maybe they have and I missed it, in which case I say, oh, well, fuck, it is illegal. And, you know, maybe in support of international law, the United States should take a stronger stance against this. But I don't think that that's the case. But if it is, then you just link me. Then show me, oh, the ICJ made this ruling and they said here. But it's not, it can't be a link to like, here's what a Yale professor said, or here's like somebody's legal opinion on this. If we're saying it's clearly illegal, like it's been ruled upon, like this is like a done deal, I'd be curious to see it. But
would you prefer like a legal, like either like an international institution calling it illegal, or would you prefer the law itself that would be like, you cannot unilaterally annex territory, you cannot unilaterally, which one would you prefer? I mean, we have like 5 minutes left, but I can get it to you
if you want.
afterwards.
I don't know if I can make a reading and say, well, I've read this law, now I clearly understand it. I don't know if that's the case.
Would you want me to then have like a legal expert's opinion on the law with it, or what would you want?
Well, why not just get, if it's clearly illegal, why not just like an international ruling on it?
Okay, I can look for an international ruling. But I mean, if I could find a law that is like murder is, you cannot go up and shoot somebody without them posing some threat to you, and I have something that says like you cannot unilaterally annex territory, would that not suffice?
No, but whose international law is that? Is this the ICJ, for the arm of the UN?
Okay, I'll get it to you afterwards. I would have.
I'm curious on this.
I don't know the
let's say
legal ruling.
I've
never had anybody. Let me just be clear. The reason why I don't have it on hand is I've never had somebody question the international legality of the annexation of the Golan Heights to me before.
That's great, but I've also had a lot of people say this is illegal, this is illegal, this is illegal. I'm like, oh, illegal how? And I don't know. It just seems bad. Usually, people use illegal as a proxy for bad, right? Let's say, and I'm curious. Let's say that you go, you do look up. Let's say, wait, real quick. Let's say that you do look up the legality of this, and you find out, well, I think this is illegal. I'm like, okay, well, by who? And you say, oh, well, the ICJ says it's illegal. Let's say that we look at this and we find out, oh, Israel doesn't submit themselves to their authority, and neither does Syria submit themselves to their authority. Why the fuck would I care what the ICJ even has to say about this? It seems like Syria tried to invade Israel, lost some territory, Israel took it, then, I mean, like, does an international ruling here even matter? Is it even relevant? Like, even if it was, they don't even have a jurisdiction to rule on the legality of this. So the question of whether or not is it clearly illegal isn't even a relevant part of our computation where we're trying to figure out if they should or shouldn't be there. The legality isn't even a question of it. Sure.
The United Nations Security Council unanimously passed UNSC Resolution 497, which condemned the Israeli actions to change the status of the territory, declaring them null and void and without any international legal effect, and that the Golan remained an occupied territory.
Sure. A Security Council resolution is not a legal declaration. I don't care what the General Assembly...
It was unanimously... Okay, so the UN is not gonna be the body then. What body?
The UN can be the body. The ICJ is the legal arm of the UN that makes legal rulings. A resolution is basically just saying, I don't like this thing, it's not good. But it's not an actual, like, declared, like, legal... Well, for instance, let's say that what you just shown me is true, okay? And then let's say that it is
international legal effect. It's not just saying we don't like it. It's
okay, there's
no legal basis.
Okay. Yeah. What is the binding part of this? Like, what is the part that punishes Israel for this? Like, what is the if this is like a truly legally binding thing?
Israel? If something can be illegal and they don't have a means to punish somebody for it, it's illegal to commit genocide. There's no way to punish the Myanmar junta right now on the international stage for it.
Wait, my understanding is there are absolutely ways to punish people for that. That if you're committing...
Without capturing them, without going in there and getting them?
If you're committing, like, genocides, or if you're doing acts of war where the ICC is ruling on individuals, the ICJ is ruling on countries, then things like the Security Council comes together and you do actual sanctions. You sanction
I misunderstood you. You. So what you're saying is that we need some sort of mechanism that will arrest the people who passed the law and then put them in prison for it to really be illegal, and the UN Security Council resolution doesn't count unless we have that.
This sounds familiar.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? If you want to say like there's a resolution from the UN to condemn a particular thing, that's fine. But the argument means nothing. Nothing has happened from it. Nothing is going to happen from it. It doesn't inform what you're... Wait, no, let me finish. You talk so much, okay? Nothing is going to happen from it. Nothing is being enforced by it. Nobody is doing anything about it. There's no sanctions coming from the United Nations over it. It's a bunch of people getting together saying like, oh, I think this thing is kind of wrong, which they do like every fucking 2 months for some shit that Israel does. Then it doesn't matter. It's not. This is not a strong argument for anything. That if we wanted to look at the Golan Heights and we wanted to criticize Israel's actions there, we might criticize it on not upholding norms. We might criticize it on endangering their citizens. We might criticize it on threatening the territorial integrity of another country and blah, blah, blah. There are all these things we could do. But saying it's illegal is like not even on the list because it's meaningless because the jurisdiction is questionable at best here. And two, there's not even a real legal body that's decided on this. The jurisdiction.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
I'm so confused. Okay, number one, we were debating the legality of it, not because now you're saying the legality is kind of worthless anyway.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. Well, wait, legality, jurisdiction is an integral part of legality. Do you understand that?
Okay, so what? Okay, wait. What jurisdiction am I missing? What jurisdiction issue am I missing here? Because as far as I'm aware, Israel is a UN country. It's recognized under the UN. It bases its nation state status off of UN resolution. So
yeah, but they don't sign on to like the Rome Statute. They're not part of the ICC. They're not signatories to that. I don't know if the ICJ has established a jurisdictional reason to make a ruling on this, which is why it's probably just a UN resolution and not actually like a ruling from the ICJ. That's although there is one right now that's working its way through the ICJ. I think it's about the West Bank. I could be wrong on that, but no, a General Security Council resolution. It would be like you saying this is clearly illegal in the United States. You go, why do you know that? You say, well, because the House of Representatives has passed.
Then, if we use this logic, then Russia's kidnapping of Ukrainian children isn't really illegal because the International Criminal Court, which is trying to pursue Vladimir Putin, doesn't have legal jurisdiction over Russia.
My understanding, my knowledge on this is very recent. My understanding is that if you are a signatory or if you sign on to or allow the ICJ to delegate issues, so if Ukraine goes to the ICJ and they say we want to do this, that your unilateral acceptance there, I think, gives you the right to take other nations, I think, to the court as long as
they have jurisdiction over territory in Ukraine. They have jurisdiction over crimes committed in Ukraine, but the Russian state does not allow it to have jurisdiction over territory controlled by Russia.
Is this a war crime?
I mean, yes, the stealing of children is a war crime, yeah.
Okay, can you show me that, where that ruling has been made?
I don't have the kidnapping children war crime law on hand, but I'm sure if you give me a few hours, I can find it.
Okay, I understand we're getting caught up in a lot of like whatever jargon bullshit here, okay? And I think, broadly speaking, I broadly agree with you, but when we're talking about matters of like, is it legal or is it illegal? I think we have to be like very specific to what we mean when we say those things. Russia kidnapping children is wrong. I agree with that. But in terms of like the legality or the jurisdiction or whatever, I don't know if it's meaningful.
It is illegal for any occupying state to take children and move them to their own state. The international legal standard is that you're supposed to take the children and move them to a third state if the question of their safety is
okay,
the
here,
issue.
Sure. Okay, so here's here. Okay, so here's this. Moving through the ICJ right now, then it seems like Ukraine has said, hey, we do believe this is illegal. They're making allegations of genocide, I guess, under the Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, and they are working that case through the ICJ then, because they feel like they do have a legal standing for it. The ICJ has jurisdiction to hear this case.
Because on their territory, but the International Criminal Court does not have control of Russia, doesn't have jurisdiction in Russia. And so they're not going to be able to take any of those people, bring them before
sure,
court
they might not be to
travel outside of Russia.
They might not be to, but because Ukraine, I think, submits itself to the authority of the ICJ, Ukraine can make the request for this to be litigated there. I don't think that Syria has done that.
I don't think I have no clue if Syria has done that specifically with the ICJ. But whether or not they've done it with the ICJ does not change that the kidnapping of children is illegal, just like the unilateral annexation of territory is illegal.
Well, no, hold on. Because if somebody specifically says, I'm not signing on to these rules because I don't want to play by them, they can't reference that rule book when they get fucked by somebody else. That's why I'm saying the
Israel
jurisdiction
hasn't
here is
signed-
really important. Israel hasn't. I don't believe Syria has either. So for either of them, like for instance, here's what I would say. If you want, I guess like for me to be charitable on your end, if somebody were to invade Israel and start taking some of their territory and settle shit, if Israel were to say all of a sudden, hold on, UN criminal courts, I need you to come and defend us. This is bullshit. Rule this is illegal. I would say very clearly, Israel, obviously you haven't signed yourself up to be under this jurisdiction of these courts in the past for any of this. You can't do this now. Fuck you. You have no right to do this, right? So of course.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to find the specific things, but Israel does fall under the UN Charter, right?
It does fall under the UN
state.
Charter, but I believe the ICJ needs to make a specific argument for why they would have jurisdiction over a particular reason, or over a particular situation. And I think let me see, I wrote these down earlier today. It would have to be either a special agreement that had been made between states to litigate an issue, some sort of compromissory clause. So there's a contract or a treaty that had been made between two people that says the UN can, or the ICJ can eventually litigate, or something having to do with an optional clause declaration, which is Article 38 says that states can make a unilateral declaration allowing anyone to submit cases against them in the ICJ. So they go to the ICJ, listen, we want to be able to take cases to you, but other people have to be able to submit cases to us with that declaration. I don't believe, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think, I'm almost positive Israel submitted that. I don't think Syria has either.
What if I said that? What if it was Israel's Supreme Court that ruled it as illegal? Would that be fine? Could I use that?
Yeah, I would say it's illegal in Israel, and they obviously shouldn't do it for the Israeli Supreme Court. Should then? Yeah, I would say that. Sure.
Okay, I can try to get that for you then. But I mean, I don't have the specific UN resolution on the acquisition of territory by force unilaterally before me. I'm positive that is illegal. We can pursue this conversation at a different time if you want. I've taken up a lot of your time. And I know there's other people that want to come on.
It's always fun.
The other question I did want to ask you before we go out of here is about the success of the operation.
Which operation?
Whether the Israeli operation into the Gaza Strip, the invasion, the attempted holding of territory. How do you? I mean, I know neither of us are experts on this, but do you think that the Israeli government do you think this operation has a chance of, like, a real chance of success in what the Israeli government is setting out to do? Or do you think this is an example of the Israeli government doing something to do something because there has to be a response to what happened on October 7th?
This is my feeling on things, and people are saying I'm wrong, and I've already said I've been proved wrong, so maybe I haven't. My feeling on things is, one, completely eliminating Hamas is probably not ever going to happen. I don't think it can. Well, it can, but it would be like at great cost to civilian life. So number one. Number two, I think the civilian casualties are going to reach a rate that I don't even know if Israel's going to finish their southern Gaza invasion, or even do it, although people are saying they're already prepared for that. So in that case, it's going to be a big invasion into the Gaza Strip. I don't believe they're going to eliminate Hamas. I don't think they can do that. And they're going to walk out, probably how Putin, was thinking for a while. He was going to have to walk. It's like, oh, well, we did it. We beat Hamas, and then we walk away, and it's going to be fucked. Yeah. So I don't think it's going to accomplish good things for Israel necessarily. I don't think. But I don't know. Their political position is going to be strange too, because like if you do nothing, your citizens, your far right factions are going to go fucking insane. But yeah, I don't think it's a. I don't know. My current feeling is that it's not a good operation for Israel. I don't think so. I think it should have been like they've done the other ones. Operation whatever the fuck. They send in some tanks, they blow some shit up, and they pull out. But this like full-scale invasion shit is going to be like, it's so many. Like if the civilian casualties start climbing past like 30, 40, 50K, it's like, that's like unbelievable. But I'm not sure.
I mean, the 6,000 bombs in the first 6 days, I think really like set the tone for how like brutal of an invasion it was going to be. I really think that they're just doing this to kind of do something. I know that I do think they have a general goal of damaging and or destroying Hamas. I do think that there is an attempt to take over the Gaza Strip so it cannot be used as a base to attack Israel in the future. But I don't think that I don't think anything has changed between now and the war in Lebanon and how Israel fights or what the government is going to do. It's going to change many of the same problems that they ran into when governing the Gaza Strip before, or many of the same problems they had before when trying to fight in these types of urban environments in southern Lebanon. I don't have a high estimation of how this is going to go for the Israelis, so it's very hard for me to at all align myself in favor of an occupation and or any sort of like ground invasion past what they've done at this point.
So what are you asking? If it was a question essentially just like, are they doing something to do something? Is that still the?
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I mean, I think they have to do something because they feel like they need to do something, right? The leadership probably feels pressure. Like even the average Israeli citizen wants them to do something. But like, did it have to be this? Probably not this.
No, I don't think so either. I think this is just going to end up getting a lot more people killed, and I don't think it's going to fix any of the underlying issues that caused the violence in the first place.
Yeah, I think I largely agree. Yeah. I think the biggest feeling that I have, I don't know if anybody shares this opinion, so I might just be retarded and be alone on this, but like I feel like Israel needs to do a really good job at not angering the rest of the Arab world, because over the past like 30 or 40 years, the biggest boon to Israel's security has been other Arab countries essentially like saying like, okay, fuck it, we'll like make peace and deal with you, fuck it. Like, and if the problem is that like I think the leadership is warmer on Israel than the actual citizens are, but if the citizens start to get so ass pained that Israel is killing so many fucking people, eventually the leadership is going to have to roll over. It's like, okay, sorry, like we're not going to work with you. And then Israel has now lost all of its progress that it's made in shoring up alliances or friendships in the region because of some unhinged operation, you know?
So you think that Israel is going to undermine its ability to come to a settlement with the Arab world through this operation in the long run?
It could. If like more than like 20, 30, 40,000 people die, yeah, I think that would be really, really, really bad for Israel.
Yeah, I largely agree. I don't think that Saudi Arabia or any of these Arab states in the long run that were already on the trajectory of normalization with Israel are going to permanently dislodge themselves from that path in order to make a moral stand here, because quite frankly, and I have a very low opinion of the many of the governments surrounding, well, honestly, all of the governments surrounding Israel. But I do think for at least the short term, it is going to have a negative impact. And it's a question of how Israel responds, what the Palestinian groups do, that I think will determine how long that delay is. And it's part of the reason why I really want to stop the settlement expansion, because it's such, I think it's just more barriers when there's already so many issues. It's just, I think, the worst possible thing you could add to the situation.
Sure. Yeah, the settlements definitely aggravate everything. I don't necessarily disagree with that, yeah.
Okay, dope. I think we talked about everything I wanted to talk about.
Okay. Well, I love you, buddy. Stay safe. Be careful. You said you're here for 4 more months?
Yeah, I leave mid-March, then I go back.
Okay, well, good luck.
Oh,
Stay
there was
safe.
one. I
Yeah?
forgot one last thing. I'm sorry. I forgot this last thing. Do you think we should join the International Criminal Court?
My gut says yes, but I'm sure the United States has its reasons for not wanting to.
The thing that really killed me on it recently was I believe what the United States did in assisting the ICC in its investigation into the kidnapping of Ukrainian children was good. I think it's providing that intelligence, helping them in conducting the investigation was good. I do think, though, and again, this is my issue with hypocrisy, that it is hypocritical for the United States to help the ICC investigate a non-member country of the ICC. It's basically stating that it's moral for them to do so, or at least implicitly by doing it, while also not being a member state of the ICC. If you want one nation state to be held to the standards of the International Criminal Court, I think it'd be good if it would at least look better if we also held ourselves to those same standards.
You keep saying that, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Like, does the United States complain, like, we want you to be held to the ICC standards, or does the U.S. just go in and fuck your shit up when it thinks you do something bad?
Well, the United States is trying to hold Russia to the ICC standards because that's the institution that's going after them for kidnapping children. And if we're holding them to one institution saying you should be held to the authority of this institution, but we shouldn't, I do think that's hypocritical. Because the ICC has tried to launch investigations to American troop actions in Afghanistan, and we have dodged those. In fact, Trump placed sanctions on ICC investigators.
Well, we didn't. To be clear, the United States will never explicitly doesn't submit itself to the ICC's jurisdiction. I'm pretty sure we have I think there was an act or something passed in Congress where if the ICC were to take U.S. soldiers,
they called it the Hague Invasion Act. Yeah.
Yeah, we would literally invade the ICC and take our people back.
I think the act should be removed, and we should adopt it. I mean, Bill Clinton there was at least an agreement to like the spirit of the institution. We assisted in the creation of it. Clinton signed it. The Senate never ratified it. And so there seemed to be an agreement while the system was being built after the collapse of the Soviet Union that we should also apply these standards to ourselves. It's just then we were like, ah, damn, we're gonna have to apply the standard to ourselves, and we didn't want to do it.
Well, hold on. Not only that, but I'm pretty sure that these standards would be in violation of U.S. constitutional law as well, right? I think that was a big issue, that we would have to actually amend our constitution to give superseding like international
but the main
law.
issue, I remember the main issue largely was the idea of we wanted to be able to do this ourselves. We wanted American soldiers and American personnel to fall under American legal jurisdiction. We wanted to resolve it ourselves, while the International Criminal Court could usurp the process. But my problem with that is
Wait, hold on, wait. You're saying we wanted to do it ourselves. It's not that we wanted to. It's that constitutionally, that is what our constitution calls for. The idea that you could commit a crime on U.S. soil against somebody else and some superseding international body would come in and rule on that is a violation of your constitutional rights as an American citizen. So the only way to submit yourself to some higher international authority would be an amendment.
I don't think it violates. I mean, I think that there's an argument to be said that it doesn't violate the constitution. I mean, maybe it does. I don't think it violates the spirit of it, because the International Criminal Court doesn't come in and do the ruling every time or do the investigation every time, no matter what crime was occurred. It is the last resort. It comes in and does it if nobody else will, which I think having that type of barrier as a check on the United States government is important, considering that governments.
I understand what you're saying, but it's nonsense. You can't. The United States government and the Constitution is not going to allow a supranational body to have a check on it. That doesn't make any sense. In the United States, if you're a citizen, the Constitution is the ultimate authority that you submit yourself to, and then the U.S. courts. The idea that some like uber-national court or international court is going to make a ruling on that contradicts or contravenes your American civil rights, that just can't happen under U.S. law.
Do you think that? Okay, well, let me see this for a moment. Do you think that American law should change to make it so we could allow American citizens to be tried under these types of bodies?
That's a really hard question, and I think I could be persuaded either way. I think I could be. My gut would say yes, but I could see good arguments going the other way as well. But I don't have a strong opinion on that. I haven't thought about that a lot. Should international law supersede on U.S. soil? I don't know. If I wasn't an American, I'd probably say yes if I lived in a smaller country. But if I live in the United States, like if I do something wrong here in this country, I like the idea that I'm a subject of my country and then my constitution and my country's laws. The idea that another international body could rule on that feels not good.
I guess for me, the thing that bothers me with the International Criminal Court is that when they're trying to launch investigations to U.S. troop actions in Afghanistan, right? So we're not talking about actions on U.S. soil. We're talking about actions on Afghan soil. In Afghanistan, well, the previous Afghan government while we were there, the ANA, they were a member of the International Criminal Court. And so there was a question about whether U.S. soldiers could be brought under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court, and it became a hot button issue over that. I don't think they ever found any like actual misdeeds by American soldiers, but the question of even an investigation prompted a very negative response out of Trump.
I feel like for international actions, I feel like the United States needs to coalition build and should submit itself to some sort of international authorities. I think that's important, but I know that gets complicated. For instance, like the fact that we do certain NATO missions instead of doing these as like UN missions is because obviously with, permanent members on the Security Council, there are going to be some countries that you could never take action against regardless of what they do, right? So this has to be a NATO mission versus a UN mission. Or the idea that there might be certain things that we would declare crimes, but like the UN won't hold a certain party accountable because of, the permanent veto power, right? Like, here's a question. I'm totally ignorant of this, and I should know this. Like, did the UN ever make explicit charges or formal declarations, or the ICJ make rulings, or the ICC do anything about Bashar al-Assad during the whole 2013 the Syrian civil war?
I believe so. Yeah. I mean, I'd have to go back and check explicitly, but I remember so. But it was all like we condemn.
Yeah, I don't mean just name resolutions. Fuck resolutions. Yeah. So that's what I mean. So like, if none of these people are
actually, I believe there's this is recent. There was a warrant put out for Assad's arrest a week ago. I think I know somebody who worked on that. I can get you an article about that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious how that works.
There's a French court.
Because I know that, like, if Russia, for instance, I'm curious. Oh, I need to learn the structure of these. I don't know if the UN Security Council can, like, thumbs down ICJ rulings or how that works. Because if that's the case, then a Security Council permanent member is always going to be able to veto any investigations into, like, somebody they would consider an ally, right? So I don't know how the International Court of Justice intersects with the UN Security Council, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to check. Yeah.
It's like an ICJ Assad, and I'll look up the French court thing. French Assad. Yep, France issues arrest warrant for Assad. He ain't going to Paris anytime soon. There you go.
France issues an arrest warrant for Assad. This was recent. Wonder why.
Just
Over
takes a
the
while, I think, to
alleged
get
use
law.
of banned chemical. Yeah, but was this for a
Yep.
French
So this is
law?
2012, 2013.
Oh, what? The article
the
I'm
only
reading
reason
is
I
from
mentioned
20.
the only
The
reason
article I'm
I'm
reading real quick is
mentioning
from
it-
2023.
Yeah, no, the only reason I'm mentioning it is because it was recent news and I remember it. I'm looking for the ICJ, anything on. Oh, look at this. ICJ to begin hearing on Assad regime's crime. This is this year. Woo!
Interesting.
10 years late, but
Can
you know, at least
so
it's
something
happening.
I'm curious about is, can a UN Security Council permanent member, can UN Security Council member veto ICJ investigation?
I have no idea. I'm just gonna plead ignorance.
I thought
wish
it was only certain states had veto power.
Well, yeah,
I
but
don't think
Russia would
so.
obviously veto anything relating to Assad, would be my guess. But
But it hasn't happened, so I don't think they can. They would have if they could have.
maybe, yeah. Or maybe there are some cases that are so fucked up that, even Russia or China are like, But
I mean, Russia used UN data in Syria to bomb the hospitals. They got the data from the UN where the hospitals were and then bombed them. I doubt it's a question of this is so fucked up we have to admit it.
Well,
I mean,
let me
it's still
be
denied
more
Bush.
expanded. When I say it's so fucked up, what I mean is there's not much strategic interest in like vying or vouching for a particular person. So they say, we either abstain from voting and we whatever. Yeah. But yeah,
There
I'm
are
not sure.
only 5 that can veto: U.S.,
Okay,
China, France, Russia.
That's actually a
UK.
good question. Do you think America could have abstained from that vote instead of voting against it?
Probably not, because we want to probably show historically we've supported Israel and we probably want to continue to show support for Israel. But I'm not
Do you
sure.
think there's a threshold where you'd want them to stop doing that?
No, there's
in
no
some way, shape,
threshold.
or
I think if
form?
Israel was infinitely raping 5 billion Palestinian women, the United States should still support them.
Well, I
No,
just don't know
what's
if
your
the
serious
illegal
answer?
settlements is not the threshold. I just don't know what the threshold would be.
It would probably be an excess number of civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip. Like, obviously, anything related to excess number of civilian casualties in any part of controlled territories, is
Well,
not
settlement would not be far enough for you, but death of civilians would be if it's disproportionate enough.
I don't even know if disproportionate. It's just going to be arbitrary numbers. Like 10,000 feels bad, 20,000 feels bad, 30,000 feels bad. People say throw around disproportionate, but I don't know, like proportionate to what? I don't even know what you would compare it towards.
Well,
But yeah,
this is the problem with proportionality is like each state ends up determining it for itself. But the general rule of thumb is supposed to be that the civilian death toll cannot exceed the strategic benefit to the state. For example,
yeah, but those are calculations that are made in Israeli military bunkers.
Yeah,
and I don't know if we have access to that decision. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I need to go
Okay,
pee real
awesome.
quick. Yeah.
Well,
I
talk
love
to you. Thank you for talking to me.
Be
Have a
careful.
nice one.
Stay safe. I'll be back. 1 second. I'll be back. Hold on 1 second, guys.
Wanna wake up for our lives to be over.
How's it going, Lycan?
Not too bad, buddy. How you doing?
Not too bad.
I could sing for you guys. My guitar is in the other room, and I am trying to get level 25 before I go to bed tonight, and I'm not on a good pace because there are too many people killing the fucking mobs I need.
The game where I think it was like, probably not EverQuest, but they made like a real environment where like there were like bunnies that would eat grass, and then wolves would eat the bunnies, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And it ended up that like all the players hunted everything into extinction, and they just killed all the bunnies on spawn, and the game was like basically dead after that. What game was that? Do you know?
Wait, they wouldn't spawn? Like, so if you killed all the bunnies, like there was nothing that was going to let the wolves spawn. Like they needed to consume the bunnies.
Yep.
Well, that's pretty fucking sick. Broken that they were able to ruin the game that way, but sick. That's some
Ultima,
realism.
Yeah. This is a really interesting experiment. But yeah, gamers will find the best way to min-max anything, eh?
Amen. Oh, fuck me. Nope. Fuck you.
Oh,
Get
hello,
off.
hello.
Hello.
How's it going? I think Axe is here as well. What's up?
Who is Axe? Oh.
Pro-Palestinian guy who argues a lot of Palestinian points. Not a terrorist.
Oh.
Yeah, Destiny. I have an issue with just some of the inaccurate stuff you've been saying. Like clearly inaccurate.
Yeah, like what?
Around, like, settlements. Sure. So legal settlements, and I'm speaking strictly West Bank, East Jerusalem right now. That the settlements are seen as illegal. Let me just phrase it that way by not just the Security Council, not just the General Assembly, not just the European Union, not just the ICJ, ICRC, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International. It's not like some big collusion. I can send you the ICJ ruling from 2004. It clearly states the settlements in East Jerusalem and the West Bank are illegal, and ICC has already validated that they have jurisdiction over the occupied territories, as has the ICJ. So
well, yeah, then just show me the ruling.
The ICJ one, right?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be the ICC because they don't rule on states, but yeah, you just show me the ruling of the ICJ, and I'll be like, oh, okay. Then it's clearly illegal under ICJ. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. Let me just DM you real quick.
What before he sends it? What would you find in there that you think would make you disavow it?
I already disavow it. What do you mean?
Wait. So you said send it, but you're already going to say I don't agree with this.
Oh, I thought you meant the settlements. I already disavow the settlements.
No.
Whether we say something is legal or illegal is a factual statement that is like conforms to some legal body. If they've said that it's illegal, then it's like, oh, it's illegal. Sure, that makes sense. That it follows logically. Yeah.
Okay, this is a pretty long report that I just sent you, so I'm going to direct you to page 51, paragraph 120. Page 51 on the PDF, not on the actual.
Page 21 of the thing.
Yeah, 51, and start at paragraph 120, and you can read from there. And the conclusion.
Wait, hold on. I'm so confused. 1 second. Page 51 of the PDF, you said?
Yes.
Okay, what am I looking for?
Paragraph 120, as regards these settlements, the court notes that. There.
As regards the court notes that the route of the wall is fixed by the Israeli government includes within the closed area, see paragraph 85 above, some 80% of the settlers living in the occupied Palestinian territory. More of it is apparent from an examination of the map mentioned in paragraph 80 above the wall's sinuous route has been traced in such a way as to include within that area the great majority of Israeli settlements and the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. OPT, occupied Palestinian territory, includes all of the West Bank and all of the Gaza Strip, I'm assuming, right?
West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Jerusalem, yes.
Okay.
And
as regards these settlements, the court notes that Article 49, Paragraph 6 of the Fourth Geneva Convention provides the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population into the territory it occupies. That provision prohibits not only deporting or forced transfers of population, such as those carried out during the Second World War, but also any measures taken by an occupying power in order to organize or encourage transfers of parts of its own population into the occupied territory. In this respect, the information provided to the court shows that since 1977, Israel has conducted a policy and developed practices involving the establishment of settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, contrary to the terms of Article 49, Paragraph 6 just cited. The Security Council has thus taken the view that such policy and practices have no legal validity. It has also called upon Israel as the occupying power to abide scrupulously by the Fourth Geneva Convention and to rescind its previous measures and to desist from taking any action which would result in changing the legal status and geographical nature and materially affecting the demographic composition of the Arab territories occupied since 1967, including Jerusalem, and in particular, not to transfer parts of its own civilian population into the occupied Arab territories. The Council reaffirmed its position in Resolution 452 of the 20th July 1979 and 465 of March 1st, 1980. Indeed, in the latter case, it described Israel's policy and practices of settling parts of its population and new immigrants in the occupied territories as a flagrant violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention. The court concludes that the Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories, including East Jerusalem, have been established in breach of international law. Okay, yeah, this seems like in this 2004 ruling, the ICJ, which is what this comes from,
correct.
Yeah, seems to have. Is this a ruling or?
Yeah. It's so this they give their opinion on the case. This is before Palestine was deemed a state.
Hold on, wait a second. This says advisory opinion. Which ruling was this an advisory opinion to?
This this was mainly around the wall being illegal. The wall that started being built during the Second Intifada.
Sure.
Being
Okay.
illegal,
So let me ask
and
one more
they
time, super
published-
easily. Do you have anything from the ICJ? So that wasn't what you said it was. Do you have anything from the ICJ where a ruling has been made saying that the occupation of the territories was illegal?
So, okay, let me be clear.
Mm-hmm.
It is of the ICJ's opinion that the settlements are illegal. True or false?
I don't know if that's the case.
That's what they just said. That's what you just read.
It's
sorry, scroll down if you
Okay.
want to see the actual rulings, the votes that happened between all the judges, and you can see I want to say page 69.
Okay.
And this is when it ruled on the wall, and it was a vote of 14-1. The construction of the wall being built by Israel, the occupying power, and the occupied Palestinian territories, including in and around the East Jerusalem.
Wait, which part am I reading? Hold on, wait, real quick. Where are we at?
You can just read through all these like rulings down here. Again,
yeah,
if
I was
you're gonna
curious.
say
That was the comparison I was going to make. It's like an amicus brief, basically. I'm curious if that's what this is, like for the ICJ. But which part am I reading here? Sorry, on 69.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see where you are. Okay, you can read. You can start with. So this ruling specifically, again, like these judges are voting on whether or not the wall is illegal, because Israel claimed that it was. If you read through this whole thing, Israel says that it was built in self-defense from suicide bombings, and the ICJ is pretty much saying, well, it can't be self-defense because it's in the occupied territory.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm just trying to be clear that you're saying that can you repeat what you just said?
I'm saying
you're saying the ICJ is saying something. Is an advisory opinion? Is it does this work in the ICJ the same way that works in U.S. courts, or it might be the case that what you're saying is true, that an advisory opinion is an advisory opinion that's solicited of the court and given by the court, and the court has made this declaration on this, or is this like an amicus brief where somebody has written into the court and said like, oh, here's like my opinion on this. This is what I would advise. How do advisor really? Yeah.
Sure. Let me be very clear in what I'm saying and what I'm reading from this. It's of the ICJ's advisory opinion that the settlements in the occupied territories, including West Bank and East Jerusalem, are in violation of international law. That's what I'm saying. Based on what we read on page 51, paragraph 120. That's what I'm saying. Now you can say, oh, well, that's not an official ruling, but this is their opinion on the matter. Not only their opinion, Security Council's opinion, the entire European Union, because I know you like to use that super pro-Israeli, oh, the UN is corrupt by Muslim countries. The European
the European Union, I don't know why I would ask them about or be concerned with their opinion on affairs in the Middle East. But.
Well, because like when we talk about Security Council and General Assembly, you've kind of went back to saying like, oh, Muslim countries are voting in bloc, so it's not really fair. So, but if we were to remove every single Muslim country vote from all of those General Assemblies, it's still overwhelmingly in favor of them passing.
Okay.
So it's just a bad argument. It's like a super pro-Zionist argument I hear all the time. But yeah, so the ICRC, I can also send you their opinion on the matter, where they actually also quote the same article from the Geneva Convention, making it illegal. And I honestly think this is even like, sorry, I just want to say like, if this many international orgs, not just the UN, as we're seeing, believe it's illegal, whether or not somebody's been prosecuted or not, they believe it's illegal. That is where I take my, I guess, information from, right? That's why I would say it's illegal.
Okay. I mean, like, if the ICJ is saying that it's like illegal, then yeah, I mean, I would say that like, yeah, obviously, yeah, it would be illegal, right?
Okay, so was that satisfactory? Like the page 51, paragraph 120 of the court concluding that the settlements are illegal?
It seems to be. If I don't hear a counter argument for this, and it might be, yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay, yeah. Take your time, find a counter argument, send it back to me, if you want. But that was one, the settlements that I want to talk to you about. The two you've been saying for the past few days, or not few days, really just today and maybe yesterday, is that Arab countries never recognized 242. I don't know if you still believe that or you're just like rambling. I don't know.
No, of course they didn't. Initially, no, of course not, right?
Okay. So I want to talk to you about mainly the peace processes. Not interested in talking about Gaza right now. I rather focus on the peace processes, every attempt at peace that's happened between Israel and Palestinians or Arab states. And I'm going to show you why Israel has never made concessions. Palestinians have only ever made concessions. The argument of security is baloney. And you had mentioned, I think last time we spoke, you said something about no one ever starts from 67 borders, which is actually included in the Declaration of Principles of Oslo and the Camp David Summit. 242 is explicitly mentioned as the basis. So, given all that, and those are all signed by Israel, by the way, and the U.S. and Russia and the Palestinians, but given all that, 242 is clearly the basis.
Okay, that's fine. You can say that, but if you go and look at every single one of those negotiations, none of those started with 242 borders. So I don't know what the point of saying they were part of the Oslo Accords. Like, they used 242 as the foundation of, like, we need to come to a situation that's, like, fair and equitable for the Palestinian people. But it didn't explicitly say, like, we're starting at the 67 borders. That none of those negotiations started there. Do you acknowledge that?
Destiny, you're...
Hold on, wait. I'm trying to do a thing because people do this to me. Wait. No, hold on. I have to get, like, actual yes or no's from people. Do you acknowledge that not Camp David, not Oslo Accords, none of these things started with the negotiations at the 67 borders? Do you acknowledge that?
I don't acknowledge that. I say all of them started on the basis of the 67 borders, but Palestinians have always, on every single major issue, refugees, settlements, borders, have been willing to make concessions. Always. Palestinians have been making concessions. Oslo was a sham.
Wait, hold on. Did any Palestinian leader go into these negotiations expecting the 67 borders to be the start of the negotiations?
They expected to get equal land swaps based on the 67 borders.
Says who?
They admit. What do you mean says who? I mean, if you look
that was never the case. It was 91%, 93%, 95%. It was never 100%. That was never a stated goal. I don't believe in any part of the... Or if you can show me where that was a stated thing, I'd be curious to see that.
Hold on. Okay. Let me step back a little bit, okay, because we're just jumping into like 5 different proposals at once. Since the mid-70s, the world governments had agreed that a just solution, and if you want to disavow the UN, that's fine, but the UN is why Israel has a state.
Hold on, wait. No, Israel does not have a stake as the UN. They have a stake because they fought and battled for it. Number one. Number two, I'm not here to disavow the whole UN. I don't know why you're poisoning the well on this, okay? It's one issue at a time.
Okay.
You're specifically talking about whether or not the 67 borders were the foundation for negotiations for any of these peace deals. And you said, you brought up the Oslo Accords, and you brought up Camp David as examples of this is where the 67 borders were used as a starting point. And then I asked you, really? Have any of those negotiations begun with the 67 borders? And you're not really answering because the answer is obviously no.
Yes, they have. Here, I sent you the actual document of the first Declaration of Principles for the first, the one signed in 1993. You can see page 1 is signed by U.S. and Russia. Page 2 is signed by Israel. Page 3 is signed by the Palestinians. If you start on page 4, where it says aim of the negotiations, and you can just read from there if you would like.
The aim of the Israeli-Palestinian negotiations within the current Middle East peace process is, among other things, to establish a Palestinian interim self-government authority, the elected council, the council, for the Palestinian people in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip for a transitional period not exceeding 5 years, leading to a permanent settlement based on Security Council Resolution 242 and 338. It is understood that the interim arrangements are an integral part of the whole peace process and that the negotiations on the permanent status will lead to the implementations of Security Council Resolutions 242 and 338. Okay.
Yes, that is the aim of the negotiations. That's my argument. Period. That's what I'm saying.
So your read of this is that all the negotiations then are starting at the 1967 borders.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying my read of this is that is the goal. The aim is 67 borders. And what I'm saying is Palestinians have always been willing to make concessions based on the reality on the ground. Israel continues building what we just acknowledged are illegal settlements, making this reality impossible.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Let's just very, very carefully, one at a time. Okay.
Also, let's start with also. Yeah, we can talk about also.
No. Let's just talk about what you've just read to me, okay? What part of this says that the negotiations will start with the 1967 borders?
I think the aim of the negotiations is basis of what this negotiation is going to take place. Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Are you looking for?
You were using this. No. You're using this to say that the 67 borders were a starting point with 100% land guarantee. That was a starting point of negotiations.
No. I'm using UN Security Council resolutions and UN General Assembly resolutions saying that it's the starting point. I'm using this as kind of like in full context of those resolutions saying, okay, this is the aim of our negotiations. Because again, every single year, the General Assembly votes on this, and it reaffirms every one of these security councils that says what the solution should be. Meaning that should be, in my interpretation, the starting point.
So the starting point. Hold on. Specifically, I'm gonna keep recentering this back. So I think the answer is no. You don't have this, or you overstated your initial position, or I don't know why we keep running around this. You stated that the starting positions of negotiations were the 67 borders, and then you linked me this to justify that.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So my question, very clearly, then, is what part of this says the starting point is 100% of the land that Israel had taken in 1967?
Oh, wait, sorry. Repeat that sentence. You're saying
what part of this shows that the negotiations began with Palestinians assuming we're starting at 100% of the land that Israel conquered in 67?
Based on what is in 242. Is that not a fair assumption to make? If the resolution 242 calls for like the green lines, is that not a fair to like make the connection that okay, the two states are going to be within?
So here was the other issue that I brought up. One is I don't know if 242. I was going to check. I don't know if 242 called for the resolution being a 100% land guarantee to the Palestinians. Number one, I could be wrong, but then number two.
Mention the Palestinians at all. Mention the Arab states.
Okay. Then that already is a weird pivot to.
Because in the context of every other resolution that has passed and the General Assembly resolution that's passed every single year on the question of Palestine, clearly they're referencing those borders as being for a Palestinian state.
Okay. That's the first part. And the second part was, this isn't really 100% related, so we don't have to bring this up. But my initial point was that 242 hasn't even really been supported by the Arab states. Maybe like in the future it was, but yeah.
2002, 2007, 2017, every single one of those years, the Arab League, all 22 Arab countries have guaranteed security and peace with Israel if Israel is willing to create two states based on 242 and
Hold on, wait. When was the first year that you brought this up?
What do you mean?
When did you say they started supporting 242?
I mean,
your first year you listed was 2002. Right?
Palestinians started supporting Palestinians accepted 242, I believe, in sometime in the 70s. Syria accepted it sometime. I don't know the exact dates, but I know Egypt accepted it in the 70s. Jordan, they all kind of accepted it at some point. The Arab League as a whole made like a unanimous statement saying, this is what we see as a solution in 2002.
I would be curious to see the acceptance because the response to Resolution 242 was, I think the next month was the Khartoum conference, where all the Arab states said, no peace, no negotiations, no recognitions of Israel. Okay. So even if they said that they quote unquote adopted 242, 242 calls for the recognition of Israel as a state. So it's kind of weird for them to say, oh, we support 242, while also simultaneously saying we're not even going to recognize them or hold peace talks directly with them as a state.
No. So I agree with you in 68 or 67, whenever that happened, post a war that just happened. Okay. I'm talking to you when I'm talking about like more later in the future when they all like decided, okay, this can't go on forever. Let's try to find peace with Israel. Israel has not been interested, in my opinion. Oslo, I want to talk about Oslo for a bit before we like go to anything else.
Okay.
Oslo never calls for a Palestinian state, period. You'll never see those words in Oslo. You'll never see the words in Oslo of removing settlements. You'll never see the word in Oslo of two-state solution. You won't see that. Oslo, in my opinion, was a joke. Arafat was desperate for recognition because he got cut off by all the Gulf states for supporting Saddam in the Gulf War. All the Gulf states cut him off financially. He was desperate, so he was willing to do anything for the Israelis to make a deal. Okay? When he did make a deal, he said, I will, this is the way Yitzhak Rabin looked at it, he will be the enforcer for us in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. It's now on him. We don't have to police those areas that we don't want. We'll break it up into area B, A, B, and C. He can take care of area A with the idea that we'll eventually negotiate. But the fact that Oslo never once calls for two states is crazy to me. That's why he got so much hate and so many of his advisors had left him. So,
I don't know about all of that. We can go look into specifically the last part. But like when you say Oslo didn't establish a second state or do that, yeah, the Oslo Accords, the first Oslo Accords, they were supposed to be temporary. The point was to set up a Palestinian government and start slowly transferring control back to the Palestinians or to the Palestinians from Palestinian territory.
No. It was look how you'll never find Yitzhak Rabin ever recognize, and he actually used this in a lot of like his statements saying, I never recognized a full Palestinian state. I was going to give them less than a state.
Hold on, wait. Of course they didn't recognize. That wasn't the Oslo Accords one. That was the first step. It was a transitional agreement.
I'm saying even this was never what I'm trying to argue is this was never meant to be resulting in a Palestinian full-fledged nation. It was never the goal because it's never discussed in any of these documents. All it ever says is, oh, we'll talk about this later. It never even says the end goal is to create a Palestinian state. Like, that's not even like, okay, I would even accept that, right? If somewhere said, we're going to negotiate this stuff with the end goal being two states, I would have accepted that. But that's never said.
No, this argument is wholly unconvincing. Of course, it's never said. It's step one of the process. The first step of the process, because they haven't ironed out everything. Hold on, you just rambled on a bunch of crazy shit, okay? The whole point of the first Oslo Accords was it was an interim process. They were going to put a 5-year period where things were being transferred slowly to the Palestinians. The Palestinian Authority was created so they could have a government. They started to hand over security to them. And the goal was that in 5 years, they would come to a more permanent solution. For you to be like, they don't reference a two-state, yeah, no shit. It was a temporary agreement. There was nothing permanent established in that. And then for you to say that Rabin was never going to do this and blah, blah, blah. Didn't Rabin literally get fucking assassinated for moving forward on this process? If he was like trying to fuck the Palestinians... Yeah,
he got assassinated for giving any sort of governance to the Palestinian Authority. And if you look at before Oslo started, if you see the letters that were shared between Arafat and Rabin, I don't know if you've seen those letters, which Arafat gets roasted for. He sends like a 1.5-page letter saying, we denounce violence, we recognize Israel, we recognize Israel's peace, we regret all these things. And then in response, Rabin says, well, we recognize the PLO is representing the Palestinians. That's why I think it's a joke. It was never like a two-sided thing. It was all about Israeli security, never about Palestinian security.
What do you mean? It's literally transferring security of the regions over to the Palestinians. That was the whole point of like creating the Palestinian Authority and their local police. What do you mean there was nothing?
Well, no, but the police for who? The police for the Israeli military?
No, for the Palestinians, for the Palestinian Authority. They were supposed to.
Sure. What I'm saying is that all of the assurances that that Yasser Arafat was supposed to take care of was thwarting any kind of violence against Israelis. What I'm saying is there was never talks of thwarting Israeli violence against Palestinians. That's why a lot of people have seen this agreement.
No, that has nothing to do with why people saw this agreement as bad. Because they didn't write, we'll stop killing Palestinians? What? No, of course not. What do you mean?
Okay, why do you think Oslo failed? What is your opinion on that? Like, why do you think it just didn't work out?
Because I don't think either side... Well, it depends on how conspiratorial you want to get, I guess. I probably am partial to the opinion that Arafat didn't want it to work out because he saw there to be a more fruitful future in fighting than actually figuring out like a permanent arrangement to the situation.
What do you base that off of exactly?
The 6 or so different statements that people had given relating to Arafat warning about or preparing people for violence for the Second Intifada after the Camp David stuff failed. The idea that every Arab nation...
Also, don't jump to Camp David. We're talking the 7 years from 93 to 2000 before Camp David started.
Yeah.
What happened, or why do you think that failed? I'm not saying what he said, during Camp David, or what the conspiracies are of why he wanted to start the Second Intifada. You've said a lot that you don't care about quotes, because I have a plethora of quotes from Israeli leadership during that time I can share with you, but I'm not going to because I don't see the relevance. I'm looking at documents, resolutions, you know, what was actually happening on the ground, like the continuous building of settlements or expanding of existing settlements, as you would call it.
Why
I mean,
specifically?
not just-
I don't know specifically from 93 to 2000. I don't know specifically why they failed. I know that, let's see, I know that settlement expansion was slowly decreasing in the West Bank. Even under Netanyahu, I don't believe they authorized any new expansion settlement. It might have just been one of those things where talks just weren't producing what they wanted, or it was taking longer than it needed to. But then eventually they rolled into like the Camp David talks, I believe.
Okay, so let's look at all the talks as like one block then, because it did roll into the Camp David Camp David summit, and at that point, again in the trilateral statement that was made by America, Israel, and the PLO, we are going to try to make a solution based off of 242 and 338, right? And they started talks again, and at that time, the Israel Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami, who was the lead negotiator, said himself, if I was a Palestinian, I wouldn't have accepted what was offered at Camp David, let alone Oslo.
That's fine, but there's like a ton of other. First of all, I would like to see that quote. Actually, I'm curious.
That's why I don't want to get into quotes.
No. I just want to see the context of that statement. I'm curious because it seems to me that from everything else that I see peripheral to that, from Egyptian leaders to Saudi Arabian diplomats to everybody else, it feels like the Camp David offering was like pretty good. That people were surprised, and then the Taba Summit was really good, and people were surprised. But maybe I'd be curious to see the context of that quote where somebody's saying like, "Oh, I saw Camp David, and I would never support that. That was a horrible deal."
Of the quote, the context of the quote by Shlomo Ben-Ami was he was saying that the Palestinians.
No. Wait. Hold on. I don't know what you're summarizing for me. Just show me where the quote is. Where is it from? Or I can look for it if you want me to. Shlomo Avi or whatever. What was it?
Shlomo Shlomo Ben AMI, and so I can send you an article that he wrote if you would like
on
about
Camp
Oslo
David
in general,
or on Oslo.
If you just the slow tragic death. I mean, you can read through this, and he even like acknowledges that in his words.
Oh wait, I think we've read this exact article on stream.
Sorry, what?
I think we actually read exactly this on stream.
So this is where he basically said Yasser Arafat was meant to be a subcontractor for Yitzhak Rabin during Oslo, and Oslo was basically a joke. He thinks that the Palestinians messed up in not accepting Clinton parameters.
Hold on. Your phrasing of that is unbelievably wild. Okay,
but just read through it.
I'm going to read exactly what you just said. So you said that Israel wanted Arafat to be a subcontractor of them or whatever. That's what you just said, right?
That's how Yasser Arafat saw the requests being made.
I'm just reading the article you've given me, and I think we've read this before on stream. At the time, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin hoped that PLO Chairman Yasser Arafat could stem the rise of Hamas and Islamic Jihad and assist in quelling the Intifada that had been raging in the West Bank and Gaza since 1987. But Arafat, wary of being perceived as a collaborator, refused to become Israel's security subcontractor. What do you think this sentence is saying that's unreasonable here for an expectation from Israel? That if you're going to be the leader of your government for a Palestinian people, you need to quell the extremist terrorist factions of your society? Do you think that's an unreasonable position from Israel there?
I think that's an absolutely reasonable position, but I also think it'd be a reasonable position if there was something stated in the inverse as well. Like similar to
Hold on, Israel doesn't have radical terrorist factions as part of its state or government.
I disagree.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you give me an example of that? Can you give me an example that's similar to what?
I would say a lot of settlers.
Do you think that they're okay? Settlers are one. If they get caught, they're prosecuted by Israeli.
Bullshit. I mean, we've already reviewed settlers like literally getting away with murder.
Hold on.
And not ending up.
We've seen things where it's been fucked up. Yes. Who's better at prosecuting their own? The PA or Hamas or the IDF?
No, absolutely Israel.
Okay, so don't play this bullshit game of like, oh no, they never do. Okay, Hamas, and I don't think the PA ever prosecutes their own. I open to being correct on that if that's the case, but they don't ever. So to compare those two is kind of bullshit.
They do. Actually, one of the Israelis intelligence agencies even said that PA had arrested roughly 40% of terrorists since I think this was in 2016.
Okay, I would be curious to see that, because my understanding is the thing that Palestinians do best is they kill other Palestinians when they think they're collaborators with Israel. Happened a lot during the first and the second Intifada. Hamas definitely doesn't arrest their own. The PA might in the West Bank, hopefully, although they also have the Palestinian Martyr Fund, although maybe you've got something prepared for that. But okay, so you're telling me that it's not fair for Israel to say, hey, as we make these negotiations, you need to make sure that you're quelling the extremist parties in your Palestinian Authority government that are pro eradication of Israel. Do you think that's an unfair statement for Israel to make because Israel's not saying, and we'll do a better job at holding our own accountable or whatever? Is that?
No, I think it's a fair statement to say, but I think the absence of even calling for a Palestinian state in Oslo just to me makes it this is, and not only that, by the way, I don't want to just stick on that, but also forget building settlements wasn't against Oslo, because I agree it wasn't in the letter. It was against the
real quick.
idea
I just want to fact check this first. So in the Oslo Accords, there's no reference made whatsoever to permanent arrangements by the end of this, or that's the goal. What are they transitioning to?
Prove me wrong. Find anywhere where it calls for an independent Palestinian state at the end of this.
Among the notable outcomes of the Oslo Accords was the creation of the Palestinian National Authority, which was tasked with the responsibility of conducting limited Palestinian self-governance over parts of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and the international acknowledgement of the PLO as Israel's partner in permanent status and negotiations about any remaining issues revolving around the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. What does that mean?
Again, the way I interpret it is there was no call for an actual state, just a self-governance where Israel doesn't have to do a lot of the dirty work in quelling, quote unquote, these terrorists.
When we say dirty work, you mean the dirty work of administering a government to a people, right? That's just to be clear. When you say dirty work, you mean running a country.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean being able to occupy Area C and not having to worry about attacks from Area A.
Okay, the first phase includes the withdrawal from areas A and B. Redeployment from Area C would follow in subsequent phases. Article 11.3 states, Area C means areas of the West Bank outside areas A and B, which, except for the issues that will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations, will be gradually transferred to Palestinian jurisdiction in accordance with this agreement. Is this not, when they refer to permanent status negotiations, what are they talking about?
It's too vague. And the problem
well, of course,
it's
vague because we don't know what it's going to look like yet. Yeah,
it's not even called. Why can't it? Okay, so why doesn't it say negotiate in a permanent Palestinian state?
Because this is Oslo. No.
Anywhere.
Okay, if this is the whole argument line here, this is wholly unconvincing. That because of course this is the first part of the negotiation. It is literally the transition process. Yeah, of course they're not making any hardcore commitments to anything here, right?
Okay,
here's a question. I don't even know if Arafat, I don't know if the Palestinians would want to say, what if they said a permanent two-state solution? I don't know if the Palestinians would want to sign on to that, because maybe well, fuck, now we can't do one state. The idea that because the idea that a state acknowledgement isn't in here means that none of this was negotiated in good faith?
I'll tell you why I don't feel like it's negotiated in good faith, because it's not just about state. It's about borders. It's about settlements. It's about military outposts. And none of that is talked about. So if you look at the essence of what's being talked about in Oslo, it's just to create some self-governance in these usually dangerous areas within the West Bank that Israel doesn't want to build settlements in. That's why they clear.
Yes. I mean, yes. Nothing that you're saying is not even out of the norm. Wasn't this literally the blueprint for the creation of the entire Middle East after the Ottoman Empire collapsed? The whole point was you had mandates on territories, and the British and French said, listen, there's a mandate for Palestine, there's a mandate for Iraq, there's a mandate for Syria. You guys will slowly transition here, create some fucking government, and once you guys can run your shit on your own, we'll hand it over to you. Yeah, this is the blueprint for doing stuff like this. I don't even know if this is out of the norm.
Okay, so you believe that Oslo was actually intended to create a Palestinian state fully?
Almost certainly, yeah. Unless there's some very hardcore evidence that I'm not aware of that points in contradiction to that. Yeah.
I mean, I disagree with you, and I'll just say my disagreement is based on there not being a call anywhere to make a Palestinian state. Whereas in other peace proposals, there has been like clear goals, but in Oslo, it wasn't seen that way. But I mean, I'm not gonna just fight with you on my interpretation of this. Yeah. So moving on to Camp David. So what do you think? Why do you think Camp David fell apart?
The thing that the running narrative that I have on this is that Arafat didn't have an actual desire for ending this in any sort of peaceful negotiation, that he went into this with certain goals, and once those goals were met, he started to ask for more and more, and that eventually he preferred to fight and lead the second intifada and thought that they could make more gains or gain more support that way rather than actually finalize negotiations at Camp David. So he didn't leave a response to the final offer and then ditched, and then the second intifada more or less began a few months later.
I don't think. Okay. Let me just say what my take was, and then you can rebuttal. I think there was an offer made. I think after Oslo, Arafat was just embarrassed with himself. He went in and tried to play like a tough guy. His approval ratings were super low before Camp David, and after Camp David, they actually skyrocketed because he rejected the deal that Israelis had provided without providing a counter offer. And that's when that quote comes in. When
you say his approval was really low, why was his approval really low? Like going into the Oslo Accords and everything.
Because a lot of Palestinians saw that you're trying to negotiate with Israel and they're expanding settlements. That's essentially the essence of why Palestinians were upset with Oslo. Like,
weren't they upset? No, I'm asking why they were upset with Arafat.
Because he agreed to that. He was the only one.
Are you sure that they weren't massively ass mad at Arafat because in 91 he supported Saddam Hussein and it caused like 200,000 people to flee Kuwait after his invasion? I thought that was where a massive hit for Arafat's popularity came from.
No, of course.
Okay, so going into 93, I don't know if this idea that like they hate him for being, for I don't know, whatever narrative you have here. My understanding is Arafat was decently unpopular for a while after that. Oslo Accords were 2 years post 91. Like, I don't know if he took a hit because he negotiated a bad deal at Oslo Accords or whatever.
I mean, that's what I've that's my take on it. My take is he negotiated a bad deal because. And it's widely known he negotiated a bad deal because he went there with no lawyers. He was there with one other person in negotiation of Oslo, and he was doing it behind the scenes, out of the view of like the Palestinian National Council that was supposed to be negotiating hard for what they want.
Yeah, but people blame this on Arafat as being a shitty leader or being greedy or not actually trying to reach any resolutions.
He's absolutely a shitty leader. I'm not saying otherwise. I think the only good thing Arafat ever did in his time was bring the Palestinian issue to
Well, wait, hold on. Wait, now it feels like you've changed. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. It feels like you've changed your whole argument now, because it sounded to me like initially you were saying Arafat went here arguing in some kind of good faith, but was getting fucked by Rabin, who didn't want a state at all.
No.
Okay, sorry. Rewind on this and give me the narrative on this.
Terrible. No. Okay, so I think we think Arafat is terrible for different reasons. I think Arafat was terrible because he was exiled in Tunisia after the Lebanon War. He was so desperate. The first intifada had started without any influence of the PLO, and the Gulf states stopped sending the PLO money. He was so desperate for a deal. A lot of people say this. You can read some of his advisors talking about this, like Edward Said. He was so desperate for a deal that behind everyone's backs, he was negotiating with the Israelis and giving them so much concessions, and the Israelis were realizing, oh wow, like this guy is basically giving us what we want. Let's just bring him to the table and talk to him and get what we want out of him. He went with none of his lawyers. He negotiated pretty much on his own and kind of fucked the Palestinian cause. It's his fault. And you can say, well, it's the Palestinians' fault for, I guess, making him their leader. And I wouldn't disagree.
Wait, okay, so who was responsible for the principal failings in 93 and in 2000 with
93, I think that 93 should never have happened. I think Israel had took advantage of the situation, but it was absolutely Arafat's fault for even agreeing to what was offered.
So in '93, he should have pushed for more.
93, he shouldn't have agreed to the ridiculous terms. He should have had in writing.
There weren't even any ridiculous terms set. It was just the creation of the Palestinian Authority and transference of security.
You need to read more into Oslo.
Okay, tell me what am I missing? I thought those were the big things that came from Oslo.
You need to read about why he even went into Oslo to make this deal. Like what pushed him? Like he was literally like ousted by his entire all of his advisors. They were like, "Fuck this guy. He's an idiot." Like, we're trying to negotiate for what is ours based on what the entire world agrees on.
So then why didn't the Palestinians have new leadership?
That's a whole other problem. That's just
answer it then. Well, because he was the ones representing the PLO at the time. He'd been representing the PLO for decades, right? So why didn't they have new leaders? Yeah.
You're treating Palestine like it was just this unified country that was super happy. No, half of the people were living outside of Palestine. The leadership was in Tunisia. The advisors were in the U.S. There was someone living in the West Bank. Some were living in Lebanon. It was a mess. It wasn't, the most straightforward way to operate. And I'm not saying that's Israel's fault or America's fault. I'm saying that's just a matter of fact, right?
I don't know. I don't even know what the point you just made was. So Palestinians are too stupid to pick leadership, or?
No, it's not that. It's not about picking it. Arafat convinced the Americans and Israelis that he's the only one that can make a voice for the Palestinians. There was never Wait,
so you're telling me the Palestinians wanted different leadership, but Arafat just stole it from them? Or
No. That's all I'm saying. I think the Palestinians were too forgiving of Arafat for too long. That's what I believe.
Okay, so then it's the Palestinians' fault. We can blame the Palestinians.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then the Palestinians made a bad mistake with Arafat, who wasn't negotiating the Oslo Accords in good faith, but this was Israel's fault?
No, it's not Israel's fault.
So I thought you said Rabin was trying to undermine it and fuck it up the whole time.
No, I'm saying Rabin was taking advantage of the situation. And smartly so. If I was Rabin, I would have done the same shit. I was like, okay, this guy's desperate. The whole world is shunning him. The Arab world is shunning him. Let me now finally deal with this Arab-Israeli conflict that's been going on this occupation that's been going on for decades, and use this as a show that I'm trying to make peace. That's what I'm saying.
If you want to throw me some stuff that I get more context on, I'd love to read it. This is like 9/11 truther conspiracy levels. There is a very simple Occam's razor. Palestinians chose shitty leadership. Arafat has a history of being a shitty person. Arafat has a history of choosing violence, right? And then Arafat, as a negotiator for the Palestinians, signed I don't even think the Oslo Accords were a bad deal necessarily. I don't know where you're getting this from. But even though all of the shittiness exists on their end, Rabin, the guy, by the way, who literally got assassinated for trying to make peace with the Palestinians, okay? That guy was secretly trying to undermine the Palestinian statehood process the entire time in a way that nobody else but him and some secret advisors or whatever could see, or
No. Okay. You just gave me a lot. So first, I recommend you read the history leading up to Oslo. Don't just jump from 73 to Oslo.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Don't just hold on. Okay. Wait, stop. Okay, hold on. Tell me what parts I'm wrong for on the history here. So when you say history leading up to Oslo, my understanding. Hold on. Wait. Let me be clear here. You can tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Because I don't. This whole part is like getting into Lebanese civil war, which I didn't read as much, okay? Here's my understanding. Part of the roadmap for the Oslo Accords was Camp David. Okay? Yes or no? Do you agree or disagree with that?
You're talking about Camp David in 79?
Yes. So that was the peace treaty. That was the peace deal with Egypt.
Well, actually, no. I would say Madrid was the true start to Oslo. Madrid 91.
Okay, if you want to say that, that's fine. I remember reading that 79, the Camp David Accords are what the Oslo Accords were based off of. But if you want to say the Madrid Conference in 91, that's fine, because that also led to a bilateral peace treaty with Jordan as well in 94, I think, right? So Camp David happens in 79, okay? 91 is the Madrid Conference, okay? When you say history, what's leading up to the Oslo Accords? Oslo Accords were 93. I'm pretty sure 87 to 93 was the first Intifada, and Rabin probably wanted that to stop, right? So Arabs are protesting, Palestinians are protesting within Palestine, within Israel. It's not as fucked up as the second Intifada. There's a couple bad things, but whatever. And then to cap this off in a search for peace, instead of blowing everything up, Rabin was like, okay, well, let's do the Oslo Accords. And this was the conversation that happened. And then between Arafat and Rabin and Clinton mediating, this is what was signed. What part of the history here am I missing that shows that Rabin is this evil operator that's trying to undermine Palestinian peace the entire time?
So again, I think Rabin wasn't trying to undermine. I believe Rabin never offered a Palestinian state.
Hold on, wait.
That's what I believe.
You said he wasn't
I
trying
don't
to
think he
undermine.
was
I
trying
thought
to
earlier.
undermine
I
the
thought
terms of Oslo.
Okay, I thought earlier you told me that his whole goal with Oslo was to deny Palestinians a state. Did you not? Did I misunderstand?
No. Okay.
Okay,
Let me be
sorry.
clear.
Okay, let me
I
re-understand.
don't think Rabin was trying to undermine the terms of Oslo at all. Okay. 100%. I don't think he was trying to like.
Do you think it was negotiating Oslo in good faith?
I don't.
Okay, where do you get
I
that
don't.
feeling from?
Well, based off of one, the settlements continuing to get built and nothing calling them out, nothing of importance, nothing called out in any of the resolutions.
Hold on. When you say the settlements continuing to be built,
expanded.
Correct, because the construction of new settlements stopped. Okay, and then the permits issued to settlements being built cut by like 70 to 80%. Okay.
Listen, if you plan on giving Palestinians a state, and you're building thousands of new homes in these existing settlements, like, I agree, it wasn't against their terms, which is why I said the terms were bullshit. But as a Palestinian, you see this, you're like, what kind of dumbass leadership do I have to agree to this?
What do you mean? They're already settlements that Israelis own. Do you think they gave a fuck that they were building more houses in the settlements they already had? The bigger deal was probably stopping new settlement. I disagree. I disagree. Not only do I disagree, I don't think you'll find anything that supports that opinion. Palestinians were angered that more houses were still being built, and that's why the Oslo Accords didn't end with a permanent government. I don't think you're going to find any of that anywhere.
Wait. Find what exactly? Tell me what you need to see to know that Palestinians thought that Israel was undermining Oslo or not undermining Oslo, but undermining a two-state solution by building settlements. What evidence would you need to see?
You're telling me from 93
American leadership,
from 93 to 2000, it was building more houses on existing settlements were the things that prevented the Camp David Accords from being completed successfully?
See, you're moving the goalposts now. You said, if I can show you that Palestinians felt that Israel had no interest in giving them a state based off of the settlements being built, which led to more violence and a lower approval rating for Arafat. Do you want quotes from Israeli representatives that were in the negotiations, or Palestinian, or Americans? What evidence would you need to
you can
see?
show me. Yeah, show me. Tell me quotes, and we can start reading context, I guess. Yeah, we'll start reading. Sure.
Okay. What do you want to start with? You want to start with like Israel saying like, okay, yeah, that was like pretty fucked up, or you want Palestinians like Poles like.
Sure, whatever you got. Yeah, whatever you got. Sure. Because the one thing that you linked to this article already I don't feel like the quote that you represented about like they were making it a subcontractor was anywhere near as unreasonable as you made it sound, which was Israel was saying, Rabin was saying, hey, you need to get these extremist factions under control if we're going to start handing this territory over to you. Because obviously, security is one of Israel's chief concerns at this stage in history when handing territory back to the Palestinians. So, yeah.
Okay, let before you hone in, because that wasn't the quote I even wanted you to read. So let me first send you.
Wait. What was the quote? Wait. Don't send me anything new. What was the quote you wanted me to read from this? Then can you tell me before we don't have to go to?
No. I didn't tell you to open that article. I was telling you to. I didn't link you that article. Like you just pressed it.
No. I googled it because you mentioned the quote, and then when you saw it on my stream, you're like, oh yeah, that article. You said that when I saw it, and then I clicked it.
I'm not even looking at your screen. I'm looking. Okay, so when
no, wait, hold on. Don't gaslight me. I've had this enough in my life. Okay, don't gaslight me. You saw the article on my stream, and you said, yeah, click that. You read the words of the title of the article before I even said them out loud. I'm pretty sure. So you definitely saw it. Okay. You told me to click it on my stream. Okay.
No.
You literally. I googled this because you mentioned Shlomo Ben Ami. You referenced this article, and I googled it and looked for it. That's the only reason I looked this up.
Okay, okay, I agree. I'm wrong. I can see.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm just trying to find the quotes. I got it.
Of Shlomo Ben Ami. Like I may have thought that the quote that I was looking for would be there, but it's not. So, if you go to just look up his name.
Hold on. Look up. What am I looking at?
Shlomo.
S-H-L.
Originally was talking about Shlomo.
S-H-L-O. Oh, Shlomo. Okay, sorry. Okay, what am I looking for?
There was a quote that I was referencing that.
In 2006, Shlomo Ben Ami stated on Democracy Now! That Camp David was not a misrepresentation of Palestinians. If I were Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. This is something I put in the book, but Taba is the problem. The Clinton parameters are the problem. Referring to something, one book. Okay, so 50 debates.
some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
What's
the
your
War and
friend?
Peace Report. I'm
Yeah.
Amy Goodman. What happens when a former Israeli foreign minister debates a scholar known as one of the world's foremost critics of Israeli policy? The answer is not what you may expect. Last week, Shlomo Ben-Ami and Norman Finkelstein joined us in our Firehouse studio for
Actually, a whole
wide-ranging
video of him
exchange
talking
that
about
lasted
this,
close
about
to 2
Oslo,
hours.
about Camp
Today, we
David,
bring you an
Taba.
edited version of what they had to say. Shlomo Ben-Ami is both an insider and a scholar.
Okay, let me just read for a sec. Hold on.
Sure.
Oh no. No shot. Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Well, hold on. Sorry. Not my precious Wikipedia. Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, I'm probably misreading this. This says right here, okay, in Wikipedia it says, in 2006, Shlomo Ben-Ami stated on Democracy Now! That, and I quote, Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians, and if I were a Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. This is something I put in the book, but Taba is the problem. The Clinton parameters are the problem. Referring to his 2001 book, Scars of War, Wounds of Peace, the Israeli-Arab Tragedy, right? I'm reading the transcript for this, and Shlomo Ben-Ami says, yes, okay, the last third part of the book, as Dr. Finkelstein says, there is the diplomat, and this same diplomat still behaves in a way as a historian when he says in this book that Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians, and if I were a Palestinian, I would have rejected Camp David as well. This is something I put in the book, but Taba is the problem. Wait, so this isn't a quote from Ben-Ami, this is a quote from a diplomat that he's quoting. Am I misunderstanding this? I might be misunderstanding this.
I believe this is either from Swisher's book that quotes Ben-Ami, or it's from Ben-Ami's book, The Scars of Peace Talks, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm just saying that this doesn't sound like a quote from Ben-Ami. It sounds like a quote he's putting in the book relating to...
what he says in the book. This is his quote. He was the lead. So Shlomo Ben-Ami was the lead negotiator at Camp David for Clinton parameters and at Taba.
So he's just referring to himself in the third person?
Yeah, or either that, because I remember I saw this a long time ago, this video, their like debate, it's on YouTube, but Shlomo Ben-Ami quotes, so somebody quotes Shlomo from their book as him saying it, but I'm sure we can find like the exact book where this came from. I'm like 190, okay, I don't say 100, but 99.9% sure that's Shlomo Ben-Ami's quote.
The Intercept. Oh, God. Okay, hold on.
Find the book name if you'd like. Let me actually try to find it too. Will finding this quote change anything? Like your viewpoints on anything?
Well, initially, you told me that Shlomo Ben-Ami, I think you were saying he was involved in the negotiations or intimately familiar with the negotiations for Oslo Accords, correct?
Yeah. He was involved in the negotiations at Camp David.
Or at Camp David.
Parameters.
And then you're quoting this guy as claiming that the Oslo Accords were sabotaged with a quote from him. So that's interesting to me. If he was involved in these negotiations, he's saying that. I'm curious why he's saying that. But if he didn't say that, but he's quoting another diplomat that said that, well, now I want to know.
No, I don't think that quote even says. I think that quote says Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians. So Camp David, the Camp David offer of whatever offer was offered at Camp David, which was like the best offer up until that point, he's saying that was a bad offer. If he was a Palestinian, he wouldn't have accepted that. And
hold on, we're not contesting that right now. What I'm saying is that the transcript of this speech says that Yes, yes. Okay, the last third part of the book, as Dr. Finkelstein says, there is the diplomat. And this same diplomat still behaves in a way as a historian when he says in this book that Camp David was not the missed opportunity for the Palestinians.
yeah.
So that's not Shlomo Ben-Ami's quote, is it?
No, it is. It is. No, it is. It's 100% his quote. You should watch the video. You'll see what Finkelstein says. Shlomo is calling himself like he's a diplomat and he's a historian. And
Okay, let me just
like,
find this in the video then. Hold on.
Yeah. I think it's,
against
Okay, let me hold on.
Israeli Arab community.
Indifference between what they say and my vision of things is not the facts. The facts they are even.
Oh God, wait, is this video not the?
Jerusalem having been acquired by war.
It's very indifference.
I have the video if you want.
I've got it. Hold on.
Gone.
Movement acknowledging.
And they had no chance to.
And of Palestinian peace talks, including the Camp David and Taba talks. His me about the founding of Israel in 19.
Lost.
Facing a ruthless Israeli army whose
indifference between what they say and my vision of things is not the facts. The facts they are absolutely correct in mentioning the facts and putting the record straight. We state, however tough the conditions and however immoral the consequences were for the Palestinians.
I did want you to step back, Shlomo Ben-Ami, and give us an overview of the whole peace process, of which you were a part, a critical player in this, the Oslo Peace Accords in 1993.
Okay, hold on,
Can
let
you
me
talk
listen to this.
about what they entailed, why they failed?
Well, the Oslo peace process was an agreement. It started as an agreement between two unequal partners. Arafat conceived Oslo as a way, not necessarily to reach a settlement, but more importantly to him at that particular moment, in order to come back to the territories and control the politics of the Palestinian family. Don't forget that the Intifada, to which Oslo brought an end, started independently of the PLO leadership, and he saw how he was losing control of the destiny of the Palestinians. His only way to get back to the territories was through an agreement with Israel. So in Oslo, he made enormous concessions. In fact, when he was negotiating in Oslo with us, an official Palestinian delegation was negotiating with an official Israeli delegation in Washington. And the official Palestinian delegation was asking the right things from the viewpoint of the Palestinians: self-determination, right of return, end of occupation, all the necessary arguments. Whereas Arafat in Oslo reached an agreement that didn't even mention the right of self-determination for the Palestinians, doesn't even mention the need of the Israelis to put an end to settlements. If the Israelis, after Oslo, continued expansion of settlements, they were violating the spirit of Oslo, not the letter of Oslo. There's nothing in the Oslo agreement that says that Israelis cannot build settlements. So this was the cheap agreement that Arafat sold, precisely because he wanted to come back to the territories and control the politics of Palestine. Now, the thing is that a major problem with Oslo, on top of it, was that it solved very minor issues, such as Gaza, and even people on the far Israeli right were ready to give away Gaza, but it left open the future. The future was unknown. The two sides, the two parties, started to embark on a process when they had diametrically opposed views as to the final thought that, okay,
almost finishing this.
What was the impasse at Oslo? Excuse me, the impasse at Camp David. Since the Palestine conflict, most of your listeners will be sensible of international Jerusalem having been acquired by war. Palestinian rights, 60 nations on one. As Dr. Ben Amid's colleague, a couple of years.
Oh my God, the video is not going to have the fucking
to the
quote.
PLO. The PLO is, I'm calling Dr.
Israeli foreign minister.
Like six videos, but they're all fairly short.
Fuck me. Okay. Okay. I'm listening to Ben Ami's opinion here, and he believes that the Oslo Accords didn't do enough for the Palestinians. So I see his opinion in here. That's fine. But
yeah, that's kind of what I was saying, right?
Well, no, hold on.
Wait.
No, hold on. That's not what you're saying. You're saying that your initial claim was that Oslo was done to intentionally undermine the Palestinians.
Destiny.
What?
Okay.
Or here, actually, I'm sorry. I won't even accuse you. Tell me what your statement is right now, so that I can be up to date and aware of what's going on. Tell me what the statement is that you're making the claim about.
Sure. I think. My statement is, Arafat was desperate, and he made a very bad deal at Oslo, and Israelis took advantage. When I say Israelis, obviously, Rabin, not all Israelis. The Israeli leadership took advantage of that and wanted to stop the first intifada, like you said. I think that's a fair conclusion, and said, okay, we're negotiating with Arafat, who's been by far willing to give us the most of any Palestinian negotiator. So that's why I say Arafat failed. And also,
Fiddlesticks, thanks for the tier 5 subscription,
the
buddy.
first thing I said to you, felt like a sham for the Palestinians. That's my take.
Okay, two questions then. Here's questions that I have then in general about this, okay? Because this is all new territory to me. I haven't studied or heard or read or known anything about this, okay? I didn't know anything about the idea that there were official delegates in the United States arguing over what the Oslo should be. One is, who were those official delegates? And two was, why would the Palestinians recognize anything that Arafat negotiates then?
That's a fair point. And the delegates were, so they were part of, a few of them were part of the PNC, the Palestinian National Commission, I believe it's called. And there's a video I had sent you earlier today, which actually one of the guys is explaining what happened, like how Arafat was calling into his negotiators that were in the U.S. and kind of undermining everything that they said. And there was a lot of secret meetings happen between Israel and just Arafat, undermining what the Palestinian negotiators were asking for in like separate negotiations. So he kind of went behind everyone's back to negotiate on behalf of the Palestinians. Now, your question was, why would the Palestinians accept this? I think it's a fair question. I think there wasn't officially at that point a Palestinian state. Arafat couldn't really enforce anything. He was just looking a way to get back to the territory after being exiled. So I think it's a failure on the Palestinians in that they should have just went out and said, Arafat clearly doesn't have our best interest at heart, right? That's
okay.
That's
okay. Here's your homework. These are the links I want to read next time you come here. Okay. Because I got to do PV stuff because they're gonna get mad at me. Okay. Listen. Find me information about this. I'm very curious about what were these parallel negotiations. Who were these negotiators? If Arafat is the head of the PLO and that's the body that's like an observer status at the UN and everything, and that, like, who are these other people that are supposedly chief negotiators that aren't controlled by or answer to or have anything to do with Arafat? And what are these?
It did have something to do with Arafat. Arafat just went behind everyone's back, pretty much.
I don't understand what you mean when you say went behind people's backs. If he's the leader, he's the leader. He doesn't have an obligation to listen to anybody.
So when you have, imagine like a kangaroo, like a fucked up government where the president says, hey, fuck you, Congress, fuck you, Senate. I'm going to make my own rules since there's nothing in place that's going to hold me accountable.
Whoa, wait, hold on. The president can't betray Congress because they have different roles, right? They've got different things that they have power over.
Agree.
Yeah. But I'm curious. So if Arafat is the leader and he's the sole like chief negotiator or whatever, is he if he disagrees with his like diplomats or whatever the fuck? Here, listen, I would just say, because I got to finish with some PV stuff, and we can do this tomorrow because I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here all day. Nothing's happening, okay? I'm here now, streaming for at least 4 more days, okay? So you can come back tomorrow. Find more information find more information about these, like, parallel negotiations. I'm super curious about this. I'll read through this entire sprint.
Anything to you, though? Like, I don't want to look for things if it doesn't change your opinion.
This is interesting to me. The fact that there are parallel negotiations happening, yes, because part of the narrative that I have relating to faulting the Palestinians is that Palestinians are choosing bad leadership, and the leadership is doing stupid things. If it was the case that the Palestinians actually had chosen people that were existing in the United States that were trying to negotiate on behalf of these things, and Israel's like, you know what? Maybe we can just talk to Arafat. We kind of undercut the actual Palestinian desires or wants or needs. And we just talk to him. That's pretty shitty on the Israeli part. And I would say that, like, I don't know if that destroys the entire Oslo Accords, but it's definitely a point in the favor of, like, this is Israel acting in, I don't know if I'd say bad faith, or basically bad faith, like trying to fuck up the Palestinians. So I'm curious about those parallel negotiating factors or whatever. That's interesting to me. Yeah, I've never heard of this before. Yeah.
I'll give you plenty of resources. Like, I started this off kind of like with the assumption that you already know about this. That's why I think we were disconnected. I'll provide you resources next time, and I can even just send them to you, and you can read through them on your own, whatever you prefer.
Shoot it to me. Okay. All right. I love you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, and take care.
I'll see you. Bye. Oh, man. Hi, what's up, babe? Hey, Fiddlesticks, thanks for the tier 5 sub, everybody. Oh, Christian didn't say anything. Okay, hold on. What do we have open here?
Hello.
Oh, hi, what's up?
Wow. Why did you do this to me?
Dude, what did I do to you?
You brought on a guy to talk about international law for like 2 hours today, and then you just brought in a guy to talk about...
Oh, I've just been having people jump in and chat. Fuck, yeah. What?
Yeah, I gave you a schedule at the beginning of the day. It was booked 1 to 7.
Oh, I thought people were just gonna, like, jump in. Wait, hold on. Who else? Wait, did we miss somebody? 1 second.
Well, yeah. We missed Erudite, and then she hung out after all day to jump on later, and then now she's gone. She had to go.
Oh, okay. This is 1,000,000,000% my fault. I should have said something more explicitly. I'm sorry. Because people were, like, messaging me, like, Hutch wants to jump on, this guy wants to jump on, and then you messaged me for Sam and Eric want to jump on, and I gave him permission. I thought that's what we were doing. I should have been more clear with that. My bad. That's 100% my mistake. My bad.
Okay. Straight Raid is coming on now.
Who? I'm sorry. What?
Straight Raid is coming now.
Oh, my bad. That sounded like you said something very different. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay. We're pretty close to 45K. But it's been stalled at 42 for a while.
Yeah. 45. It's because they don't want to watch that Daily Wire movie. So they're just like trying to keep all the donos under the hood there, you know?
Dude, sell my body. It's yours.
Based.
I think you're gonna have a lot of cooking lessons to give out. Like, I don't have access to the thing, but I think we have some people that signed up for that one.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck? What is this?
Are you level 25 yet, Lycan?
Fuck no. It's getting better. Like, the mobs are not as the areas aren't as heavy, and a lot of people are willing to, like, group up just for tagging, make it easier, so that's nice.
Are you high enough to, like, do dungeons yet, or when does that start?
Oh yeah, I'm 20.
Where is...
Okay, while you're figuring this out, I'm reading stuff because I got a million links.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the thing that I was talking about earlier about the old, like, liberal elite or whatever. During the Bush and Obama eras, I felt like I was very much in tune with and part of coastal, urban, educated, liberal American culture. Since the Trump era, I felt increasingly alienated from that culture. This is not because I've become more conservative, I haven't, nor is it because liberals started supporting political positions I disagree with. There was always some political stuff I disagreed with, and there still is, but overall, not a huge amount. I think this was the first moment I started feeling alienated. These hats. I can't quite articulate why, but I felt like they were offensive and stupid, a little thing, but for some reason the memory stuck with me. Then there was the obsession with political events that I felt had no real political significance, like when people obsessed over this mildly annoying kid for a week. Even political events that really were important started to be discussed in ways that felt counterproductive and unpleasant. It felt like talking to right-wing Texans in my hometown back in the 90s. The Tweety links here is, one of my friends, a staunch liberal, was enraged by this. Overreached, how dare you, he thundered. He went on a long tirade. What is this about? A brief anecdote about social conservatism. In 2018, just after the Kavanaugh confirmation, I was dining with some rich white friends in New York City. We were discussing the Me Too movement. I argued that while the movement had produced needed change in our society, its momentum would now slow down going forward. As one reason, I argued that the cancellation of Aziz Ansari showed that the movement was beginning to overreach. One of my friends, a staunch liberal, was enraged by this. Overreached? How dare you, he thundered. He went on a long tirade. Then he did something that embarrassed me, which was to call over a random black guy who was just getting up from a neighboring table and leaving in order to back him up. Do you think the Me Too movement is overreached, my friend asked the man. The man, who from his accent was Caribbean, probably Haitian, pondered a second. I don't know, he said. But you know what? He continued, raising his voice and spreading his arms. Don't ask me to pay for someone else's abortion. The man walked out of the restaurant. We just sat there in silence for a moment, and the conversation moved on to other things. Okay. There has always been an element of political performativity in educated liberal culture and in other American subcultures, but it was tolerable and even pleasant in moderation. But then it sort of took over everything, even in grossly annoying and hypocritical ways. No holla, grand bargain up zones, keep Seattle livable. Oh, in this house, we believe Black Lives Matter, women's rights are human rights, no human is legal, science is love, science is real, love is love, kindness is everything. Oh, and keep Seattle livable. I gotcha. Livable. A telling moment came when my friend, a Chinese-American woman working at a biggish tech company, said that the word Latino was harshly admonished by her white male boss to say Latinx. Again, the point here is not that liberal politics became worse, though all politics in America became worse to some degree. The point is that this sort of shallow hashtag resistance politics started spilling offline and regularly infecting my non-political interactions. Increasingly, it felt like there was very little in educated liberal circles besides politics. People no longer talked about music or art or economics. Even discussions about personal stuff became somewhat less common, replaced by or projected onto political discussions. I felt like the faux excited white guy face, had become an extended metaphor for the whole culture. A bunch of people who were not just pretending to care, but for whom forcing others to pretend to care had become an elaborate social game. Of course, online was far worse. I remember seeing some white girl writing a long dramatic post on Facebook about how someone had given her a quipayo, but wearing it would be appropriation, so she was looking for a person of Chinese descent to take the dress off her hands. And offline, I did not see any serious attempts to engage with the segments of society that had traditionally been excluded and marginalized. I didn't see many black folks at these people's backyard get-togethers. There was nothing dangerous about this new educated liberal culture, professional culture, nothing radical. I know some folks with actually radical politics. They were nothing of the sort. They were Episcopalians dressed up for Sunday church. Part of this is aging. Economically successful 30-somethings are inherently less radical than struggling 20-somethings, but I do make an effort to hang out with people of various ages, and I felt much more at ease in 30-something liberal educated culture in 2011. COVID intensified the trend. I was a very vocal supporter of lockdowns in the early days, but as it became clear that Omicron made lockdowns infeasible and vaccines became available, performatively saying, oh, if only we would lock down, became a common topic of discussion. Basically, to imagine what these interactions were like, just take Arthur Chu's silliest tweets and dial it down by a factor of 3 or so. It really fucks me up to say this, but I'm lying awake thinking the best case scenario for this country is one day we wake up and find ourselves under Chinese military occupation. Jesus. None of these people wanted to lock down, and in fact, the ones who had kids all wanted the kids out of the house and back in school ASAP, but at the same time, performatively sighing that we could have COVID stamped out in the early days became de rigueur. None of this has given me the slightest desire to support Donald Trump, to vote Republican, to embrace conservative culture, war positions, or to join the intellectual dark web. What it has given me a desire to do is to move out of the country for a while. Educated coastal liberals are my people. That is my American subculture. Realistically, if I don't fit in there, there's no place in America I'm going to fit in. And don't tell me to get with the grill-pilled socialists who sit around shitting on Democrats all day. It's laughable to think that these folks are meaningfully different than the people I'm talking about, plus they're only online. I know that a reasonable percentage of my fellow coastal urban educated liberals feel the same way. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is broadly what I was referring to, but. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, what's up?
What had said when he was saying I was coming in?
It sounded like Cherry.
Oh. She's not coming?
Your mom is.
Base. Give me 1 second. How you doing, Sujin?
Huh?
How you doing?
I'm pretty good. My brain's fried. I've been sitting here all day.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard work just sitting back and collecting donations
A
and
fictional
money.
film about this
Counting all
topic.
these
Now, to be fair, I think I'd actually
Yeah,
suggested
sitting
to the
there
Crane
counting your
Boys
dollars.
that they do this as a doc.
Steven, then why did you veto all the fun stretch goals? You're not like, why?
Because I'd rather just donate the money myself than do any of those stretch goals.
You already did some of them. Some of these are not even insane.
Which I don't want to do anything. I just have other
That
shit
like
I'd
dye your
rather
hair?
do.
Come on.
No.
You've changed, man. The money's changed you.
True.
Or shave it. That was my contribution to that one.
Yeah,
that would have
after
been good.
you. Okay.
I'd shave my head. It'd be way fucking easier to manage.
Wait, for real? If we like got like 10K right now, would you shave your head?
Sure.
Okay, 52. So if we get to 52,495 straight rate, we'll
Wait. Give me a second. When you said 10K, did you what do you mean by that?
$10,000.
Yeah, so if like the dono goal like increases by $10,000.
Yeah.
No. It's if the current donations increase by $10,000.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Oh, okay. Want to do it for 10K. For democracy. Fuck me. I need to see if wigs are comfortable because I wouldn't want to be bald constantly because now I have to put sunscreen on my fucking head.
Damn.
What?
Is that a real thing?
You should. There's practical concerns at play here. Do bald people neglect that?
I don't know.
You think
What's
Bezos
wax
doesn't wake
do?
up in the morning and just start like slathering his head in sunscreen? It would do well for him to do that.
I've never thought about that for some reason. That's actually amazing.
I bet there's an epidemic of like bald kings having increased risks of skin cancer because they're not prioritizing that. But I don't think most people wear sunscreen day to day. That's already a pain in the ass. That's what I'm thinking would be a pain in the ass.
For 10K though? I mean, how long does it, do girls grow hair faster than guys? No, right? They just cut it less frequently or cut less off?
I don't think, well, it's a myth that people think that like trimming it makes your hair grow faster, but what you do to the ends of your hair has nothing to do with like the root or how it grows.
Oh yeah, obviously, but like does hair grow
I wish that were
faster?
obvious. That I've heard so many people say like their hair isn't growing because they're not trimming it enough, which doesn't make any sense.
Wild.
Men's hair grows slightly faster than women's hair. That was the answer to your question.
Males' hair grows faster then?
Slightly faster than women's hair. Or maybe it's not slight. It's 0.75 millimeters per month faster. I don't know if that's allowed or not, because I don't know how big 0.75 millimeters is.
Who loses it faster?
Probably men. Is there female pattern baldness that's anywhere near as common as male pattern baldness?
I don't know.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess no there, but.
Well, the question
I
would
think
be like,
post-menopause,
hair
I know
thinning.
women's hair does begin to thin, but obviously not to the extent male pattern baldness is like shows. Okay, I got a DM from a bald king who said, I have lotion/sunscreen combo for my head when I go out, based.
Oh, that's sick.
I'd shave my head if you fucking chuckle fucks would do it with me. For 10K, sure. Didn't Maya Higa do that? What'd she do it for?
For birds or something? I don't know.
Shaves head.
Okay, what are we
it
doing?
was
I got
fucking
10 minutes
500K for
left
her.
till 10 o'clock. What are we doing here?
What
What's going on?
Well, we're not at our goal, so we can't watch the movie. I don't know. What do you want to do?
How far are we from the goal? Is it 10K till the goal?
The 45K was the goal for the movie, so we're $2,000 away from that.
And then we're 75.
And how much time do we have for that? What?
7.5 away
10
from
minutes
that.
or?
10 minutes.
How are we
Come
gonna
on, you
raise
guys.
that much money in 10 minutes?
You guys are gonna agree to shave your head with me.
That's
That's how it happens.
Said you
Yeah, that's
Well,
not
then it ain't
happening.
fucking happening. That's what I think is bullshit. It's like it's not because I think 10K is a fair price, but I don't think doing it alone makes sense. I think the face of the movement, Esteban here.
Oh,
has to
Edmund,
do
thanks
it
for the
too.
$20 or $50, I think. Thank you.
You've been like buzzed before, Steven, right?
Buzzed? I don't know. I've shaved my head before.
Buzz cut.
Maybe?
Okay, that,
I mean, I've
that
shaved my head
picture of you
before.
holding a gun is you. It's pretty short.
I'm pretty sure I
Unless
shaved
that
my
photo's
head for
fake.
that, yeah.
Why'd you shave it then?
I don't know, probably a donut goal or something?
Wow. Why can't you do it now? This is for a more serious cause than whatever the fuck that was for.
Yeah, but I make more money now, so I don't care.
Jesus Christ.
You were wait, that was what you did it for then?
That's probably a donation goal, yeah, what do you mean, yeah.
What charity?
It's the charity of my roof for my house.
Oh, that type of dono goal. Here I was thinking it was something altruistic.
It was altruistic. My kid
my
doesn't have to
mistake.
suffer under leaky roofs now.
Yeah, poor Nathan.
Wow. We got so close to watching the movie. I can't believe that they can't get over the end.
Yeah.
Where is it going to be watched? Can on on Kick or what?
It'd have to be on Kick, yeah.
So many of the conservative icons like Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Steven Crowder, if you look into their Wikipedia pages, their bios, all of them had failed runs or bids as doing shit in Hollywood. Either as writing, producing movies. This isn't the first. Didn't Ben Shapiro make a school shooting movie a few years ago?
Maybe. I mean, even Sam Cedar was a actor or something too, no? It's probably not that
Yeah,
uncommon.
he was in the pilot of Bob's Burgers.
Yeah, and I
for,
think he did
2
other
seconds.
stuff. Didn't he do other stuff too?
What stuff? Name me a Sam Cedar joint.
I don't know. Sam Cedar acting career, Wikipedia.
I had an acting career.
Yeah, he did. Or he was in a music video, right?
Yeah.
If you go on Discord and search for gifs of let me see.
He was on Beat
That's some
Cops.
deep
He was
lore.
on Pilot Season. He was on Next Stop Wonderland. Made guest appearances on Spin City, Sex and the City, America Undercover, and Marone.
Who is Sam Cedar on Sex and the City? Hold on. Probably a love interest for Samantha for 2 seconds. A clip comes up. I'll have to watch this later. Oh, he looks cute. He looks so different without his glasses. I honestly wouldn't have recognized him because he doesn't have it without his glasses.
Yeah.
Yeah, hold on. I'll show you.
Oh boy. The Oilers can't even save you guys. 5 minutes left.
Good.
Barely moved. Unlucky.
Okay, tell me that if you saw that, you would know it was Sam Cedar right away. I wouldn't.
That's obviously Sam Cedar.
No.
I've never seen a more obvious Sam Cedar picture in my entire life. Of course. You think that's not Sam Cedar? Are you face blind?
Apparently. Do you know what that is?
Do I know what is?
Face blindness.
Yeah, it's when I come in your mom's eyes. Who joined? Hello?
Oh my gosh.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
What's up, Kyla? How you doing?
Hello. I'm good. Hi, guys. Steven, guess whose birthday it is today?
Happy birthday to you or Nick.
Nick.
Which one is it?
It's Nick. It's Nick's
Aha,
birthday.
see, I knew it. I knew you were going to try to trick me with that one. See, I got you. Fuck you. Okay, I'm in your head.
What do you mean you got me?
Because I was supposed to say,
wasn't-
oh,
I
happy
wasn't
birthday to you, I guess. And then you would go, ah, nice try. Not my birthday. It's Nick. And you were going to embarrass me in front of
everything's a
all
game.
my friends.
Everything's a trick.
Yeah, you were going
My
to
name's
embarrass me. I
Steven.
watched
Have
Death Note
trust
7
issues.
times. I knew exactly what you were coming in here for. Nice try. Okay?
That's not true. I came in being like, ah, man, I haven't chatted to my friend Stevie in a while.
Yeah.
Also, I will respond to your DMs. I'm sorry. I've just been very busy. Okay.
What?
I want to run this idea by you guys for canvassing.
Oh,
I had okay, so I was at a different birthday party yesterday. Do you know who Juliette Michelle is?
God, we get you're popular.
Who's that?
No. Okay, she's this OnlyFans model. She's got I'm not gonna describe it. Everyone should just look her up, okay? Look her up on stream.
With
I
the
think
huge
she's-
boobs?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Gotcha.
Okay, she's super nice. Really like her. So she really wants to come on the podcast, and I thought it'd be fun to pair her with Jasmine and Myron Gaines. I feel like it'd be so fun to pull Myron out. But also, she is interested in canvassing, and I thought it would be super fun at one of the canvassing houses because we're trying to roll in the young lads and ladies of the world to be interested in politics. Do you think if there was lots of attractive, sexy women that were doing fun things? in
That-
canvassing that it would be more of a poll.
That yeah, it could be. Actually, honestly, you know what you should do? Because I think one of the stretch goals in this shit, I don't remember. I think is to do a show there. We should do an episode of Bridges on the canvassing event, and then we could bring guests there and all of that, and we'll fly them out and everything. That would be really good if we could do that. Actually, that might be something you want to look into doing. Yeah.
I don't know. Not with this crowd. I wore a very nice shirt to canvas last year and got roasted by Steven's community. So.
Yeah,
No fun allowed.
That was inappropriate. I remember that shirt. Okay.
Wait, was the shirt? Was it like a titty shirt?
Oh yeah.
What does that mean? My tits weren't out. No.
It was a booba.
They were the only things covered.
It was a see-through shirt.
It was a.
Oh,
it was a thing.
Aaron, you were doing the reverse titty shirt where it's like the only thing covered are the titties, so it leaves even more.
Yeah, no tits were out. Yeah, exactly. That's why it was modest.
That's like the cheeky. That's the cheeky tits are out.
I'm
Also-
bringing a nun's habit next time.
We could do like a episode of Bridges, but if we gotta bring out like Congress people, they might not want to, you know.
Well, we'll see who
That was-
Brianna can confirm.
That was another
Models
stretch
with
goal
OnlyFans
that
models?
Steven vetoed. We wanted to rebuild the Finkelstein Bridge.
No,
Finkelstein Bridge. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
rebuild
be, I'm gonna
that bridge to
psyop
get him
him.
on bridges.
Yeah, I'm gonna psyop him. Okay, I'm gonna reach out and be like, "Hey there, I have a new podcast that's starting, and I think your insights are very interesting." And I won't tell him, and then he'll arrive on site, and you're gonna walk out, and you're gonna re-dye your hair blue. Okay, it'd be great.
Yeah, I'll do
It'd
that.
be
Honestly, you
excellent.
should.
Someone just donated 1,000, but it might be too little, too late. We're
Guys,
close.
you
We're getting there.
have to donate.
Wait,
1,000 more. You should do something with Lily if you reach the 45K. You should do. Does Lily like dance games or anything?
I told Steven to invite her and Deepak. Did they appear? No, so blame Steven for this.
Right.
Damn.
You should do like a
little
goal that I
dance
wanted
game.
to do was the painting that she did of like the DGG gnome.
Yeah.
When Steven was in Santa Barbara, I wanted her to we needed to find that painting, and I was like, oh, it'd be fun to give it to somebody who donated the most or something.
Yeah, that'd
But
be cute. But also,
Vetoed,
you should
not
do a
to say-
dance
Steven,
game.
It's not cute. A dance cam?
It'd be very kawaii. Yeah, it'd be so cute. Imagine little Steve and Lily dancing to DDR or some nostalgic shit.
No, I just want them to do a TikTok dance.
We could whip out a PS2.
A PS2 or an Xbox?
I have one.
Oh.
No. Oh, I got the goods. Okay, I'm loaded up
Did
with
these-
nostalgic video game systems.
Do they still have DDR at the old school arcades?
I think so. Yeah, I think at movie theaters and stuff, there's still DDR.
Oh my gosh, I forgot they used to have. Wow, all the AMC's did the glow up in my hometown. So they're all luxury and have bars and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Steven.
Yeah.
Question for you.
What's up?
How come you follow me on Instagram but not on Twitter?
I don't know.
Sussy?
Half you guys have one thing and not the other, and I don't know why you fucking
Sussy?
retards have one thing and
Sussy?
I don't know.
What do you mean one thing? You have how many platforms do you have? You have.
I don't know. I started trying
You
to
have
find
Twitter.
mutuals on Instagram, and apparently none of you guys exist. So now I just follow 6 girls and I look like a fucking coomer. I try to find you fucking retards on Instagram, and none of you guys have Instagram accounts. I don't know why. Does does Lycan? Do you have an Instagram?
On Instagram.
Yeah, I'm not
You
talking about
follow
you,
me.
dipshit. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. Where is Lycan's Instagram account? Does he have one?
Yeah.
What?
This
has
has
nothing to
It's
do.
the same
This
ad
is
on
a
every fucking
goalpost
platform. I don't
test.
even believe you actually tried to do this. I'm straight right on everything.
I think it's sussy that you follow my account that has booty pics, but not my Twitter where my brilliance is actually shown off.
I thought you were gonna say where my titty
Listen, I
pics
try
are.
to follow you on that shit. Okay, Jesus.
No, I'm gonna block you. Don't follow me. I'm mad.
Oh well, good. Stay mad.
Yeah, I can't believe you didn't trust me when I came in.
When you
I
came
don't know
in,
you
where?
follow me. I'm one of 14 people you follow.
Yeah, that's true. You have to have another black-haired.
Lycan seriously didn't have an
Yes.
Instagram? Are you serious?
Yes, he does. It's like in Cooks.
No, like an actual real life Instagram, not the Cooks one.
Oh yeah, he does. It's like in GTV.
You want his personal Instagram? You could follow my dog's Instagram.
The Finsta.
Oh, we hit
I'll do this
45.
later. Okay.
Holy, an Oiler just came in. I think they must have.
Fucking Oilers.
It just jumped up 3K.
Ooh, big money.
All to see
Are we
Venture
gonna
Crow's
count it?
shitty
It
movie.
came in after 10.
Well, if it came in after 10, I don't
Okay.
think it counts, so.
Oh no, no
Uh-uh.
movie time.
No, it for sure counts. You can't do that. You can't both cock block everyone on the big vague post drama alert and then not give them the movie on stream. That's crazy. No way.
Okay, we'll watch it. Let me check my shit.
You want to wish Nick happy birthday before you go?
Yeah, happy birthday, Nick.
Give him the phone. No, I'll give him the phone 1 second. Here, Nick.
Hello?
Hi, I love you. Happy birthday.
Hey, love you too, buddy. Thanks. I'm 29 now.
Happy 29th birthday.
About to hit the wall.
Well, yeah, I'm close. I'm close. I'm fucking used up, dude. Damaged goods. Jesus Christ.
Dazed.
All right. I'll give you back to Kyla. Wait, Aaron, you're there too, right?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
You said I hit the wall. You're not gonna say happy birthday. What's wrong with you, bitch?
Oh yeah, happy birthday too.
All right, thanks. Appreciate that. Mwah.
Love you.
All right. Well.
Also, I don't make the rules. That's just the red pill.
It's the red pill, yeah.
That's the
Have you
facts,
joined?
as Myron
You've
would
joined the
say.
red pill? Yeah. Okay.
Are you gonna break up with Nick next year when he turns 30?
Well, I have to turn
Lena
30
knows what's
first, so I guess he'll have to break up with me first. Actually,
Unlucky.
I'm a couple months older than him, so I'm not 1 month older than you. I'm 11 months older than you. Fucking moron.
Nice.
This motherfucker didn't know how old he was turning.
To be honest, I forget every time too. I have to do the math every time.
Okay, well, hey, listen. I love you guys. Good job. Stay safe. Be careful. Congratulations.
Everybody.
You raised money. I'm proud of all of you so much. I think tomorrow night, should I watch it at 8 or 10? I'll probably do it at 8 o'clock. Well, I need to sign up for a Daily Wire account, and we'll watch it on Kick. Yeah. Yeah, should be fun.
All right.
All right.
Bye, guys.
Have fun. Be careful.
Bye, everyone.
Fuck, I had so many fucking links we didn't get through. I'm not making progress on our shit, guys. Jesus. Does Daily Wire allow you to stream it? Listen, we'll do it on Kick. Can we run through some of these real quick? What is this?
Does Israel, the state of Israel, deserve to not be heckled by Hamas? Honestly, the state of Israel has done a million times worse to the Palestinian people than Hamas has ever done to Israel in terms of like moral culpability.
Oh, we
Israel's
watched this,
job
right?
can't kill, they will kill. They showed that when they had a couple of hours.
Where we watch this? What is this?
A fictional film about this topic. Now, to be fair, I think I'd actually suggested to the Crane Boys that they do this as a doc.
Yes.
I originally went to them and I said, you guys should like go try out for a bunch of ladies' leagues. And that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men. And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require in order to, you know, the actual hormone treatments and everything to play in some of the ladies' leagues. But in any case, a fictional film, ladies' leagues, and that became not possible because, as it turns out, most ladies' leagues don't allow in actual men. And they weren't willing to go the full distance in terms of what it would require.
Jesus. Wow, Roxy, thanks for the 499. Dumb. Okay. The McDonald's theory of why everything sucks. Okay. Trailers, all this shit. Okay. We will tomorrow. We will read these. I signed up. There's a $600 for a year of the Financial Times. I signed up for this stupid fucking website. Okay. We're going to read this one too. We will do this tomorrow. We will catch up and then we'll condense our notes, guys. Oh God. We're accumulating a lot of baggage. I feel like my social interactions come and go in like big waves. Like everybody wants to be social and then they all disappear for like a month. I don't know why. Jesus. Is he joking or being serious? No, the Financial Times is retardedly expensive. I don't know why this publication is so fucking expensive. Well, I'm pretty sure, to be fair, tell me if I'm wrong, I think the Financial Times is like one of the most prestigious like financial maybe the most prestigious financial publication that exists, I think. Like more so even than the Wall Street Journal, I think. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure this is like a very well regarded. Yeah. But yeah, listen, I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, 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 my dude knows. I will catch you guys tomorrow, Reno. Have fun, be careful, stay safe.